Chapter 51. In the next few days, they were dealing with the Zergs between floors. The number of intermediate Zergs increased visibly, and everyone was having a harder time dealing with them. Finally, they were forced to abandon the floor and escape to the next floor. They have now dealt with the 6th floor, and there are still 4 underground floors to deal with. The large amount of exercise consumes not only physical strength, but also food and ammunition. Jiang Jun and others fled from the 7th underground floor to the 6th underground floor in a miserable state. There were 7 or 8 patients lying on the white tiles in the corridor, and they did not carry much medicine with them. After simply dealing with them, everyone could not help but tear up, because they knew that such treatment was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution. Someone whispered, "Do we still need to clean up down there?" Originally, there were 300 people going underground, but now there are less than 100 people still holding on. The injured people were moved to the 1st floor, and they are trapped here waiting for rescue. Lu Yuan was the 2nd batch to come in. He comforted everyone. "Captain Jean will be back soon. Let's hold on for a while." Someone questioned, "Captain Jean has been down for 10 days, and he hasn't come back yet. We are not as strong as them. If we keep waiting, it's hard to avoid being in danger." Others echoed, "That's right, if we go out now, we may have a chance of survival." Lu Yuan looked embarrassed, looking at his teammates who were dying. He couldn't stop his teammates' behavior against his conscience. Just as everyone was arguing, the whole building suddenly vibrated. The people standing there could not keep their balance and fell to the ground. A strange cry came from the ground, spreading to the outside like ultrasound. The glass cups in the corridor shattered and the crowd staggered. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Hurry up and cover yourself." They wanted to run outside, but unfortunately, they were on the 6th floor underground. The intermediate Zerg blocked the door. The panicked crowd wanted to break out of the door, but eventually became food for the Zerg. Jiang Jun was the first to react when the earthquake broke out. The shaky roof dropped debris from time to time. She clenched her tang sword and stabbed the Zerg at the door. She shouted, "Run out!" Lu Wang was hit on the forehead by a falling brick. Blood flowed down his cheek. It was shocking at first glance. He quickly changed the magazine and shot at the Zerg without blinking. The injured person who was lying on the floor struggled to get up from the ground. He pressed the wound hard, clenched the long sword in his hand, and quickly ran towards the Zerg that attacked people. A long sword fiercely stabbed into the body of the Zerg. He used his broken body to hug the Zerg tightly and jumped down from the middle of the stairs. He won the way to the upper level for the survivors. The other injured people seemed to see hope. They followed suit and ran forward to stop the escaping Zerg. Their sharp forelegs pierced their abdomens. Blood gushed out of their abdomens like roses. Some people wanted to save people, but were pushed back further. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They smiled brightly at everyone and said, "Run!" They turned around and jumped down. This earthquake lasted for a long time. The epicenter came from underground. The strange cry showed the anger of the monster. It was a warning to humans. Something must have happened underground. Not only humans were fleeing, but Zergs were also fleeing. After Jiang Jun killed a mid-level Zerg, she turned around and saw Lu Wang in danger. Without thinking, she quickly pushed Lu Wang to the side. She could have avoided the attack, but because a low-level Zerg suddenly appeared on the other side, and she was unable to react in time, the sickle of the mid-level Zerg pierced her shoulder blade, and a sharp pain made her fall to the ground. Lu Wang was pushed down, and when he turned around, he saw Jiang Jun in danger. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sister Peng, be careful behind you." Jiang Jun turned her wrist and cut off the front legs of the mid-level Zerg. She endured the severe pain and turned over to avoid the steel slab that was about to collapse. Lu Wang wanted to go forward and pull people back, but the collapsed steel bars not only blocked the Zerg, but also trapped Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun stared at the intermediate Zerg surrounding below with vigilance, and shouted to Lu Wang, who was trying to rescue him on the other side, "Don't worry about me. Run out quickly. Song Ming, take Lu Wang and run." Lu Wang, "No. Dig Sister Peng out." Song Ming saw that Lu Wang was determined to stay here, and looked at the shaky passage again. He raised his hand and knocked him out, and ran out with Lu Wang on his back. Before leaving, he shouted inside, "We are leaving. Be careful." He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and strode towards the fleeing crowd in front. Jiang Jun stared at the Zerg below. She had no feeling of being abandoned. She was seriously injured and blocked by steel and mud. It was not worth saving her. Not to mention that there were countless Zergs waiting for her. If Songming was trapped, she would not hesitate to take Lu Wen away. Jiang Jun's left shoulder blade was pierced. The pain was accompanied by the beating of her heart. Sweat on her forehead dripped down her hair to the ground. The heavy breathing was very clear in the narrow passage. She didn't know why the Zerg didn't take the opportunity to end her life, but kept staring at her. She had already thought that if the Zerg attacked again, she would escape to the store and come out after healing her wounds. There would always be a way to escape by then. Now the strange Zerg made her heart full of doubts. So Jiang Yun decided to wait and see what these Zergs wanted to do. The Zergs besieging her did not attack. They picked up her collar with their sharp teeth and took her underground. As they went deeper, Jiang Yun's heart was beating. She had thought that there were many intermediate Zergs, but she never thought that the 9th and 10th floors underground were all high-level Zergs. She asked herself if she had the strength. But if she wanted to escape from so many high-level Zergs, it was nothing but a fantasy. She began to doubt whether her plan was reasonable, or she could escape now. Before Jiang Jun had time to think about the feasibility of this plan, she was shocked by the huge insect nest in the basement. Countless high-level Zergs were guarding the corridor on the 10 underground floors. Through the glass, she could see a huge round object made of white woven material in the center. Through the white gaps, she could see a red transparent film, as if something was about to grow out from the inside. Jiang Jun didn't expect to see Guang Xuanyang again. The high-level Zerg took her to the observation room, which was not only Guang Xuanyang, but also Jin Qian, He Mi and others. Looking at the people trapped here, she really didn't expect to meet in this place. Jiang Jun couldn't help showing a surprised expression, and the others were a little embarrassed. They originally thought they could win, but no one expected that there were so many high-level Zergs underground. They couldn't beat the high-level Zergs, and were locked up here. He Mi had a little friendship with Jiang Jun, seeing that she was seriously injured. He hurried forward to check, took out medicine from his backpack, and wanted to stop her bleeding. Qiu Hong frowned. It's useless to save such a serious injury. In the end, it's just a waste of medicine. Now we are trapped here, and this kind of thing should be used sparingly. He Mi paused, but didn't stop. He simply bandaged Jiang Jun's wound and placed her in a corner. Jiang Jun forced a smile and thanked He Mi. Thank you. I will pay you double when we get out. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Qiu Hong sneered. I don't know if I can get out yet. And you are just bragging. Jiang Jun heard the other party picking on him for no reason. And no matter how good his temper was, he couldn't help it. His eyes, which were already unhappy because of the pain, immediately swept to Qiu Hong. And he kept saying, Miss He, why do I think your teammate has reached menopause? This person can't be idle. Even if there are Zergs to support him, he will still support him. You are sick. Isn't this young lady sick? Qiu Hong said angrily. You? Qiu Hong. Stop talking. Jin Qian frowned and looked at Qiu Hong, not knowing why she was picking on him. He turned to Jiang Jun apologetically. Miss Peng? I'm so sorry. He paused for a moment and said, Miss Peng, can you tell us what happened up there? How did you get caught here? Others also pricked up their ears to listen. Jiang Jun didn't want to hide it, so he told the situation clearly. Jiang Jun asked, Didn't you feel the earthquake? Jin Qian shook his head. They had been locked up inside, and had not felt the ground shaking, but they were aware of the monster's roar. He Mi explained. The high-level Zerg would select people from among us as food every few days, and give them to the ovaries. Last time a man was taken away, screams occurred soon after, and the high-level Zerg guarding him became restless at the same time, and it continued until you came. In this way, the Zerg seemed to have a plan to raise humans as food, which was a bit dangerous. Jiang Jun then learned about the current situation underground from them. She found that they had been trapped here since they came down, and they could not provide any useful information. Seeing He Mi's embarrassed expression, she wisely chose not to ask any more questions. Jiang Jun glanced at a special person, and the topic suddenly changed. She casually asked, I wonder if Captain Guang's energy pills have been found? Jin Qian and others realized that Guang Xianyang, whom Commander Wang mentioned, was also here, and they all turned their heads in the direction Jiang Jun was looking. Guang Xuanyang looked at Jiang Jun with a droopy face, looking at him with a displeased face. If he could find someone who was still trapped here, this woman was really talking about something that was not related to the topic. He said in a bad tone, Old woman, what does it have to do with you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Jiang Jun did not give in and said, "It seems that this ambitious, brave, and resourceful man, Captain Guang, who is still trapped here, has decided to accept the punishment of fate. Next time, let the high-level Zerg take him away, and let us see his ambition." Guang Xuanyang glared at Jiang Jun, wanting to kill him. Jiang Jun's appearance of hiding behind He Mi and pretending to be powerful made him grit his teeth, but he could do nothing. If it was just Jiang Jun, he might be able to teach him a lesson. Now Jiang Jun has obviously found a backer, hiding behind He Mi. The heroine, there is no way he can find fault with the heroine, so he had to bite his teeth and swallow it. Under the warning eyes of the crowd, he was forced to speak up. The energy pill was broken during transportation, and has been absorbed by the Zerg in the ovaries. Chapter 52. Jin Qian was surprised and asked, "What?" Guang Xuanyang was unwilling to reveal the reason because the energy agent that was originally within his reach was messed up by that unknown loser, and in the end, he got nothing and was forced to be trapped here. At that time, he was hit by the loser, and the energy agent in his hand fell to the ground, and soon began to evaporate, and all the volatile water vapor rushed to the strange insect nest in the center, and he was caught by the Zerg without noticing, and he fell to this point. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, he might have been able to hide behind the male and female protagonists, and escaped from the cage smoothly. Now all his plans were messed up by Jiang Jun, and Guang Xuanyang disliked Jiang Jun more and more, and he wanted to devour his flesh and blood. Jin Qian questioned, "Where are Dr. Lu's people?" Guang Xianyang's eyes flickered, and he did not dare to look at Jin Qian. "Dr. Lu died during the retreat, and we failed to save him." After hearing this, not only did Jin Qian glare at Guang Xianyang, but Quan Feng and other taskers were also furious at Guang Xianyang's behavior. It would be fine if he lost the energy agent. As long as he protected Dr. Lu's safety, he would be able to make the energy agent again sooner or later. And this idiot not only smashed the energy agent, but also failed to save the doctor, which was extremely stupid. No wonder after they came in, Guang Xuanyang hid in the corner without saying a word. It turned out that there was such a big secret. Jin Qian suppressed his anger and asked, "Where did you get the energy agent?" Guang Xuanyang, "Dr. Lu said he put it in the office. We followed him to the office to get it." Jin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. What you got was just the inventory. The actual location of the energy agent is not in Dr. Lu's office. We still have a chance to find the energy agent. Because of Guang Xuanyang's interference, they planned to advance the escape plan to prevent mutations, which would cause the energy agent to fall into the hands of the Zerg. Jiang Jun was seriously injured and dying. She was not well received by Qiu Hong and other taskers. In their minds, Jiang Jun was a burden that held them back. They almost avoided her, and the action plan had nothing to do with her. He Mi occasionally came to help change the dressing. She wanted to comfort her, but didn't know where to start. After struggling for a long time, she just said, "You take good care of your injuries." Jiang Jun said with a smile, "It's okay. Don't worry about me. I just want to be quiet." He Mi saw that her expression was not fake, and he was relieved. To be honest, she didn't know the situation in the laboratory in her previous life, and she had never heard of the energy agent in the previous life base. She guessed that the energy agent in her previous life was not found, so she was hesitant about this action before leaving. He Mi actually mentioned it to Jin Qian in a veiled way, but he insisted on going to the research area to find energy agents. So she had to follow him. She had enough food in her space, but not enough weapons. Moreover, she could not easily expose her space. She was trapped here now, and had no other choice. Jiang Jun was someone she was willing to make friends with. They had not been together for a long time, but his behavior and style of doing things were very much to her liking. She did not want to see her die in the Zerg's nest. This observation room has one room and one bathroom. The space inside is very narrow. The 10 people of the Jin Qian team plus the 5 people led by Guang Xuanyang. So many people stay in the same room, the air inside is a bit suffocating. Jiang Jun slept in the corner without any influence. She took advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention to stuff an anti-inflammatory pill into her mouth, and ate a few biscuits soaked in water by the cook, and then her stomach felt better. Although they avoided her, the total room was only 30 square meters, and no matter how far away they were, she could still hear a little. They decided to act tomorrow when the Zerg fed them. But Jiang Jun didn't know how to act. In order to save energy for tomorrow, Jiang Jun took a nap when no one was paying attention, and ignored Guang Xianyang and others who were watching from behind. The next day, there was a rustling sound outside the observation room. and the special language of the Zerg sounded. There should be a handover outside. Jiang Jun opened her clear eyes after the sound came out. She propped herself up and stood up. Himi came forward to help her. She was cut on the side of her abdomen and had difficulty moving. But she didn't refuse the other party's help. With a click, the door opened. A large high-level insect race stood at the door. Its cold compound eyes scanned the humans in the room, trying to pick out the king's favorite food. Strong men, petite women, and disabled people. None of them were suitable for the king. Its red wings crawled on its back and trembled impatiently. The king insect must have sufficient nutrition during its growth period. None of these humans were qualified to be the king insect's food. Its antennae shook left and right, obviously receiving the news. Soon it focused its attention on Jin Qian and Himi. Everyone in the room didn't know why the high-level Zerg had been silent for a long time. Xiao Hong, Quan Feng and others saw the high-level Zerg sight cast on Jin Qian and the other person. Their faces suddenly changed. The male and female protagonists must not be selected. Losing the small world of the male and female protagonists would not only fail the mission, but also cause great losses to the taskers inside. Quan Feng took a step forward. His action attracted the attention of the high-level Zerg. As its tentacles swayed slightly, it made a special cry. The high-level Zerg's sharp claws grabbed the person out. Quan Feng groaned, and the clothes on his back were torn and bleeding. It was obviously torn by the Zerg. After catching a person, the high-level Zerg did not leave. Its sight swept back and forth among all the taskers, and its eyes were fixed on Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's face changed drastically. She had never thought of becoming food in the mouth of the Zerg. When the high-level Zerg approached, a talisman appeared out of thin air in her hand. She dodged the insect claws sideways, and quickly attached the talisman in her hand to the high-level Zerg. The next second, the high-level Zerg turned into ashes in an instant, and disappeared without a sound. Jin Qian was holding a spear, and was about to shoot when he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Himi was the same. She looked at Xiao Hong in doubt. Did she also have space? Guangshuan Yang looked at the talisman with envy. The expensive talisman in the mall was used on the high-level Zerg. She was worthy of being a high-level tasker. A ray of light flashed across Quan Feng's body, and his wounds began to heal. He stood up and accused, "We had a good plan. How could you go back on your word? Xiao Hongqi, I'm not like you. You are willing to be the food of the Zerg. But I am not." Yu Feihong said impatiently, "Stop arguing. There are still many high-level Zerg outside. Get rid of them quickly. You can argue as long as you want." Jin Qian looked at the weapons that appeared out of thin air from his teammates in disbelief. For a moment, he doubted his life. He said vigilantly, "Who are you? How can you take out items out of thin air?" Jin Qian is the male protagonist, and everyone can't really ignore him. Quan Feng smiled and answered, "It doesn't matter who we are. You just need to follow us. You will definitely get out. But first you have to tell us the location of the energy potion." Jin Qian glared and said, "Your target is the energy potion?" Xiao Hong sneered, "We don't want such a low-quality energy potion." Quan Feng shook his head and explained, "Don't worry. We don't want the energy potion. You just need to tell us the location of the energy potion, and the energy potion will still be yours after you get out." Jin Qian was silent for a moment, and looked up at his teammates, who had been with him day and night. There were so many people lurking around him, and he was unaware of it from beginning to end. He really overestimated himself. Jin Qian told Quan Feng and the others the location of the energy pills. And then he and Himi stood aside and watched silently. He saw that Himi was in the same situation as him, and they didn't expect that their former teammates would change so suddenly. Quan Feng and Xiao Hong stayed here to guard, and the others quickly dealt with the high-level Zerg outside. The teammates behind Guang Xianan looked at each other for a few times, and finally a man in black stood up. Under the gaze of Xiao Hong and Quan Feng, he explained their origins with cold sweat. "You are all taskers?" Quan Feng raised his eyebrows. "Taskers can do such stupid things." Feng Ho rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, "Yes, we are of low level, we are not as strong as the big guys. Before, it was Guang Xianyang who instigated us, so we thought of taking the initiative. Now that the big guys are leading us, you think, can we help out?" Quan Feng looked at Guang Xianyang and Feng Ho and others with some disdain, and said, "Aren't we going to help? Go and move all the insect corpses outside." Feng Ho and others nodded and ran out in a hurry. Guang Xianyang also followed behind with a wry smile, without the arrogance of the past. Jiang Jun leaned against the cold wall, silently watching their movements. Yu Feihong and the others no longer concealed themselves and took out their weapons. The system was very reliable, and they eliminated the high-level Zerg with a wave of their hands. The Zerg guards in front of the door were all eliminated, and Jiang Jun and the others were driven out by Qiu Hong. Her attitude was very bad, pushing Jiang Jun, causing her almost healed wound to break again. He cast a worried look at her, and Jiang Jun shook his head slightly. Hurry up and go faster. Why are you dawdling? Qiu Hong said coldly, and glanced at Jiang Jun with dissatisfaction. Seeing her silently enduring, she suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Jiang Jun followed Jin Qian and Himi closely, not daring to leave the team. Just after passing a checkpoint, the oncoming high-level Zerg made everyone's steps slow down. There are too many high-level Zerg, and there are not many talismans left. We must act quickly. Quan Feng's eyes were obviously very anxious. There were too many high-level Zerg. Not only did they have to stay alert to face the sudden Zerg, but they also had to split their attention to protect the hero and heroine. It was really too much. Shi Zhuangya had not spoken all the time. At this time, her face was also a little anxious. If she had known earlier, she would not have accepted this task. What if some points were deducted? It was better than being trapped in this dark basement. She leaned close to Quan Feng's ear and whispered, "The male and female protagonists stay to ensure the operation of the small world. And the rest of you?" Quan Feng looked at her in surprise. Shi Zhuangya lowered her eyes to hide her emotions. This is also a solution. Keeping these burdens all the time. They can't help much except being a drag. Jiang Jun followed behind and saw Quan Feng and the other man looking at this side. She suddenly felt uneasy. She was injured and was the biggest burden in the whole team. She had suffered Qiu Hong's cold eyes on a daily basis. Now she was being looked up and down by Quan Feng. It seemed that something was wrong. When passing the next passage, there were more and more high-level Zergs. The news of their escape should have been known to these Zergs. The road ahead would be extremely difficult. It was time to make a decision. Quan Feng looked at the figures of the people behind him and hardened his heart. When the high-level Zergs pounced on him, Jiang Jun quickly retreated. On the other side, Feng Ho and others who were trying to fish in troubled waters seemed to have not reacted yet, and were covered by the high-level Zergs on the side. The next second, blood burst out like a fountain and sprinkled on the white wall. The survivors ran around in panic. A hint of red oozed out of Jiang Jun's simply bandaged wound. She held the knife handle tightly and slashed at the Zerg again and again, but did not cause any damage. Unlike Quan Feng and others, she did not have the spell to deal with the high-level Zerg. Her strength was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree in front of these Zerg. She was overestimating herself. When Quan Feng and others disappeared, and the remaining people became food for the high-level Zerg, Jiang Jun saw that she was no match for them, and made a quick decision to suddenly disappear from the spot. The high-level Zerg that were besieging her shook their tentacles, as if they did not understand why the humans who were there just now disappeared all of a sudden. Inside the shop, Jiang Jun flashed into the bedroom, breathing heavily, chest rising and falling. The cloth of the wound had already seeped through. She forced herself to change the bandage. There were more than a dozen wounds of varying sizes on her body. Even her back was cut by the sharp Zerg. The stinging pain made her brain particularly clear. Seeing that the medicine was not for her back, she called the cook over. By the time she had treated the wound, she didn't know how much time had passed. The brain, like a taut bowstring, finally relaxed, and the fatigue of the body also showed. She hadn't had a good sleep in the past few days. Now that she was back in a safe place, she had to rest for a while. Chapter 53. The location of the store is not secret, but because there are Zergs all around, it is difficult for humans to find this area, so the business is not very good, but there are also regular customers. Lu Kang is one of them. It is a coincidence that there are few survivors in the new city area. Most of them have fled to the base outside the city. He stayed here because he did not want to be controlled by the base, so he found a rooftop to hide, and occasionally went out to find food. The advantage of having many Zergs is that there are a lot of leftover food around, moldy flour, rice bags crawling with green manure worms, and occasionally, if you are lucky, you can find a bag of instant noodles, which is a good life. During the day, most insects don't like to go out. He slid down the wall quietly along the homemade rope. It is inevitable to meet the same kind in the process of looking for food. At this time, they are alert to each other and move slowly. Basically, nothing happens. As a human, it is always better to do less trouble than more. As long as you don't steal my food, I don't want to argue. If you meet a vicious person, don't be afraid. Hand over the food you find. If you say you don't have it, then you have to pray for your own good fortune. People are very evil, but they can do anything. Lu Kang dodged 3 or 4 people, and then shuttled through the alley along the cracks in the wall, turning left and right, and guarding against the sudden appearance of the Zerg. The journey was relatively smooth. When he saw a board propped up in the cracks in the wall, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that this shop was hidden, how could it be found if it was hidden in this crack in the wall? If he hadn't fought with the Zerg by chance, and fell through the gap, and saved his life, he might not have found it. He was no longer afraid when he arrived at the vicinity of the shop. He had come several times, but didn't see the Zerg appear, so he guessed that the area around the shop should be safe, which made him think about it. If we move here, safety should be guaranteed. Thinking of this, he shook his head again. This shop is very strange. It appears and disappears from time to time. It is better to stay in your own doghouse. There are not many Zergs to disturb you. The gap in the wall can accommodate about 1 person. Lu Kang hurried to the window. There was a woman standing in the window. Her face was cold, and her words were cold. But she didn't care at all. He greeted her and said skillfully, "Boss, give me 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 vegetarian bun, 5 packs of instant noodles, and a bottle of mineral water." This shop usually only accepts gold, silver, and jewelry. Lu Kang handed the jade he found recently to the cook at the counter. In a short while, the cook put the compressed biscuits and other food in a basket and handed it to him. Lu Kang counted everything and stood there quietly. As expected, the boss said stiffly, "Your jade can also be used to buy items. Is there anything else you need?" He valued this store the most because of this. He insisted that both parties exchanged items at equal value. He hurriedly asked for a few more items and finally spent the jade. He hid the food under his feet, chest, and pants. After stuffing it in, he looked around carefully. Before he left, he saw that the boss had actually started to close the door. It was not even dark yet. Why was he so anxious? He did not dare to ask more questions, fearing that this store would be gone in the future. Food was expensive now. He was lucky to be able to exchange supplies with jade, which everyone despised in the Doomsday. Lu Kang walked out along the crack in the wall. Before he reached the end, a young man came towards him. He had fluffy hair and was dirty. His eyes were alert like a wolf when he saw Lu Kang. Neither of them seemed to have expected to run into anyone. They stood there, alert to each other, and did not dare to make any moves. Lu Kang slowly moved back and said in a voice that the other party could hear, "The store is closed." The young man was stunned at first, and seemed not to have expected this. He clenched the gold nugget in his hand in a depressed mood. He did not expect to be late. He would have kept his business a secret earlier. The delay would not last long for the supplies he stored. While the other party was stunned, Lu Kang quickly climbed up in another direction, and finally ran away after turning several alleys. He avoided the Zerg and the forager, skillfully threw the rope to climb, and after reaching the rooftop, he took the rope back, and finally hid in the house and took deep breaths. Although he had expected to meet other people, the scene was definitely not so unexpected. In this way, if his identity was leaked, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. He just hoped that the other party was a lone wolf like him. Otherwise, Lu Kang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. No one who can survive to this day is easy to mess with. At worst, they will perish together. Jiang Jun slept for a day and a night, and knew nothing about what happened outside the store. She was seriously injured, and could only rest and recuperate during this period. She had eaten dry food for a long time. Now that she finally returned to the store, she had to eat as much as she wanted. In order to take care of her stomach and injuries, she first ate some food on the list, and then drank the stored pork rib soup, mutton soup, and other nourishing foods. The taste was very delicious, and she felt like she was alive again. During the rest period, she checked the business of the store. It might be because she didn't care about it. The business of the store was not very good. The geographical location was very remote, and there were few people. The business situation was terrible. Jiang Jun glanced at the environment in the store and the supplies in the warehouse. After this encounter with the Zerg, she always felt a fear of insufficient supplies. It would be great if it could be turned into a supermarket. Xiao Bai, who had not appeared in the store for a long time, suddenly said, "Upgrade the store? I can upgrade the store to a supermarket." Jiang Jun was frightened by its voice. After a long while, he said, "Where have you been during this time?" Xiaobai spoke fluently. "It takes time to absorb energy. I am awake for a small part of the time. Otherwise, who organizes the large and small supplies in this store?" Its voice seemed very proud. It talked about the well-organized shelves and warehouses in the store with a slightly boastful mood. "This is all my credit. Are you still counting on that rigid cooking robot?" Jiang Jun was at a loss for words, and praised, "Luckily you are here, otherwise the store would be in chaos." Xiaobai floated in the air proudly, and tempted, "Don't you consider upgrading? I can expand the store into a supermarket. Don't miss it if you pass by." Jiang Jun was a little tempted, but he didn't dare to upgrade easily, so he asked, "If it becomes a supermarket, how many points do you need?" 30,000 points. Xiaobai whispered. 30,000? Are you sure it's not robbery? Jiang Jun has a total of 70,000 points. 30,000 points is not much. But it's not a small amount either. Seeing her shaking her head without hesitation, Xiaobai hurriedly said, "If you think it's too much, I can give you a discount." Jiang Jun raised her eyebrows. Under her gaze, Xiaobai said shyly, 20,000 points, plus 600 snow crystals. This price? She could barely accept it, so she said, "Sure, but if it's an upgrade, do I need to make room?" Xiaobai shook the light ball and said proudly, "It's just upgrading the store and warehouse. It won't take too long. You just need to stay in the bedroom for a while. It will be done in about an hour." Jiang Jun looked at Xiaobai suspiciously. He hadn't spoken a while ago, but now he has changed so much. Could this kid have secretly absorbed a lot of energy? After Xiaobai felt her gaze, he flattered her, "Host, shall we start now?" Jiang Jun nodded. Countless stars overflowed from her body, and her points turned into streams of light and flew into the store. Just as she wanted to check further, she suddenly saw a flash in front of her eyes, and she was transferred to the bedroom. With nothing to do, she began to tidy up her bedroom. After a long time, the room was already a mess. After Xiaobai's upgrade, her room was already tidy. A light flashed in the bedroom, and when Xiaobai appeared again, his appearance had changed a lot. His body turned into a little man floating in the air, and his boyish face was extremely delicate. He turned around Jiang Jun several times with a proud face, as if showing off his appearance. Jiang Jun praised, "Not bad. It has grown a lot." Xiaobai raised his chin and said, "That's right. I will take you to see the upgraded store now. It will definitely surprise you." Jiang Jun was amazed as soon as he entered the store. The entire supermarket covers an area of 2,000 square meters. The expanded area has not yet been put into the shelves. It seems that there is no end when you look up. Xiaobai pointed to the area in front and said excitedly, "As long as the shelves are placed and the items are arranged, it will be like a supermarket for you humans. I have also upgraded the area of the warehouse by more than 3 times, with more than 30,000 cubic meters of space." Jiang Jun thought, "Don't worry about the shelves in advance. If I return to reality, I can't just turn a small store into a supermarket. It will definitely arouse other people's suspicion." Xiaobai waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "I thought of it a long time ago. Look." Xiaobai waved his hand, and the entire supermarket turned into the original store of more than 70 square meters again. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a supermarket again. Jiang Jun had never thought that the store could be transformed back and forth, which would be much more convenient. She clicked on the data panel, and the information of the store also changed a lot. Name, Jiang Store Level, LV30 Owner, Jiang Jun Area, 3,500 square meters, 30,000 cubic meters of warehouse. Function Introduction 1. Time Control, Upgraded Version. The flow of time in the room can be controlled by yourself. Function Introduction 2. Sufficient water and electricity. Energy activation is required. Function Introduction 3. Cook Upgrade Employee. Monthly payment is required. Function Introduction 4. Instant Transfer. Consume energy, and you can transfer the store. Function Introduction 5. Customer Invitation. Customers can be invited to enter the store to shop. Function Introduction 6. Rule Making. Supermarkets need to set rules for customers. Function Introduction 7. Wholesale Market. Excellent supermarkets generally need affordable wholesalers. Jiang Jun looked at the newly added functions and asked, "Can I also invite people in?" Xiaobai nodded vigorously and said, "Of course. Our Zhang shop also needs to be operated, and customers are indispensable to running a shop. In the past, The small window restricted the operation of the shop. Now that I have absorbed a lot of energy, the shop has been upgraded and will no longer be restricted by the Doomsday system. The later upgrade of the shop is related to the turnover of the shop. Therefore, the host needs to invite customers to consume in the store to promote customer consumption. Only in this way can the shop enter the next upgrade. Jiang Jun nodded. Her turnover in the previous worlds was not bad. It was mainly because she had a lot of transactions with the governments of various worlds. In this world, because of her, the shop had less contact with the outside world, and the turnover also decreased accordingly. She clicked on the wholesale market again, and found that this function was connected to the real world. She could buy supplies through this market without having to purchase them in person. This would not only make it easier to purchase goods, but also would not attract the attention of the government in the real world. In this way, she would no longer have to worry about shortages. She had to plan the area of more than 3,000 square meters well to improve the utilization rate of the area. Jiang Jun touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, Xiaobai, you put out the shelves stored in the warehouse, and then divide them according to the specifications of the supermarket. The entire supermarket was divided into 7 areas, each of which was 500 square meters. The areas were daily necessities area, food area, meat area, clothing area, finished product area, hardware area, and snack area. Daily necessities area, washing supplies, soap, shampoos, etc., and household items, bedding, sheets, pillows, etc. Food area, which is divided into snack area, grain area, vegetable area, fruit area. Jiang Jun bought a fruit and vegetable display cabinet at the wholesale market. At a glance, it is much neater. Meat area, also divided into fresh food area and frozen area. Chicken, mutton, seafood, crabs, oysters are all neatly arranged. Clothing area, there are all kinds of clothing for spring, summer, autumn and winter, not to mention long-sleeved and long trousers, and all kinds of cotton-padded jackets, down jackets and cold-resistant clothing. Finished product area, there are breakfast, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, etc., and dishes from 8 major cuisines such as Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, and Hunan cuisine, a total of 400 or 500 different famous dishes. All of these are made by the cook. She tasted a few bites, and they tasted good. Hardware area, wires and cables, sockets, electric drills and screws, and other common metal parts in hardware stores. There are also some electrical appliances, solar panels, electric fans, generators, and other appliances. Pharmaceutical area, bandages, band-aids, alcohol disinfectant, antipyretics, inflammatory drugs and other common over-the-counter drugs, other antihypertensive drugs, insulin and other prescription drugs, and oxygen cylinders, oxygen bags, surgical tool knives, first aid kits, etc., that she collected from various hospitals in the past. After the whole supermarket was set up, she looked at the upgraded cook. She was wearing a blue work suit, with Zhang Store written on the back of the suit and a nameplate on her chest, which read 001. She changed it and named her Lingy, which made her look more like a clerk. If Lingy was the only robot in the whole store, would it be a bit of a waste of employees? Jiang Jun realized that she might have become an evil capitalist. Fortunately, Lingy was a robot. Otherwise, according to her use, she would have to rebel sooner or later. In order to make up for her, Jiang Jun planned to increase her salary by half on the basis of the original remuneration. After the whole store was arranged, the question was how to operate it. She planned to use the invitation letter for trial operation, to see how it worked first, and then decide to expand the number of customers again. Jiang Jun wrote 5 tickets, and then asked Xiaobai to send them out at will. It depends on luck who gets these invitations. Chapter 54. In the narrow alley, there was a figure trying to crawl away. His abdomen was bleeding. Simple bandages could not stop the bleeding. Zhang's shop was closed for some reason. In order to find food, he had to venture to the city center. There were still a lot of supplies in the supermarkets and residential areas in the city center, but there were not only intermediate zergs hidden inside, but also countless strong men ambushing in the dark, robbing the lone wolf. Lu Kang was one of the robbed people, and he was careless for a while, and did not pay attention to the surroundings, so he fell into the ambush. He originally wanted to settle the matter peacefully, and voluntarily handed over all his supplies. He did not expect the other party to be so ruthless. He had to fight back desperately, and killed the robbers, but he was seriously injured. He held on to his breath and finally returned to his shabby house before dark. Looking at the wound on his abdomen, his eyes were full of despair. He only had 2 anti-inflammatory pills. And how long could these 2 pills last? When Lukong lay on the wet bedding in despair, the green manure worms and red nematodes on his body moved around the house, gnawing at the bedboards and wardrobes he had carefully purchased. A light flashed before his eyes, which was particularly dazzling in the pitch-black room. He squinted and looked. When the light faded, a small card slowly fell. Lukong supported himself, reached out to take the card, and then went to find the long-abandoned flashlight in the dark. The battery in the flashlight was about to run out, and he finally saw the words written on it with a weak light. John Store Ticket. Our store will hold an opening ceremony in 3 days. We sincerely invite you to come and buy the goods you need. Bring your gold, silver, jade, or Zerg crystal core to buy goods. Our store's statement. 1. You are not allowed to rob others of their goods in the store. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be included in the store's blacklist. 2. Our store only accepts the common currencies marked above, and no other currencies are accepted. 3. Our store does not allow bargaining for clearly marked prices, and no credit is allowed. 4. The final right of interpretation of our store belongs to Zhang Store. Lukong opened his eyes wide and looked at the card in his hand, confirming that he was not mistaken, and it was actually the entrance ticket to Zhang Store. He looked at the gold and silver jewelry hidden beside him, and clenched the card in his hand. He thought he could survive. As long as he could hold on for 3 days, he would definitely survive. The other entrance ticket went into the pocket of a child. The child stayed in a room less than 10 square meters. Her cheeks were sunken due to hunger, and her whole body was skinny. She sat obediently in the small room in the house, waiting for her parents to come back from outside. Feng Xiaofeng felt as if there was something in her pocket. She took out a card and read it carefully. She was about 10 years old. Although she could read, she didn't know what it meant. After finishing her work in the safe zone, Feng's father and mother received 2 insect cakes and a bottle of water from the supervisor, and then rushed home with tired faces. They still had a child to take care of, and they had to feed the child first. Even if adults were hungry for a few meals, it was okay. But the child couldn't. When the 2 came back, they saw their daughter holding a card in her hand, flipping through it again and again. Seeing this, Father Feng smiled and said, "Xifeng, come and eat. Stop playing with the paper in your hand." Feng Xiaofeng jumped off the bed and said excitedly, "Dad, this card suddenly appeared in my pocket. Come and help me see what this card means." Mother Feng took off her dirty work clothes, gathered her hair, squatted down and picked up Feng Xiaofeng and said, "Come, show it to Mom, and let your dad take you to eat first." Mother Feng handed the child to Father Feng, flipped the card in her hand back and forth, and said solemnly, "Old Feng, come and take a look at this card." Father Feng looked at her with a puzzled look on his face, not knowing what was so good about a card. Feng Xiaofeng bit the worm cake and said incoherently, "Mom, this is my card. What is your John store? Is it a store that sells food? Now there is not enough food. Why does she still sell it out?" Feng's father took the card from Feng's mother, looked at the John store entrance ticket on it, and then looked down. His face became more and more solemn. He and Feng's mother looked at each other, and turned their eyes to their daughter. "Xiafeng, where did you get this card?" They asked their daughter several times, and the answer they got was that it suddenly appeared in her pocket. When Father and Mother Feng saw the ticket, they were not happy. The first thing they thought of was that their daughter was still so young. If she really went to Zhang's shop in 3 days, would her safety be guaranteed? They looked at their daughter chewing the insect cake carefully, and they couldn't help but feel sad. In the forest with undulating mountains, 2 figures shuttled through it. They were agile and hid from many insects by the trees. There was a huge rock under a hillside. The 2 looked around vigilantly, then moved the rock away and went inside. After entering the cave, they walked about 100 meters and came out of the cave. Before they could relax, a flash of light suddenly flashed before their eyes and headed straight for them. Yuan quickly grasped his knife and swung it towards the light. A crisp ding sound was heard, and the shining object fell on the ground. Yuan Ming said anxiously, "Brother, are you okay?" Yuan shook his head. The 2 turned their heads and stared at the card on the ground warily. They vaguely saw the words Zhang Store admission ticket written on it. Someone ran over with a spear not far away. "Team Yuan, you are back." The people who were farming in the mountain, after hearing the noise, put down their hoes, looked up, and saw Team Yuan coming back safely. They immediately rushed over here with smiles on their faces. Yuan saw this and quickly picked up the card on the ground and put it in his pocket. There were nearly 100 people living in this area surrounded by mountains, most of whom were nearby villagers. When the Doomsday came, he took his family and friends out for an outing. But they didn't expect red nematodes to fall from the sky. Fortunately, they were rescued by nearby villagers, and they were all safe. He and his brother were veterans, and there were many teammates around them. So when the Zerg came, they quickly led the villagers to hide in the mountains and barely survived by growing food. However, the number of insecticides was decreasing day by day, and the number of red nematodes around them was increasing. Most of the crops were destroyed by them. In order to find a solution, they took the risk to find insecticides and disinfectants. But the harvest was not very good. Seeing that the two still had no harvest, the village chief was worried. But he still held up his spirits and comforted them. If you don't find it, you don't find it. Have a good rest these days. Don't run out again. The insects outside are very powerful. Don't run out just because you are strong. What if you encounter an accident? Other villagers took the packages, and some people stuffed a few pieces of dry food into the hands of the two brothers Yuan. Eat some quickly. Fill your stomach. You have worked hard all the way. The two brothers Yuan took the food stuffed by the villagers with a smile. Now the food in each family is not enough. But each family still maintains a tacit understanding. When they come back from outside, they stuff some food into their hands, regardless of what kind of food. Beans and wild vegetables. After getting rid of the villagers, the two went to their teammates' cave and distributed the food in their hands to them. Chingu sighed. Was it given by the villagers again? Yuan nodded and looked inside. How is Zheng? Chingu frowned and said, Zheng has been having a low fever recently. I'm afraid he is infected. But we have run out of anti-inflammatory drugs. Yuan touched the card in his pocket. He had already seen it when he came here, but he didn't know how to make a decision. Yuan called his teammates to the middle of the cave, and they formed a circle. He took out the Zhang store entry ticket and showed it to his teammates. He said calmly, I am going to go. If I have an accident, I will ask you to help me take care of my family. Yuan Ming said anxiously, Brother, what are you talking about? In addition to the unconscious Zheng, Chingu and Lu Qing looked at the ticket. If it is real, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity. Chingu, you don't need to tell Captain Yuan. We will also help you take care of your family. But how much of the gold, silver and crystal core written on it do you have? Lu Qing stood up and walked into the cave. After a while, he took out a gold lock and handed it to Yuan. Captain Yuan, take this. Yuan did not refuse and reached out to take the gold and silver given by the two. If the store is real, it would be best if I could buy more. The other two tickets flew to the north. After beating up the offenders, the base inspectors looted a lot of supplies from many vendors. He opened a pack of ham, chewed it a few times, and spat it out. Damn, it's expired again. It tastes terrible. He stuffed the bitten ham into his pocket, turned around and walked into the dark alley, and met several women and men, who were wearing cheap perfume and looked at him expectantly. The inspector scanned them critically, and finally chose a woman with some meat on her body. After finishing, he threw the sausage in his pocket under the bed, and looked at the woman, who was eating voraciously with disdain. He touched the card in his pocket with a frown, which said something like an entry ticket. What the hell was this? He turned to the woman and said sternly, Did you put it in your pocket? The woman shook her head repeatedly, and he glared at her fiercely, reached out to grab the sausage, and stepped on it a few times. And then he left in anger. The inspector took the card in his hand, looked at the words purchase and goods written on it, and sneered, What a rubbish. A store? It's the end of the world, and they are still cheating. He wanted to throw it away, but somehow he stuffed it into his pocket. The inspector shook his head, turned around and went to other vendors, and got a lot of benefits wherever he went. Wu Wan was originally the mayor of M City, and was supposed to be the head of the base when the base was established. But he was replaced by Wu Xiao, who was parachuted in. He couldn't bear this breath, so he turned around and led his men to build another force in the base, often opposing Wu Xiao. In the past few days, due to the problem of supplies, they had a conflict with Wu Xiao's forces, and their brothers were seriously injured. When Wu Wan thought of the other party's cold face, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Wu Zhao. It's too much." He threw the documents on the table in anger, kicked over the stool, and still felt unsatisfied. After a while, he calmed down, and when he leaned over to pick up the documents, he found a card lying on the ground, which read John's store entry ticket. He picked up the card in surprise, flipped it back and forth several times, and still had no impression of this card. Is this a coupon before the end of the world? How could it appear in his office? 5 tickets floated away. As the boss, Jiang Jun was busy preparing for the store's grand opening. Since it was newly opened, there would be discounts. Some products would be discounted. I just hope it could boost the spending power of customers. Everything was ready. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of Zhang's store finally came. Chapter 55. 3 days later, Zhang's shop had been completely renovated. After Jiang Jun arranged all the goods, he sat in the back and observed the opening of the shop. Ling Yi stood at the entrance of the shop, waiting for customers to arrive. 5 beams of light flashed suddenly and disappeared in a moment. 5 people appeared in the beams of light. A little girl about 10 years old looked around in panic. The man next to her was dressed in black, and his face was also covered by the brim of his hat, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. Looking to the right, the man was carrying a travel bag, and his arm muscles were tight. He observed the environment silently. On his left and right were men in uniform and a gentleman. Where is this? The uniformed man suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar place, and he became alert. Who are you? Why am I here? The gentleman wiped his lenses methodically, ignoring the uniformed man's questioning, and turned to Ling Yi and asked, "Miss, can you tell us where this is?" Ling Yi smiled and said, "Welcome to the opening ceremony of Zhang's store. Please show us your tickets." Lu Kang immediately took out the tickets from his pocket and handed them to Ling Yi, and Feng Xiaofeng Yuan Yi saw this, and quickly took out the tickets and handed them over. Seeing no one paying attention, the inspector angrily said, "What admission ticket? How could I have one?" When he saw the familiar card that the 3 people took out, he stopped talking. He frowned and took out an admission ticket from his pocket. When Wu Wan saw the familiar admission ticket, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He had already thrown away the admission ticket as a coupon before the end of the world. Wu Wan glanced at the name on the nameplate on the chest of the woman in front of him, and said softly, "Miss Ling, my admission ticket is gone. What should I do?" Ling Yi glanced at him and reminded him, "Please open your pocket." Wu Wan took out the admission ticket from his pocket in surprise. When did this admission ticket get into his pocket? It seems that this Zhang store is probably not trivial. After Ling Yi collected the ticket, he said with a standard smile, "The goods in the store are clearly marked with prices. Please exchange your currency for points cards before entering the store to make purchases. If the points card you exchanged is not used up, the equivalent amount of currency will be refunded when you check out. The rules and regulations of the store are stated on the ticket. Please do not violate them. If you do, you will bear the consequences yourself." Lu Kang was well prepared. He took the lead in taking out 2 gold bars from his inner lining. Ling Yi scanned the gold bars. The gold bars weigh 240 grams in total. According to the 110 exchange rate, you will have 2,400 points. This is your points card. Please keep it safe. A card with Zhang's store engraved on it appeared in Lu Kang's hand. He could hardly hide the surprised expression on his face. The items could appear out of thin air. Zhang's store was indeed unusual. He made the right bet. Feng Xiaofeng only had a gold necklace in her hand, which was stuffed into her hand by Feng's mother. It weighed more than 10 grams. She had more than 100 points. Yuan Yi had a lot of gold jewelry in his hand, which was not too much, and he exchanged it for more than 1,000 points. The inspector saw that the people in front seemed to be well prepared, and they took out a lot of gold. But he had no money on him. When Ling Yi scanned it, his points card had only 0 points. The inspector stared at the people in front of him gloomily. Even if he was slow, he realized the importance of points. Wu Wan exchanged the watch on his wrist for 50 points. The watch that was worth 1,000,000 before the end of the world was only worth 50 points here, which was not as valuable as the necklace that the little girl took out, although he had a lot of gold, silver and jewelry. He couldn't take any of them out now, and he didn't know what goods this store had. Wu Wan stopped thinking, followed Ling Yi, and slowly entered the Zhang store that suddenly appeared. As soon as they entered the door, everyone paused. They were amazed by the neat and dazzling goods. The bright LED tubes hung on the ceiling, and the clean and tidy tiles reflected the light, making the whole store suddenly bright. They thought it was a small shop, but it turned out to be a huge supermarket. It seemed to have no end when they looked into the distance. Customers can go in and choose the goods. Please go to the cashier to pay after choosing. After Ling Yi finished his instructions, he turned and went into the cashier. Not far from the cashier was a table with a lot of flyers on it. The flyers showed the layout of the entire store. Lu Kong picked up the layout without hesitation and went straight to the medicine area. Yuan Yi followed him and went to the living area. Feng Xiaofeng grabbed a flyer and forgot to look around cautiously. He ran away quickly. The inspector looked at the supermarket blankly and then looked at the 0 points card in his hand. He came to such a big supermarket, but he couldn't buy anything. This was like a blow to the head. Wu Wan looked at the huge supermarket greedily. If he could have so many supplies, how could he still be afraid of Wu Zhao, the reckless man? At that time, the whole base would be in his hands. But he clearly realized that this entry ticket was not so easy to get. He only had 50 points, which was not even as good as the little girl. In this big supermarket, how many items could he buy with these points? It seems that the man in black knows a lot about this store. Otherwise, how could he be so well prepared and have thousands of points in his hand? Wu Wan glanced at the price tag here. A bag of 10 jean of grain only costs 10 points. And a jean of fruits and vegetables only costs 2 or 3 points. Compared with the outside world, the prices here are not only low but also profitable. In the last days when gold, silver and jewelry are devalued, if he uses them to buy food and then resells them, the profit makes Wu Wan eager to make a move. Wu Wan glanced at the inspector obscurely, walked to the inspector, raised his smile and said, "Brother, are you very tempted by these goods?" "To be honest, I only have 50 points," he said casually. "The two men in front have thousands of points, and even the little girl has more than 100 points. The two of us combined are not even a fraction of them." The inspector thought of the little girl just now, who had more than 100 points at a young age, and suddenly felt dissatisfied. The clerk's warning just now came to his mind, and he was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Wu Wan leaned over to his ear and whispered, "The store said that robbery is not allowed. What if the child voluntarily transfers the money to your card?" The inspector's eyes lit up at first, and then he asked in confusion, "Why are you helping me?" Wu Wan smiled. "Isn't it that I sympathize with you? If I can get more points, we can also buy more supplies." Wu Wan told him about his speculation, and the inspector was even more excited. He admired him and said, "Good boy. Why do people say that educated people are powerful? I, a peasant, can't think of this." Wu Wan waved his hand and said with a smile, "More friends mean more ways. You should hurry up. I don't know when this store will close. If you return empty-handed, it will be a big loss." After Wu Wan finished speaking, he turned around and went to other areas, preparing to go through this huge supermarket first. The inspector could not wait to run to the place where the little girl ran, preparing to use some self-torture tactics, which would definitely be a mistake for girls of this age. Lu Kong bought anti-inflammatory drugs and iodine, as well as gauze, bandages, and other tools for treating wounds. He found a corner and gritted his teeth to deal with the rotten flesh. He wrapped the bandages, looked up, and saw a man with a military green travel bag walking towards him. He quickly tightened his weapon and looked at him vigilantly. Seeing that the other party was also here to buy medicine, Lu Kong finally let down his guard. And then the two of them tacitly did not interfere with each other and went their own way. Suddenly, a childish cry of surprise rang out. It was the little girl just now. "Let me go! Don't touch me. I don't know you." Lu Kong frowned and looked at the source of the cry. The ticket had already stated that no one was allowed to fight for it. How could anyone dare to cause trouble? The man with a military green travel bag beside him ran towards the little girl as soon as he heard the sound. Lu Kong gritted his teeth and followed. In the food area, the inspector surrounded the little girl and didn't let her go out. The girl was holding 3 bottles of mineral water and a bag of rice bricks in her arms. She squatted in the corner and picked up the water bottle and threw it at the inspector. The inspector cried and said, "Little girl, please pity me and give me some points. My family has no food and is almost starving to death. You are kind-hearted, so please help me a little." Feng Xiaofeng was not a little girl who knew nothing. She cursed, "It's none of my business if you starve to death. I'm not your mother. Get out of here." Although she was protected by her parents in the safe zone, she was not an ignorant person. Food was so precious now. How could she give it to him for free? Bah! You are dreaming. The inspector froze. He didn't expect this little girl to be so aggressive. He dodged the water bottle thrown by the little girl and walked towards the little girl with his hands rubbed. The inspector smiled and said repeatedly, "Little girl, Uncle just wants you to give Uncle some points. It's not a big deal." Yuan-Yi just arrived and saw the inspector reaching out to the little girl with ill intentions. He saw the other party's purpose at a glance, and immediately unloaded the package and threw it at the inspector in anger. When Lu Kang arrived, the inspector had been beaten black and blue. Wu Wan heard the noise and shouted with evasive eyes, "Miss Ling, there is a fight here." Lu Kang glanced at Wu Wan and knew that this person must have bad intentions. Ling Yi appeared in front of the shelf. She stared at everyone and warned, "Fighting is not allowed in the store." Yuan-Yi's fist was stopped, and he could not move anymore. He glared at the inspector coldly. The inspector trembled all over and said, "Miss Ling, he was the first to hit me. You see, he beat me so badly that I was seriously injured. Should he compensate me for my loss?" Ling Yi just turned her head to look at the inspector, as if she didn't hear what he said. The smile on her face had disappeared. She was full of a domineering aura. She said coldly, "For violating the regulations of Zhang's store, customers number 4 and number 5 are now punished." Two symbols suddenly appeared on the inspector and Wu Wan. Number 4 and number 5. Wu Wan's face was stiff. He forced a smile and said, "Miss Ling, are you mistaken? Why is it me? Isn't it the one who just beat him up?" Ling Yi said without interruption. Customer number 4 threatened and molested customer number 1. And customer number 5 instigated customer number 4 to seize customer number 1's property. Now we are punishing them. The punishment is as follows: expel number 4 and number 5, and put them on the store's blacklist, and never enter the store again. Because of their malicious behavior, they will be hit by the store manager. Wu Wan found that he couldn't move. His face was full of fear. He hurriedly said, "It wasn't me. I didn't instruct him." Ling Yi clenched his fists and attacked Wu Wan and the inspector in the chest. The weight of 100 pounds immediately made the two spit blood. Seeing the two staring at her viciously, she didn't care. She waved her hand to take back the two people's cards, and the two people in front of her disappeared. She turned around and apologized. "I am very sorry for causing trouble to customers. Please continue shopping. The apology gift has been issued through the points card." Yuan-Yi and others looked at Ling Yi in doubt. They didn't expect that this female clerk had such strong power. The two people might have serious internal injuries. If they are not treated in time after leaving, their lives will be in danger. Feng Xiufeng ran to Yuan-Yi and bowed to thank him. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for helping me teach that uncle a lesson." Yuan-Yi shook his head. "It's okay. I'm afraid there is not much time now. You should go and choose your products." After that, the three of them no longer took what happened just now to heart, and turned their heads to concentrate on finding usable items. They all knew that this opportunity was rare. They didn't know if there would be such an opportunity next time. Why not take as much as you can now? The three of them almost spent all the points on the scorecard. Lu Kang chose mostly high-value medicines. Yuan-Yi's bag contained grain seeds, fertilizers, pesticides and other items. And Feng Xiufeng took food and water. Several people were tied with ropes all over their bodies, and items were hung on them. Ling Yi paid for them, and returned the remaining points to them in exchange for a few grams of small gold stones, and took back the scorecard. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again." Feng Xiufeng glanced at Ling Yi, and said hesitantly, "Sister, can we come again next time?" Yuan-Yi and Lu Kang also turned back and stared at Ling Yi, wanting to know her answer. Ling Yi smiled and said, "If there are coupons in the future, you will be given priority as old customers. Welcome to come again." Yuan-Yi and Lu Kang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good if there was a chance to come in next time. By then, they would be more fully prepared. Chapter 56. Jiang Jun's injuries are no longer serious, but after she left the store, she was still trapped in the basement of the research institute. She had to go back and find a way to escape. She handed over all matters in the store to Ling Yi and Xiao Bai, and left with a backpack full of food and equipment. As soon as Jiang Jun arrived at the research institute, the advanced Zerg rushed towards her, as if it had been waiting here for a long time. The sharp front legs of the advanced Zerg were about to scratch her arm, but she quickly fell back and dodged the attack with her head tilted. Jiang Jun twisted her wrist, holding the handle tightly, and the sharp blade stabbed at the high-level Zerg. Although the knife failed to seriously injure the high-level Zerg, it forced it to stop. She took advantage of this gap to run to the other side. She looked at the passage in front of her, and behind her were the high-level Zergs chasing her. Jiang Jun remembered the Star Moon Sword technique that she had studied for a long time. Why not take this opportunity to test the power of this technique? Star Moon Sword technique. The first move. Cut the moon. The Tang sword transformed by the universal knife seemed to absorb the power of the stars at this moment. Countless starlight wrapped around the blade, illuminating this dim basement. All movements became very slow in front of her eyes. She stared at the high-level Zerg not far away, raised her arm, and slashed at its abdomen. The previously hard shell was as fragile as paper. The tip of the knife pierced through and blood gushed out. She retracted her hand again, and the high-level Zerg fell straight to the ground. Jiang Jun did not expect this set of knife skills to be so powerful. Since it can penetrate the shell of the high-level Zerg, the remaining Zerg will naturally be no problem. She successfully killed a way out with this set of knife skills, and entered along the passage. The high-level Zerg around her gradually decreased. There were so many high-level Zergs, even she was a little exhausted, and she had to find a hiding place first. Jiang Jun saw a research room in front of her. The door was not locked. She quickly went into the room, turned around and locked the door. There were 1 or 2 high-level Zergs in the room. She used her skills to quickly deal with them, and finally slid down on the cold floor exhausted against the corner. The Star Moon Sword technique consumed the energy of the snow crystals absorbed by her body. This time she used about 5 crystals to kill. After the energy was consumed, then she felt exhausted all over. She leaned against the wall exhausted, not noticing that the Zerg outside were moving away from the laboratory. They were shaking their tentacles, lowering their heads, and slowly moving away. Inside the room, a faint groan suddenly came, and Sheng Jiang opened her eyes instantly. Her sharp eyes shot towards the source of the sound. Jiang Jun climbed up from the floor. She held the hilt of the knife tightly in her hand, and moved slowly towards that place. When she got closer, she saw a figure lying on the ground. The black clothes seemed to blend into the darkness. If it weren't for the constant rise and fall of the chest, it would be hard to believe that this person was still breathing. It would be hard not to believe that this was not a dead body. Jiang Jun did not relax her guard. She lifted the collar of his clothes with her scabbard and pulled him out with some cleverness. The man turned over, revealing a sharp face, delicate features, a straight nose, and a truly outstanding appearance. However, his cheeks were red, as if he had a high fever. His brows were furrowed, as if he was in physical pain, and he groaned from time to time. Jiang Jun glanced at him and saw that he seemed to be dying soon. He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned back to his original position, and ignored him. She felt a little hungry. She took out a piece of bread and was about to eat it with water. The faint fragrance of the bread drifted to the other corner of the room. The man was suffering from the high fever. He smelled the fragrance and tried hard to open his eyelids and looked at Jiang Jun. "Water," he whispered. "Please give." His lips moved, trying to make a sound. "Water." Jiang Jun swallowed the last bite of bread and then looked up at him, and his cold eyes scanned the other person up and down, and finally, as if he had a change of heart, he finally threw the mineral water in his hand to the other person. The man was hit by the flying water bottle. He groaned and weakly unscrewed the water bottle. He just took a sip, and his eyes went dark. He fell into coma again. The water bottle fell from the corner of his mouth, leaving a water mark on his body and the ground. Jiang Jun just glanced at him lightly, and then ignored him. She was not a kind person. Don't expect her to save people. When she was about to recover her strength, the man with a high fever in the corner finally responded again. He opened his eyes and climbed up from the ground. He looked around with confused eyes. When his sight touched the insect corpses on the ground, his body shrank and leaned against the wall. He looked up and saw Jiang Jun. His eyes showed a look of seeking help. Jiang Jun ignored him and sat by the wall to wipe the blade. "Where is this?" He summoned up the courage to ask Jiang Jun, seeing that she didn't respond. He raised his voice again. "Sister, do you know where this is?" Jiang Jun finally responded. She asked back, "Before asking me, please introduce yourself to me." When the man saw her response, his eyes flashed with surprise. "I don't know who I am either. I can't remember anything now. My memory is blank." "Sister, do you know me?" Jiang Jun didn't expect that the other party had lost her memory. She frowned and said, "I don't know you. We are not familiar with each other." He lowered his head in disappointment, buttoned the corner of his clothes, and saw the words engraved on his arm. He raised his head with excitement. "Sister, can you help me see what this is?" He stood up and ran quickly to Jiang Jun's side. He stopped before the other party swung the knife, raised his left arm, and motioned her to look. "What is this? Do you know?" He looked at her expectantly. The black cloth covering her was lifted, revealing a white arm. Looking along the arm, she saw two small black characters on his wrist. Jiang Jun narrowed her eyes and identified it. "Shiyu? Your name? Shiyu?" he murmured. His eyes were a little confused, and he was at a loss. "My name is Shiyu?" Standing up from him, looking at his figure and physique, Jiang Jun felt a sense of familiarity, but she didn't know where it came from. She shook off the thoughts in her mind and thought about the next action. Shiyu squatted 5 meters away from Jiang Jun, murmuring, "Shiyu, Shiyu." Jiang Jun ignored the foolish man beside her. After she regained her strength, she drew her knife from the scabbard, came to the door, and prepared to move forward again to find an exit. When she was about to open the door and go out, Shiyu suddenly stood up and ran over. She frowned. "You want to go out too?" Shiyu shrugged and said, "I'm scared to stay here alone." Jiang Jun felt a little irritated. It was already difficult for her to deal with a high-level Zerg alone. If she brought this person with her, it would take longer to get back to the ground. She didn't mind bringing someone along, but Shiyu showed up at the wrong time, and the situation was very strange. Who knows what will happen if she brings him along? Even if she didn't want to. She was not a ruthless person. Looking at Shiyu's tearful eyes, she had no choice but to compromise. Jiang Jun said coldly, "After you go out, be careful. I have limited energy. If you don't follow closely, I'm not sure I can come back to save you. If you are eaten by the Zerg, I won't even look back." Shiyu shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Jun opened the door and saw that there was no high-level Zerg outside. She was puzzled and walked out quietly. There was no Zerg in the whole corridor. She frowned. Zerg could not disappear for no reason. The two walked out slowly. In the dim corridor, the strong smell of blood filled the nose. The insect corpses all over the ground made Shiyu unable to hide his disgust. He followed Jiang Jun, trying his best to suppress his expression, and dared not speak, fearing that he would offend her. The buzzing sound of Zerg gradually approached. Not far away, 5 or 6 high-level Zerg were walking towards this side. Jiang Jun turned her head to signal Shiyu to follow closely. The two hid behind the wall and held their breath as the high-level Zerg slowly approached. She gathered her strength and transformed the energy of the snow crystal in her body into the power of cutting the moon. The blade slashed at the Zergs, and the Zergs fell to the ground one after another without even screaming. The remaining Zergs shook their tentacles, as if they were calling their own kind. Seeing this, Jiang Jun pulled Shiyu and ran towards another passage. Unexpectedly, a large number of high-level Zergs were coming towards them. Jiang Jun shouted at Shiyu, "Follow me closely." She waved the blade in her hand, and the blade slashed into the flesh of the Zergs. Blood sprayed on the ground. The red light flashing in the compound eyes of the high-level Zerg seemed to become a guiding light at this moment, guiding her to slash at the Zergs one by one. Turning his head, he saw a Zerg behind Shiyu attacking him. Jiang Jun pulled him away reflexively, but was unfortunately scratched by the Zerg's foot blade, and a stream of blood flowed down his shoulder blade. The wound from the shoulder blade to the elbow was torn, and it seemed that the bright red flesh inside could be seen. Jiang Jun didn't take it seriously. She said calmly, "Don't look around. Pay attention to your back." Jiang Jun was fighting with the high-level Zerg while also taking into account Shiyu's safety. It was really difficult to deal with. She kept looking around, assessing the situation, looking for a way out. When she swung her knife at the high-level Zerg again, she felt a sudden coolness coming from the wound. Jiang Jun looked at it distractedly, and saw that the wound had healed, and even the scars from the previous injuries had disappeared. She couldn't hide her inner surprise, and she forgot about the light in Shiyu's hand that had not been retracted. At this time, the situation was critical, and she couldn't think too much. She had to put this scene aside for the time being and wait until it was safe. The wound had healed, so she was no longer restrained. One of them treated the other and attacked. The two of them quickly passed this level and entered another research room. Jiang Jun supported her body with a knife, calming her rapid breathing. After calming down a little, she stared at Shiyu and said, "What ability did you have just now?" Shiyu was confused. "What ability?" "You healed my wound." She gestured to the wound on her right shoulder, signaling him to explain the situation. Although Shiyu didn't understand what his sister said, he understood it instantly after seeing her gestures. Sister's shoulders were all red. "I just thought that the wound could be closed, and then it closed." Shiyu explained excitedly, gesticulating with his hands and feet, as if closing a wound was a piece of cake. Jiang-jun rubbed her brows. She felt that things were getting out of her plan. She looked up again and carefully observed Shiyu, from top to bottom, and his angular and delicate face. If you cover half of his face, he looks very familiar indeed. She recalled the people she met in this world. A flash of inspiration came to her mind. This Shiyu looked a lot like the 16 or 17-year-old boy she met on the road. But he was a grown-up version. That boy was 16 or 17-year-old. But this man was already an adult, with a different physique. No wonder she couldn't recognize him at first. Then the question was, how did this person get into this research institute? And why did he become like this? Where did his healing ability come from? Chapter 57. After Jiang-jun asked this series of questions, all she got was Shiyu's confused expression. It seemed that these questions could not be answered, so she could only give up helplessly. She took out some food from her backpack to replenish her energy. When she was about to throw the food to Shiyu, she found that he had actually run to the wall. She didn't know what button he pressed, but with a bang, the tightly closed wall was pulled out like a drawer. She immediately walked forward, and saw that there were glass bottles filled with green liquid inside. After the system detected it, it turned out to be the energy agent she had been looking for a long time. Before Jiang-jun could react, Shiyu had already excitedly taken out the energy pill, crushed the bottle cap gently, and drank it directly. Jiang-jun immediately said after reacting, "What are you doing?" Shiyu tilted her head, "Eating." "Isn't my sister eating?" "I am eating too." She seemed to know something and asked, "Is this your food?" Shiyu nodded. Jiang-jun took a look, and there were about 100 bottles of energy pills inside. After Shiyu drank 2 or 3 bottles, she stopped. He found a bag, put all the energy pills in it, and stuffed it into Jiang-jun's hand, looking at her expectantly, as if waiting for praise. Jiang-jun took the bag and hesitated. "Thank you." Shiyu nodded happily, waved her hand and said, "Sister, if you want it, just tell me. There are still a lot here." She paused and said, "There are still a lot here?" Shiyu shook her head, stared and said, "Yes. There is a fragrant smell here. There are really a lot of food." Jiang-jun then looked around the room carefully. It looked empty, with only a table and a chair, and white walls on all sides. If you don't look carefully, no one can see the mystery hidden inside. Under Shiyu's guidance, she found hundreds of energy pills one after another. Looking at so many energy pills, she gradually began to wonder, did Xiaohong and others fail to find the energy pills? Or were the energy pills distributed in every corner of the basement? While Jiangyun was wondering about finding the energy pills, Quan Feng and Xiaohong and others had a dispute. They had come out of the underground laboratory, but they failed to bring out the energy pills. When they went to the laboratory where the energy pills were hidden, riots broke out all around them. The strength of the advanced Zerg increased dramatically, and their spells could no longer hold up. They gradually lost to the advanced Zerg, and were about to die in the hands of the Zerg. Finally, they had to flee the Institute first, and finally returned empty-handed. At this moment, the cooperative relationship established by the 5 taskers suddenly collapsed. Xiaohong said angrily, "Since we are all partners, why are only Quan Feng and I the only ones who have explosive talismans?" Shi Shuangya explained, "Our levels are not as high as the 2 of you. Even if we want to buy them, there is no way. You Feihong, how can you blame us? We have also contributed a lot along the way." Ding Wan was dissatisfied. "Although your levels are high, we are not bad either. The failure of this mission is not only our fault. Do you dare to say that you did not use the explosive talisman indiscriminately?" Yu Feihong echoed, "That's right. If you hadn't used it indiscriminately, how could we fail the mission?" Xiaohong was so angry that he pointed at them. "You." Quan Feng scolded, "Enough. It's too late to say anything now. We are all at fault for the failure of this mission." He felt a little unhappy. Originally, the consumption of explosive talismans was based on the ability to obtain energy agents. He didn't get the energy agents and lost a lot of points. It was really not worth the loss. He didn't want to lose so many points. Quan Feng changed the subject. This mission failed. Qiu Hong and I lost a lot of points. You have to make up for these vacancies. Yu Feihong and others muttered in dissatisfaction after hearing his words. Why? We agreed at the beginning. Brother Quan, how can you go back on your word? Shi Zhuangyao's face was also a little bad. She was originally a bonus for this mission, and she didn't have many points. If she were to share them, she would probably go bankrupt. She bit her lip and forced a smile. Brother Quan. You see? We are low level. And we don't have many points. How can we get so many points all at once? Qiu Hong smiled and mocked. Why? You said so well at the beginning of the mission. And now I can't afford to give up 1 or 2 points. She stared at them fiercely. If you don't have points, use the weapons in your hands to fight. We too will not take this loss in vain. Yu Feihong, Shizhuang, Yadingwang were angry. But they didn't dare to express it. Their levels were lower than Quan Feng and Qiu Hong. If they resisted, their lives would probably be lost. The three of them could only swallow their anger. On the other side, Jin Qian and Himi escaped successfully. After leaving Quan Feng and others, they returned to the base smoothly. When the base commander heard the news, the two were treating their wounds. He saw that they were covered with wounds, and that a lot of things must have happened. When he saw Jin Qian stand up, he immediately stopped him and said, Nothing, you can briefly tell me what happened. The earthquake at that time caused huge losses to the base, and they had no way to explore what happened below. Jin Qian dismissed the people first, leaving only the base commander and Himi. The two calmly told the whole story. After listening, the base commander thought, Your teammates approached you for other purposes? Jin Qian nodded, although I don't understand the specific reason. They seem to rely on something. And the talismans and weapons that appeared out of thin air show that they have extraordinary origins. The base commander touched his chin and said, After you disappeared, a strange thing happened. A store appeared out of thin air, selling goods, weapons or medicines. This mysterious store is only circulated in a small part of the base, and it is not widespread now. He was able to know about it by chance. Jin Qian thought deeply, just like approaching my teammates. Does this store also have special abilities? The base commander nodded. You must hold an entry ticket and a customer card to enter this store. As long as you enter, they can take out a large amount of supplies. Jin Qian frowned. Dad, do you want to go in? The base commander sighed. I want to go in. But it's not something I can do. These entry tickets and customer cards are not something that ordinary people can get. Now the energy agent is guarded by high-level Zergs. We are no match for them. If we go down, we will just die. If the base can exchange for more supplies, it will not be considered a failure of this mission. Although they have some information about the energy agent, they don't know how long it will take to make it. The base commander can't help but feel a little worried when he thinks of the heavy losses in this mission. Himi was thinking on the side. She had the supplies in her hand, but she couldn't give them up easily. The tasker who had never appeared in her previous life, and this magical shop had nothing to do with her previous life. She had to be careful and not reveal her secrets. Himi stood beside the two of them, listening to their plan. Unexpectedly, a light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes, shooting straight at her. She wanted to hide, but found that the light hit her chest directly. She touched her chest and found that it was a card. She was puzzled. The base commander looked at her excitedly. Ms. He, check if it says Zhang Store. Himi was confused but obeyed him. She saw Zhang Store admission ticket written on it. The three people saw it. Jin Qian suddenly realized, could this be the store entrance ticket you mentioned? Dad? The head of the base strode forward and said with a smile, Xiao He, you have such luck just after returning. Uncle is really envious. Himi saw the head of the base open his mouth, as if he had something to say, and she said, Uncle, just tell me if you have something to say. If there is anything I can do, I will do my best. The head of the base sighed and said, if you can get in, can you help Uncle bring some supplies? I won't let you do it in vain. If you want any of these supplies, you can take them. Himi breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big deal. As long as I can get in, I will help you. Because of the sudden entrance ticket, the three of them entered into a discussion again. The first thing was to prepare currency. How much supplies you can bring depends on how much currency you have. Jiang Jun and Shi wandered around the basement of the research institute for a week, but still couldn't find the exit. When it was time for lunch, the two found a safe place to eat. Shi Yu drank 2 or 3 bottles of energy pills as usual. and then played by herself. She chewed the tasteless dry food in her mouth, and felt worried for a while. During the battle with the high-level Zerg, her strength improved by leaps and bounds. Without using the Star Moon sword technique, she could also hurt the high-level Zerg. Although this was an opportunity for her to train, she would definitely go crazy if she continued like this. Now the most urgent thing is to find the exit as soon as possible. God will not let down those who work hard. The next day, the two finally found a secret exit. This exit seemed to be dug by a high-level Zerg. After the two got rid of the Zerg guarding it, they finally crawled out with great effort. Jiang-jun looked at the gloomy sky. It was drizzling. Many red nematodes and green fat worms fell on her body, but these did not affect her good mood. Finally escaped. After Jiang-jun and she got along for a while, he also accepted that the other party was a little mentally deficient. She asked, "Where are you going next?" Shiyu stared blankly outside, and when he heard her voice, he turned around and said, "I have nowhere to go. Can I follow my sister?" Jiang-jun glanced at him and said, "Don't call me sister. Call me auntie. I'm much older than you." She now has a face close to 40 years old. And it's a pity that this kid can still call her sister. Follow me first, and we'll see what happens later. Jiang-jun couldn't go back to the A city base now. Not to mention what to do if she met Quan Feng and other taskers. It was difficult for her to explain how she escaped the encirclement of the high-level Zerg and survived. This mission will last for 3 years, but now there is only 1 year left, and there are still 2 years left. She has to find another base. She can't go back to the base in City A, nor can she go back to the store, and there is a man who seems to be mentally ill following her. Jiang-jun can only take 1 step at a time. She used her hands to remove the bugs on her body and walked straight forward. Shiyu followed closely behind her, for fear of being abandoned. Jiang-jun was worried about finding a place to live, and Himi also welcomed the time to enter Zhang's store. Himi was carrying a package on her back, which weighed heavily on her shoulders. A flash of light passed by, and she was teleported to the store. She followed the actions of the people next to her, handed in her ticket, exchanged for a points card, and then entered the store. "Is this Zhang's store? Can you really buy anything here? I never thought I would come here one day." Himi was unfamiliar with the place, and saw a man wearing a military cap in front of her, so she stepped forward and asked, "Is this your first time here, big brother?" Yuani saw that it was a little girl, and let down his guard, explained, "I've been here several times. Is this your first time here?" Himi scratched her head, and nodded in ignorance, saying, "How can I buy this? If I want too much, this store will have to close down." Yuani smiled and said, "How is that possible? Your first time here? I don't understand. The goods here are automatically replenished. No matter how much you take, there will be no shortage." After hearing this, Lu Kang snorted coldly. "Why do you have to explain so much to her? It's not a big deal. It's always good to be friendly with others," he said in a gentle tone, and turned to Himi and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can go to the cashier to find Miss Ling. Generally, no one will embarrass you. Remember not to argue in the store again." Himi knew this. If she argued, I'm afraid she would never be able to enter this store. After thanking the two, she turned to the medicine area, took a lot of medicine specified by the base, and ordered a large amount of grain. When she passed the shelves in the medicine area, a bottle filled with green liquid attracted her attention. She walked forward in disbelief. It said unknown medicine and used with caution. She had seen this bottle at Jin Qian's place. It was the symbol of energy pills. She could also vaguely see the mark on the mouth of the bottle. Jiandong Research Institute. How could there be an energy potion here? This was beyond Himi's expectations. The price of this bottle of energy potion was 50,000 points. Himi gritted her teeth and bought 2 bottles. She had to take it back to the base commander to see if the energy potion was real or fake. She had actually guessed in her heart that this energy potion might be real, but she just didn't want to believe that she could get it so easily. When Himi successfully purchased it, the channel of the mission world released an announcement. The side mission is over. Due to the death of Dr. Liu, all missioners will be deducted 1,000 points. Quan Feng and others looked at the announcement released by the system, and they were so angry that their teeth were itching. "Who is it? Who brought the energy agent out?" Xiaohong said angrily. "I don't remember there are other people hiding in the institute. Who brought this energy agent out?" Shi Zhuangyao rolled her eyes secretly. "It's what she deserves. You still want to drag them back, dream on." A panel also appeared in front of Jiang Yun. She didn't expect the energy agent to be sold so quickly. Side quest completed. Because the tasker is the first to complete it, hereby rewards 20,000 points. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this task could actually give her 20,000 more points. It really surprised her. No wonder so many taskers broke into the institute. Because the 20,000 points this time just offset the cost of the store upgrade. Jiang Jun was in a good mood and was not disturbed by the 1,000 points deducted. Who is Dr. Liu? She didn't know. So she died. She remembered the man who killed Dr. Liu, as Guangshuanyang said. And the man she saw inside the institute. Unexpectedly, the cowardly person who was robbed at that time actually killed the important person who the taskers tried their best to protect. It was really unexpected. Shi was on the side. Seeing that Jiang Jun seemed to be in a good mood, he whispered, "Sister, how long will it take to get there?" Jiang Jun smiled and threw him a bottle of energy pills. "Don't worry. It will be here in a while." Shi took the energy pills and said in confusion, "I'm not hungry now." "Reward for you." Jiang Jun glanced at him. If it weren't for Shi, she wouldn't have found the energy pills, couldn't complete the task, and wouldn't have gotten the 20,000 points. Seeing Shi drinking the energy drink happily, she thought she had to treat him better in the future. Find a good base, and make sure to arrange for him properly. She shook off the bugs on her body. She had killed many low-level Zergs along the way, and the bloody smell on her body was strong. She urgently needed to take a shower. The sky gradually darkened, and the sun set. A Land Rover drove from a distance. Jiang Jun tried to wave to stop it, and the vehicle stopped in front of him. There was a young man sitting in the car. He stared at the two of them, and saw that Jiang Jun was holding a long knife, carrying a bag, and had a dignified aura. Behind him was a man who looked handsome, tall, and stood on the side with a cold face, which was particularly intimidating. Ding Hun said to Shiyu, "Brother, it's dark. Why are you still wandering outside the base? Aren't you afraid of encountering intermediate Zerg?" Shiyu tilted his head and pointed at himself. "Are you talking to me?" As soon as he spoke, Ding Hun realized something was wrong and looked at Jiang Jun suspiciously. Although Jiang Jun was dissatisfied, she also knew that in the end of the world, most men look down on women. She said with a stern face, "How far is it from here to the base?" Ding Hun saw that the woman next to him looked bad, and knew that he had said the wrong thing. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sister, are you going into the city? It's still a long way from the base. If you walk there, it may be dark. Look, how about I give you a ride?" Ding Hun suggested cautiously. The fact that this woman can bring a man here already shows her strength. Why not take this opportunity to make friends with her? Jiang Jun's expression eased and said, "Thank you very much." After the two got in the car, they found that there was a woman sitting in the back seat. Seeing the two people get in the car, she shrank into a corner. Ding Hun explained, "This is my sister. Although she looks timid, she is a good killer of insects. She is just a little afraid of people." Dingla blushed and whispered, "Hello." This sister taught him. Shi learned and put it into practice. "Hello. Hello." Dingla was startled and looked at Shiyu curiously, seeing that he had a delicate appearance, but his behavior was like a child. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Jiang Jun fabricated the two people's experience, turning Shiyu into her younger brother, and simply polishing it, making them into abandoned, lonely, and dependent siblings. This was a lie as soon as he heard it, and Ding Hun's eyes twitched, but he didn't mind. Now it's the end of the world, survival has become a problem, who cares about these harmless words? Along the way, under Jiang Jun's sad narration, the four people's car gradually drove into the Anjiang base. The Anjiang base is not large in area, and the number of residents is also small. Most of them are small bases built after the surrounding survivors gathered. At the entrance of the base, Jiang Jun paid 2 bottles of purified water and successfully entered the base. Ding Hun looked at the mineral water in her hand with some envy. Most of the water in their base was filtered, and it contained a lot of impurities. A bottle of intact purified water was rare in their base. After they left, Jiang Jun observed that the base was not bad, paid some food, and rented it for a month. She brought Shi to live here, and first seemed to tell him not to expose his abilities casually. And then she found him a job of pest control at the base. Although it looks hard, at least he can support himself. During the time he lived here, Jiang Jun heard news from the outside base. It was said that a superpower appeared in the A City base. When the news came out, The major bases were skeptical at first, and sent people to inquire about the news many times. 3 months later, the A City base finally released the news, saying that they had a superpower, but they did not tell who this superpower was. There is a superpower? I don't know who this superpower is. Why is the A City base still hiding it? Superpower? It's not clear what kind of superpower this person has. I'm afraid it's fake. Ding Hun came to deliver goods for Jiang Jun, gossiping. Have you heard about it? The superpower? Do you think the superpower that suddenly appeared in the A City base is true or false? Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. It's probably true. When you have a channel, you can also become a superpower. Ding Hun laughed out loud. Oh, Sister Peng is also starting to joke. She was not joking. Looking inside the house, she was lying on the sofa, being lazy and unwilling to go to work. This superpower in her family, ate and drank all day, had no great ambitions, wasting this superpower. She had suspected that his special ability was related to the energy potion before. Now that a special ability person suddenly appeared in the A City base, it might be closely related to the energy potion. She once tried to drink a bottle of energy potion, but there was no reaction. It seemed that the energy potion had no effect on her. After sending Ding Hun away, Jiang Jun called Shiyu and carried the bed in. They now lived in a 2-bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom apartment. They had to spend 10 kilograms of food as rent every month. Shiyu stared at the bed in the living room excitedly and said, "Is this for me?" The wooden bed in his room was bitten by insects and was in tatters. It chirped when he turned over in his sleep, which made him very upset. After sleeping for 3 months, Jiang Jun thought about how he always complained about the bed. So she thought about getting him a new bed. Make the bed yourself. She gave him instructions. And then she brought a bucket. Don't lie down on the bed before the bedding is spread. Come here. Give me a bucket of water. Shiyu rolled back and forth on the bed, feeling happy. When he heard Jiang Jun's voice, he ran over, skillfully letting a trickle of water flow from his fingertips, filling the bucket with water. He had more than one ability. In 3 months, she had seen more than 4. The fire ability that almost caused a fire, the water ability that soaked the sheets and quilts all day, and the electric ability that made her hair frizzy from time to time. The 3 months at the Anjiang base really exhausted Jiang Jun. This kid was stupid all day, and all the worries were on her. She was now very sure that Shiyu had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could a person have so many abilities? Jiang Jun was skeptical about Shiyu's amnesia at the beginning, and was very sure that it was fake. But as time went by, this person did not reveal any clues, and she gradually began to believe it. If this person has first-class disguise skills and no flaws, then she was deceived by others. Chapter 58, In Dire Straits. Time flies. Jiang Jun settled in Anjiang base for half a year. The much-talked-about superpower finally unveiled his mysterious veil, and this person was Jin Qian. The son of the head of a city base became the first superpower, and a city base immediately ushered in a wave of migration. At this moment, Jiang Jun's shop became famous in this small world, and many people offered high rewards to those who had entry tickets and customer tickets, just to ask them to help bring some precious supplies from Jiang's shop. Another half a year passed, and it was reported from nowhere that Jin Qian's ability to possess superpowers was all due to energy agents, and that the energy agents were obtained by the A City base from the Jiang store. As soon as this news came out, the hot Jiang store was immediately pushed to the top, and all bases were looking for people with entry tickets and customer tickets, and they also wanted to possess superpowers. Because of this, Jiang Jun's stable life in Anjiang base was disrupted, and she began to shuttle between the store and the base. In Anjiang base, Shiyu was always with her, and leaving for a moment would attract Shiyu's attention. In order to prevent him from discovering her, Jiang Jun would take the opportunity to return to the store every time she was out on a mission. This kind of life has caused a lot of trouble for Jiang Yun, making her want to strangle the person who leaked the information countless times. Jiang Yun counted the energy pills in the store, and there were nearly 100 of them. Because Shiyu's diet included energy pills, every once in a while, he would ask her for them. The energy pills were found by him, and Jiang Yun never kept them all to herself. He bought more than 30 energy pills from her in total, although he didn't know the purpose of the A City base, but it should be enough to give so many energy pills to the male and female protagonists. Jiang Jun took back all the tickets and stopped issuing them. Only the customer tickets were customized for old customers. She finally decided to keep these customers. She looked at the energy pills on the shelf and decided to put only 20 bottles on the shelf. The price also increased 20 times. Each person was limited to 1 bottle. First come first served. The energy pills had no effect on her, and she was not going to sell them. Why not return the item to Shiyu? After being together for such a long time, they had some feelings for each other. Although she couldn't see why he needed to take energy pills, it was better to have them than not. The remaining energy pills were returned to Shiyu. Once the news that the energy pills in Zhang's store not only increased in price, but were also sold in limited quantities spread, each base regretted not buying them in advance and missed the opportunity. Although the price increase curbed the impulse purchases of small bases, large bases were not stingy with money, and the remaining energy pills were eventually bought by various large bases. After the energy pills were sold out, the enthusiasm for Zhang's store finally subsided, and Jiang Jun returned to his normal life. Unknowingly, a year passed quietly. Before the mission was over, Jiang Jun ignored Shiyu's objections, placed him in the base, left him enough supplies, and set off on the journey alone. Along the way, Jiang Jun continued to hone her swordsmanship. Even without the Star Moon swordsmanship, she still fought her way out, and her strength continued to increase. Ding! The insect infestation mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for surviving for 3 years. Will the host leave the world immediately? Yes. Jiang Jun stood calmly in front of the insect corpse, ready to face the dizziness of leaving the small world. Half an hour passed, and she had killed many intermediate Zergs. But the system still had no response. Jiang Jun frowned. System? A stuttering sound came from her ear. System failure. Unable to leave the small world. Please, host, stay in the small world. Wait for the system. She was a little puzzled, and was about to ask the system for details. But she didn't expect that she couldn't call the system back next. Jiang Jun couldn't contact the system, and was trapped in this small world. She could only return to the Anjiang base, greet Ding Hun, and go to see how Shiyu was doing. Unexpectedly, when Shiyu saw her, he just stared at her, and kept saying, "Don't take me. Don't take me." Ding Hun scratched his head. Xiaoyu has been like this recently. Should she see a doctor? Jiang Jun sighed helplessly, and with Shiyu's cold snort, he patted his head and said, "Okay, I'll take you with me from now on." Ding Hun remembered that after Jiang Jun left, Shiyu didn't know where he went, so he told Jiang Jun about it. Jiang Jun was silent for a while, and said after a long time, "I know about this. Don't worry." He always felt that something was wrong, and shook his head. It was someone else's family matter, and he should not interfere. The two returned to their long-lost home. Jiang Jun didn't care about the dust on the sofa. Under Shiyu's gaze, she shot a sharp look at him. "You followed me?" Jiang Jun's calm voice suppressed anger. Shiyu shrank back and hid. "You don't take me." I. Although Shiyu was a little scared, he couldn't help but said indignantly, "You don't take me. I will take myself." Jiang Jun laughed angrily. She didn't expect that Shiyu was following her, and she didn't notice it. If Ding Hun hadn't told her, she would still be kept in the dark. She suspected that Shiyu was playing dumb, but under her close gaze, Shiyu was indeed justified in thinking that his behavior was right. "If you had taken me with you, how could I have followed you from behind?" Shiyu nodded vigorously. He did not think he had done anything wrong. "If you had taken me with you, I could have followed you openly, without sneaking around and being chased by those bugs. It's all your fault. Sister, it's all your fault for not taking me with you." Shiyu looked at her with a condemning look. Although Shiyu felt that he had done nothing wrong, he couldn't help but panic when he saw his sister looking at him angrily. He quickly lowered his head and hid in the corner. Jiang Jun was furious and said, "Don't eat for the next 2 days. Reflect on yourself in the room." She couldn't figure out Shiyu. His intelligence was like that of a child, but he was so bold. He followed her for nearly a month without any harm, and she didn't notice it. She wanted to prove that Shiyu was pretending to be stupid, but she found that she couldn't find any flaws. After staying in Anjiang base for 3 or 4 years, she finally came to the conclusion that Shiyu was really stupid and his intelligence didn't improve at all. In his heart, he thinks it is right. No matter how much you persuade him, no matter how much you restrict him, he will do it. He is very stubborn. During the time when Jiang Jun and Shiyu were fighting wits and courage, the system had no news. She seemed to be trapped in this world. This maintenance lasted for more than 20 years, and she did not expect to be trapped for so long. During these years, She witnessed the transformation of this world with her own eyes. The base in City A developed a superpower agent, which can stimulate 80% of human potential. For a time, it was highly sought after by major bases. The price of the superpower agent was naturally high. Ordinary people could go bankrupt to buy a bottle of superpower agent. Jiang Jun secretly bought a lot of superpower agents from the A City base, and with the help of the laboratory in the store, successfully made imitations. Although the effect was not as good as that of the A City base, it was not bad. She took this opportunity to suppress the price of superpower agents. Since then, the number of superpowers emerging in this world has begun to increase. The whole world has entered a new era. In the past 20 years, Shiyu has been following her closely. As long as she goes out without him, he will chatter all day long like chanting a sutra. It stands to reason that he should have gained some intelligence. But time seemed to have stopped for him. Not only did his intelligence not increase, but his appearance did not change either. Jiang Jun's face was already full of wrinkles, tending to be old. But Shiyu had no wrinkles at all, which made her envious. Shiyu's unchanged appearance brought a lot of trouble to their lives. The two of them had to move to another base every once in a while. She tried to study Shiyu's secrets, and also took him back to Jiangdong Research Institute. But to no avail. As they spent more time together, her original attitude of indifference changed. Although this boy was strong and had many special abilities, he was always stupid, which really made her a little worried. Before she could think of who to entrust Shiyu to, Shiyu got a serious illness before her and lay unconscious in bed. The disease was fierce, and the virus seemed to be devouring his vitality. Jiang Jun saw that his body began to atrophy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his thick black hair turned into gray hair. She realized the situation was urgent, and hurriedly poured the supernatural agent into his mouth, trying to relieve his condition. No matter what she did, she couldn't stop the disease. In less than 10 minutes, Shiyu's vitality was exhausted, and he looked like a skeleton, with dry skin wrapped around his bones, his handsome face full of wrinkles, and no blood on his face. He instantly aged to 100 years old. Jiang Jun was stunned in the place. She didn't expect Shiyu to leave so soon. She was still thinking that as she had always been in this world, it would be good to be able to accompany Shiyu, as long as he wasn't so clingy, and didn't hang around her every day. Her original body was still alive at the age of 60 or 70. But Shiyu, a young and strong-looking man, actually passed away before her. It was fate. A tear flashed in the corner of Jiang Jun's eyes, and disappeared into the bed without a trace. The system that had disappeared suddenly appeared at this moment, and its unique mechanical sound made her feel as if she was in another world. Sorry to have kept the host waiting. The system was repaired successfully. Is the host leaving the world? Yes. Jiang Jun was taken away from the small world by the system in a dizzy state. She thought she would return to the real world when she opened her eyes, but she saw nothing in front of her. She asked in confusion, "System, where is this?" "This is the transit space. The host cannot return to the real world for the time being. We are sorry for the inconvenience." The system does not know the specific situation either, and can only follow the specific process. Now settle the previous world mission for the host. Mission, infested with insects. Completion, S. Complete this main mission, get 2,000 points. The first person to complete the side mission, reward 20,000 points. Partial failure of the side mission, deduct 1,000 points. The host performed well in this mission, making the infested with insects small world on the right track, and hereby reward 50,000 points. Host data integration. Host, Jiang Yun. Level, LV10. HP, 824 plus 300. Points, 121,410. Jiang Yun looked at the extra 50,000 points, and thought it might be related to her lowering the price of the superpower agent. Since there are so many points, she will upgrade her level. Host, do you want to upgrade? Yes. Jiang Jun upgraded 10 levels in one go, consuming 100,000 points, and now has 21,410 points left. After the level upgrade, she obviously felt the changes in her body. She clenched her palms, and her strength increased tenfold, and her running speed also increased. Her body could only absorb 5 snow crystals at a time, but now it can carry 20 snow crystals, and the energy storage space in her body has expanded. The changes in her body were not bad. She was very satisfied with the upgrade. Host, do you choose to continue the mission, or stay in the transit space? Not returning to the real world did make her a little distressed. But the transit space was white. And it was boring to stay here all the time. It would be better to do the mission directly. Continue the mission. Wait. Connecting. Mission. Difficulty survival time. 20 years difficulty. Hard level opening time. 2 p.m. on September 23rd. 2035 reward. 10,000 points. Jiang Jun glanced at the survival time limit, which was too long. 20 years. No wonder the difficulty level went up a level. Mission transmission in progress. Entering the mission world, in dire straits. Arrival time is 3 days before the end of the world. Please host survive safely for 20 years. Host delivery error, redelivery. Link failed. Loading host data. Loading successfully. Importing data successfully. Delivering again. Delivery successful. Jiang store delivery in progress. Ding. Delivery successful. Jiang Jun felt dizzy as soon as he opened his eyes. This time the delivery seemed different from the past, and the time was particularly long. The original body's memory came back. The original body and her husband were traveling with their family of 3. Unexpectedly, they had a car accident. The original body and her husband died on the spot. Only the 3-year-old child was protected under her body and survived. Jiang Jun felt that the face in her memory began to become blurred, and then gradually became clear. She took a closer look and found that it was exactly what she looked like in the real world. She shuddered and woke up immediately. The previous few worlds were all the original body's face. How did it suddenly become her face in the real world? Jiang Jun lay on the hospital bed. Through the reflection of the window glass, she finally saw her current face, which was exactly what she looked like in the real world. Jiang Jun called out the system and said, "What's going on? How did I become the original owner? You can't have teleported my body from the real world." She checked her memory again and found that the original body not only looked like her, but also had the same name as her. The system said, no error was found. The system did not teleport the host's body from the real world. It was worried that Jiang Jun would not understand, and explained, the host carried too much energy, and the original body could not bear it. So it remade a model for the host and imported the host's data. So it looks the same as the host. In order to prevent others from finding something wrong, the system changed the memory of the residents of the small world. Please don't worry about exposing your identity. Jiang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Such a malfunction did not occur in the previous worlds. Why did this world have energy overload? A nurse was making rounds, and when she woke up, she immediately pressed the bed bell. Bed 38 has woken up. Hurry up and call the attending doctor to check. Ms. Jiang, how do you feel now? Are you feeling unwell? The nurse asked a few questions, and then hurriedly said, wait a moment, I'll call your family members in for you. A white-haired old man came from outside, with a lunch box in his hand. Seeing her wake up, he said excitedly, Xiao Jun has woken up. Hurry up and call the doctor to check. You have woken up here. I'll go to Xiao Yu to see how she is doing. God bless, he can wake up smoothly like you. The old man hurried to another ward. Xiao Yu? Jiang Jun finally found something wrong. She reviewed her memories, and found that the appearance and memory of the original owner's husband had also been tampered with. The original owner's husband's face turned into the appearance of Shiyu in the previous world, and his name was also replaced with Shiyu. When did he come here? No wonder the system said energy overload. Transmitting 2 people will certainly cause energy overload. Why didn't the system find him? How did he get here? Jiang Jun's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. The person who was originally thought to be dead not only came back to life, but also came to another world with her. Jiang Jun summoned the system and told it to scan for viruses. No virus found. If a virus is found, the system will immediately start antivirus mode. Please trust the system's ability. The system said dissatisfiedly. She complained. You have brought such a big living person here, and you still told me to trust your ability. Jiang Jun rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little exhausted. At this point, it was meaningless for her to worry about it. It would be better to wait until her body got better before going to Shiyu to question the situation. But she felt that no one could answer her question. When Jiang Jun was lost in thought, the old lady who was called out by the attending doctor came back. Through her memory, she knew that this person was the original owner's grandmother. Grandma Jiang said worriedly, the doctor said that you are blessed with a long life, and nothing serious will happen. Does Yunin want to drink some water? Don't worry about Nanan. She is well taken care of by you too. She only has minor scratches. Now she is at home, and your grandfather is taking care of her. Yunyun is the original owner's nickname. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang always liked to call the original owner like this. The original owner and his wife gave birth to a daughter, who was only 5 years old. They named her Shinan. She was well-behaved and sensible. Xiaoyu hasn't woken up yet. And I don't know what's going on. You two have turned a bad situation into a good one this time. You should live well in the future and stop quarreling. Grandma Jiang's eyes were red. And she was obviously upset about her granddaughter's misfortune. The original couple had divorced before the car accident. But they kept it a secret to let their children have a happy trip. Unexpectedly, the grandmother found out. Stop arguing. Just listen to Grandma. She followed Grandma Jiang's words. And seeing that she was in a low mood, she advised, whose family doesn't have some conflicts? After experiencing life and death this time, I have let it go. Don't feel bad anymore. Your health is not good. If you get sick, it will be terrible. Look, I am healthy. Right? There is nothing wrong with my health. Maybe I will be discharged in 2 days. Grandma Jiang glared at her. How can it be so fast? Just lie down in the hospital honestly. Don't make trouble. Jiang Jun had no choice but to agree. Eat the meal sent by the old lady, and then send her home. Late at night, the lights in the ward went out, and only the corridor was glowing with a faint light. When she woke up, he felt the strange atmosphere of the surrounding environment, and he couldn't help but feel a little restless. And there was a faint arc of electricity suppressed all over his body. He felt someone was staring at him, and looked over there warily. Sister? She was a little alert, and sniffed the smell with some doubt. Sister's smell has not changed. Why has her appearance changed? Jiang Jun snorted coldly. Explain. How did you get here? She saw that the surroundings were particularly unfamiliar, and couldn't help wondering, where is this place? What is your last memory? She looked at Jiang Jun with some resentment. Sister gave me a lot of unpalatable superpowers to drink. He didn't like to drink the superpower agent. He told her several times. But he drank it anyway. He could still smell the strange taste of the superpower agent in his mouth. He was in critical condition, but he was totally unharmed. Jiang Jun waved his hand and said, It's not important. You don't remember how you came here? She recalled carefully, and finally shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. Jiang Jun touched his chin, summoned the system again, and thought, Scan him and see if you can find any mistakes. The system was surprised to see Shi next to it. When did he come here? No wonder the host kept saying it was a malfunction. The system said anxiously, I will check it for you right now. Please wait. Main system application. Application approved. Scanning. It stared at the feedback sent back by the main system, and didn't know how to start for a while. According to the original plot, the biggest villain of the previous small world, the King Worm, would lead the race to bring disaster to the small world. But somehow, the King Worm merged with humans and disappeared. And the disappearance of the Zerg leader caused a serious deviation in the plot. The deviation of the plot did not bring any harm, but instead allowed it to enter a new era. The consciousness of the small world felt that the King Worm villain was a bit redundant, and Jiang Jun's appearance happened to make her think of a countermeasure. The system saw Shiyu in human form, and seemed to have forgotten his Zerg form, and it felt mixed emotions. It looked at the anxiously waiting host, gave a brief explanation, and then said tactfully, The world consciousness expelled him because you had taken care of him before. The world consciousness believed that Shiyu was a potential crisis, and it would be troublesome if he made a comeback. So it would be better to send him away. As for the candidates, everyone would understand. Jiang Jun heard it. You treat me as free labor? System, does the host have any requirements? I will contact the world consciousness and try to get justice for the host. But if it wants to send people back, it feels a little difficult, because the world consciousness is generally unreasonable. Jiang Jun didn't expect to be tied up forcibly while doing a task. How did he tie you up? Do you want to complete the task? No. The world consciousness just tied you two together. As long as you go to another world, he will follow you. To put it simply, you are his tour guide in various worlds, and the energy consumed in the middle is borne by the world consciousness full of insects. There is new news, the system said excitedly. I have successfully negotiated with her. She said she would pay the child support, and asked you not to worry. She also said that it would be best if she could raise the child to death. If she can't raise the child to death, then she will raise the child to death slowly. Jiang Jun. This mother is really humorous. The system whispered, Have you decided what you want? Don't be afraid. You can ask for a lot. Jiang Jun really didn't know what to ask the world consciousness for. Before she could figure it out, the system exclaimed, "Oh my god, I actually gave you the light of the world." It immediately explained to Jiang Jun the preciousness of this item. The light of the world is a fragment of the world consciousness, which contains infinite energy. It is said that when a human dies, the light of the world will retain the human soul and reshape the body, which is equivalent to a life, which is precious. The child's support was even more straightforward. First, it threw away the rations and energy supplements that she needed, and then put 10,000 points into Jiang Yun's account. If you can eat well, eat well. If you can't eat well, starve to death. The system finished speaking, and felt that the consciousness of this world was very generous, but it was a bit targeted. Jiang Yun, is this to let them starve to death or not? I don't understand you mothers. And Xiao Bai, who had been quiet all the time, suddenly appeared. He said excitedly, "Host, what did you do? So much energy poured in all of a sudden." Chapter 59. Jiang Jun learned from Xiao Bai that the world consciousness had installed an energy shield for the store, which could protect the store from attacks from other world consciousnesses, and could also hide the store. Jiang Jun, this is too generous. System, envy and jealousy. Xiao Bai, boss. I'll declare you. The three people who had never seen the world could not help but stare in amazement at Shi Yu, who was wandering around and not competing with the world. Is this the difference between having a home and not having a home? There is one more rich man in the world, so what? Today is another day of hatred against the rich. Xiao Bai bit the white cloth silently with tears on his face. Although Jiang Jun didn't understand the operation of the world consciousness, she decided to spare Shi Yu for the sake of so many benefits. Shi Yu had followed Jiang Jun for decades, and had learned to read people's expressions well. Seeing that her mood had improved, she hurriedly asked, "Where is this place? Why am I here? Is this a hospital?" Sister said, "There are nurses and doctors in the hospital, but I don't see any. Am I sick? But I don't feel uncomfortable. Sister, do you have anything to eat? I feel so hungry. Can we go home? The smell here is so bad." She glanced at Shi Yu, who was chattering non-stop. It felt like she had a pearl bird. It was so noisy. Jiang Jun, let the world be destroyed quickly. The next day, after Shi Yu woke up from her coma, the news that she had become stupid spread throughout the hospital. The doctor performed numerous tests on Shi Yu and finally came to the conclusion. The patient hit his head in a car accident, which may have affected the nerve center and caused intellectual decline. The doctor shook his head and sighed, which frightened Grandma Jiang so much that she frowned and sighed in front of the bed. Nan Nan's father is so stupid. How can you and your daughter live in the future? Grandma Jiang said worriedly. Shi Yu said dissatisfiedly, I am not stupid. I am not stupid. He now knew that Nan Nan's father was talking about him. But he is not stupid. He is very smart. No. No. Grandma is wrong. Grandma Jiang said hurriedly. And after seeing Shi Yu's mood stabilized, she couldn't stop sighing again. Jiang Jun ignored the two of them. She looked at the system panel, which said 36 hours 43 minutes and 22 seconds left until the end of the world. The name of this world is Deep Water and Hot Fire. So deep water can be simply understood as floods, and hot fire is high temperature. It seems that there are two disasters in this world. Jiang Jun has no idea which one will break out first. She has been in the hospital for more than a day. She must hurry to store supplies. She doesn't need too much. She just needs to make sure she has it in plain sight. This way, she won't attract attention when she takes supplies from the store in the future. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly outside, and the temperature was quite suitable. She ignored Grandma Jiang's objection and went through the discharge procedures. After returning home, her daughter Shinan went to kindergarten, and Grandpa Jiang was the only one at home who was still taking a nap. When he saw the large and small bags of luggage, he was surprised and said, Why are you back? Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few more days? You have been lying in bed for more than a month, and your body has not recovered yet. What if something happens to you? Grandma Jiang agreed. That's what I said. But the child didn't listen. Jiang Jun didn't give the two elders time to condemn her. She put the things down and hurriedly took the car keys to go out. You guys chat. I have something to go out for. She turned around and saw Shi Yu, who wanted to follow her. Glared at him. Stay at home. I'll be back soon. She nodded reluctantly. Sister, come back soon. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang looked at Shiyu strangely. They didn't expect that people would become more clingy when they were stupid. Jiang Jun was relieved. She now understood his temper to some extent. As long as he nodded, he would not go back on his word. Jiang Jun drove Grandpa Jiang's van and went out. The car the couple bought was scrapped due to a car accident. And Grandpa Jiang's old van was the only one left at home that could be driven. The original couple had a car accident this time, and the perpetrator paid nearly 1 million yuan in compensation. With this money, she didn't have to be too restrained. She first went to the nearest wholesale market and bought all the clothes for the family of 5, including spring, summer and winter clothes. The most important thing was to buy more clothes for the original daughter Shinan, from small to large, because there might be a flood. She bought a raincoat, rain cape and rain boots, and a few more outdoor filter straws. She also bought a solid alcohol block alcohol lamp for fear of power outages. It happened that the store owner was promoting life-saving backpacks, so she bought 5 at once. The most important things are oil, salt, sauce and vinegar. The purchase of salt in this world is limited, and you can only buy 1 box, so she bought 1 box of each condiment. She already had them in her shop, but it was just a cover-up. When she ran out of seasonings, she would quietly replenish them, and the 2 elders of the Jiang family should not find out. The original owner and his wife bought a second-hand house, living on the 2nd floor of an old neighborhood, a house with 3 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom, less than 100 square meters, and only the living room had an air conditioner, which was not very cooling. While she had savings, she did not hesitate, and bought 3 air conditioners at once, preparing to install them in all 3 bedrooms. If a flood comes, it will flood, and she will put it in the store warehouse. If it is hot, the air conditioner can last for a while, because it is an old community. There are no anti-theft windows installed. She went to the building materials market and asked someone to install the anti-theft doors and windows tomorrow. The refrigerator at home is too small, so she plans to replace it with 2 large freezers, and booked a delivery date. She went to the fresh meat wholesale factory and bought all kinds of meat, including pork, mutton, beef, chicken, seafood, oysters, crabs, fish and shrimp, and then froze them in the freezer when she got home, so they can be eaten soon. As for rice, flour and oil, she chose vacuum-packed rice bricks, and grain bricks such as red beans, soybeans, and millet. She also bought 10 bags of rice and flour, and bought small barrels of cooking oil. She was afraid that the temperature would rise, and that large barrels of cooking oil would not be easy to preserve after opening. It was getting late outside. If she didn't go back, she would probably make a scene. The van was almost full, and there was still tomorrow. So Jiang Jun decided to go home first. After arriving home, the first thing Jiang Jun was greeted with was Shiyu's condemning eyes. She was very familiar with this look, and handed him the ice cream she had prepared long ago. Shiyu took it with doubts, licked it, and felt the icy sweetness. He looked at the ice cream with shining eyes, and instantly forgot about Jiang Jun, who came back late. Shinan swallowed her saliva. Mom, I want to eat ice cream too. Even though Jiang Jun had experience as a mother, she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted when she suddenly saw a fair and tender little girl looking at her pitifully. However, she only bought 1 ice cream. She spread her hands helplessly and said, I only bought 1. Shinan stared at Shiyu greedily. When Shiyu noticed it, he said cautiously, This is mine. The cub can't snatch the ice cream given by his sister. Seeing that her granddaughter was about to cry with greed, Grandma Jiang said, You are really a fool. Don't buy 1 more. Jiang Jun smiled and said, I didn't think of it for a moment. Grandpa Jiang was frightened by the things in the van in front of the unit door and ran back to the house. Yun, why did you buy so many things? While they were talking, the worker who delivered the freezer came over. There was a sudden commotion on the floor, and many neighbors came out to watch the fun. What did you buy? Didn't the Shi family have a car accident? You're back so soon? From the looks of it, you've recovered pretty well. The original owner's neighborhood was mostly inhabited by the elderly. Occasionally, a young couple moved in. They were all very concerned. I heard that they had a car accident not long ago. I immediately felt pity for them. I felt that it was not easy for this young couple. After the 2 large freezers were installed, Jiang Jun paid the workers for the visit. She then directed Shiyu to plug in the electricity and clean up the house. Grandma Jiang and the other two stood aside in confusion. Even Grandpa Jiang, who wanted to ask about the situation of the van, forgot what to say. When it was late at night and there was no one outside, Jiang Jun and Shiyu moved all the things they bought in the car back into the house. Grandma Jiang looked at the bags of rice, meat, and grain being transported into the house. She couldn't close her mouth and said, "What happened to Yunyun? She suddenly bought so much food." Grandpa Jiang leaned on his crutches and frowned, saying, "After they are done, ask them about the situation and why they bought so much food." The meat was put in the refrigerator to freeze, and some of the rice, flour, and grain were placed in the kitchen, and some were piled in the baby room. It was already very late when the two finished moving. Grandma Jiang couldn't hold on any longer and took the child to sleep. Grandpa Jiang took advantage of the two people's rest and was about to ask about the situation. Jiang Jun quickly changed the subject and said, "It's very late. Grandpa, go to bed quickly, and we'll talk about it tomorrow." When the next morning came, Grandpa Jiang wanted to find someone, but found that Jiang Jun had gone out before dawn. Grandpa Jiang knocked on the floor with his cane. "This child, really, I can eat her." He thought for a long time, felt something was wrong, called his wife over. "Go ask for leave for Nan Nan. Don't go to kindergarten. I'm so nervous, I'm afraid Yunyun knows something, and is trying to hide it from us. You go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, go home to pickle some pickles, and buy a bag of steamed buns, store them in this freezer." Grandma Jiang was also anxious. "What happened?" Grandpa Jiang said calmly, "I always feel something is wrong, remember to prepare more." Grandma Jiang hurriedly pulled the cart out of the unit door, and happened to meet several elderly people who were also buying vegetables. "Old Jiang, let's go buy some vegetables. It's a good opportunity for us to go together. How are your granddaughter and grandson-in-law?" Grandma Jiang greeted everyone one by one, and went to the vegetable market together. Several elderly people talked about buying vegetables, and compared the prices of vegetables with each other. "Your price is too expensive. I bought it a few cents cheaper than yours yesterday. How can it be cheaper? I heard that the price of vegetables has increased recently." "Really? Really? Not only the price of vegetables has increased, but also the price of rice, flour, and grain." An old lady said worriedly, "Why is it rising again? I will buy some rice and store it at home later." Grandma Jiang said, "Buy more while the price is low. Don't wait until the price goes up again later." The old lady turned her head. "That's right. I will buy more to store at home." The other old ladies echoed, and they all agreed with this idea. Several old ladies discussed and bought a lot of rice, noodles, and vegetables. When the market staff took them home, their sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters were all shocked. How could these old ladies buy so many things when they went out, and even bother people to deliver them to their doorsteps? When Jiang Jun returned home, the house had been equipped with air conditioners, anti-theft windows, and anti-theft doors. The van she came back with only a few bags of cat litter and bottled water in the trunk, as well as some canned instant noodles, ham sausages, and other food that could be stored for a long time. The rest of the things were placed in a warehouse she rented, which contained paddle boards, kayaks, nearly 100 bottles of bottled water, generators, solar panels, and other large equipment. When she came back, she walked around along the city map and made a point of remembering some high-lying areas in case of any accidents, so that she could escape easily. After a day of wandering outside, she brought ice cream to Shiyu and Shinan, and saw Grandma Jiang pickling pickles, so she went to help. After dinner, Jiang Jun washed up and lay on the bed, thinking about what the end of the world would be like tomorrow. Shiyu, who was lying next to her, picked up Shinan gently, and before she could react, he slipped into the middle of the bed. Shinan crawled on the bedside, pounded the bed angrily, and said, "Dad, I want to sleep in the middle." Shiyu shook his head firmly. "No, you have to go back to your room to sleep. This is my bed?" Shinan felt that her father had become as childish as a child. Not only did he always love to snatch her toys, but now he also wanted to snatch the place where she and her mother slept together. "No, this is Nan Nan's place. I'm a child. You have to give way to me." "No." As expected, the two quarreled again, which made Jiang Jun's head buzz. She glanced over, and the two immediately became quiet. "Be quiet. If you keep making noise, you will all go to sleep next door with the food." Nan muttered. I'll give it to you. Bad dad. The bedroom finally became quiet. The sky outside was still calm. And there were only 2 hours before the end of the world. Hot. The heat swept over the whole body. Damp and wet. And the whole room was like a steamer. Jiang-jun opened her eyes, wiped the sweat from her back, and looked down at the bed, which was already wet with sweat. Shi-yu next to her opened his eyes, and looked at her in confusion, as if he was awakened by her movement. Shi-nen slept on the side of the bed, lying on the cold railing, seemingly trying to cool down, but she didn't sleep well. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was very abnormal. She got up and took out the thermometer to measure it, 32 degrees C, and then measured it outside, 35 degrees C, and the temperature was still rising. Jiang-jun turned on the air conditioner in the house, and went to another room to check on Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. Seeing that they were fine, she turned on the air conditioner as well. She checked the perishable food in the house, either put it in the freezer, or disposed of it in advance. Shi-yu followed her and asked in confusion, "Is Yunyan hungry?" Because Grandma Jiang often called her by her nickname. Shi-yu also learned it. Seeing that Jiang-jun ignored him, he glanced at the machine that blew cold air, and with a thought, he conjured up a piece of ice. "Is Yunyan hot? Here's an ice cube for you." He also summoned a gust of wind, blowing Jiang-jun's hair to pieces. "Is it cooler than the air conditioner?" Jiang-jun was shocked by this sudden change. She said with difficulty, "Can you still use your superpowers?" Shi-yu didn't understand why he asked this, but he answered enthusiastically, "Yes. Yes." Jiang-jun thought, "What kind of bug is this? When the world consciousness released people, why didn't it reduce his superpowers? Don't use your supernatural powers anymore." She tried hard to remind him, and added, "You can only use it with my permission." Shi-yu nodded obediently. The two of them did not sleep all night, and checked the temperature outside from time to time. When it was almost dawn, the temperature outside had reached 40 degrees. When Grandpa Jiang woke up, he noticed that the air conditioner was on in the house, and thought to himself, "No wonder it was so cool. Why did you get up so early?" Grandpa Jiang looked at the two people sitting on the sofa watching the news in surprise. "Jiang-jun, Grandpa, come and read the news. The weather station has issued a red high temperature warning. The temperature in a large area of my country will reach above 40 degrees. This high temperature is coming fiercely, and will last for a long time. Please take precautions, prevent heat stroke, and take safety precautions in urban and rural gas, forest fire prevention and extinguishing, etc." Grandma Jiang was afraid of catching a cold, and she came out wearing a coat. No wonder the air conditioner is turned on. How can people bear this temperature? Grandpa Jiang opened the door, and was instantly covered in the hot air. The air was hot, and it felt like a steamer outside. In such hot weather, it's already a mess outside. Yesterday's temperature was only over 20 degrees, but it rose to 40 degrees, and many people got heat stroke. After finishing breakfast, Grandpa Jiang went downstairs for a walk, but after a while, his whole body was wet, as if he was drowned in sweat. He wanted to go to the air conditioner to blow some cool air, but was stopped by Jiang-yun. She said, "Grandpa, you just came back from outside. You can't blow some cool air rashly." Grandpa Jiang felt the slight coolness in the house, and thought of what he had just inquired about. He couldn't help but sighed and said, "Fortunately, our family turned on the air conditioner last night. Many elderly people and children in the community suffered from heat stroke last night, and were taken to the hospital overnight." Grandma Jiang heard this, and asked which family Grandpa Jiang was in trouble. She frowned and said, "I saw that she was in poor health some time ago. Now she has heat stroke again. I'm afraid it will be hard for her to endure in the hospital, because of the high temperature outside." The old couple did not go out. They stayed in the house to watch the children with the air conditioner on, and did not go out to suffer. Grandma Jiang asked for leave for Shi-nan. She is now playing with toys in the house without any worries, and she doesn't know the terrible temperature outside. Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang-yun with hesitation. Now Shi-yu is mentally ill, and the burden of the family falls on her. Jiang-yun's parents died when she was young. The two raised her with great difficulty, and finally got married and had children. It didn't take long for this happy marriage to suddenly receive bad news. Xiaoyu got this disease. It's uncertain whether she can work in the future. Grandpa Jiang saw her expression, and knew what she was thinking. He whispered, "Don't mention this. We don't interfere in their affairs." Grandma Jiang said dissatisfiedly, "Yunyan's mother-in-law is the same. When her son got into trouble, she didn't even show up. Why? Can't people mention it? Although Grandpa Jiang was dissatisfied with the Shi family's approach, he didn't want to interfere in their affairs. Jiang Yun didn't mention the in-laws, and they just pretended not to know. Grandpa Jiang repeatedly told her not to mention this matter, and then Grandma Jiang reluctantly compromised. The temperature outside was still rising slowly. The high temperature for a week made people's lives miserable. People working in office buildings were fine. They could turn on the air conditioner on weekdays to relieve the heat. But people working outdoors were not so lucky. The first to fall were the workers. Even if the subsidies were abundant, it was difficult to maintain work under the severe high temperature when the human body could not bear it. Construction workers and sanitation workers who work outside. Of course, there are also many workers who gritted their teeth and persevered for money at first. But they knew that the continuous high temperature exposure caused their entire skin to be burned. And some even died of heat stroke. These cases are common in the news. People have to earn electricity and water bills. And they have to grit their teeth and persevere no matter how high the temperature is. Under high temperatures, people's electricity consumption naturally increases rapidly. The power grid cannot supply enough, and it will collapse from time to time. There will be power outages every 2 or 3 days. During this power outage, there is no cool air from the air conditioner, and the room becomes even more stuffy and unbearable. The parking lot and subway entrance have become a good place to cool off. People are often seen sitting there with folding stools, and a group of people gather at the ventilation vents to chat and laugh. It is difficult for the police and security guards to drive them away. Half a month later, the temperature outside has reached more than 50 degrees, and the human body's surface temperature can only withstand 40 degrees at most. If it is higher, it will cause disorders in the human central nervous system. Not only humans are affected, but agriculture has also suffered huge losses. Farmland is dry, and wheat and rice fields have reduced production. Even if the government spends a lot of money on artificial rainfall, it has not been able to effectively solve the drought problem. Farmers' harvests are affected, and prices will rise as a result. And people's lives are also affected. The soaring prices also brought trouble to Jiang Jun. This world is different from the small world in the past. Now she must find a job to support her family, and cannot live off the compensation money. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang are also clamoring to go back to the countryside these days. They originally came to the city because the original owner's family had a car accident, and no one took care of Shinan. Now the prices are rising sharply under the high temperature, and the granddaughter's family is still stupid, and the little one is small, and the 2 old men are not dead. How can the granddaughter live? Jiang Yin pretended to be worried and said, "After you leave, this family will all depend on me. I have to work and take care of them. I don't have time. You can help me a little by staying here and share some of the burden for me. I will be left alone after you leave. Can you bear to see your granddaughter like this?" Grandpa Jiang said anxiously. "The prices in the city are getting higher and higher. With the 2 of us, how can you support so many mouths? Yes, we can go back to the countryside and grow some vegetables to support ourselves. Staying here will only add to your burden." Grandma Jiang felt sorry for Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun comforted them. "Don't worry, I have already thought about what kind of business to run. You just need to help me pick up Shinan from kindergarten at home, and then you don't have to worry about it." Grandpa Jiang was suspicious. "What kind of business are you going to start? The market is sluggish now, and you only have a little money in your hand, and you can't afford to spend it." Jiang Yun smiled and said, "We saved a lot in the early years, Grandpa. Don't worry." She gave the 2 old people a guarantee, which dispelled their idea of returning to the countryside. Without further ado, the original plan was immediately implemented. Jiang Jun had noticed that a store near Anning community had posted a transfer note. She evaluated the location and market demand and felt that there was an opportunity to make money. So she decided to buy the store. Jiang Jun was very good at opening a store. She went through the whole process of transfer fee, renovation fee, and business license application, which took half a month and cost more than 500,000 yuan. She looked at the new store and felt very satisfied. Chapter 60. The area of this store is about the same as her real one, but this time she chose rice, flour, grain and oil as her business scope. She decided to purchase these materials from Zhang's store. Compared with the mission world where prices are soaring, Zhang's store is definitely a wholesaler with good quality and low prices. Moreover, she is the boss herself and can have internal preferential prices. Jiang Jun rented the store next to the community gate without saying a word, but Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang were shocked. They knew exactly why the store next to the community went bankrupt. The rent of that storefront was expensive, and the prices of goods were high. Residents of the community would rather go to the supermarket outside to buy than buy at the entrance of the community. As time went on, the store's efficiency was low. I don't know how many owners changed in this year. Unexpectedly, in the end, their granddaughter took over. Isn't this a big rip-off? When Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang learned the news, it was already a done deal. The two of them couldn't help but regret that they couldn't keep an eye on their granddaughter, letting her suffer such a big loss. They looked at the ambitious Jiang Yun and didn't have the heart to hit her. They found old brothers and sisters behind her and urged them to come and patronize more when the store opened. It's not easy for my granddaughter. She has never experienced anything. But she was deceived by old Wu. You must patronize my Yun store when you come. Old Wu was the original owner of that store. When the old men heard that Grandpa Jiang's granddaughter took over the store next to the community, they couldn't help but look at each other with sympathy. Whoever opened that store would go bankrupt. They all nodded and said they would definitely support her. Under the promotion of Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang, when Jiang Yun's Nan Nan grocery store opened, many old men and women rushed in, and her grocery store was packed. Jiang Jun found out that it was the grandparents who were behind the promotion. She was a little amused. She had heard about the curse of the store's closure, but what she valued was the flow of people here. It was okay for the store to rent a little higher. She basically produced and sold the products herself, as long as they could be sold. It was a profit. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang's worries were no problem to her. In the hot summer, Jiang Jun took out the eggs she had stored to thank these old men and women for coming to support her. She gave each of them 2 eggs as a token of gratitude. Nowadays, prices are soaring. An egg costs 5 or 6 yuan. I didn't expect the granddaughter of the Jiang family to be so generous. She gave 2 eggs to everyone. This support was really worth it. The old man and the old woman left with eggs in their hands. Satisfied, Jiang Yun store mainly sells rice, flour, grain, oil, and seasonings. The prices of these commodities in the market have risen sharply. The prices in her store are not low either. The market prices rose sharply some time ago. Residents have a sense of crisis and have stored a lot of food, which has led to most people not lacking food. The residents were not short of food, so her store's business was naturally not good. Not to mention that most people preferred large supermarkets, so there were only a few people in her store. Jiang Jun was not anxious in the face of such a situation. She lay on the recliner in the house leisurely, and directed Shiyu beside her, make the wind stronger. Shiyu seemed to not feel tired, and fanned for more than an hour. Grandma Jiang couldn't stand it any longer. Xiaoyu, stop fanning. Your hands must be sore. Shiyu shook his head. My hands aren't sore. Is Yun still hot? Shinan stood by to enjoy the breeze, interrupting, hot, hot, hot. Nan is still hot. Dad, please blow harder. Grandma Jiang watched this scene helplessly. She thought of the poor business of this store, and couldn't help but blame Jiang Jun. You are such a fool. You took over this store. And look at the business in this store. There are no people at all. Jiang Jun stuffed Shinan, who was complaining about the heat, into Shiyu's arms. And Shinan immediately climbed onto him with shining eyes. Shiyu has special abilities, and his body temperature is always kept at a constant temperature. He is a universal cooling patch. The occasional chill from his body makes Shinan stick to him all day long. And he hates not going to kindergarten, and hangs on Shiyu every day. Jiang Jun heard the accusations of Grandma Jiang, and said helplessly, Grandma, I have only opened the store for a short time, and it must be bad in the early stage. Don't worry. It won't take long, and my store will definitely be popular. Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang Jun suspiciously, doubting that such a bleak business could be saved in the later stage. Don't lie to me, an old lady. With such doubts, Grandma Jiang hoped that the business in the store would improve every day. Days passed. Jiang Jun's grocery store was on the right track. Someone would come to patronize it from time to time, and it could cover the family's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Nowadays, the daytime temperature stays around 50 degrees, and the temperature difference between day and night is about 10 degrees. Such weather seems to have become the norm, and people began to move around at night habitually, and stayed at home or went to other places to cool off during the day. Go to the subway entrance? No, I have to run a long way. I'll go to the underground parking lot for a while. It's cool there. Really? Then I'll go with you. Most residents of Anning community went to the underground parking lot to cool off, except for the fact that it was a little dark. It was still acceptable. At this temperature, the surface temperature has reached 60 degrees under long-term exposure to the sun. The asphalt road on the surface is soft and seems to melt in the next second. It sticks to the soles of pedestrians' shoes and almost burns the soles of people's feet. People nowadays are not willing to go out. Recently, the hot and high temperature has hit, and the number of deaths from heat stroke in our country has reached. The number of deaths from heat stroke reported in the news is increasing, which makes the people, who are already breathless, even more impetuous. Experts and scholars keep analyzing the high temperature situation on the Earth and trying to solve the dilemma, but they have not achieved effective results. Half a year has passed, and the sun is still hanging high in the sky. The temperature remains high, and the whole world is in a scorching summer. When the time enters the beginning of winter, the temperature has never dropped, and people's long-awaited hope has finally been dashed. They look at the light ball in the sky that continues to dissipate heat, and don't know when this day will end. The first to suffer from the chaotic temperature is crops. Corn production has decreased. Experts and scholars have made many speculations about whether winter wheat is still suitable for planting. Winter wheat has strong growth under high temperatures, but its disease resistance will decrease, and the pests and diseases such as mole crickets and locusts brought by drought will reduce the yield of winter wheat to what extent. Food prices have risen again, which has made people panic. They have speculated that the end of the world is coming. They rush to major supermarkets to buy. The people's looting behavior has left government departments helpless. Even if they call for the high temperature to pass, it will not help. Where are you going? To buy food. The price of food has gone up again. I have to go buy it quickly, otherwise the price will go up again in 2 days. Really? Then wait for me here. I'll push a cart and come right back. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, the food will be gone. This kind of conversation happens to many people. The more worried they are, the more they buy food and store it, for fear that they will be left behind and have no food. And Jeongjun's Nanneng grocery store has also ushered in a new wave of popularity. Residents in the community seem to have discovered a hidden treasure. No matter how they rush to buy, Nanneng grocery store can always replenish all the goods the next day. When other supermarkets were forced to close due to food shortages, the Nanneng grocery store in their community was filled with food again in a short time after residents cleared out the food. This gave the residents of the community, who were uneasy about the Doomsday talk, a reassurance. The grocery store at the entrance of their community has never been sold out, which means there is still a lot of food out there. Even small shops like this have channels to get so much food. And big supermarkets may be hoarding food in preparation for price increases. After this wave of price increases, the business of Nanneng grocery store gradually improved. Jeongjun was taking a nap, and soon she was awakened by the heat. Feeling a little dazed, she got up from the bed, wiped the sweat from her neck, and her clothes were soaked. The hot air lingered around her, and the sweat on Jeongjun's forehead flowed down her cheeks. Her back was sticky with her t-shirt, and she felt uncomfortable all over. This weather is really hot, Jeongjun whispered. She thought to herself, I have to take a cold shower to relieve the heat in my body. If it continues like this, I will be hot to death. The grocery store has been doing good business recently. She can also work as a clerk. She sells things and gets paid. She thought about catching up on some sleep, but she was woken up by the heat. It was really uncomfortable to be wet all over. Jeongjun took advantage of the fact that no one was at home and went back to Jong's store to take a shower. Only then did she feel refreshed. Being woken up by the heat all day and all night was not a big deal. She usually had Shiyu to help her cool down. But Grandpa Jeong and Grandma Jeong had no place to cool down. There were frequent power outages these days, and Jeongjun could feel that they were often woken up by the heat. Such hot weather is a torture for them. She saw that the two old people were a little depressed. It would be very harmful to their health if things went on like this. The grocery store had made a lot of money these days. The currency in the mission world was useless to her. Why not use it to improve the environment at home? Maybe these currencies will be useless in a few days. Jeongjun looked at the air conditioner at home that was useless due to the power outage. She thought about moving it to the grocery store, getting some generators and diesel, and air conditioning the grocery store. This would prevent insects from growing in the high-temperature food and allow the two old people to sleep well. As soon as he said it, Jeongjun returned to the grocery store and happened to see Shiyu arguing with someone. It turned out that not long after Jiang Jun left, an old man with gray hair on his temples, holding a rice bag in his hand, pointed at the rice cabinet with loose rice, and shouted at Shiyu in dissatisfaction, "I bought so much rice. What's wrong with giving me a pound for free?" Shiyu frowned. "No. What's wrong with you, kid? I went to other stores to buy rice, and they gave me a pound for free. Why can't you give me a pound for free? I used to buy here, and the boss lady gave me a lot of discounts. Why can't you give me a pound for free?" "No. No," Shiyu said, then turned around and ignored him, preparing to serve other customers. The old man was not convinced, and wanted to grab a few handfuls of rice from the bag while Shiyu was not paying attention. Unexpectedly, Shiyu seemed to have eyes behind him, and immediately turned around and saw the scene. Shiyu was angry. Yunyun specifically told him to take good care of the store, but he didn't expect someone to steal food in front of him. He already knew that he had to pay for the things in the grocery store before he could take them away. This kind of behavior of taking things without asking was theft, and he could teach him a lesson. The old man was a little scalp numb when being stared at by Shiyu, and said in a cowardly manner, "What? What do you want to do? Do you still want to bully the old man? I tell you, I have a little injury on my body, and I can't afford to pay even if I sell your store." Shiyu returned the money to the old man, and took back a bag of rice, and said stubbornly, "I'll return the money to you, and I won't sell you food anymore." The old man was anxious and wanted to snatch it back from Shiyu. "How can you do business like this? I can't even buy a little rice from you. You bully me because I'm old, but you can't beat me, right?" Shiyu ignored him. He only remembered what Yunyun said. He followed the procedure and said, "Please go out now, and don't interfere with my business." Seeing that the old man was still standing there, stubbornly refusing to leave, Shiyu said contentedly, "If you don't leave, then I'll ask you to go out." After he finished speaking, Shiyu grabbed him by the back of the collar and lifted him up in an instant. The crowd who were originally watching the excitement suddenly exclaimed. It was lifted up in one go. The old man must be about 60 or 70 kilograms. This guy has good arm strength. I didn't expect this store to be so hidden. It was so easy to lift a person out. Grandpa Jiang had just been out for a while. He heard from other people that his grandson-in-law was being bullied, and he quickly pushed through the crowd and went inside. He saw that it was Old Man Lu, whom he knew in the community. He was always unscrupulous and always liked to take advantage of others. Now that he had offended his family, how could he let him go? Grandpa Jiang cursed, "You bastard. You actually bullied my family. My grandson-in-law is young and won't fight with you. I'm not afraid of you." Old Lu was stunned by Shiyu's move. He fell to the ground and didn't come back to his senses. To be honest, he never thought that someone would pick him up and throw him outside. Grandpa Jiang scolded Old Lu in front of the crowd, from his parents to his sons and grandsons. The onlookers were amazed at Grandpa Jiang's rich scolding skills, and their desire to watch the fun increased instead of decreasing. When Jiang Jun arrived at the store, she saw a group of people gathered at the door to watch the excitement. If she got closer, she could still hear Grandpa Jiang's loud voice. She first pulled over a few passers-by, asked about the whole story, and then looked at the crowd of onlookers. She couldn't help sweating on her forehead. Are you so free? In this 50-degree high temperature, you are not afraid of getting sunburned by watching the excitement. Why are there so many people? When she saw Jiang Jun coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked for praise. Yunyun, I will listen to you and ask those who are looking for trouble to leave. Jiang Jun's eyes twitched, and he said against his conscience that he did a good job. She finally pulled Grandpa Jiang back from the quarrel, and told him not to argue unless it was absolutely necessary. Grandpa Jiang immediately said with a long face, Xiao Yu did nothing wrong, and this old man Lu should be taught a lesson. Otherwise he will think that our family is easy to bully, and come to take advantage of us next time. Jiang Jun originally came to turn off the engine, but she didn't expect to be pulled over and taught a lesson by Grandpa Jiang, saying that she was too soft and too polite, and that this was not okay. Grandpa, please go ahead. I have something to do, so I won't bother you for now. She quickly found an excuse to escape, took Shiyu with her, and drove away in the newly bought convertible truck. Grandpa Jiang glared at the two men's backs. Someone in the grocery store called the boss, and he hurried back to the house to weigh the food for the customers. Jiang Jun took the free labor to the building materials market, first bought a generator, and then got some diesel. Because people use a lot of electricity. The power grid can't hold up. And there will be power outages from time to time. People can't stand the days without electricity. So they buy generators and solar energy. And their prices have also skyrocketed. After buying all the materials, Jiang-jun hired someone at a high price to move the air conditioner at home to the grocery store and connected it to the generator. Amid a roar, the air conditioner in the store was powered on, and the cool air entered the store through the air outlet, relieving the customers' restlessness. Customers came to buy rice, feeling the cool breeze. And indeed, only your store can be powered on. And the house is really cool. Now power outages are becoming more and more frequent. And the electricity bill has increased a lot. I can hardly afford to use electricity. And I don't know when it will end. Not to mention the frequent power outages. The electricity bill has increased several times. And even when the electricity is on, it is used sparingly. And the electricity bill accounts for half of the average household's expenses. Jiang-jun smiled and said, "When it gets hotter, come to my place to cool down. And promote me. The business of this store is good. So I can afford to use the generator all the time. Otherwise, how can we use the generator and diesel? It is the residents of our community who support my grocery store. You don't have to tell me. I will definitely promote you. Now who doesn't come here to buy food in our community? Now there is air conditioning. And in a few days your place will be crowded with people." The customer can already imagine the scene that will happen next. Jiang-jun smiled and said, "That's great. As a businessman, I'm eager for people to come to the store. Nannan's grocery store is equipped with air conditioning. This has spread in a Ning community. Many people don't go to watch the fun, but to enjoy the air conditioning. Even if they walk around the store, it's much more comfortable than outside. There are 2 willow trees planted in front of the grocery store, with lush branches and drooping willow branches. The 2 trees were planted by the community greening department. They are a few years old. Because Nan store has a new air conditioner, it has become very popular. Many people carry stools and sit under the trees. They were so hot that they went to Nan's grocery store to enjoy the cool breeze. After cooling off, they sat under the willow tree and chatted with others. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang couldn't stay in the grocery store, so they also went under the willow tree to hang out with a group of old men and women, chatting about everything. "Old Lu, you're going to the grocery store too?" "Yes. It's cooler there. How about I bring some cards over there and play with them?" "Okay. But you can't cheat if you lose." In the community, you can see people inviting people to the door of the grocery store everywhere. Even if you sit there, it's comfortable. Seeing that there were many people outside, Jiang-jun built a canopy in front of the door and placed a few tables. Those who came to enjoy the cool air could sit at the tables and play mahjong or poker. There was a 1.5-meter high stone slab next to the grocery store. A canopy was built and a fan was placed. When Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang were tired, they could lie down here and take a nap. With Shiyu around, the stone slab would not be too hot. Customers in the community knew that they should not affect the business of the grocery store. When someone was buying things, they would consciously not disturb them. They would enter the store to enjoy the cool air after the person left. They would leave again after staying for a few minutes. Jiang-jun did not stop them. She and the residents of the community followed this principle tacitly, and no one had ever caused trouble. Just as Jiang-jun was enjoying the air conditioning in the store, someone said that her mother-in-law had arrived. She did not react for a long time. She had forgotten that the original owner was married and had a mother-in-law. From the original owner's memory, this mother-in-law was not a good person. The original owner's husband had 2 sons and a daughter. The original owner's husband was the least favored in the family. His father did not care about him, and his mother did not care about him. When the original owner got married, her mother-in-law was not satisfied with her rural family background. She did not even attend the wedding and did not care about their affairs. The original husband also had the ability to do great things quietly. He worked hard on his own, bought a house with a loan, and lived a harmonious life. His life was getting better day by day. Unexpectedly, the mother-in-law came to the door and asked the original husband to take out 500,000 yuan for the family expenses. The original couple had a dispute, and the original mother-in-law made a scene and everyone knew about it, which made the original couple almost have a bad reputation in the community. When the two were lying in the hospital after the car accident, the original mother-in-law originally wanted to swallow the compensation, but she didn't get it and didn't want to take care of the couple. So she left him in the hospital and ran away. It's only been more than half a year. And he's here again. He must have bad intentions, and is here to cause trouble. She's mother didn't come directly to the community, but went to the kindergarten instead. She thought that if she could get Nan, she wouldn't be afraid that the couple wouldn't obey her. Unexpectedly, the kindergarten wouldn't let her go, and waited for Grandma Jiang to come and pick her up. Grandma Jiang asked vigilantly, "What are you doing? In-laws?" She's mother said impatiently, "What's wrong with me picking up my granddaughter? Which law stipulates that I can't come?" Nan shrank back and hid behind her great-grandmother. She didn't like her grandmother to come. When her grandmother came, her parents would quarrel. Grandma Jiang touched Nan's head and coaxed her. "Be good. Let's go home first." She's mother forced a smile and held a candy to coax her. Nan, look what this is. Do you want to eat candy? Let Grandma hug you, and you will have candy. Nan was only 5 years old. Seeing the scary grandma, she was so scared that her eyes turned red. She said with tears in her eyes, "Grandma, I want my parents. I don't want to be with Grandma." She's mother's smile collapsed instantly, and she said with a frown, "A mother teaches her child to hate her grandmother. I don't know how your granddaughter is a mother. I can tell you that my son's property and your granddaughter don't have a penny. And her daughter. Move out of my son's house as soon as possible." Grandma Jiang was so angry that her face turned blue. She covered her chest and leaned against the wall. Her appearance scared Nan to tears. Nan cried, "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Grandma Jiang took a breath, glanced coldly at she's mother, turned around and took Nan's hand and rushed towards home. Why did she say so much to this unreasonable mother-in-law? Her granddaughter was not someone who could be abused at will. When she saw her son's appearance, it was not certain who could not leave whom. "How dare you be so shameless here?" Jiang Jun saw that Grandma Jiang's face was pale, and Nan next to her was also crying with a red face, and hurriedly helped Grandma Jiang to sit down, and picked Nan up and coaxed her for a while, and stopped crying. She's mother looked at the rice and flour in the house, as if she was inspecting her own property, and felt the cool air of the air conditioner in the house. She touched the rice and flour critically, and said dissatisfiedly, "Who asked you to install the air conditioner, and use a generator? This doesn't waste electricity and money." Chapter 61. She's mother looked at the food in the store, and she wanted to move all of it back home. Now the food price has risen, and their family is almost out of food. She didn't expect that the second son's family would have so much food. He didn't want to be filial to his family. I'm afraid it was the second son's wife who instigated it behind his back. She's mother scanned the grocery store with a critical look on her face, pointing and making gestures. She picked up the bag and put the rice in it, and wanted to stuff it into her bag. She stood aside, and saw such blatant behavior, and was furious, and stepped forward and grabbed his hand. She's mother shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of my hand. Put the things down." She paused for a second. "This is my thing. Why should I let it go? And who are you? You are in my shop." She's mother said arrogantly. As soon as she entered the door, Jiang Jun heard this, and couldn't help but sneered. "What? After half a year of not seeing you, you don't even recognize your own son?" She's mother was stunned. Does her second son look so good? After another look, they look a bit similar. She glared at Jiang Jun at first, and then she smiled quickly and said, "It turns out that it's my second son. You haven't been home for such a long time, but I, as a mother, am worried. Look at how thin you are. I think your wife didn't even take good care of you. The burden of the whole family is on you alone." She's mother shed tears as she spoke, which attracted a lot of sympathy from the onlookers. She thought this woman was weird. She was holding a rice bag in her hand. Not only was she tugging at him, but her hands were also reaching into the rice cabinet. He quickly grabbed her arm. This woman came here to steal food. She even wanted to distract him. "How abominable," she said seriously. "You are a thief. You stole my food. I ask you to get out now," Jiang Jun said with a smile. "Did you hear me? Who are you? Just say you are his mother. My family member had a car accident and has been in the hospital for a month. Except for my grandparents, I have never seen you appear once. Don't stand here and brag. Whose mother are you? We don't know you. Shall you? Get the person out." As soon as Jiang Jun opened his mouth, Shi Yu immediately picked him up and threw him out of the store. Shi's mother was shocked by Shi Yu's behavior at first. When her buttocks sat on the ground, she quickly climbed up because of the burn. She was so angry that her hands were shaking as she pointed at Jiang Jun. You. Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. What do you mean by me? I don't know you. I have lived here for 7 or 8 years. But I have never seen you here. I don't know where you came from. A beggar thief. And you are pretending to be a relative. Shi's mother looked at Shiyu and shouted angrily, Second brother. You just watch your wife bully me. Are you still a son? Shiyu asked with a very sincere expression. Are you talking about me? I am not your son. Shi's mother almost couldn't catch her breath and choked on the spot. Jiang Jun did not wait for Shi's mother to respond. And said again, why not ask the neighbors? Everyone knows our family's situation. When we were in the hospital after a car accident in the first half of the year, did you see anyone come to visit us? The others looked at each other. Except for Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. There were indeed no other relatives who came to visit the Shi family. Moreover, after such a serious car accident, the mother-in-law did not come to visit. They glanced at Shi's mother obscurely, looking down on her actions. Shi's mother said stubbornly, No one notified me when you had a car accident, how could I know? After saying this, everyone looked at her with contempt. It's not just 1 or 2 months, you don't know if no one notified you. It's been half a year, you can find out about it if you ask around. Who would believe you pretending to be innocent? Jiang Jun smiled and said, We don't have any relatives who need to be notified before coming, so let's not waste each other's time. You can go home, and I won't ask the security to drive you away. Shi's mother didn't want to, and wanted to get some food from the grocery store, but was caught by Shiyu who was on high alert, and immediately confiscated all the food in her hand. Helpless, she could only leave angrily. After solving this problem, Shi's mother did not appear for a long time, and the days passed one by one, under the continuous high temperature. After frequent power outages, water outages followed, and water outages became the fuse of the riots. Under high temperature conditions, the people can maintain normal social order, all relying on stable water sources. People cannot live without water in their daily lives. Even if the government cuts off power, it dares not directly cut off water. The scorching flames from the sun cause the surface water level to drop, and the groundwater in rivers and lakes continues to evaporate. As the water level drops, large-scale water outages are ushered in. Once the water supply stops, people living in rural areas can still go to the mountains to find water to drink, while people living in cities have long developed the habit of relying on tap water. After the water supply stops, the first thing they think of is to go to the supermarket to buy bottled water. When the bottled water is sold out and they are short of water, conflicts are very easy to arise. Many supermarkets have experienced looting incidents, which have also caused the deaths of many store employees. For a time, people were in panic. Jiang Jun sat in the grocery store, looking at the people coming and going in front of the store. They pushed the transport cart with buckets of water and sweat. They carefully stared at the buckets on the car, fearing that the water inside would spill out. The city and the suburbs are far apart, and it would take them a whole night to go back and forth. Everyone spent a lot of effort for this mouthful of water. The water supply in Anning community has been cut off for a month. The bottled water in each household has long been used up, and the water in the supermarket has also been sold out. Seeing that the family will not be able to survive if there is no water at home, the residents of the community decided to go to the suburbs to transport water together. At first, they drove there, but they didn't expect that the tires on the road would burst one after another. Driving was not possible, so they chose to push the truck. The round trip took a long time. Jiang Jun glanced at the water in the bucket. It was mixed with stones and dirt. Whether it was drinkable or not was another matter. The residents of the community were used to drinking clean, purified water. When they saw such turbid water, they all turned their heads away, somewhat reluctantly. Even so, no one said no, because no one knew when the tap water would be available. Some residents lined up and received a basin of water each. Some residents did not want to drink dirty water, and did not even look at it. They turned around and left. The sky gradually brightened. After 3 or 4 trucks of water were used up, everyone hurried home before the sun came out to filter and settle the water in the basin, so that they could still make a meal. It might be troublesome to run out of the city. Some residents suggested that they try to dig a well in the community to see if they could dig out some groundwater. It was illegal to dig a well before the end of the world. Now that the water shortage has reached this point, who cares whether it is illegal or not? Anning community held an owners' meeting and asked everyone to contribute money to dig a well. If they were caught for breaking the law, would they be able to arrest the entire community? When Jiang Yun knew about this, her family had already paid the money. Grandma Jiang licked her dry lips and said, "It's not much money. I will pay for you. When a well is dug, there will be water to drink in the community." Seeing Grandma Jiang holding back her thirst and not drinking water, Jiang Yun frowned slightly and said, "Grandma, I have water here. You don't need to save it. I'll get it after you finish drinking it." As she spoke, she unscrewed a bottle of water, first for Shi Nan to sip a few times to quench her thirst, and then stuffed it into Grandma Jiang's hand. Grandma Jiang refused, saying, "You have to drink this water sparingly. I know you've stockpiled a lot of water, but it will eventually run out. The drier the weather, the more precious this water is. You don't need to worry about that. I've already found a water source that no one has found. Drink this bottle of water quickly. We don't lack water at home." After Jiang Jun finished speaking, he opened another bottle of water and handed it to Grandpa Jiang, advising him, "Grandpa, drink the water quickly. You are old and can't stand thirst. Don't torture yourself." Shi Nan also urged the great-grandma and great-grandfather in a low voice. After everyone's persuasion, Grandpa and Grandma Jiang drank the water. After drinking it, they couldn't stop feeling distressed. This water is enough for 2 days, and they drank it all in one go. Grandpa Jiang looked at the grocery store, which still had a lot of rice and flour. He worriedly said, "There is still so much food in our store. After a long time, I am afraid people will be jealous. Otherwise, you two can think of a way to sell all the food. Or hide it." Jiang Jun shook his head. "It is useless to hide it. Everyone in the community knows that I have a way to purchase goods. If I suddenly empty the food in the store, it may arouse suspicion. It is better to put it in the open. At that time, in order to buy food, the residents will definitely not attack the grocery store, because they knew that without her, they could not find a channel to purchase goods. Recently, she went to transport goods, and many people wanted to follow her. Fortunately, she prepared a lot of tires, and she helped to relieve the heat of the tires, so there was no flat tire. The two of them quickly left the tail behind. Now, near Anning community, only her grocery store is still in business. The food in the store is enviable, but no one dares to rob it easily, largely because of the residents of Anning community. Because if someone wants to rob the grocery store, the first people to go through are the residents of Anning community. Nanning grocery store can stand out among a group of bankrupt supermarkets and stores, and maintain normal operations, largely because of this. In the minds of many owners of Anning community, the food from Nanning grocery store is their backing. As long as there is food in the grocery store, it doesn't matter how high the price is. Not to mention that the price of the grocery store is lower and more affordable than the price outside. Without Nanning grocery store, where can they buy food after they have eaten it all? Where will they be willing to sell it? Nowadays, who has food and doesn't hide it? Only Nanning grocery store is willing to sell it. They never ask where Nanning grocery store buys the food from. Nanning grocery store tacitly continues to provide food. Both sides benefit. So why not do it? So in their minds, whoever targets Nanning grocery store is targeting the people of their Anning community. Anning community pays as much attention to Nanning grocery store as Jiang Jun and others. Recently, a big event happened in Anning community. They dug out the first water. Although the water in the well was turbid, it was still water. It may be because of the shortage of groundwater. The amount of water in the well was very small. If each family shared it, they could survive for a while. In order to strictly limit the water consumption of each family, the owners in the community decided to take turns to guard it every day. They also locked the well and lined up to get water at 4 a.m. every day, and finished before the sun came out. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang followed a group of old men and women to the well before dawn every day. When they came back, they carried a 5-liter bucket with only half a bucket of water in it. Even so, the two old men were still very happy. They put the half bucket of water away as if it were a treasure. They waited for the water to settle and filter every day. When they saw the available water increase little by little, they couldn't stop smiling. Jiang Jun didn't stop them. She was in charge of the meals at home. Although the taste was not very good, it was edible. As for water, she would get water from Jiang's store or let Shiyu use her supernatural power directly. She didn't waste the water brought by the two old men. When there was no one around to change shifts, she poured the water into the well. She asked Shiyu to use his special powers to add some water to the well. Otherwise, the little water at the bottom of the well would be used up in 2 days. She cooked a simple meal. At the dinner table, Grandma Jiang mentioned the well. Someone in the community wants to dig a well by himself and asked if our family wants to join in. Grandpa Jiang frowned. Who told you? Don't get involved in this matter. Once this door is opened, you will see that everyone wants a well in the end. Jiang Jun added, if the community property agrees to dig a well for each owner and let us pay, then we will pay. If not, then we won't be the one to do it. Jiang Jun's family was discussing here, and some people in the community couldn't sit still. During this week, several pits were dug in many places in the community. They were all abandoned pits that had not been buried, without professional well diggers, who knew there was a water source there. Some people accidentally dug into the sewer. When Grandma Jiang passed by the community, she couldn't help but complain, this is a good road. What has it become? Not to mention, many residents really dug into water, which made other owners even more anxious. Some people came to ask Shiyu for help, because they had seen Shiyu's strength and felt that it would be more effective for him to dig the soil. But they were rejected by Jiang Jun. Grandma Jiang was afraid that someone would trick Shiyu into digging soil, so she repeatedly warned him, stay at home. If someone asks you to help, you must not go with them, even if they give you food. Although Shiyu didn't quite understand, he still nodded firmly. The craze for digging wells lasted for a long time, and many wells with water were dug. The owners of the wells guarded their wells strictly, fearing that someone would steal water. Jiang Yun's family didn't dig a well, so they went to the public wellhead to queue up for water every day. There were many owners like them, so there were also many people queuing at the public wellhead. Is there still enough water in the well? An owner, holding a bucket, looked into the well. The guard stopped him and said, what are you doing? Step back. The owner whispered, how long can the water in the well last? The guard glared at him and shouted, don't worry about it. You have water to drink. But you still worry about it. We are worried that there will be no water in the well. We have to prepare in advance. The owner muttered. The guard's eyes relaxed. Don't worry about it. The water in our well is better than those wells dug by unskilled owners. It won't be dried up in a short time. He was actually a little worried. The water in the well was about to run out a few days ago, but he didn't expect that there would be more water after a while. Maybe the groundwater didn't come out completely. He didn't say what was in his heart, so the other owners naturally didn't know. They thought that as long as there was water in the well, it would be fine. So they put aside their guesses and took the water home with a smile on their faces. The sun is coming out soon, but you can't stay in the sun. The order is relatively stable near Anning community because there is food and water. However, if you go out, you will know that the whole world is beginning to get chaotic. The high temperature for a year and a half has caused the whole world to collapse. Lack of water and food will make a person lose his mind, and then the whole social order will be gone. Domping City is one of them. The whole city was swept away, the streets were in a mess, and the smoke was everywhere. From time to time, people can be seen sweeping shops with sticks, as if they want to find leftover food. They stare at each other with wary eyes. If they encounter a dispute, they will attack first. Director Mo is the director of the Public Security Bureau of this city. He has been in office for only 2 years. He sat on the steps, playing with a cigarette in his hand. He sniffed it several times, but couldn't bear to smoke it. He sighed. He encountered a natural disaster just after taking office, and Domping City was short of food and water. At first, he also wanted to maintain order, but under the high temperature, it was not only the people who were hungry and thirsty. The police officers in their Public Security Bureau often couldn't fill their stomachs. If they can't even fill their stomachs, who has the energy to maintain order in the city? Now many people have resigned from the Public Security Bureau, not to mention the grassroots police stations. Director Mo was accompanied by several policemen and police officers. When they saw the director's melancholy face, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Director, if we don't go, the food will be snatched away. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Their director is good in everything, but he needs to be mentally prepared when the supplies are snatched. Yes, the supplies in our bureau are only enough for 2 days. The old policeman ignored Chief Mo's literary style. He shouted to the back. Xiaoqing, take out the guns and sticks in the back, we are leaving now. Chief Mo stood up on his knees, patted the dirt off his body, and put a cigarette to his ear, and said with a strong breath, let's go. Fight those ignorant brats. This matter has to start from a few days ago. Chief Mo led a team to look for supplies, and found a supermarket. Although there was not much food in it, it could last for a while. They were blackmailed on the way back. The other party first sent out the elderly. And if the elderly were not able to do it, the children would come in. And they just threw a tantrum and robbed the supplies from them. They were all vulnerable groups. And they were outnumbered. The supplies in Director Mo's hands had been robbed by them no less than 5 or 6 times. They were soft-hearted and let these elderly and children go. But now that supplies are in short supply, if they are allowed to do whatever they want, they will starve to death. The Dongping City Public Security Bureau convened a meeting with more than a dozen people, each carrying guns and ammunition, ready to teach them a lesson. The well-prepared police officers naturally won a great victory in the operation. They took the robbers to the police station, but they didn't know how to deal with them. They were almost starving to death. So how could they feed them? Director Mo walked to the head and slapped him on the head a few times. You are strong and healthy. Why don't you do anything else? You lie in ambush and rob my supplies every day. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Director Mo hit him a few more times in dissatisfaction. The leader was not very old. About 17 or 18 years old. And there was a group of children of the same age behind him. Looking further behind, there was a group of elderly people in their 60s. Standing there trembling. The leader was called Minghe, a student of a key high school in Dongping City. Because of the high temperature, the whole city was in chaos, and the school was forced to close. He had no parents and lived in an orphanage since he was a child. The children in the orphanage could not afford food or water. There happened to be a nursing home not far away. Minghe came up with a plan. And then, the target was the Public Security Bureau that went out to find food. Minghe stiffened his neck and said, "If you are easy to bully, why did you catch us in the Public Security Bureau?" Director Mo clicked his tongue, looked at his unrepentant appearance, and was about to teach him a lesson. Minghe stopped him and said, "Don't hit me first. I have a deal to make with you." Director Mo was surprised and said, "You still have a deal to make with me? I don't make deals with kids. And you are the one who stole my things." Minghe remembered his secret, looked at Director Mo arrogantly, and said, "If you don't do this deal with me, you will regret it later. You are still arrogant, kid." Director Mo was amused. The other police officers were watching the fun on the side, and were also amused by Minghe's expression. When the other children saw their boss being laughed at, they all said, "Don't laugh at our boss. Our boss is very powerful. Director Mo is scared." A child suddenly said this, and the other children immediately followed up. Director Mo is scared. Director Mo is even afraid of doing business with children. The chirping of the children echoed like morning glories throughout the Public Security Bureau. And the police looked at them with a headache. Director Mo glanced down at the arrogant Minghe. "You are quite charismatic. Okay. What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Minghe looked at the policeman next to him with disdain. "I want to talk to you alone." Director Mo looked at him suspiciously. "You are quite a busy boy. Okay. Uncle has seen all kinds of storms and waves, and I will satisfy you." Director Mo led him to the office, turned around and told the policeman below, "Keep an eye on these elderly people and children, and give them some food to fill their stomachs first." He saw that the policeman was hesitant to speak, and said, "Don't worry about the food problem. We will go out again in a few days." The policeman had no choice but to listen to the order and go to the warehouse to get food. Minghe looked at Director Mo, who had been robbed several times by him. Strangely, after entering the room, Director Mo went straight to the sofa, put his feet on the coffee table, and said with a satisfied face, "Okay, now you can talk." Minghe looked at this unruly adult with some disdain, coughed and cleared his throat and said, "After observing you for the past few days, I found that you are a good person." Director Mo sighed. "Even if you flatter me, the fact that you robbed me exists." When he saw Minghe glaring at him, he quickly shut his mouth and stretched out his hand to signal him to continue. He is not young, and has a bad temper. Minghe said bluntly, "I can help you get food and water." "You? Get food?" Director Mo felt that he might have misheard, and the kid might be joking. Chapter 62. Director Mo put down his feet on the coffee table and doubtfully asked, "If you can get food and water, why do you have to steal our food?" Minghe thought, "It's because you can't find the money." He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. I can help you get food. Just tell me if you want to cooperate." Director Mo smiled and said, "How can you do business like this? You have to tell me clearly where you can get the food. Don't let me give you the money in the end, then it will be a waste of effort. I won't even have anyone to complain to." Meng He hesitated for a moment, took out a card from his pocket, and handed it to Director Mo. This is my customer voucher. Only with this card, I can enter Zhang's store and buy you all the food you need. Director Mo looked at this ordinary card. On the card was the name of Zhang's store, with a few lines of statement below. On the back were a few strings of numbers that kept changing. A closer look revealed that it was store opening countdown, 35 minutes and 42 seconds. Director Mo hesitated and asked, "Is this an electronic card? This card looks like a paper version, but why is there a countdown? It looks like there is still about half an hour left." Meng He knew what he was thinking, and shook his head. "It's not an electronic card. I have smashed it, and burned it, and there is no damage." Director Mo asked, "Where is this store? How are you going to get in?" Meng He, "This card will take me to the store." "Card?" Director Mo wondered how the card would lead him there. Meng He described the scene. Director Mo was stunned. When did this world have such technology? It can also teleport people. Is this kid really joking? Seeing that he didn't believe him, Meng He said angrily, "I'm telling the truth. I've been there once. There are a lot of food and drinks inside. Just like a supermarket. It has everything. It's even better than a supermarket. You just need to give me gold and silver, and I can buy things for you." Director Mo found a few pieces of gold for Meng He with half belief and half doubt. Someone outside came to urge Director Mo, but Director Mo ignored him, and just opened his eyes wide to watch Meng He's movements. Half an hour later, Meng He really disappeared with the gold nuggets he gave him. Right in his office. Right under his nose. Just like that. Director Mo patted his head. A little buzzing. His worldview was broken. This was really beyond his imagination. While Director Mo was in a daze and reorganizing his worldview, when Meng He appeared again, there were several bags of instant noodles, bread and ham sausage next to him. Director Mo went forward and touched here and there, and even opened the ham sausage and tasted it. The taste on the tip of his tongue told him that all this was true. He said excitedly, "Good boy. You did a good job this time. Tell me about the situation of this store next." The alarm of Dongping City Public Security Bureau rang, and all the police officers did not react. What happened? Why did the alarm ring? Don't dawdle, and gather quickly. Quick! 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 This alarm woke everyone up, and the police officers on duty at the Public Security Bureau quickly got up. Fortunately, it was sunset now. If they had gathered outside in the sun, I'm afraid several people would have fallen down. The police officers stood in front of the Public Security Bureau, looking at the 5 or 6 military trucks that had been turned off. They were not sure what they were doing. Just as they were about to whisper, they were startled by a loud shout in front of them and shut their mouths. "Everyone, count!" The voice was as loud as thunder. Director Mo looked at the police officers below. There were only a dozen of them, which was a bit small. He turned his head and asked the old police officer next to him, "Can the police officers who resigned before be recalled?" Although the old police officer did not know why the director suddenly gathered. If he recalled the police officers in the bureau, it might be difficult. The possibility is not great. Director Mo considered, "Tell them that if they come back to participate in this operation, each person will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of food." The police officer's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will help you find people right away." With the temptation of food, the police officers living nearby quickly rushed to the bureau, and soon more than 30 police officers were gathered. When everyone drove the military truck, they didn't know how many turns they took and how many tires they changed before they arrived at their destination. They kept muttering in their hearts, why did the director bring them to this place? Not only was the distance long, but it was also very hidden. If no one showed them the way, they might have gotten lost. Soon, 2 small houses appeared in front of the car, under the command of the director. The police opened the shaky wooden door, looked inside, and were stunned in an instant. The house looked shabby on the outside, but inside it was a full granary. They poked the bag with their hands, and a little rice grain appeared on the edge of the bag. Some people reached out and pinched it, looking back and forth in disbelief. Some policemen murmured, "I got up so fast. How come I saw a room full of grain?" The people next to him swallowed their saliva. So much grain. No wonder so many people were called in. Some people went into the house in disbelief, touched here and there, and stuffed a few grains into their mouths. "Oh my God. It's really rice grains. It's grain. Let me touch it. I haven't eaten rice for a long time." I almost forgot the taste of rice. Look! Look! There are noodles! There are also soybeans! Director Mo shouted loudly. Don't be dazed. Hurry up and load the grain onto the car and transport it back to the Public Security Bureau. If you delay any longer, it will be dawn. Director Mo's voice awakened the policemen, who were immersed in joy. They quickly came to their senses and carried the grain bags to the car with full energy. The policemen carried bags of food, like devout believers. When they saw the military trucks full of food, they couldn't stop smiling, and even ignored the high temperature of more than 40 degrees. Half a year later, the news that Dongping City had established a safety zone spread to all cities in an instant, and many survivors were eagerly waiting for the arrival of the rescue team. Some people took the lead and began to recruit people to go to Dongping City. Then, there were news that if you want to enter the safety zone, you must hand in food. The more food you hand in, the better position you can get when you enter Dongcheng District. As the word spread, people gradually began to waver. Everyone began to try to get more food. The social order in major cities completely collapsed. Burning, killing, and looting became the norm. Jiangjun's Nanneng grocery store was also attacked. As the natural disaster intensified, Nanneng grocery store became the target of public criticism. Because of currency depreciation and rising food prices, even the richest families would be forced to go bankrupt. Not to mention that people had no income after the apocalypse, and all their money was kept in the bank. Such a situation makes people choose to take risks. And the full cabinets of food in Nanneng grocery store are the primary target of everyone. 2 years have passed since the natural disaster, and the Ning community has also changed its previous attitude. Many people who covet Nanneng grocery store have begun to conspire to take action. Jiangjun raised her knife and killed another person. She frowned slightly and wiped the blood from the corner of her eyes, and did not care about the situation of the corpse. Behind her, there was a sudden burst of crying and shouting, and Jiangjun did not even stop. The people who were secretly observing saw this scene, and they all lowered the curtains, and they couldn't help but feel scared. I didn't expect that the proprietress of Nanneng grocery store would be so powerful. Jiangjun wiped the blood off the blade, and thought of the situation around the grocery store in recent days. It seems that this place is no longer safe. The food in Nanneng grocery store eventually attracted the wolves and tigers. More and more people attacked her, and Nanneng grocery store was no longer safe. It seems that she has to advance her plan. Before opening the store, Jiangjun had imagined this situation and made sufficient preparations. When she just opened the store, she took advantage of the time when Grandpa Jiang was looking after the grocery store, and took Shiyu to find a safe place. She hid a lot of food on the surface, but she didn't know what the situation of the food was. In front of Nannen's grocery store, Grandma Jiang and Grandpa Jiang looked around anxiously. They heard the news that their granddaughter was besieged, and hurried out just in time to meet Jiangjun coming back. Yunyun, are you okay? Are you injured? Grandma Jiang stepped forward and took her hand, and saw a blood stain on her body. Grandma Jiang was frightened and said, "What's the matter with the blood stain on your body? Yunyun, are you injured?" After hearing this, Grandpa Jiang hurriedly squeezed forward and said, "Are you injured? Let's see if it's serious." Jiangjun stopped the two from doing anything, and said solemnly, "Grandpa and Grandma, let's go inside and talk." She closed the door, drew the curtains to prevent outsiders from peeping, and told them what had happened during this period of time. "I'm thinking of closing the grocery store. My supplier has noticed something is wrong and has run away. We should take all the food in the store and leave when we find a chance. The longer we delay, the worse it will be." Grandpa Jiang nodded. "That's right. Let's pack up and leave as soon as possible." Grandma Jiang hesitated and said, "How can we take all the food away?" Jiangyun pondered for a moment and said frankly, "Grandma, do you remember giving me a jade ring?" Grandma Jiang remembered that she gave her granddaughter the family heirloom when she got married. So she nodded, not knowing why her granddaughter brought up this matter. Jiangjun picked up a bottle of water on the ground and performed a disappearance on the spot. Grandpa Jiang was shocked and said, "What's going on?" Grandma Jiang widened her eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Jiangjun said calmly, "I accidentally dropped blood on Grandma's jade ring, and found that the jade ring actually has a space, and you can put things in it. It was not a long-term plan to keep it a secret from Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. So she thought of making up this story under the pretext of the original owner's jade ring." Grandma Jiang looked at this scene in shock. And after a while she said, "This is passed down from our ancestors. It has some magical properties. It shouldn't be a big deal." Grandpa Jiang's hand holding the cane was no longer shaking. He walked straight forward and asked Jiang Yun to demonstrate it again. And then he believed it. He said with relief, "You can find a way to use it. It means you have a connection with it. Now we have it. We have a place to store the food in our shop." After Grandpa Jiang finished speaking, he worriedly said, "You didn't tell anyone else about this, did you?" Jiang Yun shook his head. Grandpa Jiang warned, "Don't tell. This matter can only be known to family members. Nanan is young. Don't tell her yet. People's hearts are hidden. Don't be so careless in the future." Grandma Jiang was more concerned. "Is there anything wrong with your body? How much blood did the jade ring absorb? Your face is so pale. You need to eat something to replenish your body." Jiang Jun saw Grandma's behavior and was immediately amused. Chapter 63. With the space in the jade ring, Jiang Jun's movements became much more convenient, and the food in the grocery store was put into the space little by little. Jiang Jun and others decided to set out during the day when there were few people. When they found them at night, they had already gone far away, and it was too late to find them. The temperature outside was high. In order to prevent sunburn, everyone wore long sleeves, so that they could not be burned by the sun even if it was hot. Nan's grocery store was closed for 2 consecutive days, and finally attracted the attention of others. When they entered the store to check the situation, they found that the store was empty, and there was not even a grain of rice left. The mysterious well in Anning community finally stopped flowing. The owners who lined up early in the morning saw that there was not a drop of water in the well. They panicked and climbed into the well to check. They found that the well that had been flowing for more than half a year really had no water at all. Everyone started to quarrel. "It must be your family that stole the water." "Who said it was our family?" "I said it was your family." "Stop accusing people here. You like to take advantage of small things on weekdays." "It's not you. The water in this well is limited. You actually took more. Spit it out." The well was in chaos. Some people were fighting and pulling hair. Some people were stabbing and killing people in the chaos. Some people were stealing water and food quietly. The stable life in the community was finally broken by a well. Jiang Jun first went to the warehouse, and put the things in the warehouse into the space, and then put the hidden food into the space. Grandpa Jiang said he wanted to go to the safe area of Dongping City to take a look. Jiang Jun also thought, so in his heart, the old and young in the family, they couldn't wander outside. The old and the children all wanted to have a stable life. It takes a day to drive from Gongcheng to Dongping City, and it takes even longer to walk. They walked at night and rested during the day. Originally they wanted to drive to Dongping City, but it was too conspicuous, so they gave up. Because the 2 old people were not strong enough. Jiang Yun pushed a tricycle and converted the tires of the tricycle into iron wheels, so that the 2 old people and the child could rest on it. And Shiyu pedaled in front. After walking for nearly 3 days, they gradually met many passers-by, whose destination was Dongping City like them. So Jiang Yun went with them. Due to the dry weather, all the surrounding plants were dried up and turned into ashes with a slight touch. The originally lush farmland had become a barren wasteland. The moon hanging in the clouds illuminated the dark night road. Everyone carried luggage, pushed carts, and walked with difficulty. The temperature at night was higher than that during the day. But along the way, I don't know how many soles of my feet were broken, and how many pairs of shoes I changed. Some people wrapped their feet with cloth and continued walking when they ran out of shoes. Shiyu rode a pedal tricycle through the crowd, and many people cast envious glances at him. This car was modified by Jiang Yun from an abandoned parking lot. The car compartment was twice as large as normal, and the base had 4 wheels, which were iron wheels, so that it would not be scrapped due to high temperatures. She also installed curtains to block the light and the wind and sand. However, it was a bit stuffy inside, so she had to open it for ventilation from time to time. Because it was made of iron wheels, it was not very stable. When it encountered bumpy roads, it was very bumpy for people to sit in. Jiang Jun covered the interior of the car with mats to prevent the elderly and children from bumping into it. Although it was hot inside the car, it was better than trudging outside. There were elderly people and children at home who couldn't stand it. When they saw Jiang Jun's pedal tricycle, they also wanted to try it. When they stopped in a village during the day, they went door to door looking for tricycles in the high temperature. Most of the tricycles in the village are electric tricycles. They cannot travel without electricity. Moreover, They are not as light as pedal tricycles, and are very heavy to push. There was a strong man pushing a small tricycle, excitedly rushing to the station. People around him envied him. The strong man gave Jiang Yun some food, borrowed tools from her, and briefly asked about the modification method. Then, according to her instructions, he made another tricycle in a short while. However, the size of the car body was smaller than Jiang Yun's. After seeing it, Jiang Yun smiled and said, "Brother, you have good skills." The strong man's tanned face flashed a shy smile. "I like to tinker with these things at home, but I was in a hurry to come out. I didn't expect that this one would make my family walk such a long way." With a successful example, many people on the road began to look for tools or vehicles. Some got a cart and pulled it, and some found a cart. Others found bicycles, changed the tires, put their luggage on them, and pushed them along the way, saving a lot of effort. The news of the establishment of a safety zone in Dongping City spread quickly, and the team added a lot of people along the way. There were naturally many conflicts. The first problem was the source of water. The drought was serious now. Where could they find water? Most of them carried water with them. They only drank a sip when they were very thirsty. They all moved forward with perseverance. Some people drank up their own water, and wanted to steal other people's water. The water was not ordinary. If they robbed it, they would die of thirst before they could find a river or water source. Jiang Jun saw many people robbing water sources along the way. The victims all cried and screamed, looking miserable. Some victims were so angry that they stabbed people with daggers. For a while, the wind and the whistle were everywhere. Everyone was wary of each other, and they kept their food and water close to their chests. Jiang Jun was also robbed while drinking water. 2 or 3 men looked fierce, staring at the water bottle in her hand, rushed towards her, reached out to take the water bottle from her hand. She quickly dodged the hand that was stretched out, and kicked another person with her foot, kicked him down, pulled a dagger from her ankle, stabbed one of them without hesitation, and threw the body to the other man who was chasing her. The man looked at her in horror, pushed the man crawling on him away, and ran away in a hurry. Not only Jiang Jun was attacked, but the same happened to Shiyu. It seemed that this group of people had planned it in advance. 3 people died on Shiyu's side. He did not give them the opportunity to approach the car. Grandpa Jiang and others were not hurt, but they were still scared. Shinan stared at the bodies below with tears in her eyes. Her face was pale with fear, and Grandma Jiang immediately hugged the people to her chest and patted them from time to time. "Don't be afraid. Nan. Don't be afraid." Grandpa Jiang looked at Shiyu and Jiang Jun with complicated eyes, and finally sighed. "Put down the curtain when drinking water and eating in the future, and hide a little. Now I hope to get to Dongping City as soon as possible. I don't know what the safe zone looks like." Grandpa Jiang couldn't stop sighing in his heart, wondering if the decision to go to Dongping City was right. Shiyu's method was simple and crude, and it was very deterrent. All 3 bodies were shot in the head, and they lay on the ground in a bloody mess. A couple brought their elderly and children. The man was still as stupid as a child. He relied on the woman to take care of everything along the way. In this team, many people looked at them with contempt. When someone attacked and robbed Jiang Yun's family, some people wanted to get a share of the spoils. As Jiang Yun and Shiyu's abilities were exposed, everyone's eyes changed. They stared at Jiang Yun's family with fear. When they set off again, there was no one beside Jiang Yun's car. Jiang Yun didn't care. It happened to be more convenient to eat on the road, and it was also easy to drink water. Shiyu sat in front of the bicycle, pedaling tirelessly. He took the water bottle handed by Jiang Jun with one hand, drank a bottle, and stuffed a few pieces of dried meat into his mouth. He was full and followed Jiang Jun leisurely. When Jiang Jun was tired, he sat down next to the bicycle. He rested during the day and walked at night. After walking for about a month, he gradually found that the crowd suddenly increased. After asking others, he learned that Dongping City was not far away. No wonder there were so many people. A roar of a car came from behind. Pedestrians on the road immediately gave way. After watching the military truck leave, they whispered, "I heard that Dongping City has developed heat-resistant and high-temperature tires, so cars can be driven during the day." "I've heard that too, but the quantity is very small. Only enough for military trucks. It's still more convenient to have a car. My feet are almost rotten from walking all the way." "Yes. The surface temperature is high, and the soles of my shoes are thin, so they can scald my feet and cause blisters." "Who says it's not true?" Everyone sighed and worried about the future. No matter how worried they were, they had to survive. They rushed to Domping City with big and small bags. When they arrived at the Domping City safety zone, there was a long queue at the city gate. Seeing that it was almost dawn, they hurried to find a shady place and hid under the unfinished house to avoid direct sunlight. Jiang Yun and others followed the large group and lined up in front of the Domping City safety zone. Because there were so many people, they waited for 2 days before it was their turn. To enter the city gate, you must first register, and your identity, address and population are all counted one by one. Then you will be tested to make sure you are not infected with the disease before you are allowed to pass. Because some areas have already broken out in the plague, it is necessary to take strict precautions. After paying a considerable amount of entrance fee, Jiang Yun led her family into the safe zone. The safe zone had a good environment. The lights on both sides of the road flashed faintly, illuminating the streets. The streets were all dirt roads, so there was no need to worry about getting burned by the hot asphalt when walking on them. Many people were wearing the same clothes, and they seemed to be factory workers. They hurriedly passed by and were busy with their work in an orderly manner. Jiang Yun's family had a large population, and there was a shortage of houses here. After she handed in the food, she arranged a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house for them. Although it was small, it was still well equipped. The room has running water, but it is expensive. The same is true for electricity. You have to save water and electricity on weekdays. The common currency in the safe zone is Domping currency, which can be converted into gold, silver, jewelry, food and water. If you don't have it, you can accumulate it through labor. When entering the city, the grain paid was not much. But in order to have a private room, the 2-bedroom and 1 living room house they rented was a bit expensive, and it almost cost them half of their grain. Jiang Jun thought about finding a job in the safe zone, which ostensibly supplemented the family income. Because the surface temperature continued to rise, the safe zone came up with the idea of developing a basement. The cool basement was more suitable for human survival. This project needed many people, so Shiyu and Jiang Jun signed up. They went out early and came back late every day, and gradually they saved some money. Jiang Jun had been in this world for 2.5 years, but she still hadn't heard of the Zhang store. Since she came to this world, she had launched the store. I thought the Zhang store would spread in this world, but I didn't hear any news about it. The doubts I had had were explained after I arrived at the Domping City safety zone. It turned out that when the Zhang store was launched, the customer coupons issued were exposed to the national level, and the matter was directly reported to the head of the government. The land was dry, food production decreased, and rivers dried up. This series of events made the head of the government look worried. The appearance of a Zhang store instantly caught his attention. First of all, the store had inexhaustible food and water resources. A store that could endlessly meet the country's needs appeared during a natural disaster. It must be that God took pity on them and gave them hope. Since then, the head of the government began to look for people with customer coupons all over the country, and use safe zones as inducements. Jiang Jun looked at the flyer in his hand. If you have a customer voucher of Zhang store, why not try to join the country? A luxury villa, water and electricity are all included. It is definitely a unique residence for you after the natural disaster. Someone next to him muttered, "What is Zhang store? Do you have this customer voucher? How can I have it? Some people I take out immediately to live in a big villa. In this high temperature, it is better to be supported by the country than anything else." Yes. What kind of customer voucher is this? Everyone looked at these flyers with doubts, guessing what this Zhang store is. Only Jiang Jun, the owner of Zhang store, looked at it calmly and took the flyer from the illiterate Shiyu. Hurry home. Nanan is waiting anxiously at home. Jiang Jun grabbed Shiyu, who was looking around, and hurried home. A man in the crowd saw the content of the flyer, and his expression was obviously a little flustered, and he stuffed the flyer into his pocket. The man was wearing a blue work uniform, and he walked around the pedestrians with his head down, and finally came to a large bunk bed. There were about 7 or 8 bunk beds, and more than 20 people lived there. It was very crowded. He touched the card in the pocket sewn on his chest, and his lowered eyes blocked the thoughts in his eyes. Shen Ning is back. What food did you get today? The roommate licked his lips hungrily, staring at the food hidden in his arms. Shen Ning looked at him warily, walked into the room without saying a word, and came to the innermost part. And then the cover of the bed prevented the man from snooping. Chen Ning's parents brought him to the safe zone. He and his father found a job and could save some money every day. But Chen's mother suddenly fell ill and was lying on the hospital bed. Even if they wanted to find a doctor, they would have to spend a lot of Dongping currency. Besides, they had only been in the safe zone for 2 days. So how could they save so much money? Originally, he wanted to use food to pay for it, but found that there was not much food left. If he didn't treat Chen's mother, her life would be in danger. When Chen's father came back, Chen Ning showed him the flyer in his pocket. Chen's father pressed his hand down, frowned. I know what you are thinking. This won't work. Chen Ning said anxiously, Mom is already so sick. It will be too late if we don't treat her. We don't have gold, silver or jewelry. This card is useless in our hands. It's better to hand it over to change a doctor for my mother. Maybe it can save my mother's life. Chen's father lowered his voice and shouted, Aren't you afraid that they will take you away? Do some experiments. And do you want to live? Chen Ning said stubbornly, Mom is already so sick. As long as they can save my mother's life, it's worth it even if they kill me. Chen's father looked at his unconscious wife, and then at the stubborn child, and felt uncomfortable, as if a needle was stabbing his heart. Chen Ning got the Zhang store ticket before the high temperature came. He was still young, and Chen Ning, who had a second-year syndrome, immediately told his parents about it. His parents did not take it seriously at first. When Chen Ning disappeared from their sight, they panicked. Fortunately, Chen Ning came back soon, and the couple breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately decided not to let Chen Ning tell anyone about it, fearing that someone would dissect their son for experiments. Then the high temperature came, and the whole world fell into chaos. The 3 members of the Chen family relied on the Zhang store to survive until today, but they did not have much gold and silver. Chen's mother's illness made the 2 helpless. Chen's father wanted to persuade him, but he saw his wife's condition, and he couldn't ignore her and let her fend for herself. Chen Ning saw Chen's father's concerns and said, Dad, the flyer said there are villas to live in, water and electricity. You don't have to worry about me suffering. In the past few days, I inquired about this safe zone, and it really has a villa area inside. If it is to accommodate people like us, they will definitely not kill me. If they just simply trap me in the villa, I will have food and drink, and such a life will be a blessing after the high temperature. Chen's father was gradually persuaded and agreed to let Chen Ning take a risk. Jiang Jun was worried about the situation of Zhang's store, so she entered the store through her consciousness during the daytime break. Since she came to this world, she bought all the goods from the store, and often took care of the store, so she had some understanding of the situation in the store. At the beginning, most of the customers in the store were individual customers, who only bought some food and daily necessities. As the high temperature came, people had a sense of crisis, and the goods they bought tended to be food. And the sales of water also increased a lot. Now these customers gradually tend to buy in groups. They have a lot of gold and silver in their hands, and the consumption on the points card is also concentrated on buying food, oil and water, or some grains. At that time, she felt strange. It turned out that there was someone behind them, so they could have so much gold and silver. Xiaobai knew what Jiang Jun wanted to ask, and floated in the air and said, These customers all bought goods with a purpose. I also found that the address they came in from was the Dongping City Safety Zone where you were. Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the upper leaders of this world would react so quickly. They used the water and food obtained from Zhang's store to build a safety zone. Xiaobai stood up, looked at Jiang Jun expectantly and said, There are still too few customers in our store. Do you think we should carry out physical placement? Physical placement, as the name suggests, is the placement of physical stores in small worlds. The first few small worlds were just sales window placements, and the entire physical store placement had never been done before. Xiaobai gained a lot of energy from the world consciousness that was overrun with insects, and had the ability to protect himself. So he thought about expanding the number of customers through physical placement. The upgrade of Zhang's store is not just based on sales, but also on the number of customers. Jiang Jun issued too few customer coupons, which led to the fact that the number of people in the store has never increased. Seeing Jiang Jun's expression relax, Xiaobai immediately said, The energy shield of the store has a recognition function, which can distinguish hostile people. Don't worry. Now this store can only be attacked by other world consciousnesses, and no one else can break through. Just leave the store to me. I will definitely do a good job of physical placement for you. And definitely make the store famous. Jiang Jun glanced at the enthusiastic Xiaobai. Physical placement. I don't know where to place it. Jiang Jun regained consciousness, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. When he was about to go to work in the evening, he heard that someone from the outer layer had entered the inner layer with a customer voucher. He jumped from the outer layer to the inner layer and even owned a villa. Not to mention that the water and electricity were all free. This was really a turn of events. And he had reached the top. This person is so lucky. I heard that he is very close to us. In the bunk bed on the outermost layer, I saw him. A handsome young man. His mother seemed to be seriously ill and has been transferred to a medical clinic. So good? Medical clinic? Everyone was talking about it. Full of envy for the family living in the villa. Many people asked around what the customer voucher looked like, hoping to get into the inner layer. But they were all recognized. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang are old and can't work. So they want to grow some potted vegetables at home. Jiang Yun dug the soil for the two old people and got some seeds, so that they can relieve their boredom on weekdays. This is a potato. This is a sweet potato. And there are other seeds. Tell me what kind of seed you need. Jiang Yun handed a few packets of seeds to Grandpa Jiang. These are drought resistant. You can try to plant them first. If successful, it can improve our family's food to some extent. Grandma Jiang took the seeds excitedly. Such precious seeds. Where did you get them? Grandpa Jiang looked at Jiang Yun with a complicated look, and said to Grandma Jiang, "It's not good to have seeds. Why care about so many things?" He looked at the sunburned Jiang Yun, and said after a while, "This family depends on you. You have a heavy burden. We can grow these vegetable seeds, and exchange them for food or something. See if there is any easy work. It's not good for girls to dig underground cities." Jiang Jun shook her head. "Digging is not as tiring as you think. You don't have to worry. Just take good care of Nan Nan at home. Besides, there are two of us. You and I. We are also guaranteed to work together." She has noticed Grandpa Jiang's expression recently, but her affair with Shiyu will be exposed after a long time. As long as Grandpa Jiang doesn't say anything, she will pretend not to know and take good care of the two old people and the child for the original body. Now, Nan is 7 years old, and the school in the safety zone has not been built yet. Her studies have been delayed. This is not a solution. Jiang Jun found a few books for first and second graders and asked Grandpa Jiang to teach her in his spare time, so that she could at least learn some words and not become illiterate. Shiyu had few opportunities to learn to read in the previous world, so she also took the opportunity to learn some words and study with Nan. The days passed slowly, and the underground city in the safety zone was slowly built. Everyone was looking forward to it. The underground city could be built as soon as possible, so that they would not have to suffer from the high temperature on the surface. But they did not expect a sudden rain to break the high temperature. Chapter 64. A cool breeze suddenly blew in the hot air, and the sun hanging in the sky was blocked by layers of dark clouds, and the hot light shining on the ground suddenly disappeared, causing people to scream. "Look! The sun is blocked. Is it going to rain?" It seems to be a layer of dark clouds, and the sky seems to be getting darker. The temperature outside is much cooler, and there is no sunshine. After a night of hard work, the workers were lying in bed to rest, and heard the outside shouting that it was going to rain, and they quickly got up from the bed. As expected, the sky was covered by a dark cloud, and the sky began to darken. The black clouds lingering in the sky seemed to be brewing momentum. People all over the world were overjoyed, and kept praying for a drop of rain from the sky to relieve the high temperature and drought. People's prayers seemed to be effective. There were lightning and thunder between the dark clouds, and the first drop of rain fell through the clouds. The water drops fell on the ground, and the dry land could not wait to drink up the water. The raindrops fell from the sky, and moistened the cracked surface. People standing outside with their heads up, when they felt the raindrops falling on them, they suddenly jumped up and cheered. "It's raining! It's raining! Come on! It's really raining outside!" Some people were running in the rain with their arms waving. Some were holding basins to catch water. Some were looking up and drinking water. The whole safe zone was in a frenzy. The underground city, which was about to be completed, was forced to stop because of the rain, and the people in the whole safe zone were busy. They were carrying buckets, holding basins, and didn't care about the rain on their bodies. They took out all the dirty clothes, quilts and sheets, and started cleaning in the light rain. Some people took out all the pots and pans in their homes. placed them outside, and collected buckets of water. The rain caused the high temperature of more than 50 degrees to drop, and it dropped to more than 30 degrees within a day, and the temperature became cooler. The drizzle continued to fall, as if to make up for the rainfall in the previous 3 years. The temperature outside had dropped below 30 degrees, and the rain had lasted for 2 days. Water has begun to accumulate on the streets of the safe zone. Walking through the water, you can find that the water level has reached your calves. Looking up at the sky, the rain has not stopped. Everyone has become accustomed to it from the initial excitement, fearing the drought. They hope that the rain will last longer. Jeong-jun sat in the living room, looking at the rain outside through the window. She suddenly remembered that the name of the mission in this world is Deep Water and Hot Fire. It seems that the high temperature that has lasted for 3 years should be the hot fire. If so, then the deep water is this rain. How long will this rain last? She glanced at the muddy road below. The water level continued to rise. If it was really as she guessed, the real Doomsday might have just arrived. Jeong-jun found Grandpa Jeong and others and told them her guess. When the high temperature came that year, no one took it seriously, and it eventually turned into a drought. Now the rain is coming fiercely. It has been a week, and there is no sign of stopping. I am afraid it will turn into a flood disaster. Grandma Jeong looked outside and thought about the rain in the past few days. Why do I feel that the rain is getting heavier? Domping City is not a flood-prone area, and it has not been repaired for 3 years. I am afraid that the drainage system in the city has been abandoned. Grandpa Jeong often farms at home and knows a lot about floods. If this rain is the same as you said, it may be a matter of time before the Dongping City Safety Zone is flooded. We must be prepared first. Jeong-yun and others are discussing how to escape in the event of a flood. And the top leaders of the Dongping City Safety Zone have also discovered the strangeness of this rain. They set experts and scholars to measure the rainfall in the past few days with measuring instruments and found that the rainfall was increasing day by day. The experts looked solemn when they saw the set of data. This growth rate was really terrifying. If it continued like this, floods would definitely occur. They passed the news to the upper-level leaders. The old chief looked at the report with a heavy face and asked, "How long do we have?" The expert explained, "According to the growth rate of this rain and the drainage system in Dongping City, I am afraid that within 3 days, the low-lying areas in the city will be flooded, and the whole city will be flooded on the 4th day." Director Mo stood aside and heard the whole story. He pondered. The only high-lying place around Dongping City is Shoan Mountain near the city, which is more than 1,000 meters above sea level. If we evacuate, it will take about a week. I am afraid there is not enough time. The old chief pondered. I don't know much about meteorology. Is it possible that this rain will weaken? The expert shook his head. Impossible. As the clouds continue to accumulate, this rain will probably continue for a long time. We can't have a fluke mentality, since there is no way out. The first thing to do now is to retreat. The old leader immediately issued an order, and deployment began at all levels. The entire safety zone began to move. They did not have lifeboats or other items, and John's store would be open in 2 days. If they waited until 2 days later, it would be too late. Director Mo summoned soldiers to go outside to find lifeboats and other supplies, and various departments began to work in an orderly manner. The broadcast in the safety zone sounded, requiring all personnel to evacuate immediately. The people who heard the news were immediately panicked. It had only been a short time since they were at peace. And how could they suddenly evacuate? The hot days are over. It rained and the temperature dropped. Order was about to be restored. Why did they suddenly say they would evacuate from the safe zone? Residents in the safe zone began to inquire about the evacuation news. They didn't know where the news came from. It was about to be flooded. The people who heard the news had no time to find out the authenticity of the news. They quickly packed their luggage at home and ran to the evacuation troops with their bags on their backs. Those who went early caught up with the first batch of military vehicles, while those who moved slowly did not catch up and were blocked outside the military checkpoint. Some people wanted to squeeze into the car in the chaos, and others rushed forward. The evacuation troops were in chaos, and some began to cry and beg, disrupting the orderly evacuation. Bang! A burst of whistle sounded, and the scene suddenly became silent. The old, the weak, the sick and the children go first. The rest of you wait for the next batch. The troublemakers fell to the ground, soaked from head to toe. They looked at the vehicles going away, and the fear in their hearts was swallowing them. The people in the front still had hope of evacuating. But the people in the back knew that their chances of survival were slim. And they looked at the team in front anxiously. Someone ran to the abandoned site outside the city with luggage on his back. There were abandoned vehicles after being exposed to high temperatures. He found a car with oil and tried his best to start the fire. The roar of the car sounded like thunder in people's hearts. People with hope ran there one after another, overturned the car and spilled the oil. Finally, there were a few cars that could still be driven. The parts of the vehicles that had not been used for a long time would be damaged to some extent. People who knew the goods began to remove parts from other abandoned cars for backup. When Director Mo was arranging the evacuation of the crowd, he saw the scene and made a decision in his heart. He ordered, "Take out the gasoline from the warehouse. If someone can start the car, arrange enough gasoline for each car to reach Shoan Mountain. The requirement is that you must bring other people, and the car must be full of people." The people spontaneously formed a team to move forward, which reduced a lot of burdens for the leaders of the safety zone. Finally, they evacuated to the foot of Shoan Mountain at the moment when the flood came. Jiang Yun and his family were well prepared, so they joined the first group of evacuees. They carried their luggage and began to climb up the mountain in the rain. Shoan Mountain was a scenic spot before the end of the world. The entrance to the scenic spot was halfway up the mountain. They had to reach the halfway point to rest. Jiang Yun stood at the foot of Shoan Mountain and looked into the distance. The low floors had been submerged. The square roof exposed on the river stood in the middle of the water like a pond, and was submerged by the water in the next second. The rain had been getting heavier in the past few days. The raindrops hitting the body could feel the pain. The ground was bumpy and uneven, and the stairs were very steep. When climbing the mountain, no one dared to look down, for fear of falling down. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang are old. Their wet white hair sticks to their heads, and the temperature is dropping. Their mental state is very bad. Their faces are pale, and their lips are bloodless. Grandpa Jiang is trembling with his crutches, and Grandma Jiang is leaning on Jiang Jun and breathing rapidly. Most of the elderly and children are in the same state as them. Jiang Jun holds Shi Nan in one hand and supports Grandma Jiang with the other. He glances at Shi Yu and then looks at the stairs above. If this continues, the two elderly people will not be able to hold on. She took out a rope from the backpack on her back, put Shi Nan down, tied it around her waist and wrists. She squatted down, stared at Shi Nan, and whispered, "Can you walk by yourself next?" Shi Nan wiped the rain from her hair, looked at her great-grandmother's pale face, and nodded vigorously. "I can walk by myself." Jiang Jun touched her head sadly, and praised, Nan is great. If you are really tired, just pull off the rope." She called Shi Yu over, unloaded the package behind him, and whispered in his ear, "Now I will give you a task. Tie Grandpa to your body, climb up the mountain, and take Grandpa to the house halfway up the mountain." She used a rope to carry Grandpa Jiang tightly to Shi Yu's back, and warned him, "Be careful with your feet. After you take Grandpa to the mountain, don't let him get wet in the rain. After you put him down, come back to pick us up immediately. Understand?" She demonstrated to Shi Yu the key points of untying the rope, and when he learned it, she took out a bottle of energy supplement and fed him some food. After Shi Yu had eaten and drunk well, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yun, I will come back to pick you up right away." He effortlessly carried the unconscious Grandpa Jiang on his back, and climbed up the mountain step by step, slowly climbing up the mountain. Grandma Jiang said weakly, "Can Xiaoyu carry him up alone?" Jiang Jun, "Don't worry, Grandma. He can go up by himself. I will support you, and we will go up slowly." Jiang Jun carried a bag on his back, and a bag on his left hand, and supported Grandma Jiang with his right hand. He had to pay attention to Shi Nan at all times, and he was always in a tense state. Jiang Jun was moving forward slowly, but he didn't know that Shi Yu had attracted the surprised eyes of others. How can this guy climb so fast? Isn't he afraid of slipping? How can he climb so fast? Look, there is a person on his back. It seems to be an old man. It seems that he can't hold on any longer. Shi Yu carried Grandpa Jiang on his back and kept climbing up the mountain. Not only the survivors, but also the soldiers looked at him strangely. Shi Yu chased from the back of the team to the front, and slowly left the team behind him. His expression seemed to be very relaxed, and soon he was shrouded in fog and disappeared. Who is this guy? He has such good physical strength, And he climbs so fast, he is almost catching up with our special forces. He is much better than you special forces. You have the ability to catch up with him. No. No, this mountain is hard to climb, and it's raining now. If I slip, I will be in trouble. The soldiers in front of the team were still teasing each other. Then, they saw the person who had run up the mountain again, and when he passed by them, he didn't even glance at them. This kid has talent. He didn't slip when he went down the mountain. The ground is stable. Don't look at him. Look at your feet. As they were talking, the kid came back again, this time with an old lady on his back. The soldiers were carrying their bags and were in a mess in the rain. They looked at the man who was carrying the old man up the mountain. He was not hindered in the rain at all. And he didn't even slip. He was very stable. A martial artist? This guy is so amazing. Look. This guy is back again. The soldiers saw him coming down again. And they couldn't help but be stunned. The team following at the foot of the mountain was also impressed by Shiyu's amazing physical strength. He went up and down like a robot, without even taking a breath, and had already sent 2 old people up. Who is this? You are so strong. You have already sent them twice. How come you are coming down again? His wife and children are still waiting downstairs. It is not enough to send only 2 people. This family is old and young. It is really not easy for them to survive until now. The 2 old people look dangerous. They will definitely have a high fever in the mountains. I don't know if this family has any medicine. Jiang Jun didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. She put the backpack behind Shiyu, and stuffed the child into his arms. The sound of rain in the mountains was particularly loud. She was afraid that Shiyu couldn't hear. She leaned close to his ear and said, "Raise your body temperature. Let Nen warm up." Shiyu nodded. His body temperature rose instantly. The whole person was like a warm baby. Nen quickly shrank into his arms, trying to absorb the warmth. Jiang Jun carried her bag and supported Shiyu. The 3 of them began to climb the mountain with all their strength. She had to climb up as soon as possible, while no one was treating Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. The soldier who almost fell because of slipping hurriedly held the rope beside the stairs. The man who had just gone up came back again, holding a little girl in his arms, and a woman standing beside him. The 2 of them rushed up the mountain at a rapid pace, and everyone watched the pace of the family of 3. This family is really strong. I didn't expect this woman to climb up so easily. Don't say so much. Climb up quickly. There is still half the distance to go. Chapter 65. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it a chill that made people shiver. Jiang Yun and his companions reached the middle of the mountain, and were suddenly shocked by the coldness of the mountain. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang were placed in the ticket office. This room was sheltered from the wind and rain, and blocked a lot of cold air. Jiang Yun went over the tilted tables and chairs in the room, and touched the foreheads of the 2 people with the back of her hand. There was no sign of high fever, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Shiyu to help her, took out clean clothes from the space, and quickly wiped the 2 old people, and poured some hot ginger tea, and fed them granules to prevent colds. While no one was coming up, she took down the tables and chairs in the room, lit a fire, and let the 2 old people and the child get rid of the cold. The family kept warm in the ticket office, and the large army outside slowly arrived. The leading soldier looked around, and went straight to the largest hotel. There are about a dozen hotels on Zhoan Mountain, and the highest one has 7 floors. Each hotel has quite a few rooms, and they can barely fit everyone in. They first counted according to the number of people in the family. If there were many people in the family, they would squeeze into a single room, and the double room would be arranged for 2 families with fewer people. Singles were arranged in luxury suites, sleeping on the sofa or directly on the floor. The leaders of the safety zone racked their brains, making effective use of each room, and finally arranged everyone properly. Jiang Jun's family of 5 was arranged in a single room, with a bed, a table, and a bathroom. The single room was very small, and the 5 people could not turn around when standing in the room. Jiang Jun was welcoming an unknown life in Zhoan Mountain, but he didn't know that Xiaobai's physical store placement had gone wrong. The physical store placement was the top priority for Xiaobai. He had already selected the location, but he never thought that a rainstorm would make his efforts go to waste. He looked at the supermarket flooded by the flood side, pulled out the map again, looked left and right, trying to pick out a better location. Suddenly, a beautiful supermarket that met Xiaobai's requirements came into his sight. The size of this supermarket was almost the same as Zhang's store. Its door wall was decorated with lights and couplets with good luck were posted on both sides. The whole supermarket was made of red bricks and tiles, which was very festive and eye-catching. However, this supermarket was floating on the water, and it was swaying with the ripples of the water. Xiaobai saw that it was about to sink to the bottom of the water, and without saying a word, he consumed energy to rescue the supermarket. From then on, Xiaobai's drifting supermarket began its brilliant life. When Jiang Jun finished all the affairs in Zhouanshan, the physical store had already been settled. After 3 years of high temperatures, the sudden rainstorm quickly submerged countless cities before everyone could react. Many survivors stayed in the city and climbed to the top floor when the flood arrived. And they escaped by luck. They took the little food left and hid in the upper floors of the building, looking up at the dark sky. And the rain poured down like a river with the floodgates opened. Someone looked through the window at the turbulent water below. The raging waves hit the wall. With a loud bang, the waves splashed. Some floors could not withstand the impact and collapsed instantly. With such turbulent water, how could they dare to go into the water to try to salvage supplies? Just one look made their hearts tremble. Just when they were worried about the few supplies left, they saw a house floating on the water. In the dark sky, the house with red lanterns flashing on the water instantly attracted everyone's attention. Nearly 100 people were hiding in Fengjiang building. They huddled in a corner, wearing thin t-shirts, shivering in the cold wind. A cry of surprise came from the side, attracting the attention of others. Something is floating on the water. Is it a boat? Someone looked down. What came into view was a dazzling LED light. Through the light, it could be vaguely seen that there was a layer of wood underneath, supporting it to drift. However, it was strange how this piece of wood could support this blue brick house. How could a house made of reinforced concrete stand on it? The people who saw this scene couldn't help but rub their eyebrows, suspecting that they had seen it wrong. He couldn't believe it and said, "What is that? Is it a house? Why is it still floating on the water?" In a dim environment, it was easy to catch the only drifting light in the sea. They looked at this scene in disbelief. At this moment, a huge wave rolled up behind the drifting house, as if it was going to swallow up the drifting house with its fangs and claws. Everyone gasped in shock, staring at this scene with a nervous look. No one dared to look away, fearing that the drifting house would fall to the bottom of the sea in the next second. This drifting house is probably in danger. Oh my God! It won't be flooded. After the fierce waves touched the drifting house, they instantly became extremely obedient, without causing any waves, and the water's surface fell into calm again. This strange scene made everyone stunned. They stared at the drifting house, trying to find some clues from it to reasonably prove this scene. Have the waves learned to read people's minds now? The waves we encountered before could blow people away. But this time, there was no movement at all. It's really hard to say. The person next to him took out a telescope from his luggage bag, and the people next to him kept asking, "Did you see anything? Tell me quickly, what kind of house is that?" When the others saw him holding the telescope without saying a word, they immediately became anxious. What's going on with that house? Can you see it clearly? Yes. What does that house look like? Don't keep silent. Someone got impatient, snatched his telescope, and took a closer look, and was immediately dumbfounded. The man whose telescope was robbed was not angry. He came to his senses and said with difficulty, "It's a supermarket." The others waited for a long time, but they didn't expect such an unreliable answer. They said in disbelief, "Supermarket? How could it be a supermarket? If you say someone lives inside, I won't doubt you. Supermarket? How could it be?" The muscular man sitting next to him couldn't help but sneer. Shinchuan wiped the rain splashed on his face, and said with gritted teeth, "I didn't lie to you. It's really a supermarket. There are a lot of supplies inside. I saw a lot of instant noodles, sausages, clothes, and home appliances through the telescope." The more he said, the more people didn't believe him. Just as several people were struggling, the man who had just snatched the telescope exclaimed, "Damn it! It's all food!" The muscular man stood up and took the telescope. After looking for a while, he raised his eyes and said, "It's really a supermarket. In this thundering and rainy weather, there is actually a supermarket floating on the water." Shinchuan and the muscular man looked at each other obscurely, and they had a plan in their hearts. There must be a tasker playing tricks in this world. Otherwise, how could the people in this small world suddenly have such a weird supermarket? While the two were thinking, the Zhang store floating on the water finally swam to this area. Xiaobai saw that there were 200 or 300 people here through human body thermal induction, and floated over. The people on Fengjiang Building stared at the supermarket with vigilance, and were full of curiosity about this supermarket. There was actually a supermarket floating on the sea. This was really a world full of wonders. A shout suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's guess. Big opening sale. All the items are on sale. All the items are on sale. Come and buy. Don't miss it if you pass by. This hawking voice played in a loop made everyone a little confused. The hawking voice was very childish and loud, and it sounded like a 7 or 8-year-old child. They thought, whose kid is this who has come out to work? Xiaobai was very satisfied with the sound he recorded. He saw many humans around Jiangjun hawking like this. With his unique voice, he didn't believe that this physical store launch would fail. Xiaobai pointed the speaker at the most crowded place, turned up the volume, and directly drowned out the sound of thunder, making Shinchuan and others in the building feel pain in their ears. Shinchuan's mouth twitched. The speaker is really loud. It seems that he really wants to sell things. It was the first time he saw such a blatant person in the mission world. Isn't he afraid of being robbed by high-level missioners? Chapter 66. Shinchuan is a mid-level tasker, and knows Lu Bin, the muscle man. They are of the same level, and have crossed paths in other task worlds. The source of disasters in this world is disasters caused by weather, commonly known as natural disasters. In this type of world, there is an unwritten rule in the Doomsday Square. That is, the number of people rescued by the tasker in the natural disaster will be related to the points the tasker finally obtains. When Shinchuan met Lu Bin, he proposed cooperation and jointly established a base. During the 3 years of high temperature, the scale of the base built by the two was not large. They relied on collecting supplies, or using the system mall to exchange goods, and barely saved a lot of people, and obtained a lot of points. Shinchuan looked at the house floating on the sea. It was the first time he saw someone blatantly competing with other taskers for points. He didn't know who the owner of this house was. This behavior was considered a provocation in the eyes of senior taskers. The young and crisp shouting formed a strong contrast with the lightning and thunder outside, which really attracted the attention of many people. In the Sanshui Hotel next to Fengjiang Building, some people heard the sound and looked over. They crowded at the window to see what was happening below. Seeing that many people in the neighboring building had gone downstairs, Sanshui Hotel also followed the crowd and went downstairs. Zhang's store was parked next to Shinchuan's building. As they got closer, everyone saw the true face of Zhang's store. The dazzling LED lights illuminated the dim building. The neat and uniform cabinets were filled with a dazzling array of goods. Through the glass were the spotless tiles and the dazzling fluorescent lights on the ceiling. At a glance, many people couldn't help swallowing their saliva, pressing their palms on their hungry stomachs, and staring at the food in Zhang's store, wishing they could go in and take a bite of food to relieve their hunger. "Brother, are you going?" The young man hiding in another building stared at the Zhang store below with eagerness. The older man looked at the crowded scene below and gritted his teeth and said, "Go! Give me the life jacket. I'll go check the situation first. You stay here to watch the luggage." The young man was disappointed. He also wanted to see the supermarket floating on the water. The elder brother added, "If it's not dangerous, I'll come back later, and you can go over." The people who were hiding began to come out of the building. They were either holding basins or lying on wooden boards, all swimming in the same direction towards Fengjiang Building where Zhang's store was located. Zhang's shop had a neon sign, and next to it was a sign saying "Preparing for Business. Please wait." Through the glass, you could see a woman standing by, who seemed to be a staff member. Some people tried to greet or shout inside, but received no response. Only the sound of the horn hanging on the shop echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone stood in front of the door, silently looking at Zhang's shop, and always alert to the surroundings. Although they were afraid that it was a trap, they were almost starving to death in the natural disaster, so they had to go through it even if it was a trap. Ding dong. A clear and pleasant music sounded, and the signboard instantly changed to "Open for Business, Welcome." The door was opened, and the woman standing still slowly walked over. She had a delicate appearance, her hair was tied up, and a smile was on her cold face. The smile was too superficial, and it was obvious that it was a fake smile. When the bell sounded, a light flashed in the store, and nearly 100 people suddenly appeared in front of him. They were in uniform, and there were backpacks more than 1 meter high behind them. As soon as they opened their eyes, they were startled by the crowds of people in front of them. Why are there so many people? It's all ocean outside. Why did Zhang's shop change its location? This seems to be a city. It seems to be flooded? They all came from the Dongping City Safety Zone. They originally thought it would be the same as the previous times, but they didn't expect Zhang's shop to appear in the sea, and there were so many people outside. Not only were they scared, the people who were secretly observing were also scared by the hundreds of people who appeared out of thin air. What was going on with this shop? Why could it summon so many people out of thin air? When the people outside Zhang's shop saw this situation, they couldn't help but take a step back and whisper, "What's going on? So many people came out in a flash. What's going on with this shop? How did it do it?" The clothes those people wore were the same, and there seemed to be words written on them that looked like a military uniform. Are these people soldiers? When the military was mentioned, the people outside the shop looked at the group of people in surprise. They didn't expect that the military was actually related to Zhang's shop. In this way, this drifting house became even more unfathomable. Ling Yi walked up to Chen Ning and the others, and stretched out his right hand and said, "Welcome. Please come into the store and shop." Ling Yi's voice just interrupted Chen Ning and the others who were lost in thought. They quickly adjusted their mood, exchanged their points cards skillfully, and walked into the store. Shen Chuan and Lu Ben looked at each other. They could actually teleport people. It seemed that they had to be careful. The two of them took the lead and stepped into the territory of Zhang's store. Seeing this, the others followed one after another, walked through the stairs, and soon arrived at the entrance of Zhang's store. Just as they were studying the rules for entering the store, there was a noisy sound outside the store. Someone shouted loudly, "Why can't I get in? Others can get in. Why can't I get in?" The woman guarding the door quickly let me in. The man stood outside the store, trying to go in several times, but was blocked by a transparent wall. He saw that others could go in without any hindrance, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't take a step forward. He pointed at Ling Yi angrily and said, "Hurry up and open the door for me." After a while, someone else was blocked from entering, and another person was a little older, and sat down directly on the ground, and his whole body was soaked. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground, looking at the scene in confusion, as if he had not yet realized why he was turned away. The people following behind them stepped onto the stairs carefully, and found that they were not turned away, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Some people looked at Ling Yi hesitantly, wanting him to give an explanation, but they did not expect that he did not even look at them. Ling Yi stood in front of the store handing out notices and points cards, ignoring the small accident that had just happened, and turning a blind eye to the noise below. Shen Chuan took the notice, which had notes on entering the store, and marked the points redemption standard. It emphasized that after entering the store, there was a 50% chance of triggering the customer voucher. This customer voucher was the teleportation that suddenly appeared before, and it stated that the customer voucher was only valid during business hours. No matter where you are, as long as you hold the customer voucher, you can reach the store. From this notice, he also understood why the two of them could not enter before. It turned out that this Zhang store could detect the malicious value of others. Anyone who had malicious intentions or attacking intentions towards the store would be stopped outside the store. Shen Chuan and his companions exchanged their points cards according to the procedure, and entered the store, finding that there were countless products inside. They may not have many points, but they have experienced many worlds and have a large amount of gold, silver and jewelry, which came in handy at this time. Shen Chuan's eyes stopped at an area where he saw constant temperature suits, protective shields, and an unknown communicator. "Old Lu, come and see what's here." Shen Chuan grabbed Lu Ben, who was walking in front, and pointed to the counter where the constant temperature suits were placed. Lu Ben was originally nonchalant, but when he touched the communicator, his eyes fixed. He sensed the inside of the communicator. There is actually the energy of snow crystals in it. Shen Chuan pointed to other things. There are also constant temperature suits and protective shields. If these were in the system mall, the price would definitely be several times higher. Lu Ben pondered, these things can actually be sold. It seems that this store has a lot of confidence behind it. Shen Chuan nodded. If a high-level tasker knows the existence of this store, I'm afraid this is not something we can interfere with. I didn't expect that this store would have snow crystals. Lu Ben looked around and finally bought the communicator, just to dismantle the snow crystals inside. I don't know what means this boss used to combine snow crystal with another substance to create a communicator that can be used without interference. Shen Chuan found that weapons were also sold here. The price was expensive, but it was acceptable to him, and he bought a lot of things without realizing it. The customers who came in this time were mixed, and they turned a blind eye to the rules of the store, and stole things in the store, robbed other people's supplies, and damaged the goods in the store. Xiao Bai, who was monitoring in the background, added all these people to the blacklist without saying a word. These people only felt a flash before their eyes. The food hidden in their pockets disappeared, the dazzling goods in front of them disappeared, and they could not get even 1 foot closer to the store. How did I get out? Some people reacted, and quickly ran towards Zhang's store, but ran directly into a transparent wall. Let me in! I didn't do anything. Why are you kicking me out? Another person also said excitedly, I have money. Let me in! Others saw that the store was close at hand, but they could not get close, and they began to get angry, and shouted at the store with anger. Let us in! The people in the store, seeing that the store ruthlessly drove out those who violated the rules. Some people who made small moves instantly became honest. Zhang's store accepts everyone, even if they don't have a points card, and have zero money in their hands. But in order to attract more people, Xiao Bai specially launched an event. Each person can receive a rescue package for free at the checkout counter. The rescue package contains water, dry food, clothes, and other practical items, which makes people who have no money and can only look at it feel very excited. They received the rescue package from the cashier, and immediately went out to bring their family members over, and all rushed into the store. A high-quality store cannot be upgraded only by meeting sales targets, but also by the number of customers. Xiao Bai only recently learned that the upgrade of Zhang's store is not only linked to sales, but also to the number of customers. No wonder in the previous mission worlds, it can only be upgraded by relying on system points. It turned out that he forgot the key point. He felt the weak energy that had just poured into Zhang's store, and felt that the next upgrade was just around the corner. On the other side, Shen Chuan and his partner were going to test the soldiers, why they were connected to Zhang's store. However, they did not expect that no matter how they approached them, they were always met with a hard opponent, and no one spoke. Shen Chuan saw that they were buying food and lifeboats, and they did not look away the whole time, and it seemed that they were buying goods with a purpose. He did not know what the selection criteria of Zhang's store were, and whether he had the fate to have a customer voucher. If so, it would be great. Shen Chuan and Lu Bin came to the finished product area, and saw the Manchuhan banquet on the table, and they couldn't help but feel greedy. Lu Bin wiped his saliva and said, Since we are here, let's order some braised pork, and some rice, and leave after we are full. Shen Chuan and his partner took the vegetables and rice, and sat on an empty table to eat. There were quite a few people nearby, and they bought a lot of buns, stuffed them into their mouths one by one, and drank saliva when they choked, and devoured them like hungry ghosts. It has been 3 years since the high temperature, and they haven't had a good meal, which is like the reincarnation of starving ghosts. Even if they don't have currency, they have some silver pendants or silver bracelets on them, and they exchange them for points, and they immediately run to the finished product area, take a steamed bun, eat a bun, and fill their stomachs first. There is a risk of being robbed when the food you buy is taken outside, so it is better to eat and drink in the store, and then see how they rob it after it is in your stomach. Chapter 67. The young man who was guarding the luggage saw his elder brother coming back, and couldn't wait to ask, Brother, what's going on inside? Qi Yang took the rescue package and stuffed it into Qi Ming's arms, whispered, That store gives out rescue packages for free, you can go and get one later. He took out a pair of gold rings from the luggage bag, which were left by his parents, and stuffed them into Qi Ming's palm and said, After you go in, go to the finished product area to buy some buns, drink some porridge, fill your stomach before coming out. Qi Ming frowned. Brother, have you eaten? Qi Yang opened the rescue package, and showed him the inside. There are dry food and water in it. Don't worry about me. Come back when you are full, I'll go in and see the situation later. Maybe I can buy some food back. Qi Yang thought, I'm afraid that I can't keep the food I bought. No one dared to rob in Zhang's store, but outside the store, there are covetous eyes everywhere. After buying food, the first thing to do is to hide from the sight of outsiders, which may not be easy. After Qi Yang tidied Qi Ming, he hid the gold ring in the inner seam of his clothes and watched him swim safely to Zhang's store. Only then did he feel relieved. On the other side, after Qi Ming entered the store, he successfully found the finished product area, ate 7 or 8 buns, drank a bowl of white porridge, and then started to browse the store. This store is as big as the supermarket in the mall before the high temperature, but the products are more abundant, and many of them are things he has never seen before. He came to the grain area, and looked at some unknown varieties of seeds on the shelf with shining eyes. Qi Ming worked in a research institute before the high temperature, mainly studying crop planting. He has been interested in crops since he was a child. But the country has not been able to break through the yield of farmland or rice. His eye is suddenly fixed on the explanation of a seed. Hybrid rice seeds. 1,200 kilograms per mu. More than 1,000 kilograms per mu. What kind of rice seed is this? Why is the yield per mu so high? How does it achieve such a high yield per mu? Qi Ming stared at the seed with fiery eyes. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, and finally couldn't help but buy a pound of hybrid rice seeds, which cost him all his savings. He held a bag that was not much bigger than his palm, white packaging, with only the word seeds written on it, and he quickly hid the hybrid rice seeds on his body. He hid them in the pocket inside his pants, although it was a bit heavy, but with a tight belt, it was hard to be discovered. Qi Ming had no danger along the way. When he returned to the upper floor of the building, he excitedly said to Qi Yang, "Brother, guess what I found?" He lowered his voice incoherently. "Brother, there are seeds that can produce more than 1,000 kilograms per mu. More than 1,000 kilograms. Do you know what this means? Our professor has been researching for a lifetime, but he has not been able to find seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu. More than 1,000 kilograms. If it can really be grown, then our food crisis will be reduced by half." Qi Yang couldn't help but say, "Now the outside is flooded. There is no soil, and these seeds are useless." He knew that his younger brother had been interested in crop research since he was a child, and joined the research institute at such a young age. If there were no high temperatures and floods, he would probably have a bright future. It's all fate. Qi Ming shook his head quickly. "We are flooded here, but some places are not. As long as the mountains are not flooded, they are also soil. As long as we persist in research, we will get seeds that belong to us sooner or later." Qi Yang saw his brother, who had already fallen into madness, and couldn't help sighing. It's not that easy. Not to mention that the research institute was flooded. The research equipment was gone. What can he research now? At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed in Qi Yang's mind. He was wearing a uniform, and was said to be a soldier. If he was a soldier, would he be able to do it? He glanced at Qi Yang, then at the seeds in his hand, and an idea suddenly emerged. Shoan Mountain. Director Mo learned about the situation of Zhang's store from Chen Ning and others. "Can everyone enter?" Chen Ning shook his head. "No. Those who have malicious intentions to Zhang's store cannot enter, or those who steal and rob others in the store will be stopped." But from the situation at that time, even if there is no customer coupon, as long as the store is in front of them, everyone can enter and exit Zhang's store. Director Mo couldn't help but be happy, and couldn't help but sigh. "I just don't know where Zhang's store drifts on the sea, and when it can reach Zhoan Mountain. If it can drift to Zhoan Mountain, it will give everyone the opportunity to buy it, and it will also allow the people to store some food. Their army doesn't have much gold and silver in their hands, and it will eventually be used up in the long run." He turned around and saw Chen Ning was hesitant to speak, raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Is there anything else to report?" "Chen Ning, we met a man over there. He said his brother is a crop researcher. He was a direct disciple of a famous professor before the high temperature, and he wanted to ask if we could support their research plan." "Research plan?" Director Mo motioned for the other party to explain. Chen Ning explained the other party's discovery of rice seeds with an acreage yield of more than 1,000 kilograms, and he also took out a white plastic bag from his pocket. "This is hybrid rice." Director Mo took it and asked, "Where are they?" Chen Ning mentioned the place name. Director Mo said regretfully, "It's too far away. Even if we use a boat, it will take more than 10 days. Not to mention that there are heavy rains from time to time nowadays. The road is too dangerous." He didn't know the ability of this researcher, and he couldn't sacrifice the lives of other soldiers for an unknown person. "What did they say they needed us to do?" "Chen Ning, they said they wanted us to send some soil to them through Zhang's store." Director Mo wondered, "Do they have customer coupons?" "Originally, they wanted us to take them over, but they changed their minds halfway, saying that his brother got the customer coupons, and they could contact them through Zhang's store at that time." Director Mo nodded. "Okay, you prepare the soil for them, and then provide some food, and see how far they can research. The yield per mu is more than 1,000 kilograms. If this research can be successful, I am afraid that the food crisis will be reduced by half." distribute the seeds, and we will start trial planting. The single room where Jiang Yun's family lived was crowded, but it was also convenient. The two old people had been exposed to wind and rain, and their condition was not serious. After taking medicine, they took a hot bath in the single room. They recovered well. There was a small table in the room. Jiang Yun took out the cooked food from the space and placed it on the table, including tomato beef brisket and ribs nutritious porridge, so that Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang could replenish their bodies. Shi Nan took a sip of the porridge, and the delicious taste instantly exploded in her taste buds. She quickly picked up the bowl and drank it to the bottom, and then took the steamed bun and ate a lot of tomato beef brisket. She was starving during this period. Jiang Yun touched her soft hair with heartache. Eat quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold. Seeing that Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang didn't move their chopsticks, Jiang Yun urged them. Grandpa Jiang sighed, eat. Keep your body healthy. It's more important than anything else. Grandma Jiang thought that she was dying this time, and she should die and not drag down the two of them. Unexpectedly, she was old and her body was not weak, and she was lucky enough to escape. They are old, and living is not much use except dragging down their granddaughter. Besides, it's hot and flooding. With them, how can the life of their granddaughter's family improve? Jiang Yun saw what they were thinking, and kept persuading them, Grandma, the boat will be straightened when the bridge comes. Don't think too much. We have space now, and there is a lot of food hidden in it. We can feed you two anyway. Grandpa Jiang, it's not easy for you. With so many people, I have figured it out. While we are still here, we will help you share as much as we can. He turned to Grandma Jiang and said, Old woman, don't think too badly. After the flood, people can always survive. Don't think it's a waste of food. As long as we eat it, people are alive, and we are not a burden. Nanan still needs her great-grandmother. Grandma Jiang couldn't help but wipe the tears from her eyes. She was really suffocated. This body was too disappointing. Some people wanted to live but couldn't, and some people wanted to die but couldn't. Grandma is fine. I'll eat it now. I'll eat it now. Grandma Jiang's hand holding the spoon was a little trembling, but she still drank the bowl of porridge alone firmly. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang slept on a single bed, which was about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, and could accommodate two people if they squeezed together. Shi Yu, and Shi Nan made a bed on the floor below. With Shi Yu's ability, sleeping on the floor was not cold, but a little warm. It was still drizzling outside, and occasionally turned into a rainstorm, which was hard to guard against, and the high-rise buildings under the mountain had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Soldiers stationed in Anshan, Zhou occasionally went down the mountain to salvage supplies, and they had some harvest every day. The survivors after the flood did not have much food in their hands, so they also organized people to go down the mountain to salvage. After breakfast, Jiang Yun participated in the cleanup work and was temporarily assigned a job to open up wasteland on the mountain. The reward was high, and everyone rushed to do it. At first, they did not understand the reason for opening up wasteland, and only after the seeds were distributed did they understand the reason. Jiang Yun looked at the hybrid rice seeds in his hand, wondering if this variety was suitable for growth in this environment. They planted the seeds, and a new house was being built at the end of the field. It was said that it was for researchers to live in. It seemed that they attached great importance to hybrid rice. Jiang Jun and Shi went out early and came back late every day. They lived a very abundant life. Shi Nan also grew up gradually and learned to help share the housework. Occasionally, when they returned home, there would be freshly baked meals waiting for them. Jiang Jun had been paying attention to the specific situation of Zhang's store through his consciousness. He found that Xiaobai was drifting towards the direction where there were many people purposefully, and no accidents happened in the middle. So he was relieved. The rice planted in Zhou Anshan, 2 months have passed, there is no movement at all, which makes the researcher somewhat at a loss. The soil, water quality, temperature are all okay, but every time when the seeds are about to break the shell, they lose their activity. So many seeds have been wasted. Director Mo also looks worried. When Zhou Anshan is worried about the rice, Zhang's shop will drift to the next survivor tribe. Chapter 68. On the boundless sea, more than a dozen ships were sailing with the wind. The leading Coast Guard ship was leading the way, and the fishing boats were following closely behind. Hong Bin was the captain of the Coast Guard ship. When the high temperature came, he and his teammates were on patrol. They survived with a small amount of supplies on the ship. When they returned to land, because of the drought, They had already been in chaos. They took food and fresh water and returned to the ship. They barely survived on the sea. When the rainstorm hit, they had just collected supplies from the land and returned to the ship. In the gusts of wind and rain, they survived with difficulty. When they sailed inland, the dry land had turned into a vast ocean. They patrolled along the coast and encountered a fisherman's boat. They rescued the fisherman and traveled together. Whether it was a fishing boat or a Coast Guard ship, they did not have much supplies and had to dive and salvage every day. As the water level rose, the difficulty of diving also began to increase. Simple diving was no longer enough. They needed professional diving equipment. And the most important thing was the oxygen tank. Still haven't found it nearby. Hong Bin was worried. No, this hotel doesn't store diving equipment. The teammate shook his head. They used to be able to salvage supplies in 2 minutes after diving, but now they may not be able to find them even after diving for more than 10 minutes. Although there are simple homemade oxygen cylinders, there are great safety risks, and some people have died because of them, which is why he is so anxious. Hong Bin was about to decide to move forward and find a hotel by the sea, but he heard a noisy sound outside the boat, and it seemed that someone was shouting something. He hurried to the stern and asked the people beside him, "What are they shouting?" They saw a boat coming this way. Saying it was a boat was just a guess. They didn't think it looked like a boat, but they didn't dare to say anything casually. When the ship approached, they could see clearly that it was not a ship at all, but a house floating on the sea. But the amazing thing was that it seemed to be lit on the dim water, so others could quickly find its trace. "What is that? A house? Give me a telescope," Hong Bin ordered. After he took it, he looked closer and saw the house clearly. Hong Bin's heartbeat quickly accelerated. Which direction should the ship move closer to? Yes! The fleet led by the Coast Guard ship quickly approached the house. When the distance was close, everyone could not hide the shock in their eyes. Hong Bin was the first to lead people off the boat. They rowed the rescue boat towards the house. When they reached the stairs, Hong Bin took the lead and stepped on them. He felt the solid ground under his feet. No longer did he feel the trance of being swayed by the wind on the boat. Before he got close, a voice exploded in his ears. "Welcome to Zhang's store. It's not business hours yet. Please come to the store during business hours to shop." Everything in front of him was blurry. Hong Bin opened his eyes again and found himself back on the rescue boat. He was extremely shocked. What's going on? Didn't he just go up the stairs? Why is he back again? Hong Bin no longer approached, but took out a telescope to take a closer look at Zhang's shop. He focused on the notice board in front of the door. When he returned to the ship, Hong Bin immediately ordered, "Follow the house in front." The subordinates were puzzled. "Captain, did you find something?" Hong Bin finished his story. "Did you notice how I got back to the rescue ship?" After listening, the others recalled and shook their heads. "We didn't see the scene of you getting on." Hong Bin frowned, unexpectedly. "There was a trick. Just follow what I said, follow the ship." He just saw a countdown in front of the door with a telescope on the rescue ship, and he didn't know what it was for, but he always felt that it couldn't be ignored. Besides, there was only 24 hours, and he was willing to take a gamble during this time. Although the people below were puzzled by the captain's order, they still carried it out. The people behind followed closely, and from time to time, they talked about the drifting house in front. "Look, there is a light on inside. Can you see what's inside?" Someone came over and asked. The man shook his head. "It's far away. How can we see what it is? It must be important. Otherwise, how can we follow that house?" "That makes sense. But I don't know how that house is floating on the sea." Others were no longer sleepy when they talked about this. "Do you feel scared?" "Anyway, I was scared when I saw this house. It can't be a haunted house." A woman couldn't help rubbing the goosebumps on her arms. "How is it possible?" "Don't scare yourself. I just wonder why the light is still on." Others were also puzzled by the light. Since the flood, they were surrounded by pitch black. They could bump into people when walking at night. People who are used to the neon lights in the city find it difficult to adapt to this dark environment. Now there is no water or electricity. It is still quite shocking to see a house with lights on its sea. Accompanied by the discussion of people on the fishing boat, time is about to come to Zhang's shop opening hours. "Look! What's over there?" "It's a sea fleet. It's much bigger than our fishing boat. It's full of soldiers. They're all soldiers." Hong Bin didn't expect to find the sea fleet by following Zhang's shop, which was really beyond his expectation. The sea fleet had already discovered these dozen ships, and the soldiers on the ship raised their guns and looked over there vigilantly, and did not relax their vigilance because of the leading Coast Guard ship. Only after Hong Bin showed his ID, he was allowed to pass and brought to the captain of the warship. Hong Bin saluted Chief Jing, "Squad leader. I didn't expect to see you here." Chief Jing patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Hong Bin, this is really fate." Hong Bin and Chief Jing knew each other. At that time, Hong Bin was a soldier who had just joined the army in the recruit company, and Chief Jing was his squad leader. However, later Chief Jing was promoted and went to the capital, and the two had less contact. After the two reminisced about the past, Chief Jing finally remembered the main business. "How do you know the location of our fleet? And what is the house floating in front of your ship?" Hong Bin shook his head and explained, "We didn't know the location of your fleet before. We accidentally discovered the Zhang store in front. I thought it was strange, so I ordered to follow it. I didn't expect to meet your fleet here." Chief Jing was surprised. "Are you talking about the Zhang store?" Hong Bin was puzzled. "Chief, do you know it?" Chief Jing knew very little about the Zhang store, but he also got some information. During the high temperature, the extra materials of the country and the safety zone established later were said to be related to the Zhang store. He was stationed at sea, and he had doubts about the supplies that were distributed from time to time, because the fleets of other countries could not survive in the high temperature. But the government of their country could maintain some order, which was already very strong. He had also asked other people, and finally only got one answer, that it was bought from Zhang's shop. He did not say anything more about the rest, and he stopped there. Unexpectedly, he heard the news of Zhang's shop from Hong Bin again. "Take me to see Zhang's shop. If it is true, then we are saved." Chief Jing was surprised. Their fleet was running low on fuel, and the fleet's supplies were decreasing, making their situation very difficult. If it was really Zhang's store, then they were lucky. "But I don't know how to buy from Zhang's store," Chief Jing thought worriedly. Hong Bin took Chief Jing to stand on the deck, pointed at Zhang's store and said, "Look carefully. There's a countdown on the side of the glass door, and now it is only 2 minutes away from its opening time." Chief Jing took the telescope and looked again and again, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Is this Zhang's store? It's true that seeing is worse than hearing. It's really shocking that it can drift here unscathed under the huge waves on the sea." Hong Bin told him about the strange situation he had encountered before, and Chief Jing fell into deep thought. While the two were discussing, the loudspeaker hanging in front of Zhang's shop rang, causing ripples on the sea. "Zhang's shop is having a big sale. All prices are off the charts. First come, first served. Opportunities never come again. Don't miss it if you pass by." Hong Bin and Chief Jing were startled by the sudden sound, and the other soldiers on the warship and the fishermen on the fleet were also startled by the sound. "I didn't expect that the quiet drifting house would make a sound. And the sound was so loud. I was afraid that others wouldn't hear it. Scare me. The sound is so loud, my eardrums are about to burst." Someone patted his chest. Others' attention was elsewhere. "Store? Sale? This house is selling things? Quickly move aside, let me see what's going on." Other people who were blocked behind squeezed forward, wanting to see what was going on. When Chief Jing and others saw that the countdown had changed to "Open for business," they immediately sent a team of soldiers to check the situation. About 5 or 6 soldiers held their weapons tightly, fully equipped, and dared to approach Zhang's store. A few of them entered the store first, and did not find anything suspicious, but were shocked by the dazzling array of goods in the store. "Go back and report first." The leading captain interrupted everyone's thoughts. They wanted to take the notice issued by the store clerk back, but found that when they went out, the notice disappeared for no reason. In desperation, several people memorized the notice and went back to report the situation to Chief Jing. "We didn't buy any goods, but they gave us a rescue package," saying it was free. The captain handed over the rescue package and poured out the items from the package one by one and placed them in front of everyone. There was a set of water, food, and daily necessities. Only one of the female soldiers had a different bag, with an extra set of sanitary products for women. We also met other people inside. The captain thought of those people who appeared out of nowhere. Chief Jing was surprised and asked, "Other people?" The captain said, "There are soldiers in uniform inside." And we didn't dare to speak. Chief Jing pondered for a moment and said, "I'm afraid they are people from the safe zone. What they are holding should be the customer vouchers mentioned in the notice, which can break through space and teleport. The captain described the customer vouchers in those people's hands to Chief Jing. In this case, Chief Jing ordered, let everyone go in and get the rescue package. If they have savings, they could also buy some personal supplies. He turned to the adjutant and said, go and see how much gold, silver, jewelry or valuables we have, and exchange them for some oil. I will go to find out the location of the safe zone. We will move towards the safe zone. If the safe zone has the backing of Zhang's store, it will definitely occupy an important position in the flood. And he still has a fleet in his hands. The other party may be in need at this time. Why not join forces? Chapter 69. Shoan Mountain, dense fog shrouded the mountainside. The steep mountain wall was reclaimed into terraced paddy fields by the people in the safety zone. Director Emma wore a raincoat, held a hoe, and carefully picked up a seed from the soil. The yellow-white rice husk had some cracks, a thin thread protruded from the root, the bud line was withered and yellow, and the vitality of the rice seed was exhausted. Director Mo sighed, failed again. He asked the experts again about the progress of rice seed cultivation, and everyone shook their heads in frustration. They failed to make the seeds germinate successfully through soaking and other methods. And all the progress remained at the initial stage. Director Mo was about to ask about other situations, but saw someone running over from a distance. He waved his hand to let the experts leave, and then asked what was going on. Meng He hurried forward and said, we met a group of soldiers driving a warship in Zhang's store, and came to ask you for instructions. Qin Ning was negotiating with the other party. They didn't know the other party's background, and they didn't dare to expose the address to the other party rashly. So they sent Meng He back to find Director Mo. Director Mo frowned at first, and then listened to their description of the leader's appearance and name. A face appeared in his mind, but he was not too sure. So he took Meng He to the old chief's residence. After hearing what happened, the old chief thought, I haven't heard from them since the flood. It turns out that they are in the south. In this case, if they want to come, it's okay to tell them our location. If there is a fleet, the matter of searching for survivors can be put on the agenda. They said before that they wanted to find survivors, although there are many people in the safe zone. After a flood, there are fewer people who survived, so they thought about rescuing other survivors. As the disaster lasts longer, it becomes increasingly difficult for humans to survive. Population reduction is not a good thing. Director Mo asked Meng He to go back for the meeting, while he prepared for the arrival of the warship. There were not many houses left on Shoan Mountain, so some caves had to be dug. Shoan Mountain was busy welcoming guests, while Qin Ning also received the notice. His expression instantly eased. We were rude before. Qin Ning apologized. Your fleet is welcome to come to our base. If you are short of supplies on the road, you can also tell us. We will do our best to support you. After Qin Ning finished speaking, he took out a piece of paper, wrote the location, and handed it to Chief Jing. Chief Jing took it with a smile, saying, nothing. It's good to be a little vigilant. The two of them exchanged the situation in Shoan Mountain, under the guidance of the soldiers on the warship. The boat gangs around the Coast Guard ship slowly walked towards Zhang's store. Do you think this is really a good thing? Someone whispered. The leading soldier said that everyone could go in and get a rescue package for free. And if they had gold or silver, they could also buy some supplies. Others also came over. I think it's true. You can see that many people have a lot of food in their hands. A man in long sleeves at the back of the team said dissatisfiedly, there are so many supplies in their hands, but they don't think about rescue. And they let us buy them with money. The owner of this store is really selfish. What kind of day is it now? He still dares to occupy such a large supermarket. He has no spirit of contribution at all. The man saw that other people were coming over, and he became more and more excited, and kept saying bad things about the store. During this time, some people kept echoing that this store had so many supplies, and it was just giving out a rescue package for free, which was too stingy. They were originally dissatisfied, but they just covered it up. Now that someone has expressed their thoughts have been magnified. Such a big supermarket. There must be countless food and drinks inside. But they are so selfish to occupy it. And they are not afraid of being criticized. Someone muttered. We are almost starving to death. And they are still enjoying themselves in the house. A person next to him was indignant. The soldier next to them couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped out to stop them, saying, stop talking. Someone immediately whispered, you just want to shut us up. What? You did it, and you don't allow others to talk about it. Why can't we talk? We are not allowed to talk. But we want to talk. That's right. This store occupies so many supplies. And it still wants to charge money. Bah! Aren't you soldiers? This store is reselling and raising prices. Don't you care? Yes. The army just lets this store be so arrogant? Why didn't it nationalize so many supplies? The soldier next to them saw that they were getting more and more outrageous. And his face suddenly darkened. After hearing the noise, Chief Jing and Hongbin waved to someone to explain the situation. After understanding what happened, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. This John's shop is not something they can control. These people are too confident in him. Chief Jing scolded, "Hurry up and tell them to shut up." However, it was too late. The noisy group finally arrived at the stairs of John's shop, but found that there was an invisible barrier in front of them, and they couldn't get through. They watched other people around them step up the stairs easily, and they became anxious and started to make a fuss. "What's going on? Why can't we get in? Is it you soldiers who are causing trouble?" Someone pounded on the invisible barrier in panic, saying, "Let me in. Damn it. Why can't I get in?" They turned and shouted at the soldiers, "Let us in. You soldiers, let us in. This is how you treat us ordinary people. You are blocking us openly and not letting us in. We pay so much tax. What's wrong with saying a few words to you? You are making things difficult for us ordinary people. Did you install glass to prevent us from passing? What are you thinking?" They suspected that these soldiers were secretly doing something bad, and they put a piece of glass between them to prevent them from entering. Just as they were shouting at the soldiers, a child of only 7 or 8 years old pulled a middle-aged woman past them, and easily passed through the glass door they mentioned. When all the troublemakers saw the scene, they suddenly fell silent, stared at the two people, and tried to hit them again, but found that they still couldn't get through. The two people who passed through were frightened by the eyes of others, and the adults hurriedly ran into the store, with the children in their arms. Chief Jing saw this scene, touched his chin and said, "It seems that this store has a bad temper." Hongbin wiped the sweat from his forehead and apologized. "It's all my fault that the people I brought were too much. They actually made the store angry. I hope it won't affect other people next. If so, I really implicated you." Chief Jing waved his hand. "You can't control them. What does this have to do with you? Besides, I have also inquired about a lot of information. Although this store has a little temper and many rules. The goods in the store are: treat everyone equally. No matter how much you buy. There will be no limit. Look, except for the few people who said bad things, everyone else passed smoothly and got a free package in their hands." Hongbin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Chief Jing turned his head and looked at him and said, "Where are you going next?" Hongbin hesitated for a moment and said, "Chief, you see, there are not many of us. Can we go to the safe zone with you?" He also knew a little about the safe zone, and knew that the situation there was better than here. So it would be better to follow the chief and them, and there would be some protection at sea. Chief Jing did not refuse. "Okay. Then you should pack up, buy supplies, and prepare for the sea. There are great risks on this journey, so be prepared in advance." Hongbin immediately bowed to express his gratitude. When he returned to the fleet, he immediately had someone teach a lesson to the people who had just made up the story. Since everyone saw the ability of John's store, no one dared to make trouble again. They took the supplies and left the store obediently, and there was no trouble in the middle. Except for a small disturbance on the warship side. There was no other problem. But Zhou and Chen had many accidents when digging the hole. First of all, there was the problem of mountain torrents. The rainy season was sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and it was always impossible to predict when they were digging holes. Landslides were very dangerous. If people were not careful, they would be buried underneath, and there would be no chance of survival. Although many holes were dug in the past 2 days, landslides were not uncommon. The leaders of the safety zone were about to give up. But things took a turn for the worse. The cause of the incident was this: Jiang Yun and others were assigned to dig holes on the northern hillside. The rain hit their faces and hurt them. They touched the rain on their faces and picked up shovels and carts to work. Jiang Yun followed behind, moving bricks to the car from time to time, and putting soil into plastic bags. Rainwater and sweat mixed together, and no one could tell who was who. Shi was assigned the most tiring work because of his strength. But the labor and food were matched, and he earned more. As the two were working, there was a sudden scream from the side, and the people around hurried over there. Suddenly, a hole appeared on the wall they were digging. When they put their ears close, they seemed to hear the sound of water flowing in the hole. What happened? A soldier came running and asked anxiously. The man who shouted scratched his head. I just saw a cave entrance, and I couldn't control my emotions and shouted. The soldier scolded, don't shout casually. What if a landslide occurs after you shout? Be careful next time. The man nodded quickly. He also knew the danger of landslides, and couldn't help slapping his lips, and secretly regretted it. The soldier saw the cave, and took out a flashlight from his waist. You go and notify others. I'll go in and explore the way first. Someone advised, do you want to wait until someone comes? It's pitch black inside, and it looks very dangerous. It's okay, I won't go far. I'll be back in a few minutes. The soldier turned and walked inside, and others couldn't persuade him. After receiving the news, Director Mo hurriedly led a dozen people to this side. They held their equipment and quickly built a simple shed. He first asked about the situation, and then asked, has Captain Ming come back? Captain Ming was the soldier who had just entered the cave. He was standing at the entrance and waiting. He hurriedly shook his head. He hasn't come back. We have been guarding here. We haven't seen him. 20 minutes have passed, and Captain Ming has not come out yet. Maybe something happened. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Just as Director Mo was about to give the order to enter the cave, a person who was leaning towards the cave entrance saw a ray of light. The person immediately shouted, Captain Ming is coming out. He is coming out? Captain Ming ran out of the cave with a flashlight in his hand, his face full of surprise. He ran to Director Mo's side and said excitedly, guess what I saw? There is a natural cave inside, and a freshwater lake. That cave is very big. We are so lucky. Chapter 70. The entrance is narrow, and can only accommodate one person. As people go deeper, they can find a different world inside. The cave wall is inlaid with stalactites. The interior is full of stone caves that are ingeniously carved. The winding and twisting are the wonders of nature. Jiang Jun looked at the magnificent scene in the cave, and then lowered his head and followed the crowd to the workplace. Their task today is to clean the stalactites and place them in a dedicated area. There is an underground river in this cave, which is full of fresh water, and there are fish and shrimps and other creatures wandering in the water. On both sides of the underground river is fertile soil. This discovery made the people in the safe zone overjoyed. With the help of the caves left by nature, they tried to create an environment suitable for human habitation. In the cave, they no longer had to worry about the violent storms outside, nor would they be at a loss due to the shortage of fresh water. The safety zone planned the entire cave carefully, and everyone worked from dawn to dusk, and finally completed the construction of the cave in a month. Compared with the cold wind outside the mountain, the temperature inside the cave was very suitable, which blocked the invasion of cold wind and created a warm living environment. Even though it was dark and lightless inside the cave, which made people feel uncomfortable, a large number of people still chose to move into the cave. As one of the first team to discover the cave, Jiang Yun was entitled to the right to live in the cave. They were arranged to live in a cave near the underground river, and were allocated one mu of land. When Grandma Jiang and Grandpa Jiang heard about this, they smiled and wanted to see their land immediately. On the day the cave was opened, Jiang Yun finally saw their cave. It was a naturally repaired cave, which was cleaned of dust and smoothed out. The space inside the cave was larger than the house they lived in before. There was nothing in the house that was of any use, and they had to move everything in place. The 1-acre field they were allocated was very small, and was just a small vegetable plot of 3 mu before the end of the world. Even so, the 2 old men pinched the soil with their bare hands. Grandpa Jiang said excitedly, this soil is good. It's very fertile. When the time comes, we can find some seeds to sow on it, and it will definitely sprout. The 2 of them took Shi Nan to work in the field, and Jiang Jun and Shi returned to the hillside to move beds, tables and chairs. In order to have some privacy, the 2 went down the mountain to get a few iron doors and tools, and blocked the entrance to the cave. They added a curtain to the door, and usually kept the door open for ventilation. The beds, tables, and chairs in the hotel downstairs were not allowed to be moved at will in the safe zone. If you wanted to buy furniture, you had to buy it from the safe zone, or go down the mountain to find it yourself. Jiang Yun took the opportunity to move 2 beds and a dining table from the space, as well as some pots and pans, and then called Shi Yu down to move them into the cave. Where did you get the bed and table? The neighbor asked Jiang Yun. Jiang Jun pointed downward with her index finger. It's just at the bottom of the mountain. You can also look for it. Many beds will float out. Tang Suifeng didn't want to go down the mountain to move them. So she said, "How much do you want for the bed and table? We want them." As she spoke, she took out broken gold nuggets from her pocket. Jiang Jun stopped her and shook her head, saying, "We won't buy them. If you want them, you can go down the mountain to get them yourself." Tang Suifeng said dissatisfiedly, "You name a price. I'll take whatever you want." Jiang Jun immediately said impatiently, "If you don't want to sell them, then you don't want to sell them. If you want to go down the mountain to get them yourself, they are ours." Tang Suifeng stood in front of Jiang Jun, anxious. "It's just a bed and a table. You don't want all of them. What's wrong with giving me one? I'm still paying you." Jiang Jun's face turned cold, and his eyes were fixed on the other person. "Even if I smash the bed, I won't give it to you," Tang Suifeng said angrily. "Why are you like this? Let's all judge. You moved so many beds and tables, but you only gave me one. And you didn't give it to me. You even threatened that you wouldn't give me one even if you smashed it. I didn't want your bed and table for nothing." Tang Suifeng's voice attracted the attention of others, and they all turned their eyes to this side. Tang Suifeng's husband Zhang Donglong heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing his wife being bullied, he immediately rushed forward and said, "What's going on? You bullied my wife. I will fight you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Donglong stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Yun's hair, and his other hand attacked her face. There was a sound of wind, and his palm was about to hit her face. Zhang Donglong used all his strength to swing his arm towards Jiang Yun. As everyone exclaimed, he stumbled and fell to the ground. It turned out that Jiang Yun easily dodged at the last moment, and Zhang Donglong's strength was not contained, which directly caused him to lie on the ground. On the other side, Tang Suifeng saw her husband coming, and actually went even further. She took advantage of the chaos to snatch the table from her hand, and was about to move it into their cave. Shi Yu immediately appeared in front of her, frowning and saying, "What are you doing? This is my table. You are stealing it by taking it without asking." Tang Suifeng stiffened her neck and said, "Why? You still want to hit a woman? Let me tell you, I am not easy to mess with." Shi Yu ignored her and directly grabbed the table from her hand. When the other party tried to grab his face, he quickly kicked her aside. Tang Suifeng didn't expect that he, who looked weak, could be so strong. She was kicked so hard that her abdomen hurt. When she looked at her husband's situation, her eyes went dark. Zhang Donglong had been driven crazy by Jiang Jun. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't get close to him. He fell to the ground from time to time, with a bruised face and a broken shoulder. From time to time, she could hear the laughter of the crowd watching the fun. "You can't even hit a woman. Your life is wasted. Left hook. Right hook. Ah. I just can't hit it. Ha ha ha. 0 kills. 1,000 losses. Lao Zhang. Your record is really disappointing." No one took action. They were all watching the fun. Some people couldn't stand it, and called the patrolling soldiers over. As soon as the soldiers arrived at the scene, they immediately shouted, "Stop it! What's going on? I haven't seen you for a while, and you're causing trouble here." The soldiers saw Zhang Donglong's face darkened. "Why are you running here instead of working over there?" Zhang Donglong was punished for unpaid labor because he destroyed public equipment and stole supplies. He should be digging a hole now, not fighting here. Zhang Donglong said with a wry smile, "Sir, I am eager to save my wife. When I am not around, my wife is bullied. I have to teach them a lesson. Sir, I am saving my wife. Please be tolerant." The soldier sneered at him, not believing his lies. He turned to Jiang Yun and asked, "Tell me the story again." Jiang Yun said, "I got a few beds and tables from the bottom of the mountain. This lady wanted to buy my beds. I refused to sell them. She spread rumors that I bullied her. Then this man wanted to beat me without knowing the truth." The soldier looked at Jiang Yun, who was unharmed, suspiciously, and then looked at Zhang Donglong, who was bruised and swollen. It was hard to believe that she was beaten. The people watching the excitement around pointed out, Zhang Donglong's face was all his own fault. And he didn't even touch the woman. "I can prove that the woman didn't do anything from beginning to end, and didn't tell a single lie." Someone shouted from behind, "She didn't want to. But Tang Suifeng still forced her to buy it. She is so shameless." When Tang Suifeng heard this, she was so angry that she vomited blood. "You old hag. Don't think I can't tell it was you. You have never seen me forcing you to buy it. You have a big mouth. But you can't speak human language? Another voice came from behind. Bah! Tang Suifeng. Let me tell you. Everyone's eyes are full of snow. Bright, they said they would not sell you, but you still snatched it from them, and let your man show up. Isn't that robbery in broad daylight? A woman about 50 years old squeezed in, glared at Tang Suifeng, ignoring Zhang Donglong's vicious gaze, and said to the soldier, I can testify that. It was this family who wanted to rob others. You soldiers should teach these people a lesson, otherwise everyone will think about robbing others' fruits of labor in the future. The woman dared to stand up, which meant she was not afraid of Tang Suifeng's family. She had 4 sons, and if Zhang Donglong dared to provoke her, he would have to consider the importance of her 4 sons. Tang Suifeng and the woman used to live in the same neighborhood. The 2 families were enemies for generations, and neither of them would let the other go. They would not show mercy to kick someone when he was down. The soldier asked a few more people, and learned what happened. He did not pursue. She used responsibility for kicking the man. The man was obviously mentally retarded, and he must have accidentally bumped into someone while protecting the table. He glanced at the people watching around him, and reminded them, it's not that you are not allowed to trade, but both parties must agree. We in the safe zone will not tolerate forced buying and selling. Zhang Donglong was taken away. Before leaving, he glared at Jiang Yun and the woman viciously. The woman snorted coldly and didn't care. Jiang Jun turned to thank the woman who came out. Auntie, thanks to your help just now. The woman curled her lips. I didn't do it for you, really. After saying this, the woman turned around and left, and the other onlookers also dispersed. Unexpectedly, there was a follow-up to this incident. The cave of Zhang Donglong and his wife was obtained illegally, because Zhang Donglong himself was not qualified to live in the cave, and it was strange that he could live in it. The safety zone was rectified because of this incident, and many staff members who operated in secret were pulled out, and the residents in the cave began to be fully screened, and many caves were bought and sold privately. This incident shocked the leaders of the safety zone, and the upper echelons were reshuffled. These things had nothing to do with Jiang Yun. She built several walls of the cave with wooden boards or stones, separated the bedroom and kitchen, and made a stove with cement for daily cooking. The cave next to them finally welcomed a newcomer. Jiang Yun lifted the curtain and peeked out, and found that it was the woman who argued for her that day. There were quite a few people in their family, not to mention the 4 sons. There were 5 or 6 grandchildren. They stood beside their parents and looked curiously at the cave they were about to live in. The woman, Song Sujie, glanced at Jiang Yun calmly, and then told their sons, what are you doing? Go clean the cave. Big brother and second brother, go down the mountain and find a bed. Don't just sit here. Song Sujie made arrangements in a hurry, commanding everyone in the family. For a while, the next door was bustling with activity. Chapter 71. Song Sujie's husband's surname is Luo. Luo's eldest son is Luo Jin. He saw Jiang Yun and immediately went up to greet him. Hello, we are new here. We live next to your cave. We will be neighbors in the future. Grandma Jiang followed behind when she heard the voice. She immediately said enthusiastically, welcome. If you need help in the future, just let me know. Jiang Yun told Grandma Jiang about what happened a few days ago. Now that the benefactor was in front of her, she pointed it out to Grandma. After listening to it, Grandma Jiang's expression was more eager than before. She knew that her granddaughter was bullied, but she didn't know who showed up to help her granddaughter. Now that she saw that the other party lived next door, she had to express some gratitude. Grandma Jiang went into the inner room to pick up a handful of green onions, grabbed 2 handfuls of rice, put them in a bowl, and walked towards the Luo family. Grandma Jiang went straight to Grandma Song, who was standing beside her. She said, you are the old lady who helped my granddaughter before. Thanks to you. Otherwise my granddaughter would have been bullied by others. It's just a small gift. Please accept it. As she said that, Grandma Jiang put the bowl in her hand into Grandma Song's hand. Grandma Song's face eased a lot, and the daughters-in-law next to her also poked their heads into the bowls, wanting to see what was in the bowls. She put her hand on the bowl and smiled at Grandma Jiang. I'm not being polite to you either. Regarding your granddaughter's matter, I just can't stand Tang Suifeng's behavior. She likes to take advantage of others and is a bad person. Grandma Jiang was also indignant. The 2 of them scolded Tang Suifeng for more than half an hour. After a while, they hit it off and called each other sisters. Grandma Song poured out the food in the bowl, vacated the bowl and returned it to Grandma Jiang. If you have anything you can't do in the future, come to my house. I have 4 strong men. If you are too busy, just tell them. Grandma Jiang agreed hurriedly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious for a while. Jiang Jun kept adding things to her home. Now the cave is well equipped. Because of the relationship between the 2 grandmothers, the Jiang family and the Luo family are close and have a good relationship with each other. Since she moved into the cave, her life has become very regular. She goes out early and comes back late. The cave is very dark at night, and even her sleep time has been advanced. Sometimes, when it gets dark, she will put her consciousness into the Jiang store and listen to Xiaobai's report on the recent situation of the store. Xiaobai said meaningfully, "There is something you may be interested in. A tasker has contacted Ling Yi these days, and seems to want to find out the owner behind the store." Jiang Jun raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect to meet the tasker so soon. Did they say anything? It seems like they want to cooperate with you, but they haven't said how to cooperate specifically. Xiaobai told her about the other party's appointment, and asked, "Do you want to meet them?" Jiang Jun didn't meet many taskers, and had never dealt with any taskers, so she was a little confused about their purpose. "There's nothing wrong with meeting, the address is arranged in the store. You send them a special invitation letter, write that we'll meet the day after tomorrow. She'll be resting the day after tomorrow, so she'll have plenty of time to meet them." After Jiang Jun finished her work, she asked Ling Yi to make snail noodles, and they had a delicious meal. She had been staying in the cave for the past few days, and had only plain soup every day, which was really a test for her stomach. Whenever she got tired of eating, she would go to the store to improve her diet. After eating and drinking enough, she left. Jiang Jun's days passed one by one. During the day, she followed the troops down the mountain to salvage supplies, and half of the supplies she salvaged belonged to her. But this task was not so easy. First of all, you can swim and dive, and the oxygen cylinders needed for diving must be purchased from the troops. Moreover, diving into the water does not necessarily mean that you can salvage 100%, which is not cost-effective. But some people are willing to take a chance, hoping to fish out priceless treasures every day to supplement their family income. Jiang Jun and she don't give much every day, barely enough to cover their expenses. They don't swim deep, just fish for supplies on the periphery. After finishing the day's work, the 2 returned to the cave, changed clothes, had a simple meal, and then rested. Jiang Jun had to prepare in advance because she had to meet the 2 taskers tomorrow. In order not to reveal her identity, she specially bought a black robe and mask for disguise. The next day, Jiang Jun found a deserted place, turned around and entered the store. She put on a black robe and a mask, and quietly waited for the countdown to come. Soon, a light flashed in front of the door, and Shen Chuan and Lu Ben appeared in Jiang's store. The 2 looked up and saw a masked man in a black robe standing in front of them. They also understood the other party's defense. With such a big supermarket in hand, how dare he easily reveal his true face? Shen Chuan and Lu Ben looked at each other, stepped forward, and said first, "I am Shen Chuan. This is Lu Ben. We are both middle-level taskers, and have experienced more than a dozen task worlds. This time, I come to make a deal with you." A voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female. "What deal?" Shen Chuan didn't mind the other party's attitude. Thinking of the name of the store, he shouted, "Boss Jiang? I guess you don't know yet. Your store sells supplies wantonly in this small world, robbing many taskers of rescue, and has already angered high-level taskers. Someone has issued a hunting order for you." Jiang Jun didn't expect that someone would actually issue a hunting order for her. It seems that Jiang's store is indeed a bit too ostentatious. She once again learned about the Doomsday Square from the other party. According to what Shen Chuan revealed, there were countless taskers gathered in the Doomsday Square, and the people who issued the killing order kept searching for her information in the square. Shen Chuan said tactfully, "If there is any information about you in the square, you can clear it in advance, which is also a protection for yourself." The Doomsday Square? She seemed to have seen it in the system, but she had never clicked on it, and she didn't know what information about her would be in it. Jiang Jun kept this matter in mind, and lowered her voice and said, "What is your purpose?" It can't be that they are just too enthusiastic and want to help her. They are all experienced veterans of the Doomsday, and she won't believe that the other party will help her for free. Shen Chuan glanced at Lu Ben. Lu Ben coughed and said, "We can help you find out the current location of the high-level tasker, and you will be fully prepared by then. And we need you to provide us with supplies in this small world for free." After saying that, The two men stared at Jiang Jun's expression with strength and calmness. Jiang Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Your information is very useful to me. We have reached a deal, but I cannot agree to provide you with supplies for free just for this little information. How about this? I will give you a half-price discount. If your purchasing power is strong, I will also give you a discount at my discretion." The two breathed a sigh of relief. They never thought that they could make the other party accept their conditions. Through a piece of information, they can obtain a long-term supply channel in this small world. And a half discount, which is already very good. Lu Ben was very satisfied with the deal. He hesitated for a while, and then asked, "I wonder if the snow crystals in Boss Zhang's hands are for sale." Xinchuan also forgot to come over in expectation. Snow crystals are good things, and they have an absolute advantage in the transaction of taskers. Jiang Jun shook her head. Although she had a lot of snow crystals, she would not sell them to the outside. "I'm sorry. Snow crystals are not for sale." Xinchuan and Lu Ben could not hide their disappointment on their faces. But seeing that the matter had been discussed, they did not entangle too much and got up and left. Jiang Jun stood alone in the store, thinking of the high-level taskers they mentioned. She had seen the strength of the intermediate taskers and did not know how strong the ability of this high-level tasker was. She is not strong enough now, so she would not show up if she could. Zhang's shop has an energy shield to protect her, but she does not. If she is found by the high-level tasker, she will never come back. It seems that she has to be careful recently. In order to avoid the high-level tasker, Jiang Jun works diligently in the safe zone every day, collecting supplies, weeding, and the day passes by in a busy manner. Because of the information provided by Xinchuan, Zhang's shop always runs away when the high-level tasker comes. The high-level tasker fails every time, and he is very angry with Zhang's shop. He also suspects that there is a traitor around him, but he can't find who the traitor is. The relationship between the high-level tasker and Zhang's store was completely frozen. He swore to find Zhang's store, demolish her store, and destroy her. How dare they play him like this? Damn Zhang's store. Wait for me. I will never coexist with you. Keep looking. I don't believe that Zhang's store can escape to the horizon. Xinchuan also heard about the operation of Zhang's store, and his mouth twitched. This is running too fast. It's really hard to catch up. This time, they really have a grudge. Lu Ben said, "It seems that Zhang's store is unwilling to fight with people head-on." Xinchuan rolled his eyes. That's a high-level tasker. He has. With countless props, if it were you, would you be willing to fight him? Lu Ben touched his nose. He will be killed instantly. Xinchuan touched his chin. Boss Jiang is still somewhat self-aware. I hope he can keep hiding, so that our supply channels can be stable, and the cooperation can continue. Because of the Zhang store as a backing, the scale of their base began to expand, and also move from Fengjiang building to other locations. The points of the two people increased a lot. Who doesn't like a shop with affordable prices? I just hope that Boss Jiang can stay safe. Just as the two were discussing the base, a noisy voice suddenly came. A subordinate ran over and said to Xinchuan and the others, "It sprouted." It sprouted? Xinchuan and the others' faces tightened, and quickly ran towards the breeding room. They had previously recruited a researcher who specialized in rice planting, and the hybrid rice they bought from Zhang's shop has not sprouted, which made them very worried. Now it can actually sprout, which is definitely a big surprise. The two hurried over there, and saw a crack in the seed, and tender green sprouts poking out from it. This is not an ordinary seed, it will bring miracles to the world. If the yield is really the same as the label on Zhang's store, then planting hybrid rice will save many people. The world will be greatly changed. Qi Ming said excitedly, "Come and see." It sprouted, it really sprouted. As long as it can sprout, then the subsequent cultivation will be much easier. Plant the seeds quickly. We will soon have 1,000 kilograms of grain per acre. Qi Ming's excited expression infected other staff members. They hugged each other and shouted loudly. Everyone was excited. Xinchuan and Lu Ben saw the scene and couldn't help but smile at each other. It seems that this world can still be saved. Chapter 72. Before the news of hybrid rice came, Zuanshan Safety Zone was about to welcome their first visitor. On the sea, a warship led the way, followed by dozens of small boats. They were all heading towards Zuanshan in an orderly manner. The scene was extremely spectacular. Whether people were on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at the sea. Is that a ship? It's a huge group of them. That big one seems to be a warship. Hurry! Anyone with a telescope. Take a look. Oh my god, it's really a warship. The warship was like a no-man's land on the sea. Fully armed soldiers stood on its deck. Someone was directing on the command tower, gradually approaching Xuanshan. The scene of the warship shocked countless people. They excitedly ran out of the cave, ran out of the building, and stood on a high place to look. The old chief looked at this scene and said with a smile, "Good. Good. You will have help next. Director Mo, I just don't know how many people they brought this time. There are not many places to live on the mountain. Recently, many survivors have come to the safe zone on Zhoan Mountain. Now there are many more people on the mountain. If there is no one on the mountain, then on the water. I think their ships are pretty good. You can also find a few passenger ships and put people on the ships." After the old chief finished speaking, he sighed. It's the end of the world now. What else is there to be particular about? Director Mo also knows the difficulty of the current situation. No matter how many survivors there are, they must be arranged. And no matter how difficult the road is, they must go on. He said goodbye to the old leader and turned to go down the mountain to receive the new guests. Leader Jing stood on the command tower, looking at the towering mountaintops and layers of clouds and mist covered Zhoan Mountain, like an isolated island on the sea. It was not easy on this road, and after going through untold hardships, their warship finally arrived at the destination. The sea level rose, and all the landmarks disappeared. They took many wrong routes, and finally found the location of Zhoan Mountain. Leader Jing commanded the warship to dock, and after getting off the deck, he met with Director Mo, and went up the mountain to see the old leader who he had not seen for a long time, and was immediately filled with emotion. This sudden flood caused the country to lose many talents, and countless leaders died in the flood. He did not expect that the old leader, who had retired, would stand up again and command people to flee to Zhoan Mountain, saving so many survivors. It was rare for Chief Jing to see a familiar leader. He saluted with red eyes and said, "General, Jing Yuan has fulfilled his mission and returned safely from the sea. I'm not a general anymore. Just call me Chief." The old leader knew the difficulty of drifting on the sea, patted him on the shoulder. "It's good to be back. Your parents are in the mountains. I told them about you. You will go with me to see them later." Jing Yuan's tears came out all of a sudden. He had drifted on the sea for 3 or 4 years, and the number of times he went home was few and far between. Because of the heavy rain and floods, he had long lost hope in his heart. Unexpectedly, when he came to Zhoan Mountain, he could get news about his parents. He choked up and said, "Thank you, Chief." The old chief sighed and let him vent. After he calmed down, he asked him about the sea route. After Jing Yuan calmed down, he thought of the ships that were constantly robbed at sea. He frowned and said, "There are many survivors at sea. People in higher terrain hide in the mountains, in low-lying areas. If they are flooded, they will hide on the boats. If they have no food, they will rob passing ships. Fights often occur. The warships also fought with many boat gangs along the way. The root cause was the shortage of food. They chose to rob because they had no other choice. There were also ships following us along the way, but we did not stop them." He was a little worried that too many survivors would burden the old chief. The old leader waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. It's the end of the world now. The population is getting smaller and smaller, and there are almost no newborns. You can bring survivors, which is very important for the safe zone. We need people during the construction. The unstable social environment has led to a rapid decline in the birth rate. He welcomes the survivors to join, but there are good and bad people. He still needs to examine them carefully to prevent accidents. You also encountered Zhang's store. What do you think?" the old leader asked. Jing Yuan pondered. "We were able to arrive safely this time, largely thanks to Zhang's store. Although some things need to be purchased with gold and silver. In today's disaster, it is difficult to buy supplies even if you have money. Not to mention some rare energy sources such as diesel and heavy oil. These energy sources were not difficult to obtain before the Doomsday, but they were worthless after the Doomsday. They were all flooded. Even if they were to be salvaged, where could they be salvaged?" Along the way, Jing Yuan was still very grateful for the existence of Zhang's store, but the business hours of Zhang's store became more and more irregular, which made him somewhat confused. The old chief nodded. "I have the same idea. Although I have not entered Zhang's shop, I have heard that there are very rare protective shields and constant temperature suits inside. Now I am short of money and lack of researchers. I have not spent money to buy them. I will focus on food first. After you came, I had an idea to gather researchers scattered all over the country. What do you think? The old chief finished speaking, and added, don't make a decision immediately. Go back and ask your parents. Stay with your family for a while, and tell me when you have thought it over. The old chief was reluctant to say this in his heart. As soon as Jing Yuan came back, he assigned people tasks, which was somewhat unkind. However, he was a little anxious in his heart. He was afraid that if things were delayed for a long time, he would not have much time left. While he is still alive, make preparations early, so that humans can have a chance of survival. Jing Yuan followed the old leader to see his long-lost parents, and looked at the environment where his parents lived, and had already made a decision in his heart. There were many new people in the safe zone. Jiang Jun was fishing for supplies at the foot of the mountain at that time, and also saw this spectacular scene, which was really shocking. Jiang Jun paid the oxygen cylinder fee, and half of the supplies, and then carried 2 bags of vacuum rice, and a bag of flour soaked in water, while she next to him carried 2 benches, and a desk. The two watched the excitement at the foot of the mountain for a while, then slowly climbed up the mountain. Luo Jin was now very familiar with Jiang Jun, and he stepped forward and greeted, Sister Jiang. Are you going up now? No. There are so many people at the foot of the mountain. Don't take advantage of the situation and steal it for me. Jiang Jun responded. Luo Jin thought so too, and hurriedly followed Jiang Jun's pace up the mountain. He looked at the results of the two. Not bad. This is enough to eat for a while. How come you also got a desk? Nan Nan has grown up. I made a study for her, and I just needed a desk. So I thought about looking for it, and I really found it. I got some books a while ago. Brother Luo, do you need them? Books. These are good things, although they are not valuable. But children must be able to read and write. Luo Jin hurriedly said, Yes. Yes. I saw Grandpa Jiang teaching Nan Nan to read a while ago. Jiang Jun nodded, Yes. My grandfather was a teacher when he was young, and now he is free. So he teaches Nan Nan to read at home. Luo Jin whispered, Look, there are 5 or 6 children in my family. Can they learn with Nan Nan? Of course. It will not be in vain. We will pay for the tuition and so on, just to let the children learn some words. He is forward-looking. With the continuous natural disasters, who would think of teaching children to read? People who can read will be precious in the future. Jiang Jun thought for a moment and said, I can't promise you right away. I have to ask my grandfather first to see what he says. You also know that he is old. It's not good to let him work too hard. Luo Jin nodded. I understand. I understand. The old man's health is important. After returning, Jiang Jun told Grandpa Jiang about this matter, and Grandpa Jiang immediately made the final decision. Teach. Why not? The textbook is simple. It won't take much time, and I feel uncomfortable if I stay idle all the time. Jiang Jun couldn't stop it, so she had to give up. In order to let Grandpa Jiang teach smoothly, and she Nan study smoothly, she pulled a wire and connected a lamp. This cave has street lights installed, 1 per kilometer, just to make it easier for people to walk. The lights will be turned off on time every night to urge people to rest. There are also wealthy families who can find staff to pull a line and pay the fee to install a light in the cave. But the electricity bill is extremely high and not affordable for ordinary people. Grandpa Jiang used to teach Shinan outside the cave with light. For convenience, Jiang Jun installed the light directly at the entrance of their cave. Once the light was turned on, it instantly illuminated the dark cave wall, attracting many children who came to watch and play with the light. For a while, Jiang Jun's cave entrance was very lively. The position of the lamp is also very clever. After the door is closed, a reflector is placed, which instantly illuminates the entire cave, and the 2 elderly people are no longer afraid of falling in the dark. When the door is opened, she puts the reflector next to the door, and the reflected light instantly illuminates other corners. Jiang Yun's operation instantly made others realize the benefits of reflectors. When they went down the mountain to salvage, reflectors suddenly became a popular product. Luo Jin also got a reflector, and with the light from Jiang Yun's house, he illuminated the cave a lot. For this, he specially sent some food to express his gratitude. Grandpa Jiang's class began. The Luo family sent all the children here at once. Each child moved a stone and sat aside. The blackboard was not big. The chalk that was fished out had been dried. It was just that the writing was a little smudged, which did not affect the use. Grandpa Jiang, come, children, read after me. Big, small. The voices of the children reading aloud rose and fell in the cave, and it was continuous. Grandpa Jiang's small classroom attracted many children. The people who had borrowed the light were embarrassed, and seeing that their own children were always stealing learning, they gritted their teeth and paid the fees for the children to attend the class. Since then, Grandpa Jiang's classroom has been crowded every day, and the tuition fees received have also offset the electricity bill. Although he did not make money, seeing Grandpa Jiang's happy look, Jiang Yun was also satisfied. Jiang Yun's neighbors were in harmony, but he did not know that a crisis was approaching Jiang's store, and the other party was also aggressive. Chapter 73. In Jiang's shop, Xiao Bai was counting the number of goods in the shop. There was a sudden turbulence outside, the ground was shaking, but the shop had an energy shield and was not damaged. He frowned and flew to the door of the shop, and found that there were more than a dozen people standing outside. Each of them was aggressive, and staring at Jiang's shop with ferocious eyes. He remembered that Jiang Jun had mentioned the matter of high-level taskers to him before, and he was not sure whether these people outside with him. Although Jiang's shop was protected by an energy shield, no one wanted to cause trouble, so Xiao Bai listened to Jiang Jun's words, hiding if he could, but he didn't expect the other party to find this place. It seemed that there was no way to end this matter without a conclusion. Li Guimin used a flying prop to float in the air. He didn't expect that the explosive talisman he threw didn't hurt the other store at all, which made him frown. Keep throwing it down. Li Guimin looked at Jiang's store with determination. Originally, this small world was easy for him, but he didn't expect that someone would intervene in the middle, causing his points to be reduced exponentially, which really made him angry. He secretly investigated the source of the matter, and it turned out to be a floating store on the sea. Li Guimin learned about Jiang's store from other people, and with his keen intuition, this store must be extraordinary. As expected, he found out in the Doomsday Square that this store could appear in the mission world at will, which caused a big sensation. And it just so happened that this shop was in his small world. This was fate. He had long been determined to get Jiang's shop. He took this opportunity to get it. Some of the other taskers surrounding Jiang's shop were forced to come here under the pressure of senior taskers, while others wanted to take advantage of the situation and share some of the profits of Jiang's shop. Countless explosive symbols smashed towards Jiang's shop. The sound of boom resounded across the entire sea. The sound waves spread far away. Many people on the island wanted to check the situation, but they didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. Is there someone flying in the sky? Really? Who is that? The people fishing on the beach quickly pulled back their fishing nets and ran up the mountain. The sparks of the cannons made the survivors around them run away in panic, fearing that they would be affected. The ships sailing on the sea also turned around and returned immediately. The explosions shook the entire sea surface, except for Jiang's shop, which was not affected. The other small boats were affected by the aftermath, and many people fell into the sea. Seeing this, Xiao Bai immediately teleported the people who fell into the sea to the shop. The person who was flapping his arms to ask for help suddenly fell from the raging waves onto the spotless white tiles, and he didn't react at all. A young woman was soaked, and water choked her mouth. After she took a breath, she saw her sister lying motionless on the floor, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Little sister, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Others saw this and said, "Do CPR quickly. Don't just stand there." The woman pressed her sister's chest and abdomen in a panic, and kept giving artificial respiration. Looking at her sister who was motionless, she almost fell into despair. Lingy pushed the young woman away, pushed the medical equipment, and began to rescue the girl lying on the floor skillfully. After a while, the little girl spit out seawater from her mouth, and slowly opened her eyes. The little girl was barely breathing. "Sister." The young woman hugged the little girl with tears in her eyes, and kept making choking sounds in her throat. Lingy did not stop. More and more people were teleported in, and many of them were drowning, and their lives were obviously in danger. People around him immediately stepped forward to help. He was busy saving people here, while Li Guimin saw that Jiang's shop had not been damaged for such a long time, and he felt that Jiang's shop was very mysterious. If he could get help from Jiang's shop, he would be able to travel in the mission world in the future with half the effort. With this thought, Li Guimin was even more determined to get Jiang's shop at all costs. Even if Jiang's shop was always behind him, he didn't believe that he couldn't force him out. Jiang Jun had already entered the shop when Li Guimin attacked. She was not a person who would sit and wait for death. during the time she was hiding from Li Guimin. She also developed a lot of offensive weapons. If she simply relied on the energy shield given by the world consciousness, she would only be passive. She had to take the initiative to knock him down, and not let him continue to act recklessly. When Li Guimin took out the light energy cannon from the space, Xiaobai's face changed, and he said in a serious tone, "I feel a huge energy from him. If we let him keep attacking, the store will not be affected, but the surrounding tribes will be blown up. By then, no human beings around will survive." Jiang Jun didn't expect the other party to be so unscrupulous. Isn't he afraid of the backlash of the world consciousness? I will force the store to upgrade now. The interstellar simulation room will be upgraded at that time, and there will be weapons inside to resist. Xiaobai was calm and composed, and kept planning in his mind. This upgrade will consume a huge amount of energy. After the upgrade, I will fall asleep again. It depends on you next. Xiaobai then explained other things, and finally said, "You must delay as much time as possible. This upgrade is very hasty, and we must ensure that there is enough time." Jiang Jun nodded, "Don't worry. I will do everything I can to delay time." On the other side, when Li Guimin took out the light energy cannon, the faces of the taskers behind him changed instantly. They didn't expect Li Guimin to be able to buy a light energy cannon, which is much more powerful than an atomic bomb. One tasker forced a smile and said, "Brother Li, you won't have to use the energy cannon. If you accidentally bomb the small world, the system will not forgive us." Li Guimin sneered, "It's just a small world. Bomb it if you want." He has a pass card in his hand. When he grabs Zhang's store, he will directly teleport out of this small world. He won't care about other people. Seeing that the other people looked upset, he was very scared and pretended to say, "Don't be afraid. I have set limits on this light energy cannon. It will only attack Zhang's store, and you will not be affected." The lower-level taskers breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, while the middle-level taskers looked at the light energy cannon in Li Guimin's hand suspiciously, and were skeptical about the limits he mentioned. Not everyone can buy a light energy cannon casually. They don't know its power or how to use it. The post on Doomsday Square clearly states that the light energy cannon cannot be used easily, but they only have a vague understanding of why it cannot be used. Some of the taskers clearly sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape, but they didn't dare to act easily. Li Guimin was ruthless. Once he got on this pirate ship, it would be difficult for him to get off. Many taskers began to secretly regret joining this operation. Li Guimin didn't care what others thought. He coughed dryly, and tried to force out the owner of Zhang's shop. "This is my last warning to you, Boss Jiang. Come out here right now. If you don't know what's best for you, hand over Zhang's shop to me, and I'll let you have a taste of my power." Li Guimin sneered. "When that happens, your shop will be wiped out." Jiang Jun simply put on a mask and appeared in front of Zhang's shop. She had no props to fly, so she took a loudspeaker and shouted to the sky, "I'm out now. Put your things away." Li Guimin saw a masked woman standing in front of the shop, and immediately said contemptuously, "No wonder you're hiding here and there. It turns out you're a woman." "What? Now women can come out to participate in missions?" Li Guimin laughed. He had been busy for a long time, and didn't expect that there was a woman behind Zhang's shop. He said with a dull look, "Since you are a woman, I will not argue with you. If you hand over the Zhang shop now, I will keep you alive." He examined Jiang Jun and found that the mask could not hide her charm. She had a voluptuous figure. He raised his eyebrows. "Since you are good-looking, take off your mask and let us see it. If you look good, I will keep you." Seeing this, the other taskers laughed continuously on the sea, and there was a tacit understanding. Jiang Jun's sneer came from the loudspeaker, "You can let me take off the mask, but you are too old. I don't like you." The smile on Li Guimin's face stopped abruptly. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. It seems that you want to taste the power of the light energy cannon." Jiang Jun glanced at the taskers beside him, who had nothing to do with it. "It seems that you didn't tell them the power of the light energy cannon." "Why don't I tell them?" Li Guimin sneered. "I think you are just a low-level tasker. And you know about the light energy cannon? Don't talk nonsense here. Guanlu, Ma Yin, keep throwing the explosive talisman. Blow the person out for me. Damn woman. Come out if you have the guts." Li Guimin's angry voice came. Guanlu and Ma Yin looked at each other, and finally obeyed the command and threw it towards Jiang Jun. And they were also flooding and burning, smashing boulders, but none of them touched Jiang Jun at all. Jiang Jun always sees the opportunity to accurately transmit the voice to the ears of other taskers. Once this light energy cannon is detonated, the area of thousands of kilometers will be razed to the ground. At that time, you will only become cannon fodder for him to seize the store. If you want to survive, you should stop him from launching the light energy cannon. Or do you have a portal that can instantly escape thousands of kilometers away? This light energy cannon will not protect you from injury, but will instantly take your life. If you don't believe it, you can try it. I'm afraid you will all die by then. Guanglu and others' faces suddenly changed, and they looked at Li Guimin suspiciously. Li Guimin said calmly, "Do you believe her? Or do you believe me? She just wants to sow discord between us. Don't believe her words easily." He looked calm on the surface, but he hated Jiang Jun in his heart. It seemed that he had to move the plan forward. Guanglu noticed Li Guimin's little move, and immediately stopped him. "Wait! Brother Li, I remember you got a pass card in the last small world." Pass card? The pass card is a precious card. As long as the card is activated, you can directly pass the mission world. Chapter 74. If it is true as the owner of Zhang Shop said, then Li Guimin may have escaped with the pass card. "Brother Li, you didn't tell us that you have the pass card. That's too unfair. We all came here to help you. You can't use all of us as cannon fodder just because you are at a high level." The more the others thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong, and they all began to question Li Guimin. Li Guimin said impatiently, "If you don't want to die, let her hand over the Zhang Shop. In this way, I don't have to launch the light energy cannon, and everything can be solved. After all, isn't it all the fault of the Zhang Shop? Instead of dawdling with me here, and listening to her sowing discord, it's better to let her hand over the shop." After hearing this, the other taskers quickly pointed the finger at Jiang Jun. "Hurry up and give him the shop. You have to go against the senior tasker. If we all die, you will be fully responsible." Jiang Jun sneered, "You die, and I will be responsible for scattering your ashes." "You?" The tasker was so angry that he leaned back. "Give the shop to Brother Li. Brother Li will never treat you badly. You also said that this light energy cannon is a dangerous item. Can you just watch it explode?" Jiang Jun glanced at him, and heard the voice of Xiaobai's successful upgrade in his mind, and stopped dealing with them. "Let it explode. If it can kill all of you troublemakers, wouldn't it be better?" Li Guimin sneered. "I want to see what you have." Guanglu and others' faces changed drastically. Seeing that Li Guimin was about to take out the light energy cannon, they turned around to stop him. Li Guimin dodged quickly. Seeing that they couldn't stop him, they began to attack him. Even though they were outnumbered, they couldn't get close to Li Guimin. Li Guimin laughed loudly. "With you? You still want to deal with me? It's just wishful thinking." He glared at Jiang Jun with a sinister look. He originally thought that the matter could be easily resolved, but he didn't expect that someone would be so ignorant. Then he didn't have to be soft-hearted. Li Guimin for Zhang's shop, but I was fully prepared, originally. He wanted to break the defense of Zhang's shop. After that, put the store income universal bag. This can easily succeed. I didn't expect this group of people to be so useless. Can't hurt Zhang's shops. 1 minute. 1 minute. Also let him set up a light cannon. But if you can get Zhang's shop, then this light cannonball can also be regarded as the best. Guanglu and others threw the burst in their hands to Li Guimin. Siege from all sides. Want to grab the light cannon from him, they are unwilling to end their lives in this small world. Seeing that the situation was not good, some people fled quickly to a distance, but were hit by the shells thrown by Li Guimin, and their bones were instantly broken, and blood spread all over the sea. The others immediately knew that they were courting death, and Li Guimin had never thought of letting them leave safely, and was determined to kill them to silence them. Li Guimin saw that people and gods were angry, and he wanted to kill him. He sneered, "You can't come and go as you please." Guanglu was so angry that his teeth itched. "Li Guimin, you go back on your words, and the Doomsday system will never forgive you," Li Guimin said indifferently. "With the Zhang store, can I still be bound by the system? I would have run far away by then." He looked down at Guanglu and others, his eyes full of contempt. "Whether you can survive is another matter." Li Guimin's words instantly aroused the anger of the crowd, and everyone took out their weapons, trying their best to shoot him down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Guimin immediately started his backup plan, and the light energy cannon was taken out. When he was about to throw it, Jiang Jun heard the long lost system voice in his ears. Hunter activated. Detected a tasker who violated the mission world. Only 1 kilometer away from the host. Please quickly hunt down the tasker and stop his behavior. When the mission is activated, the host will get 100 times the power increase, and the defense will reach the highest level. Please stop the explosion of the light energy cannon immediately. In just 5 seconds, Jiang Jun felt the endless power in his body, and he seemed to be able to jump up easily, and he could crush Li Guimin with a light punch. The corners of her mouth curled up, looking at Li Guimin, who was flying above with determination, thinking, it seems that he doesn't know that there is a hunter at the scene. Which is good. The system's voice sounded again. When you come into contact with a light energy cannon, call me. Don't worry about danger. You have the highest defense, and it won't hurt you at all. Remember, you have to send the shells to me before the explosion. Li Guimin was about to raise his gun and shoot at Zhang's door, but he looked down and saw Jiang Jun rushing towards him quickly. The light energy cannon was fired, and the surrounding taskers began to flee. However, the flames of the light energy cannon were unstoppable, and quickly annihilated the surrounding taskers. With screams, the number of taskers around Li Guimin gradually decreased. However, among the fleeing crowd, there was one person who was very conspicuous. That was Jiang Yun. She was heading in the opposite direction of the crowd, trying to get closer to the light energy cannon. When Li Guimin noticed her, he couldn't help but sneer. You are simply overestimating your own abilities. As she continued to get closer to the light energy cannon, Jiang Yun shuttled through the cannon fire without any harm, and the hot flames did not hurt her at all. Such a strange scene made Li Guimin frown. As a senior tasker, he did not feel that she had such strong strength at first sight. Why could she remain unscathed under the attack of the light energy cannon? Li Guimin carefully examined Jiang Jun and found that she actually contained a strong power, which he had never felt before. Jiang Jun's sudden increase in strength aroused Li Guimin's vigilance. Even if Jiang Jun knew about it, she did not care. She was now concentrating on dealing with the power brought by the light energy cannon. The improvement of her physical fitness allowed her to clearly see the trajectory of the cannon launch. The heat wave blew on her face, and a protective film formed around her body, preventing her from being hurt. Jiang Jun resisted the impact of the flames and tried her best to touch the light energy shell. At the moment of contact, she quickly called the system in her mind. The next second, the light energy shell that was about to explode suddenly disappeared. Li Guimin saw the scene. His face sank, and he stared at Jiang Jun cautiously. Who are you? I didn't expect that he could actually transfer the light energy shell that was about to explode. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. It seems that the owner of this store should not be underestimated. This time he overestimated himself. Jiang Jun clenched his fist, feeling the infinite power in it. It seems that the system has not yet recovered the amplification. In this case, she sneered at Li Guimin. Of course I'm here to kill you. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Jun immediately waved his hands and attacked the other party. Li Guimin turned his head to avoid it, but he didn't expect to be injured by the wind on his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. He wiped it, and suddenly realized it turned out to be a hunter. No wonder he has such a strong strength. At this moment, he understood everything. It turned out to be a hunter. In this way, his behavior just now has attracted the attention of the system. Jiang Jun did not refute. She quickly took out the weapon she had prepared, loaded the bullet and fired. The bullets shot all around the opponent, and were stopped in the air by Li Guimin's palm, falling into the sea. Jiang Jun did not give up. The newly upgraded weapons in the store had been prepared for her. The next second, the weapon in her hand was replaced, and Shui Jing was inserted. A powerful force was emitted from her hand. Li Guimin first looked at the weapon in her hand warily. When he saw Shui Jing, his eyes inevitably revealed greedy desires. I didn't expect that I could meet someone who possessed the snow crystal in this small world, he murmured. His heart, which had given up, was instantly rekindled. He took out the universal bag again and tried to put Zhang's store into the bag. Unfortunately, the universal bag did not respond. Li Guimin said in annoyance, I should have taken the initiative earlier. Maybe the snow crystal would have fallen into my hands. While he was dodging, he was annoyed by Jiang Jun, who followed closely, and did not notice what weapon Jiang Jun was holding. The weapon in Jiang Jun's hand was not an ordinary weapon, but a heat-sensing infrared ray from the interstellar simulation room, which could sense human body temperature and directly sweep. And with the help of snow crystals, its power was even more invincible. When Li Guimin relaxed his vigilance and dodged back and forth, The infrared ray hit his chest. Li Guimin looked down at the wound on his chest that was bleeding. And he did not expect that he could be focused on so easily. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dripping on the aircraft. He tried to leave with a breath, but eventually fell on the aircraft. The unguided aircraft swayed slowly and landed on the sea. Jiang Jun was worried and stepped forward to attack again. Seeing that the man was no longer angry, she felt relieved. Congratulations to the host for killing the prey. The hunter's mission is completed. After this voice sounded, points dropped. She did not look at the settlement, but glanced at Li Guimin's followers hiding aside. Forgive us. Li Guimin asked us to do it, and we were forced. Some taskers put their hands together and knelt down to Jiang Jun. Some people took advantage of the chaos to leave. Some knelt down to beg for mercy. And some wanted to be Jiang Jun's followers. Jiang Jun took in their ugly appearances with cold eyes, without a trace of mercy in his heart, and killed them all with a knife. After killing the taskers, the reddish-brown sea surface was as red as a rose, and the blood flowed like a river on the sea surface, and was diluted in the sea water with the waves. After the taskers here were solved, Jiang Jun turned his attention to the victims in Zhang's store. When the crisis came, Jiang Jun quickly used thermal induction to transfer all the survivors around to Zhang's store. Fortunately, Zhang's store had been upgraded, and the inside had expanded more than twice, successfully accommodating all the victims. This light energy cannon accident caused irreversible damage to the surrounding sea areas. The rough waves and the extremely harmful radiation made it no longer suitable for human habitation. The victims in Zhang's store had to be relocated. The store was divided into two areas, one for merchandise display and the other for the victims. A dense crowd crowded on one side. The scene was full of people crying, and busy medical staff were running around in every corner. Chapter 75. In a mixed crowd, it is inevitable that there will be some sneaky behavior. Ling Yi threw the person out of the store as soon as she found out. Her actions shocked many people, because it was extremely dangerous outside. They would die as soon as they went out, and no one would take risks. These small actions were stopped, but the heartbreaking cries around them continued. This unprovoked disaster made them lose their homes, and put their families in danger. Fortunately, there was no shortage of medicines in Zhang's store. Under Ling Yi's call, many people with medical skills stood up, and everyone worked together to help the patients. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses shouted, "Where's the stretcher? Hurry up and carry the person to the seriously injured area." He turned around and said embarrassedly, "Miss Ling, we are still short of medicine here." Ling Yi said lightly, "Self-service medicine area. No charge during special periods." The man nodded happily, and quickly pulled his partner to the medicine area. The order at the scene was relatively stable. Jiang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at so many people crowded together and frowned. The next second, the whole supermarket began to change. First, countless three-story bunk beds appeared out of thin air. Number plates appeared in everyone's hands. As the high wall was erected, they were divided into their respective areas one by one. Someone kept exclaiming, "What's going on? Xiaobao, come to your mother quickly." A mother noticed the changes around her and quickly picked up her child. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking at the suddenly changed Zhang store, and was shocked by the strangeness of this store. The entire area was divided into more than a dozen parts. First, the bed area for people to live in, and the temporary Zichelania restaurant, temporary toilets, temporary water rooms, and other areas, solving the housing problem for everyone. Another medical area was built. She put in a lot of medicines and medical equipment, and moved all the patients inside. Everyone had an extra set of toiletries in their hands. They had to keep the store clean. Otherwise, with so many people, her store would stink. Everyone must keep the store clean while living in Zhang's store. If you violate the rules, you will be kicked out of Zhang's store immediately. Free accommodation and meals will be provided during this period to ensure your survival needs. When the time comes, please line up in order according to the number cards in your hands. If anyone violates the rules, you will be kicked out of Zhang's store. Please abide by the rules of Zhang's store while you are in the store. The victims huddled in a corner. After being transferred by a beam of light, they were shocked when they had an extra number card and a bag of necessities in their hands. When they heard that they were provided with accommodation and meals, everyone exclaimed, "Did I hear that correctly? They were actually provided with food? It's the end of the world now. Sister, we have food," the younger sister exclaimed. and the elder sister next to her rubbed her stomach that had been hungry for 3 days. And a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. We have food. I didn't expect that we survived the disaster and had such a blessing. Of course. Some people murmured in dissatisfaction. Why are you pretending to be a good person here? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could we have suffered such a thing, and even lost our stable home? The person next to him heard it and said, Is your home better than this? Is it cleaner than this? If it weren't for Zhang's shop, you would still be floating on the boat. I think you deserve to stay on the sea in the wind and rain. That person didn't expect that. Still being accused, he immediately retorted, Without them, I'd be living a good life. And I don't need such a shabby environment. The man was not satisfied, and pushed him, saying, What right do you have to say that I'm exposed to the wind and rain? And you're cursing me here? Don't leave. I'll teach you a lesson. The people next to him saw that the other party was aggressive, and did not go forward to fight. He was not stupid, and he knew the rules of Zhang's store very well. It would be more trouble than gain to sacrifice himself for such a small matter. He quickly squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. When the man found that he couldn't find anyone, he began to vent his anger on the people around him. His insults echoed throughout the Zhang store. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and the troublemaker disappeared. The surroundings were instantly quiet. Jiang Jun threw the man back to his original address and let him fend for himself. She didn't want to do something that was thankless. The broadcast on the ceiling sounded, Please go to the temporary Zichelania restaurant for dinner from 1 to 1,000. Please line up and order according to your number plates. There were about 5,000 people in the store. Eating in batches could improve efficiency a lot. Now there was only one robot, Lingy, in the store, and there were not enough staff. Lingy was a cook given when the store was upgraded. This time, because the store area has expanded a lot, considering the manpower problem, there are many more robots in the warehouse. After Jiang Jun adjusted their programs, he put them all into the store. The people who were awakened by the broadcast quickly checked the number plates in their hands. The people who met the number plates walked straight towards the temporary Zichelania restaurant with their heads held high, and their chests held high in the envious eyes of the crowd. Jiang Jun looked at so many big people in the backstage, his scalp tingled, and he didn't know how to deal with these people. After she handed over everything to the robot, she returned to the safe zone. It was almost evening outside, and she had to rush back to the cave as soon as possible. T-City, where the high-level tasker attacked Zhang's store, and other cities not far from T-City. Some people wanted to cross the river to enter T-City, but were blocked by an invisible barrier. After the survivors living near T-City found out, the matter quickly fermented. And then, it was out of control. Is there anyone from T-City? A group of them gathered around the barrier and looked at the sea inside. There was nothing. Not even a person or a boat. There were only people who came out of T-City to purchase goods a few days ago. Now they can't get in either. Their families were all in T-City. They were blocked from entering by a barrier. Their relatives were not sure whether they were alive or dead. After hearing the news, they fainted on the spot. The oldest person inside looked inside and sighed, spread this matter, and then looked for people around to see if there are any living people inside. If you find a living person, ask what happened inside. The older man frowned. It was the first time he saw a transparent barrier. He didn't know what happened in this world. First there was high temperature, then floods, and now there is such a strange barrier. Will God let people live? He sighed, put his hands behind his back, and headed back home. The others followed him quickly, looking back from time to time. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. They had seen everything in the past few years. When they grow up and tell their children and grandchildren about it, probably no one would believe it. At Fenggyang Base, the heavy clouds seemed to be accumulating energy, and a violent storm was coming. The researchers below were wearing raincoats, looking up at the horizon, praying in their hearts that the rain would be lighter. The hybrid rice they had just planted had already flooded several acres, which was really frustrating. Even though there was an indoor cultivation area, it was not as lush as the outdoor area. However, it was always directly overwhelmed by the storm, which made them look up at the sky more than 10 times a day. In a single room, Shen Chuan and Lu Bin sat on the sofa, sitting down anxiously, standing up, and walking around the room restlessly. Shen Chuan said worriedly, I didn't expect Li Guimin to find Zhang's shop so quickly. Now 3 days have passed, and Zhang's shop still has no sign of opening. Do you think something has happened? Lu Bin frowned, John's shop can roam in this small world. And he is not a reckless person. He must have a trump card that we don't know. Moreover, if Li Guimin succeeds, it will definitely be known to everyone. Look at the current situation. Not only is there no news about John's shop, but even other taskers on Li Guimin's side have suddenly disappeared. This matter is indeed very strange. They originally had contact with a tasker next to Li Guimin, but they didn't expect that after such a long time, the other party could not be found. There must be a winner in this matter, but I don't know whether it is Zhang's store or Li Guimin. The two of them were worried that Zhang's store would fall into crisis, and they were all anxious. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Xinchuan adjusted his sitting posture and said steadily, "Come in." The subordinate saw Lu Bin was also there, and greeted him. And then said, "Chief Shen." "Chief Lu, something happened in T-City." Xinchuan immediately sat up straight. "Oh? What happened? Tell me the details." The subordinate told what happened in T-City. T-City is covered by a barrier. People can only approach, but cannot go in. It is said that someone saw someone inside the barrier, but the whole body seemed to be irradiated, and the skin had ulcerated. This scared the people around T-City, and they all evacuated. The subordinate guessed cautiously, there may be an infectious disease inside T-City. I don't know what kind of talented person can set up a formation. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the sudden appearance of the barrier. He found that since he encountered Zhang's shop, he has become more and more adept at dealing with such strange things. The subordinate did not speak out his thoughts, but waited for instructions from Xinchuan and the others. Xinchuan and Lu Bin looked at each other, knowing that the inside story must be related to Zhang's store and Li Guimin and others. If it is related to the tasker, T-City's affairs must be handled carefully. If the tribes around T-City evacuate, our Fengjiang base will be ready to receive them. Xinchuan thought for a moment and said. The subordinate hesitated and said, if there is an infectious disease near T-City, these people may also. He was worried that it would bring danger to the base. Lu Bin said succinctly, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since there is a barrier, the source of infection in T-City should have been blocked. When we receive these people, we will also do the necessary inspections. Don't worry about these things. When you go back, publicize this matter, and don't let the people in the base exclude them from entering. The subordinates saw that they were determined and had no way to stop them. They could only agree reluctantly. When Zhang's store was closed for a week, the people in the safe zone also noticed something unusual. At this time, the matter of the barrier in T-City also slowly spread in the safe zone. Chapter 76. The survivors on Zhoan Mountain gathered together and talked about something that happened recently. A man looked around, and there was no one on guard, and lowered his voice to say something shocking to everyone. Have you heard? There is an outbreak of plague in T-City. What? Plague? A woman couldn't help but raise her voice. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Others hurriedly pulled her hand, signaling her not to attract the attention of the guards. After the woman screamed, she quickly urged, tell me quickly, what's going on? Others also cast their eyes on the person who released the news, and involuntarily stopped their work. The man coughed lightly. I heard from others that a barrier suddenly appeared in the entire area of T-City. People inside can't get out. People outside can't get in. Barrier? What barrier? People who hadn't heard of this hurried over. The man lowered his voice and said, there is a layer of transparent glass outside T-City. The entire area is surrounded. Don't disbelieve it. My source of information is real. I can't fool anyone but you. Someone fled to Anshan in our state a while ago. I got the news by getting close to him. I'm not trying to fool you. After he finished speaking, he dropped another bombshell. The person inside the barrier, his whole body is rotting, covered with blisters. I don't know what disease he has. The man thought about the man's horrified expression at that time, and couldn't help but shudder all over. He didn't even dare to imagine it. The people around him were shocked. How come the symptoms are like the plague? Is it an infectious disease? The man was full of energy again. There's more to it than that. There are quite a few people in T-City, but all the people in T-City disappeared overnight, and no one knows what happened in the city. In short, it's very weird, and the people who stay behind are crazy, and they keep talking about going back all day, and they don't know where to go back. The people around him said angrily, that looks very weird. Someone even enviously said, what does the barrier look like? Is it like a formation, so no one can get in? He thought, could the world suddenly change behind his back, and now it can even create such a high-tech barrier? Everyone was skeptical about what the man said. T-City was far away from them, and this matter could only be regarded as gossip to relieve boredom, and no one took the initiative to pay attention to it. The survivors in the safe zone all knew about it. So the upper-level leaders naturally knew about it. Director M.O. was the leader in charge of handling this matter. He asked the survivors from the vicinity of T-City, and knew what happened in T-City at the first time. However, T-City was too far away from Joan Mountain, and was out of reach. They had no way to find out the truth. Jing Yuan also stood aside, checking the report of T-City. He couldn't help but wonder, this barrier. Think about the function of the protective cover in Zhang's store. Do you think this matter is related to Zhang's store? Zhang's store's business hours have been extended for about a week. Something must have happened to cause this phenomenon. However, the two did not enter Zhang's store, and did not know the specific matters. Director M.O. thought for a moment and said, Zhang's shop has not been open for such a long time. And he has so many high-tech products in his hands. Even if it has nothing to do with him, he must be involved. Jing Yuan thought of the distance from T-City, and felt regretful. We are too far away, and have too little information. If we can enter Zhang's shop and exchange information with other bases, we may be able to learn some information. Zhou Anchen met the people of Fengjiang base through Zhang's shop, as well as the boat gangs roaming in the sea. They are relatively friendly with Fengjiang base. They have researchers placed in Fengjiang base, so the two teams are closer. Now they are trying to find a way to build a sea passage between Zhoan Mountain and Fengjiang base, so that it will be more convenient for transactions in the future. Director M.O. looked up from the information and asked his subordinate standing beside him, how is the current situation of the people coming from the vicinity of T-City? The subordinate hurriedly said, the situation has improved, and the consciousness has become much clearer. He answered a lot of news about T-City. He said that on the day of the incident, T-City was shrouded in dark clouds, and there was a raging fire in the sky. The whole sky was as spectacular as a fire cloud. Therefore, he remembered it very clearly. At that time, there were still artillery shells coming one after another. The survivors in the cities around T-City did not dare to sleep, and could not sleep at night. The next day, when they took a boat to T-City to check, the barrier in the sky had already appeared, and they did not know what happened. After listening, Jing Yuan frowned. This matter is too strange. There must be something inside. The appearance of Zhang's store has made him feel the collapse of his worldview. Now the transparent barrier has appeared in T-City again, which has greatly affected his thinking. Jing Yuan couldn't help rubbing his brows. The news that Zhang's store had been closed had made him anxious. Now, a city called T had appeared again. They were so far away that it was difficult for them to even find out about it. They were worried about the situation in T-City. And so was Jiang Jun. Most of the survivors in T-City gathered in Zhang's store. She was also worried about what to do in T-City. It was not easy for the people in T-City to stay in Zhang's store, even if there were robots to maintain order in the store. The huge crowds of people caused a lot of trouble in the store. She originally wanted to randomly place the survivors of T-City on an isolated island. She checked the surrounding map and found that she couldn't find a suitable location. She kept going back and forth. As time went by, the time the survivors of T-City stayed in Zhang's store was extended, and the store's business hours were repeatedly delayed. This matter really gave Jiang Jun a headache, but she had no choice. For now, it was most important to place these survivors. She had been traveling between the store and the safe zone these days. She had also thought about moving people to the safe zone. But Zhoan Mountain was not large, and the mountain was already overcrowded. It might not be good to add more people. Fengjiang base is also her alternative, but she has not contacted Xinchuan and the others yet. If there is really no other way, she will consider Fengjiang base first. Jiang Jun was thinking, and suddenly a voice came to her ear. Host, I'm back. Xiaobai didn't expect that he would come out so soon, and his voice was mixed with excitement. After Jiang Jun heard it, she unconsciously smiled. Welcome back. Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep after upgrading. She was worried, and used the points obtained by the hunter on Xiaobai. The effect was obvious. In less than a week, he woke up. After Xiaobai was excited for a while, he checked the situation in the store. Seeing so many people in the store, he said incoherently, are all of them in? There are so many humans. Did you find robots in the warehouse? He said excitedly. This upgrade brought a lot of robots. I thought you must need help. It seems that this upgrade is not bad. He thought of the scene before he fell asleep, and asked involuntarily, how did you defeat the high-level tasker in the end? Did you use the weapon I gave you? Was it easy to use? Xiaobai's chattering sounded in Jiang Jun's ears. She was not impatient, but slowly told the whole story. After finishing talking about this matter, Jiang Jun changed the topic and asked, "Did you set up the barrier around T-City?" She told Xiaobai about the current situation around T-City. Xiaobai scratched his head. "I don't know much. When I upgraded, I felt an external energy injected into my body, and then it turned into a protective shield that successfully enveloped T-City. Because of the appearance of this power, his upgrade went smoothly and was not hindered." He thought carefully. "I think it was the Doomsday system that did it." Jiang Jun nodded in understanding. And then everything was explained clearly. She heard about the T-City protective shield from the safe zone today, and she didn't know about it beforehand. Because when Zhang's store was drifting in T-City, it did not encounter any obstacles. Nor did she feel the energy of the protective shield. When she first heard about the protective shield, she thought that the protective shield appeared somewhere else. But she never thought that it was related to her. The Doomsday system should be to prevent the spread of radiation, so it adopted a monopoly of protective shields. But in this way, T-City became a forbidden area. She couldn't control this matter. Jiang Jun shook her head of unnecessary thoughts and forced herself to come back to her senses. She glanced at the survivors in the store and asked Xiaobai, "There are so many people in this store. Where do you think it would be better to place them?" Xiaobai touched his chin and thought, "The radiation in T-City is serious. If they rashly integrate into other bases, they may be rejected. It is better to find them a deserted place so that they can start over. But now that the flood is flooding, it may be difficult to find a city that has not been flooded." Jiang Jun also knew that this was not an easy task, so the two of them could only bite the bullet and check the appropriate location on the map. Suddenly, a plateau caught Jiang Jun's eye. She pointed to a corner of the map and said, "What do you think of this place?" She was referring to the Fengyao Plateau. Because the plateau is high, and there is altitude sickness, there are not many people living here. But the terrain is high, and even the biggest flood cannot flood here. The Fengyao Plateau is in a good location, and there are freshwater lakes around it. But it is geographically far away, so humans cannot easily reach the Fengyao Plateau, and they cannot withstand the altitude sickness on the plateau. But these problems are not difficult for Zhang's shop. Zhang's shop has instant transfer, which can be done in an instant. Xiaobai is also very satisfied with Fengyao Goyuan. The location is good. Let's put people here. Since the two have made a decision and decided on the location, the next thing will be much simpler. As for the survivors of T-City living in Zhang's shop, they don't know that Jiang Jun and the others have found a place for them to live. They live very comfortably in Zhang's shop, which is 100 times better than the life outside in the wind and rain. Chapter 77. Many people wanted to stay in Zhang's shop directly, but they also knew that this was impossible, so they repaid Zhang's shop through their own actions. Some people went to the medical area to greet the injured, some took the initiative to maintain order, and some spontaneously supervised those who violated the rules. Anshin wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked towards the bed with a satisfied look. She had just been to the medical area and took care of the patients. These days, more and more people are sick, but the symptoms are not serious. They cough occasionally, and their bodies are mostly weak. Even so, Anshin was busy and sweating. A man in the same area was lying on the bed, leaning sideways, and teasing, "Oh, Anshin is back. You are served with delicious food and drinks. But why are you still running outside? It seems that you are used to a hard life and don't know how to enjoy it. Why don't you take care of me? A young man who is sick in bed?" Anshin immediately frowned and said, "Get out of my way, you coward. If it weren't for Zhang's shop taking you in, you would have drowned in the sea. How dare you joke with me here?" The people around heard the man's voice and rolled their eyes. They had had enough of this man in their area. He teased people every few days. After just 1 week in Zhang's shop, some people's true nature was revealed. He's full of cowardice, and he's not afraid of the patrolman teaching him a lesson. The gray-clothed woman sitting on the bed next to him cursed in a low voice. The man heard her words. His face darkened, and he said to the woman, "I'm not afraid of the patrolman. I didn't violate the rules of the store. What's wrong? Now I can't even speak." The gray-clothed woman retorted loudly, "If you have the guts, go and tell the patrol woman. If you do, I will respect you as a man of guts." The man snorted coldly, "I'm not a fool. You still want to use me as a gun." The gray-clothed woman snorted, "You're a coward." The man was furious and immediately jumped off the bed. Anshin saw this and immediately stepped forward. What are you doing? Do you want to hit someone? The patrolman nearby looked over here, and the man quickly softened his expression, smiled, and pretended nothing happened. When they woke up the next day, they no longer saw the man, and the others felt strange. After asking around, they found out that so many things had happened last night. It turned out that last night, the man was so angry that he wanted to take advantage of the lights in the store being turned off and everyone asleep to secretly attack and violate the woman in gray, trying to threaten her and make her voluntarily commit the act. Unexpectedly, the shop patrol was alarmed. The next second, they disappeared from Zhang's shop. Even the gray-clothed woman received a lot of financial compensation. This alarmed everyone. After dawn, they received news that Zhang's shop had found a new place for them to live. They were about to leave Zhang's shop and go to Fengyao Plateau. Some people who knew about Fengyao Plateau were a little panicked. The Fengyao Plateau was high in terrain and had poor living conditions. Moreover, the altitude sickness was not something that ordinary people could bear. Some people also thought that Fengyao Plateau was high in terrain, and it was difficult for floods to reach it. They no longer had to wander around because their homes were flooded. Some were happy, and some were worried. Overall, everyone was in a state of confusion. In this state, Zhang's store instantly transferred everyone to a wooden house on Fengyao Plateau. The wooden house turned into Zhang's store. People who had stayed in the store for a week walked out of the house and looked at the environment where they would live in the future. Their eyes were immediately curious. It was still drizzling outside. The gray sky gave people a feeling that it was about to collapse. There was nothing above Fengyao Plateau. There were no grass or trees. It was a vast land that stretched as far as the eye could see. The land of the plateau was not very undulating. It should be okay to build a house on it. However, they did not have bricks, tiles and mud, so they were stumped at the first step. Jiang Jun had already thought about this matter. Since Li Guimin and others destroyed their homes, the points obtained from them would still be used on them. However, if this continued, they would probably develop a mentality of getting something for nothing. I will build a base on the Fengyao Plateau. A large number of laborers will be needed here. If you are willing, you can stay and help. I will also give you the compensation you deserve. If you want to own your own house, you must provide the corresponding labor. I will provide all the building materials. I am not a free sucker. As a businessman, I need to sign a contract with you. If you don't want to, you can just leave Zhang's shop. The previous fees will not be charged. Just think of it as a free gift from me. If you stay, you have to establish conditions. You have to pay the cost of hosting you for a week with labor. As long as you pay this fee, I will provide you with the materials needed to build a house. That is to say, you have to work for me for free before you can get paid. And I will also provide you with the necessary building materials for building a house. Some smart people quickly understood the twists and turns, quickly agreed to the deal proposed by Zhang's shop, and quickly stepped forward to sign a contract. Some people haven't reacted yet, but they also follow the crowd to line up to sign and seal. Some people don't want to be controlled by Zhang's shop, nor do they want to work. They don't even look at it, and turn around and leave. These people try to go farther away. Maybe there are herdsmen around who can get free houses. Why should they work here? Those who stayed signed the contract and started working enthusiastically. Some of them were architects, and they took the initiative to command and teach. Some were designers, and they got paid through the design base. When the others saw it, they immediately remembered the work they had done before the apocalypse and tried to get paid for it with their skills. When the first house that could shelter from the wind and rain and was as big as a gymnasium was built, Jiang Jun moved all the bedding in the store into it. Since then, the residents of T-City finally had an area of their own. Perhaps because of the influence of some radiation, the residents of T-City, after arriving at Fengyao Plateau, suffered from altitude sickness, and the radiation virus was stimulated. But the symptoms were not serious. Jiang Jun took out the healing agent he got from other taskers, diluted it, and added it to everyone's meals, preventing the high radiation symptoms from appearing. Although some people get a minor illness from time to time, it's no big deal if they hold on. The survivors who walked out of Fengyao base were not so lucky. When the high radiation symptoms appeared, they were walking on the road. Their exhausted bodies instantly made them fall directly to the ground. The last moment of their consciousness was a nosebleed, and they fell asleep. The system that stayed beside Jiang Jun also came forward at this time and said, "Host, please solve the spread of radiation pathogens. The survivors that Jiang Jun let go brought a crisis to the world. If the plague was accidentally launched, it would not be a simple matter. In order to make up for his mistake, Jiang Jun followed the instructions of the system and began to rescue the unconscious survivors lying on the plateau. When the survivors woke up, it was like a dream. I feel like I died once, someone murmured. The person next to him hesitated. I have the same feeling. You said we should go back. It's just some work. It's no big deal. The man originally wanted to find a way out, and immediately followed the words, yes. It's just some work. Then we will go to the base. Others also agreed. They came out to find a house. They were unfamiliar with the place. They had no food or water and got lost. If they didn't die, they would be injured. It would be the best to choose to go back. When the people of Fengyao Base saw the people who left and came back, they did not mock them. Everyone has their own way. After the apocalypse, everyone's life is not easy. As long as they can survive. What does face matter? The construction of Fengyao Base is underway. During the period when Zhang's store was closed, Fengjiang Base and the safe zone successfully established a sea passage, and hybrid rice finally yielded results. Although hybrid rice is not as productive as the one marked by Zhang's store, it can still feed many people. Although the yield is high, the planting area of the base is not large. It mainly relies on indoor planting to get a harvest. It basically cannot be grown outdoors. It was actually affected by the flood. Fengjiang Base handed over the hybrid rice to the safe zone, wanting them to try to plant it in the cave, and mark the key points of planting. Qi Ming and Qi Yang followed them. After they arrived, they immediately asked Director Mo about the situation of Zhang's store. You haven't received any news about the opening of Zhang's store. Director Mo shook his head. It's been half a month. I don't know what the situation of Zhang's store is. Qi Ming and Qi Yang looked at each other, and gave Director Mo a communicator, which was specially handed to them by Lu Bin. Director Mo asked in confusion, what is this? Qi Yang explained, communicator. We used it to contact the base commander of Fengjiang Base along the way. Director Mo looked at the communicator in their hands with surprise. He didn't expect to be able to contact Fengjiang Base. After the apocalypse, all the communication equipment was broken. He didn't expect there was still a good communicator. Meng he stood aside and felt that the things in their hands looked familiar. He stepped forward and asked, is this a product in Zhang's store? Qi Yang turned his head and looked at the young man who spoke, and nodded, yes. Base Commander Lu bought it from Zhang's store. He said it contained precious energy, which could communicate over long distances, and was not affected by the planet's magnetic field. Director Mo touched the communicator in his hand. This is a good thing. And it must be worth a lot. He didn't know what the purpose of Fengjiang Base was. Not only did they send the precious hybrid rice, they didn't detain their researchers, and sent a communicator. He was increasingly confused about the leader of Fengjiang Base. Fengjiang Base, of course. Earning points is more important. Who cares about your intrigues? Chapter 78. The hybrid rice of Zuanshan instantly became popular among the survivors in the safe zone. Even Grandma Jiang was no exception. As soon as Jiang Jun returned home, he heard Grandma Jiang talking to her neighbor. I heard that rice can produce 1,000 kilograms of grain, but it's a little delicate, so you have to be careful when planting it. Grandma Jiang told Grandma Song the news she had inquired about. Grandma Song nodded. That's right. You should study the planting manual that was sent to you carefully. As long as you can plant this rice, the grain yield will be not small. Speaking of yield, Grandma Jiang became even more energetic, and she didn't even notice that Jiang Jun had returned, until Grandpa Jiang saw her and waved to her. Grandpa Jiang complained, what have you been busy with recently? Why can't I see you all the time? Come here and help me read the words written here. His eyesight has been a little blurry recently. The words on the planting instructions are too small, and he can't see the font clearly. So he called his granddaughter over. Jiang Jun read it to Grandpa Jiang, thinking in his heart that hybrid rice has so many requirements in this world. It's not easy to plant it. After listening, Grandpa Jiang sighed. No wonder it can produce thousands of kilograms of grain. It turns out that there are so many points to pay attention to. We have to plant it carefully. Our family has only 1 acre of land. If this acre can be planted, it can last for a year if we save some food. Go and rest quickly. You have been busy these days. It's not easy to rest. Go back to the house and sleep for a while. Your grandmother and I will go to the field to take a look. After saying that, Grandpa Jiang hurried to the field in a hurry. Fearing that he would be late and couldn't catch up with the grain distribution. Shinan is now following Shiyu. They run outside all day long. Now no one knows where they are. Since coming to this world, Shiyu has been enjoying Shinan's company. After looking around the cave and seeing no one, Jiangjun went into the house to rest. After taking a short nap, Shiyu came back covered in mud. Shinan's silver bell-like laughter instantly resounded throughout the cave. Grandma Jiang saw this from the side, frowned, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Nan, you little bad boy. You pestered your father to go to the ditch again. Look how dirty you are. Hurry up. Take a bath. Now there is no shortage of water. Collect rainwater, dry some firewood, and burn it, so that both of them can take a hot bath to drive away the coldness in their bodies. Since the continuous rain continued, the temperature outside the cave has also dropped. Many people began to wear long sleeves when going out. The situation inside the cave is still slightly better. But if it continues like this, without thick clothes to keep warm, and exposed to the wind and rain all day, people will get sick sooner or later. After taking a shower, Shiyu and Shinan were refreshed. As soon as they entered the room and saw Jiangjun lying on the bed, their eyes lit up immediately, and they quickly ran to the bed, climbed onto the bed, and lay on both sides of Jiangjun's mom. You're back. Shinan put her head in Jiangjun's arms and said coquettishly. Shiyu couldn't see Jiangyun recently. He was always pestered by Shinan. Although human cubs were fun, they were not as good as his Yunyun. He said excitedly, Yunyun, you are finally back. Seeing Jiangyun back now, he was very happy. He remembered the treasure he found before, jumped off the bed quickly, squatted on the ground and took out a cloth bag from under the bed. After Shinan saw it, he also got off the bed anxiously. Dad, wait for me. They found it together, and Dad couldn't show it to Mom alone. She also contributed. Jiangyun looked at the two of them in confusion. When he saw the cloth bag flashing with blue light being taken out from under the bed, Xiao Bai's surprised voice came from his ear. Oh my god! Where did they find the crystal stone? After Xiao Bai's introduction, Jiangjun realized that what they held in their hands was actually a crystal stone. When Shiyu opened the package, a hexagonal stone with a light blue glow appeared in front of him. The color was as deep as the blue sea, and the lines reflected by each facet were beautiful. Xiao Bai saw this scene and kept urging Jiangjun to find out where the two found it. He couldn't get the snow crystal, but he should be able to get some crystal stones. Jiangjun ignored Xiao Bai's voice, looked at the crystal in their hands, and asked, where did it come from? Shinan immediately answered, we found this at the foot of the mountain. I was the first to find this crystal. It looks so beautiful. I saw it at first sight. Shiyu added, I took Nan there. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found it. Shinan nodded seriously, yes. If it wasn't for Dad taking me there, I wouldn't have found it either. So this crystal is the credit of both of us. Shiyu was happy, yes. It's the credit of both of us. Jiangjun took the crystal from them, looked at it carefully, and found that this crystal was very similar to the snow crystal. But he didn't know what the difference was. Xiao Bai sensed Jiangjun's thoughts and said quickly, although it is not as precious as snow crystal, it is also a crystal stone, which is many times better than the crystal core. If it is converted according to energy, one snow crystal is approximately equal to 2 crystal stones. He muttered, I just don't know how this kid sensed the existence of the crystal stone. Jiangjun saw Shiyu waiting for praise obediently, and said, you did a great job this time. But Shiyu, you can't take Nan to such a dangerous place at the foot of the mountain in the future. What if an accident happens by accident? Shinan pouted and said, I am already a big kid. There will be no accidents. Shiyu nodded firmly. Then I will follow Union from now on. Jiangjun's eyes twitched, and his voice changed. It's not that you can't go to the foot of the mountain to play, but you have to take good care of Nan and don't let any accidents happen. With Shiyu's strength, there should be no need to worry about accidents, but rather worry about him causing trouble. Jiangjun lowered his head and looked at Shinan. You have to take good care of Dad. If you encounter any problems, run home and tell me first. I will take you to get back at the place. Don't go against others alone. Shinan nodded obediently, and Shiyu nodded reluctantly. Jiangjun pointed to the crystal in her hand. Tomorrow, let's go together to see if we can find similar crystals. She also reminded, if Nan has a crystal, you must hide it or give it to me. Don't show it to other people. Otherwise it will attract bad people. Jiang Jun carefully reminded them. Xiaobai knew the function of the crystal, so the tasker must also know it. If the tasker saw the crystal in their hands, it was hard to guarantee that it would not cause a fight. Safety was the most important thing. It was better to hide if possible. A voice came from outside the cave. It was Grandpa Jiang who brought back the seeds. The three of them got out of bed and rushed to the door to help. Grandpa Jiang saw the three of them coming and said to Luo Jin beside him, "Go back quickly. Someone is coming here. Yunyun, go to the field to see your grandma quickly. Xiaoyu, come and help me carry the seedlings back home slowly." Under the command of Grandpa Jiang, Jiangyun went to the field without stopping and saw Grandma Jiang squeezed in the crowd with a strong body. Looking inside, she quickly helped the person up. When Grandma Jiang saw that it was her granddaughter, she pushed her granddaughter inside. "Go in quickly and listen to what is said inside. Grandma is hard of hearing and can't hear clearly." Jiangyun had no choice but to squeeze into the crowd. After returning, she conveyed to Grandma Jiang the planting method that the researcher inside said. The next day, before dawn, Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang took their family to plant rice in the fields. They were late, but the others had arrived early. Everyone picked up the rice seedlings carefully and planted them slowly, fearing that they would be broken by mistake. Although it was the first time for Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang to plant rice, they were very skilled in farming and planted the rice seedlings in a short while. Seeing that the Jiang family planted the rice so roughly, the others shook their heads in their hearts, thinking that it would be a pity that the rice would not grow if they were treated so carelessly. Grandma Jiang wiped the sweat from her forehead, went to the corner to level her small piece of land, pulled out a few weeds, inspected the potatoes she planted, and returned with her family with a satisfied look. Since planting rice, Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang have been running around very hard, sitting there every day, fearing that someone would steal. A group of old men and old women stood by the field, chatting, mending clothes, and guarding the field. They also found something to do, so no one drove them away. Jiang Jun took Shiyu and Shinan to the foot of the mountain, followed the direction pointed by the two, and successfully arrived at the location. The further she walked, the more shocked she was. This location is very remote, close to the cliff, and you will fall into the sea if you are not careful. Moreover, the moss-covered wall is also slippery, and it is raining, so an accident will happen if you are not careful. Jiang Jun said with a stern face, "You are not allowed to come here again. It is too dangerous here." Shinan touched his nose angrily and said not to bring his mother here. It was all because his father was too obedient. Shiyu did not feel Shinan's resentful eyes. He only looked at Jiang Jun and said firmly, "I will never come next time." After the three of them arrived at their destination safely, Shinan took the lead and pulled Jiang Jun to point to a reef below. "I picked up the crystal there. There should be more next to it. Mom can look for it." Shiyu also stepped forward and said, "Yunyun needs crystals? I know where there are more." Seeing Jiang Jun looking at him, he immediately took the lead and said, "It's right here, Yunyun. Come here quickly." Shinan looked at his father in shock, unexpectedly. He still had a trick up his sleeve, and immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Dad, how could you hide it from me?" Led by Shiyu, the three of them soon came to a cave rock wall covered with crystals. The light blue light shone all around, which was extremely beautiful. Shinan was even more amazed, and no longer cared to blame his father. She touched this, then touched that, and looked around with curiosity, immersed in the dream of crystal stones that seemed like a fantasy. Xiaobai excitedly shouted in Jiang Jun's ear, "Crystal stones! All crystal stones! We've made a fortune!" Jiang Jun scratched her ears, annoyed by Xiaobai's voice. She turned around and saw Shiyu looking at her expectantly, praising her. "Not bad. When we get back, tell me if you want anything." She had to be nicer to him in the future. This is really a human-shaped detector. It's not easy to find such a hidden place. Chapter 79. Now that we know the location, we simply picked up a few crystal stones, and sent Shinan back first, and then find time to collect these crystal stones later. The base of Fengyao Plateau is under construction in full swing. Jiang Jun is too busy to handle everything, so she handed the matter over to Xiaobai to manage, and she picked crystal stones in Zhouan Mountain. The cave with crystal stones is not small. With the help of Shiyu, finally put all the crystal stones into the warehouse. After finishing the work here, Fengyao Plateau was also under orderly construction. Jiang Jun and Xiao Bai thought about bringing forward the opening of Zhang's shop. Zhang's shop will open for business at a certain time. All major bases received the news instantly. Phone Jiang base. Xinchuan pondered. Hurry up and bring it to Zhang's shop. Nothing happened. Instead, Li Guimin was defeated by him. When he couldn't contact anyone, he guessed that Li Guimin had been defeated by Zhang's shop. But he hadn't heard any news about Zhang's shop. So he was a little bit unpredictable. Lu Ben, it seems that we made a good decision to cooperate with Zhang's store. Xinchuan thought, this time. Go in and find out how Zhang's store won. After Li Guimin was killed, Zhang's store has more cards in hand. Zhou Anshan. The old leader heard the news that Zhang's store was open, and raised his eyebrows. It seems that nothing big has happened. After you go in this time, find out what happened in T-City, and buy more hybrid rice seeds. Jing Yuan nodded, and went back to prepare to enter Zhang's store. Director Mo also sent the old leader's order to Meng He and others, and told them to be careful after entering this time. Jiang Jun didn't know that the major bases were afraid of Zhang's store. She only knew that Zhang's store had not been open for business in recent days. The store's turnover was 0. The food and drink of the residents of T-City were all consumed by the points of Li Guimin and other taskers. So she didn't lose anything. It's just that it has been closed for a long time, which is not a normal method. Therefore, the two set the time for 2 days later, and publicized the current situation of Fengyao base. On the day when Zhang's store opened, people from other bases came to Zhang's store in sequence under a beam of teleportation light. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the size of Zhang's store. It was more than double than before, and the products in the supermarket were more complete. It took more than 10 minutes to walk there. Zhang's store looked more impressive than before. This was the common understanding of everyone. They kept the idea in their hearts and looked around calmly. Soon, they found something wrong. Why were there so many people in Zhang's shop? There seemed to be no obstacles for people coming and going. They looked up and saw a huge siege outside, and Zhang's shop seemed to be surrounded by it. There were many workers working outside, and everyone was working hard. When someone came in, he looked at them in surprise, then turned around and went into the shop to shop, as if he was used to their presence. Xinchuan and Lu Ben looked at each other, but before they could make any move, Meng He stopped someone and asked, "Hello. I want to ask what you were building outside." The person who was stopped was a woman. She was wearing work clothes and looked pretty. Seeing that Meng He was a young man, she was not alert and asked, "Fengya base. Are you new here?" The woman did not know that Meng He and others entered Zhang's store with customer coupons, and thought they were rescued. She said frankly, "If you want to live in Fengyao base, you have to work first. Only through the compensation you get from work can Boss Jiang give you a house to live in Fengyao base. Don't be afraid. We provide food and drink." The canteen was about to start eating, and the woman was afraid of delaying the meal. "If you have anything to ask, you can go over there to find Professor N." Everyone followed the direction she pointed and found Professor N. Professor N was white-haired, gentle-looking, and wore gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Seeing them come over, squinted his eyes, then stepped forward to say hello. "Welcome. Welcome. What can I do for you?" Jing Yuan was standing at the back, seeing a familiar face, was surprised. "And Yi? Professor N?" And Yi is a big shot in the physics community. Jing Yuan was fortunate to be invited to visit his laboratory. There were many leaders there at the time. He was just one of them. It was a coincidence that I could meet in Yi. I didn't expect to see him in this place. His name was among the researchers assigned to him by the old leader. And he looked up in surprise and saw Jing Yuan. He was shocked at first, and then he said quickly, "Why is Chief Jing here? Are you in danger? Why did you come to Fengyao Plateau?" Jing Yuan looked at him in confusion, and explained to him the function of the customer voucher of Zhang's store. They arrived at Zhang's store with the customer voucher, and did not encounter any danger. After hearing this, and Yi heaved a sigh of relief. "You are lucky." Jing Yuan asked in confusion, "How did you get here?" And Yi sighed, "We were originally in T-City, but half a month ago, T-City encountered a crisis, and the entire city's people were transferred to Zhang's store. We also came to Fengyao Plateau through Zhang's store." When Xinchuan heard that he was from T-City, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "You are from T-City. How much do you know about the barrier around T-City?" And Yi frowned. "I don't know about the barrier of T-City. I remember that when the crisis occurred in T-City, Zhang's store was also attacked. At that time, The sea was turbulent, and many people were drowned. I looked through the window, and could only barely see traces of fighting outside. There are some things that Yi didn't say. He suspected the existence of high-dimensional creatures. Otherwise, how could the ability of Zhang's store, and the people who attacked Zhang's store do it? Xinchuan added, this barrier seems to have hindered the spread of the plague. We can see the few people left inside through the barrier. They all have sores on their bodies and blue skin. When Yi heard him talk about this, he remembered that many people in the base were sick a few days ago. If we talk about the plague, we also had an outbreak of disease a few days ago. But it was not serious. We just coughed a few times, and our bodies got better. Xinchuan secretly looked at Lu Bin. It seems that Zhang's store has prevented the spread of the plague. It is impossible to set up a barrier by relying on Zhang's store alone. There may be help from the Doomsday system. No wonder Zhang's store can defeat Li Guimin. Xinchuan and others learned a lot of information from Anya. After Jing Yuan took the people away, the rest of them also wisely started to make their own purchases. Jing Yuan took Anya to a corner and told him about the old chief. If you want to see the old chief, I will arrange it for you. Anya shook his head. In this weather, it is dangerous to go by sea. Don't waste your energy. We are also doing well in Fingyao Plateau. He looked at the gloomy sky outside. If it rains all the time, Shoan Mountain will no longer be a safe place. You must be prepared at all times. Fingyao Plateau is higher than Shoan Mountain. You don't have to worry about our safety. Jing Yuan nodded and said something else. We found that Zhang's store has high-tech products. We want you to help study them. I don't know how many researchers you have here. Anya instantly understood the high-tech products he was talking about. To be honest, he was also a little tempted. But he had to suppress his desire, because he had no money to buy them. Now that Jing Yuan mentioned this, and he was no longer polite, don't worry about the researcher. The people around me are all here. If you buy products, just give them to us for research. We have also saved a lot of money here, which is just right for applying for a research institute from Zhang's store. After the two discussed this matter, they began to get busy. Xiaobai received the contact from Xinchuan and the others, and reported it to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun refused their request to meet, if she didn't have too much contact with the tasker. As time went on, once her identity was exposed, she and Zhang's store might be in crisis. The rain in this small world has been continuous for 5 or 6 years, until Shoan Mountain was almost flooded. Everyone was ready to evacuate. The rain that lasted for 6 years finally stopped. When the sun came out, people seemed to forget the scorching weather during the high temperature, until the temperature rose and the water level dropped. Everyone became alert. Those who had experience began to store supplies, water and other necessities. They saw that the water level was dropping. Fortunately, the underground river in the cave was still flowing, so they didn't have to worry about water for the time being. The cultivation of hybrid rice has solved the food problem to a certain extent. Zhou Anshan is basically self-sufficient. Therefore, when the water level dropped in the early stage, no one thought it would become the same as the high temperature in the previous years. The high temperature lasted for a year, and the sun seemed to evaporate the river water with all its strength. And the land hidden under the water was finally exposed. The corpses that had been hidden in the water for 6 years gradually surfaced. The corpses soaked in the water gave birth to maggots and worms under the high temperature. And the flies and worms brought the virus upgrade. Even if Zhou Anshan used fire to burn the corpses to prevent virus infection, it still could not resist the corruption of nature. A sudden plague hit everyone. The infected people first had a simple cold and cough, a persistent high fever, fatigue, and finally nosebleeds and coma. Even though Jiang Yan had prepared in advance and fed Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang with energy pills, she was unable to prevent the virus from invading. The two elderly people were the first to suffer, followed by Shinan. Jiang Yun and Shi Yu were both physically strong and were not affected much. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang had a high fever that continued, even with Jiang Yun's medicine to prolong their lives. The two elderly people were old and weak, and they could no longer bear the energy pills. Shinan cried with red eyes, and stayed by Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang's side day and night. Jiang Jun ran around everywhere, and asked the Research Institute of Fingyao Base to make vaccines. But the vaccine was not yet made. Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang could not hold on any longer. When the news of Grandpa Jiang's critical illness reached Jiang Jun's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. When Grandpa Jiang was dying, he called Jiang Jun over. He left Jiang Jun alone, and looked at Jiang Jun carefully, while holding his breath. His eyes were burning red. He took Jiang Jun's hand, touched her face and said, "I don't care if you are my granddaughter or not. We have been together for such a long time. And I know you are not bad people. In this Doomsday, we can live until now, which is already good. We will not be a burden to you from now on. You take good care of Nanan, and we will have no regrets. You did a good job." Yun. Grandpa Jiang patted Jiang Jun's hand and let out a last sigh of relief. After Grandpa Jiang passed away, Grandma Jiang, who was already ill, became even worse. Jiang Yun failed to save their lives with energy pills. Amid Shinan's wailing, Grandma Jiang eventually died. Jiang Yun wiped the tears from her eyes and hugged Shinan, who was crying non-stop. She gave the family's food to Luo Jin as a reward, asking him to help Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang hold a funeral. After a round of beating gongs and drums, the grand funeral sent the two old people away. The plague was serious, and they did not dare to bury the two old people. After cremating the two old people, Jiang Yun scattered their ashes on the acre of land in the cave, hoping that the two old people could rest in peace. Chapter 80. As the plague became more serious, Zhou Anshan was also forced to start migrating. They contacted Fingyao Base, where they were developing vaccines, and the chances of surviving would be very high. The terrain there was high, and the temperature was suitable. Now, with the sponsorship of Jiang Yun, Fingyao Base was well built, and new industrial and agricultural areas would be built. When Fingyao Base invited them, the leadership of Zhou Anshan did not hesitate at all. They harvested the rice and brought the supplies, and the entire base began to migrate. The bodies infected with the plague were devoured by the fire, and black smoke rose in the air. The living looked at Zhoan Mountain, and then turned and left resolutely. The road of migration was not easy to walk. The newly exposed ground was still a piece of mud, and the bones on both sides of the road added unpredictable crises to this migration. Everyone wore masks, and walked straight ahead without saying a word. Some people wanted to try to drive the car next to them, but the car was difficult to start, the bicycle had already decayed, and the wooden cart broke at the touch. Fingyao Plateau is 18,000 miles away from Zhoan Mountain. How can they reach it? They might have died on the way before they got there. Some people thought of the road they were going to take, and they were panicked and filled with despair. However, there was a turn for the better. As early as when the flood hit, the old leader ordered the underground city to be closed. As long as the door was not squeezed open by the water pressure, the vehicle stored inside would be intact. Not only that, the old leader also stored a large amount of supplies in the underground city, just in case of emergency. Unexpectedly, it gave them a chance to turn around. Fortunately, the underground city they built was quite solid. All the materials inside the door were machinery that was not easy to store, because they were left unused for a long time. Some of them might have malfunctioned, but this little problem could not bother them. The vehicles found in the underground city were still usable, which gave hope to many people. Everyone joined in the rest and repair. The road to Fingyao Base was full of unknowns. After they packed up, they quickly set off on the road. The plague did not disappear from the survivors in the safe zone. They isolated a car, which was full of patients, and distributed food from time to time, so that they could survive. They placed all their hopes on the Fingyao Base. As long as the vaccine is successfully developed, they will be saved. Pathogens are lurking in all of them, and no one knows whether they will get sick in the next second. Therefore, no one drives away the vehicles behind them. They tacitly accept their existence. Along the way, the team in the safe zone met many survivors, and told them that there was a base on the Fingyao Plateau. However, whether they want to go to the Fingyao Plateau is their business. The team in the safe zone was inevitably expelled sometimes, because there was news of infected people on the bus, which made many small bases avoid it. After stopping and starting along the way, the safe zone lost many people and spent a lot of money, and finally arrived at Fingyao Plateau. They did not enter Fingyao Base, but chose to set up an isolation area. They all had the virus to some extent, so they could not rush into Fingyao Base. The old leader is now gray-haired, with sunken cheeks, and the whole person seems to have been exhausted by this journey. After seeing Yi in protective clothing, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that my old bones could actually make it to Fingyao Plateau. Through the telescope, he had already seen the current situation of Fingyao Base. Tall walls, buildings of varying heights, and people coming and going. He seemed to see new hope for mankind. He recalled the scene he saw and said with difficulty, "Your base is well built. It seems that there is always a way out." There is still hope for mankind. I will give you all the grain and the army. You can live as long as you can. I won't force it. You must remember that this natural disaster comes every 6 or 7 years. You must be fully prepared and never give it a chance to destroy mankind. The tone of his instructions for the aftermath made Yi and others' eyes red. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know where to start. The old leader was already ill, and he had managed to survive until now with his perseverance. After seeing Fengya base, the burden on him was relieved, and his spirit was gone. Seeing their expressions, the old leader sighed. You have lived long enough. Don't be sad. Living is full of troubles, and death is a relief. You should be happy. Jing Yuan and others couldn't help sobbing, covering their red eyes, and not daring to speak. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone, the old leader passed away suddenly. The departure of the old leader brought a heavy atmosphere to Fengya base. Because of the plague, the body was burned, and the funeral of the old leader was postponed due to the continuous patients. This heavy atmosphere continued until Fengya base produced a vaccine. The patients who used the vaccine showed obvious improvement, and the situation took a turn from then on. When the plague disappeared, Fengya base immediately held a funeral for all the dead. After the funeral of the old leader, all those who had experienced the plague and gained new life ushered in the Alexander year in history. In the first year of the Alexandrian calendar, with the infusion of talented soldiers from the safety zone, the Fengya plateau has developed rapidly, and the geographical features have changed. The barren Fengya plateau has grown into a dense jungle, and the grains brought by the safety zone have grown well here. In the 5th year of the Alexandrian calendar, Fengjiang base took the initiative to join Fengya base on the eve of the storm. So when the storm hits again, the survivors who are well prepared will no longer be afraid of floods. Jing Yuan set off from Fengya plateau and began his voyage, bringing back many survivors. Since staying at Fengya base, Zhang's store has not been running around anymore. It has played the role of an omnipotent supermarket in Fengya base, and occasionally uses customer coupons to add new people. People shopping in the supermarket, seeing a flash of light, would go up and say hello as usual. Which base are you from? Are you short of supplies? We have a lot of supplies in Fengya base. See if you need anything? Of course, if you choose Zhang's store first, we won't hinder you. The new customer who just came in was pulled away by this group of people before he could react, and the others were waiting eagerly for another person to appear with a flash of light, so that they could also make some transactions. Zhang's shop did not stop these things, as long as there was no violence. She was very tolerant of the people in Fengya base. Robbery was nothing. The money they made from the sales was spent in the shop the next day. As expected, the people who sold the goods the next day could not wait to enter Zhang's shop. What do you want to buy? My leather rope broke recently, and I want to buy some beautiful leather ropes. My family ran out of gas, so I came to see if my clothes fit me. I just picked them out. Not bad. Where can I choose? Why didn't I see them over there just now? Come here. I'll take you there. As they talked, the two of them walked hand in hand to the clothing area. They couldn't save much money, and they spent it all in Zhang's shop. However, the existence of Zhang's store is their confidence, and they are happy to spend money here. As Shinan grows older, she has become a graceful girl. Now she is in her 20s, and she looks like a child. With her beautiful face, she often attracts many infatuated eyes. She has a ponytail, greets her colleague next to her, and rushes home. Her voice arrives before she arrives. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Jiang Jun was lying on the sofa eating grapes, and waved to Shinan. Come here. Your dad just bought these grapes. Shinan pouted and said, Mom, don't you save money? My dad's salary is all used to feed you. If this continues, our family will have no savings at all. Jiang Jun stuffed a grape into her hand. We still have land, and the food is enough for you to eat. She was so young, but she started to worry about the family's savings. She was not afraid of going broke no matter how much she ate. Shinan pinched Jiang Jun's cheeks and said enviously, Mom, how come your face is still so tender? Walking with you, I'm almost like your sister. Jiang Jun said proudly, your mom is immortal. Don't be envious. Shinan snorted and didn't believe her nonsense. Shiyu bought vegetables from Zhang's store and started cooking. His cooking skills have improved a lot now. His family has a very high angle coefficient. They spend all their money on it. This has a lot to do with Shiyu's improved cooking skills. Jiang-jun spit out the grape seeds in her mouth and looked up at Shiyu in the kitchen. When Shinan said this, she thought of Shiyu's difference. Although she looked young, wrinkles could be seen. However, Shiyu's appearance remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. Just like in the previous world. This made Jiang-jun feel nervous. If this continued, Shiyu's difference would be exposed. And there were many taskers in Fengyao base, so it would be easy for them to find something strange. Jiang-jun thought. It seems that she has to go out for a walk, and can't stay in Fengyao base all day. Now that Shinan has grown up, why not let her go out and try her luck? Jiang-jun, who understood this, no longer struggled. When Shinan learned that his mother had spent all her money to buy a boat, he was shocked. Now it is the rainy season, the price of a boat is not low. The mercenaries who take daily missions at Fengyao base only rent boats, and no one has ever been fooled into buying a boat. Spend your savings to buy a boat, and it will not last for 5 or 6 years. The rain stops, and the high temperature comes, and no matter how good the boat is, it can no longer be used. After being shelled for 6 or 7 years, the boat breaks down again. Now when using a boat, most people are rough. As you can imagine, Shinan was like a child from a poor family who suddenly found out that her family was rich, and then was notified that her family had gone bankrupt. It was like a roller coaster ride that made her feel very sour. Jiang-jun waved her hand and said, "Don't you want to see the protective barrier of T-City? Mom will take you to see it now," Shinan said with a complicated face. "Thank you, Mom?" Her dear father had already started loading the ship under the command of her mother. Facing this pair of impetuous parents, she could only accept her fate and join them. Jiang-jun cleaned up the house at Fengyao base and told Xiaowai to take care of Zhang's store, and the family set off. Since then, under the leadership of Jiang-jun, a generation of navigators was born. Chapter 81. After setting off from Fengyao Plateau, Jiang-jun first brought Shinan to the vicinity of T-City, letting her see the legendary barrier, and then went to Zhoan Mountain again to pay homage to Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang. They drifted along the sea, and during this period, Jiang-jun used the trick of deceiving Grandpa Jiang and Grandma Jiang to let Shinan know the space in her hand. To her shock, Jiang-jun performed a show of taking things out of thin air in front of her. Since then, Shinan finally knew why their family was so rich and was able to buy a ship. The reason was actually from here. Sailing on the sea is easier than on land. During the 6 years of the rainy season, Jiang-jun and his friends saw many small bases along the sea, and encountered robbers, which showed the strength of Jiang-jun and Shiyu, and Shinan had already looked at them with no surprise. Before the dry season came, Jiang-jun and his friends immediately found a small base, paid the entrance fee, rented a small house, and settled down. Jiang-jun put the freshly made sweet and sour pork ribs on the dining table, turned around and saw Shinan lying on the table drawing something. "Nanan, is this the map you drew?" Shinan nodded. "I drew the places we pass by, so that someone can explore along our route in the future, and no one will get lost in the sea." Jiang-jun set the food, and Shiyu sat down. "I'll draw it later. Let's eat first." Shinan put down the pen in her hand, and replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." In this way, during the dry season, the family of 3 found a small base to stay, and when the rainy season came, they set sail again. As the journey got longer, Shinan's nautical chart became more and more comprehensive, and she marked all the major bases in the world on it. Every time she passed a place, Shinan would make countless copies of the nautical chart and sell them at some offshore bases or temporary bases. In the rainy season, no one dared to take the risk of sailing, so the nautical chart drawn by Shinan was not popular. Some people even questioned her nautical chart, which caused her a lot of trouble. However, she was not discouraged and would make copies and sell them at every base she passed. As the nautical chart became more and more comprehensive, some people bought the nautical chart and were eager to try to follow the route along the way. When they really arrived at an unknown base, Shinan's nautical chart began to really become popular. Without Shinan actively selling, someone offered a high reward. Jiang-jun and Shiyu were also happy to see this scene. They took advantage of the rainy season to take Shinan to a farther direction, adding more unknown places to the nautical chart she drew. Shinan liked the days of sailing on the sea, with Jiang-jun and Shiyu accompanying her. She was not lonely. However, as time went by, she gradually discovered the changes in her parents. Her mother was not immortal, but she aged very slowly. Her mother had many mysterious abilities. Her space seemed to have endless supplies, so they did not have to worry about food at sea. Her father, his appearance never changed. When she was nearly 40 years old, he still had a handsome face. When she was very young, she suspected that her father had special skills, because his body could always maintain a suitable temperature, and he could always come up with bizarre tricks. As time went by, she gradually understood and knew that her parents were not simple, but this did not affect her life. Accompanied by Jiang Jun and Shi Yu, Nan spent the happiest life. Nan spent her whole life wandering, but it was better than wandering. Accompanied by her family, she saw the scenery that others had never seen in their lives. She never married, drew countless nautical charts, left countless sailing routes, created miracles for future generations to explore the sea in the rainy season. Jiang Jun, who had already aged, looked at Nan, who had lost her breath on the bed, and sighed deeply. "Let's go too. Are you going to finish the mission?" "Finished?" Jiang Jun glanced at Shi Yu beside her 1 second before disappearing. "Remember to follow me later." Shi Yu looked at her deeply and nodded. Task settlement in progress. Task: in dire straits. Completion level A. This mission was successfully completed. Congratulations on getting 10,000 points. In conjunction with your rescue operation for the survivors in the small world, I hereby award you 8,000 points. Congratulations on completing the Hunter mission, preventing the spread of radiation to the small world, I hereby award you 50,000 points. Due to your Hunter behavior, you have gained 253,085 points from the hunted this time. The system has detected traces of you using points, and is counting them for you. Please wait. System settlement completed. Host: Jiang Yun. Level: LV20. Health value: 1124 plus 1000. Points: 235,679. Jiang Yun raised his eyebrows, and glanced at the points above, unexpectedly. This mission actually earned an extra 8,000 points. Looking at the Hunter mission again, the points are also terrifyingly high, but fighting against high-level taskers, the risks are also very high, and if you are not careful, you will die. Jiang Jun was surprised that after upgrading Zhang's store, she could get more than 200,000 points. She had to think about how to deal with the extra points. As if sensing Jiang Jun's thoughts, the system suddenly asked, "Host, do you want to upgrade?" Jiang Jun touched her chin. She was already level 20. She was a little hesitant about whether to upgrade. When the level was raised, the level of the mission world she encountered was also raised, and the dangers were even more unpredictable. If she didn't upgrade, the mission world she encountered now didn't seem to be simple. Jiang Jun suddenly remembered the Doomsday Square that Shen Chuan and Lu Bin had mentioned. She had not opened the Doomsday Square before. According to Shen Chuan and Lu Bin, the Doomsday Square seemed to be a place for taskers to exchange information. This was of utmost importance to her. Jiang Jun, open the Doomsday Square. Please wait. It will cost 1,000 points. Do you want to open it? Open it. As soon as she finished speaking, everything in front of her was white. She immediately landed in an unfamiliar square. There were people rushing around all around. Jiang Jun stood in the middle. People passed by her. Jiang Jun looked around. There were many people in Doomsday Square. People who passed by her were not unfamiliar with her curious eyes. Someone nearby noticed that Jiang Jun was a novice, and immediately stepped forward and said, "Madam, do you need a consultant? I know everything about Doomsday Square. It only takes 2 points, and I will arrange everything for you. I will never let you be deceived." 2 points? Jiang Jun was worried that she didn't understand Doomsday Square. It would be great if someone could explain it to her, but she didn't know how to transfer points. Under the guidance of the consultant Feng Sheng, she transferred 2 points to him. As soon as the points were in hand, Feng Sheng smiled and said, "The Doomsday Square can only be opened at level 10 or above. The square is a place for taskers to rest. After completing the task, you can rent a room in the residential area of the square to live for a while and take a rest." The entire Doomsday Square is similar to modern society. It is divided into commercial areas, residential areas, and we are now in the novice area, which is also the entrance and exit of the task. After all taskers complete the task, they will enter the Doomsday Square from here. Here, your life value will not be consumed. So don't worry. If you want to buy props, you can go to the commercial area. Buying props there is much cheaper than in the system mall. Under the leadership of Feng Sheng, Jiang Jun passed through the novice area and came to. The residential area is full of high-rise buildings. This is the residential area. Going forward is the commercial area. The residential area is divided into low-level, medium-level, and high-level residential areas. The high-level residential area has strong protection and will not be disturbed by other taskers. But it is expensive. It costs 100 points a day. Although the low-level residential area is mixed, the rent is low. You can live in it for a week with 3 or 4 points. I see that you have extra money. So choose the medium-level residential area and spend 100 points to rent for a week. It can ensure your personal safety until the next task comes. It's not Feng Sheng's fault for being so talkative. Just look at Jiang Yun's generous appearance in the novice area. It must have caught the eyes of many people. If she lives in a low-level residential area, she will definitely be robbed. Seeing that the other party spends money, Feng Sheng kindly reminds her. Jiang Jun also noticed the greedy eyes hidden in the crowd, as if they were waiting for her to be alone, and to take away all her points. After visiting the residential area, Feng Sheng took her to the commercial area, where she saw a dazzling commercial street with clothes, food, weapons, props, etc. The vendors on the street were also shouting loudly and attractively. Who wants a Maxim heavy machine gun? It's on sale. Come and have a look. The magic potion that can make people sleepy. Come and have a look. Specially made exorcist talisman. It can kill zombies. It never misses a shot. And it's honest. Feng Sheng whispered, if you have something you want to see, you can go and have a look. But the common currency here is not just points. If you have crystal stones or something like that, it would be the best. Jiang Jun seemed not to notice Feng Sheng's inquiring look, and said calmly, what is a crystal stone? Can we trade? Feng Sheng glanced at her, and said with a smile, crystals, they are precious currency. Don't miss them if you encounter them in the small world, such as crystal cores, fire crystals, and crystal stones. The most expensive ones are snow crystals, ice crystals, and blue crystals. Seeing the puzzled look on Jiang Jun's face, he didn't seem to be faking it, and said, if you don't know what these crystals look like, you can go to the forum of Doomsday Square to check it out. Then, Feng Sheng taught Jiang Jun how to register an account on the forum of Doomsday Square, and explained to him the role of the forum. Feng Sheng smiled and said, if you have any questions in the future, you can post them on the forum. If a kind-hearted tasker sees them, they will answer them. But this usually depends on luck. Taskers are not motivated by profit. Without the temptation of points, who would be willing to post some practical content? Of course, there are also senior taskers who are bored and generous enough to post some tips for passing the level. Feng Sheng glanced at the hot topic on the forum today, and he didn't expect it to be about the senior tasker Li Guimin. The eye-catching title reads, Shock! High-level tasker, Li Guimin, was hunted. Many taskers immediately flooded into the post. 1L, are you kidding me? How could Li Guimin, who ranks in the top 50, be hunted? If anyone is to be killed, he should be the one to kill others. Stop spreading rumors here. 2L, no, didn't you check the rankings? Li Guimin's name has turned gray, and there is a word hunt behind it. It's obvious that he was hunted. The host is not kidding. 8L, what? Li Guimin was hunted. You are not lying to me. 50L, Li Guimin was hunted. I knew it. If you walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. See if he is still crazy. He always steps on the edge of the system's prohibition. Now he has been caught by the system. Who is this hunter? Tell me so that everyone can worship him. 105L, are you talking about Li Guimin? He is in the same mission world as me this time. I know some inside information, ahem. If you want to hear it, give me some points. Other floors were angry. The above floor is too much, even wanting points. Damn. They are keeping people on suspense. Is there anyone else in the same mission world as Li Guimin? Be kind and send me some inside information. Feng Sheng saw that when the fun was going on, he was interrupted by a tasker who wanted points. It was really scratching the itch, and it pissed him off. Feng Sheng looked up and saw Jiang Jun staring at him in confusion, and immediately smiled and said, I was so fascinated by the posts, it just happened. I will introduce you to the hot topics in the forum. You may not know that person. It is Li Guimin who is ranked in the top 50 taskers. Chapter 82 Doomsday Square. The ranking of the taskers is sorted by level. The highest level is Lung Yu at level 70. Not only is he strong, he also has thunder abilities. His points are countless. And his lifespan is over 100 years. He said with eager eyes, When can I earn 100 years of lifespan? Finding that he had strayed from the topic, Feng Sheng immediately pulled it back. Li Guimin is a high-level tasker ranked in the top 50. His death in the task world is a big deal. It is said that he was killed by a hunter. He must have offended the system, so there would be a hunter to hunt him. And this hunter must be a high-level tasker. Otherwise, how could he kill Li Guimin? Similar to Feng Sheng's guess, the forum was also guessing which high-level tasker had hunted Li Guimin. This matter has aroused the curiosity of many people. And the 105L layer owner finally posted a paid comment, which made many people who were waiting to see the fun grit their teeth, but they had no choice but to pay and click in, and spent 1 point to open the content. Feng Sheng also gritted his teeth and paid to click in. He raised his chin and said, "This is your first time here. Since you are my customer, I will let you see it too." It was written on it, "The task world where Li Guimin and I are is in dire straits." It is said that Li Guimin offered a high reward for Zhang's store at that time. If you don't know about Zhang's store, you can search on the forum. After Li Guimin got the news of Zhang's store, he immediately came to the door, wanted to get Zhang's store. At that time, there were many intermediate taskers following Li Guimin, but they were all wiped out. Finally, a barrier was built for a small world. That caused a sensation among the taskers in the world of trouble. Since then, no one dared to cause trouble to Zhang's store. To be honest, who is behind this Zhang's store? It's amazing that he could hunt down Li Guimin. Feng Sheng muttered softly, "Zhang's store. Why does it sound so familiar?" He remembered that it was a store that became popular on the forum a while ago. It is said that it can wander in the task world. The store has all kinds of goods, and they are inexhaustible. It is more affordable than the system mall. Jiang Jun's eyebrows jumped when he heard the familiar name. He observed Feng Sheng's actions calmly. He didn't expect that the reputation of Zhang's shop would spread to Doomsday Square. It seems that he should be more cautious. Feng Sheng thought about it and muttered, "I didn't expect it to be related to Zhang's shop. I don't know what Zhang's shop is." It suddenly appeared. He shook his head and put this matter behind him. He turned to Jiang Jun and said, "I have introduced it to you for such a long time, but I haven't asked for your name yet." Jiang Jun smiled and said, "Shi Nan. Miss Shi. Is there anything else you want to know?" Feng Sheng took Jiang Jun to visit the Doomsday Square. He said everything he should say. Basically, he finished talking about the essential points for novices. In fact, these contents can be found by searching on the forum. However, Jiang Jun is new here, and was pulled here before she knew the situation. Based on the principle of taking care of customers, Feng Sheng is still willing to answer a few questions for her. Don't people here go back to the real world? Jiang Jun has long discovered that there are many people coming and going here. And there are many taskers. Feng Sheng explained, returning to the real world will consume life points. But staying here will not. Some taskers don't have much life points, so they choose to stay in the Doomsday Square. As time goes by, they gradually no longer miss the real world and choose to stay here. Besides, the real world of most taskers here has already become the end of the world, and it is no longer suitable for human survival. They will have no place to live if they go back. It is better to stay in the Doomsday Square, where people come and go every day and it is lively. He saw that Jiang Jun didn't know much about the taskers, and he put her, included in the novices, the explanation. It seems that you don't know yet. The real world of us taskers is mostly related to the end of the world. One day your real world will become the task world, and this will be your trial world. It is said that if you pass this trial successfully, you will be reborn. If you fail, you will die in this trial. However, no one can say when the trial will come. Jiang Jun frowned. This was the first time she heard this news. She didn't expect that the real world would also encounter the end of the world. This was really beyond her expectations. While Jiang Jun was thinking, Feng Sheng had already brought her to the residential area. What level of residential area do you think you need? Intermediate residential area. It is better to have some protection for personal safety. Jiang Jun looked behind her meaningfully, and Feng Sheng rented a mid-level residential area for her for a week. After everything was done, Feng Sheng handed Jiang Jun a card. If you need anything, you can contact me again. This is my communication account. The communication account is the way for taskers in Doomsday Square to contact each other. Jiang Jun already has a new communication number under Feng Sheng's guidance. After Feng Sheng left, Jiang Yun moved into a mid-level residential area. The house she rented was fully equipped. After a simple wash, she did not rush back to the real world, but stayed in the Doomsday Square to collect useful information for emergency use. During this week, she did not go out, which made those who were waiting outside and wanted to rob Jiang Yun's points return empty-handed. Bah! I didn't expect him to be a coward. The people who were following her originally thought they would make a fortune. But they didn't expect the newcomer to stay in the house all the time, which made it impossible for them to start. It was really unlucky. Jiang Jun, who stayed in the room, naturally didn't know that she had narrowly escaped robbery. She had now learned the ins and outs of Zhang's shop from the forum. It was because a tasker encountered Zhang's shop when he was on the verge of danger while doing a task in the Doomsday world and successfully passed the level. After returning, he posted the story on the forum, which instantly caused ridicule from the onlookers. Until the taskers who had encountered Zhang's shop in other task worlds came out to testify, all the taskers became curious about Zhang's shop for a while, and some even wanted to take Zhang's shop for themselves. Li Guimin was one of them. He had previously offered a high reward for Zhang's shop on the forum, just to seize Zhang's shop. The forum only mentioned Zhang's shop, and did not mention the boss behind it. Jiang Jun was relieved. Although there were many taskers who were suspicious of Zhang's shop, no one dug out the person behind it, and the taskers lost interest in Zhang's shop. This time, it was because of Li Guimin's murder that Zhang's shop was brought to the forefront. Jiang Jun looked around and found no important news, so she left the forum. She looked up at the 200,000 points on the system panel and finally chose to upgrade. After consuming 200,000 points, her level reached LV40. As the level increases, hearing and vision increase exponentially, and physical strength and bones become extraordinary. However, according to public information on the forum, when the tasker upgrades, there is a high possibility that superpowers will be awakened. Almost all high-level taskers awaken superpowers during the upgrade, which is why they are so powerful. Jiang Jun felt the energy of her body and did not notice the existence of superpowers. It seems that she did not awaken superpowers. She was not disappointed. There is a lot of luck involved in the awakening of superpowers by taskers. Even so, Jiang Jun also felt the growth of each data of her body. Although it was not as good as the power given by the system last time, she was satisfied. As her level increased, she found that most of the goods in the system mall could be purchased, because Jiang Jun was now an intermediate tasker. Those above LV30 were intermediate taskers, and those above LV60 were advanced taskers. After becoming an intermediate tasker, there were fewer restrictions on the goods in the mall. For example, she could now buy the explosion talisman used by Li Guimin and others. The price was not cheap. One explosion talisman required 1,000 points. Only those with sufficient funds, like advanced taskers, would choose to hoard explosion talismans. She glanced at the machine guns in the system mall. She had them in her interstellar house, so she didn't need to buy them. It was just some talismans that Jiang Jun had never come into contact with. Driven by curiosity, she bought the Exorcist Talisman, the Blasting Talisman, the Water Spirit Talisman, and the Flame Talisman. According to the introduction on the system, the Exorcist Talisman can kill monsters in the supernatural world and kill zombies in the zombie world. It is a necessary talisman for completing tasks. The Blasting Talisman is naturally needless to say, and the Water Spirit Talisman and the Flame Talisman can produce water and fire talismans. But when these talismans are used, they need to be injected with spirit stones. The system mall also sells spirit stones. The two can be used together to achieve excellent results. Jiang Jun took a look at the demonstration effect on the system. It was not bad. So she spent 5,000 points to buy 10 ghost exorcising talismans, 3 blasting talismans, and countless water spirit talismans and flame talismans. She also bought 10 spirit stones, spending 1,000 points. One spirit stone can only drive one blasting talisman, but can drive countless ghost exorcising talismans and water spirit talismans, etc. It is said that absorbing more spirit stones can improve people's skin and appearance. Whether it is true or not, Jiang Jun does not know. When she was buying props, the task issued by the system came again. Task: Natural disasters and man-made disasters. Survival time: 50 years. Difficulty: difficult. Start time: 2 p.m. on September 23rd, 2035. Reward: 30,000 points. Do you want to enter the task? Jiang Jun looked at the 50 years in surprise, and then looked at the generous points. I always feel that this task is not simple, but things have come to this point. She has no way to change it. Then she thought of Shiyu, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Jiang Jun subconsciously said, yes. I don't know where Shiyu has been during this time. Can he keep up with the pace of the system? If he is lost, will the world consciousness be sent back? With this idea, Jiang Jun was gradually thrown into the small world. Chapter 83, Natural and Man-Made Disasters. Task transmission in progress. Entering the mission world. Natural and man-made disasters. Arrival time is 1 year before the end of the world. Please host to survive safely for 50 years. John's store is being launched. Ding. Launch successful. A flash of white light flashed in front of her eyes. Jiang Jun was dizzy, and gradually woke up. The first thing that came into her eyes was a cement tile house, and the top of her head was a wooden tripod beam. Before she could check the surrounding environment, the world plot was instantly introduced into her mind. It turned out that this small world was formed by the plot of the novel. This is a farming article from the 1980s. The heroine Gao Qilan accidentally picked up a fragment, and this fragment turned out to be a cultivation space, which not only contained the secret book of cultivation, but also an endless land and a spring. She used the fertile land and spring water to start growing vegetables and fruits, and then set up a stall to make money. Because of the good taste, high nutrition, and beauty, it was very popular. At the same time, Gao Qilan relied on the secret book left in the cultivation space to successfully embark on the road of cultivation, which made her face like a lotus, graceful and beautiful, and she was outstanding in her studies, always ranking among the top. After the college entrance examination, she was successfully admitted to Kyoto University. She fell in love with a hero at first sight in college. During college, she expanded the vegetables and fruits she planted to Kyoto, opened a store in Kyoto, opened a chain, and opened a company. Her business grew bigger and bigger, and her products were sold at home and abroad. She eventually became the richest woman in China, and her career and love were both successful. This article did not mention the existence of the end of the world from beginning to end. Jiang Jun turned the article over and over again in confusion, and there was still no mention of the end of the world. The next second, the original owner's memory flooded into Jiang Jun's mind. The original owner in his mind had been changed by the system to look like Jiang Jun. The original owner was a negative example of the heroine in the book. The original owner's family was poor, had many children, and could not afford to send her to school. After graduating from middle school, she was forced to drop out of school by her parents and married a fool in the village. The gift she got in exchange was used to marry her younger brother. Gao Qilan dared to resist when she encountered injustice, but the original owner had no opinion and let her parents manipulate her at will. Whenever Gao Qilan was depressed, she would always think of the original owner who was forced to marry, and she became ferocious for the sake of the family's money. And she was no longer the young girl in her prime. In the original text, the original owner died in a difficult labor, and it was this difficult labor with hemorrhage, the scene of one corpse and two lives, that successfully made Gao Qilan determined to completely escape from the countryside. Now is the beginning of the original plot, but it is not one corpse and two lives. When the original owner gave birth, the child survived, but she lost her life in the avalanche. No wonder Jiang Jun felt weak all over. It seemed that it was a symptom left by the original owner's heavy bleeding. She put the plot aside for the time being and called the nurse loudly. "Is anyone there?" A female nurse in a white coat heard the voice and entered the room. She stared at Jiang Jun, who had woken up in shock, and said, "Comrade, are you awake?" The female nurse saw her pale face and weak appearance, and quickly shouted outside, "Doctor, doctor, the woman in labor here has woken up. Come and have a look." Jiang Jun lay on the bed and let the doctor check her. Dr. Li put down his stethoscope and said with emotion, "You are very lucky. The heavy bleeding has stopped. You had a difficult delivery this time. Fortunately, you had a cesarean section. However, there was an accident in the middle. Now the bleeding has stopped and the patient has woken up. Next, let the family arrange for hospitalization and surgery. Rest in the hospital for a while." The female nurse next to her looked at Jiang Yun hesitantly and whispered, "The family of this female comrade left with the child." The female nurse was unwilling to mention the scene at that time. The mother had a critical illness notice and needed to pay the surgery fee. When the family heard that they had to pay, they immediately ran away with the baby, fearing that they would be caught a second late and waste money. Finally, Dr. Li kindly performed the operation, but the woman was too weak, breathing weakly, and she thought she was dead. So she was preparing to move her to the morgue. Unexpectedly, she woke up, which scared her. Dr. Lee then remembered Jiang Yun's family situation and felt a little embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "You stay in the hospital for 2 days first, and you don't have to rush to pay the surgery and hospitalization fees." Jiang Yun naturally heard the female nurses muttering in Dr. Lee's ear clearly. Jiang Yun understood Dr. Lee's kindness, so she said gratefully, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, nurse. I will pay the fees after I recover." Before the female nurse left, she looked at her with pity, muttering, "What kind of family members are these? Being a woman is really a pain." After they left, Jiang Yun learned from the original owner's memory that the original owner married the third son of the Shi family. The Shi family had 3 sons. The eldest son, Shi Bing, was a famous lazy man in the village. He did not do any work and was idle all day long. He was forced by Shi's mother to marry Lu Shihong. Now he has 2 daughters, but his lazy character has not changed. The second child, Shi Wei, was a bully in the village. He was always fighting and had many bad friends. He became more restrained after getting married in the past 2 years. He married Gao Feiming, the cousin of the heroine Gao Qilan. The third child, whom the original owner married, had his name changed to Shiyu. It was said that he had a high fever when he was a child, which damaged his brain. Since then, he has become a fool and has been ridiculed by others. The original owner was the daughter-in-law that the Shi family spent 200 yuan on. When Shi's mother saw that she had not gotten pregnant after 2 years of marriage, she often scolded her for being a chicken that could not lay eggs. After 2 years of marriage, she still hadn't gotten pregnant. She had been abused by her mother-in-law. She finally got pregnant, but when she took a break, she was still criticized by her mother-in-law for not working. She had a difficult delivery in the last month. It was only when the second daughter-in-law of Gao Feiming saw something was wrong that she asked the family to send her to the hospital overnight. After a cesarean section, the child was born successfully. But she didn't expect that after the child was born, the Shi family didn't care about the original owner's life or death. They took the child back to the village. Jiang Jun's abdomen began to gurgle, which brought her back to her scattered thoughts. The original owner gave birth yesterday and only drank a few sips of water in the middle. Now her stomach is empty. It was afternoon now, and it was not time for lunch at the hospital yet. She first took out the brewed brown sugar from the store. The warm sugar water flowed into her internal organs along the intestines, dispelling the chill. She felt as if she was alive again. The chicken soup and pork rib soup from the finished product area also went into her stomach. After eating and drinking, Jiang Jun got out of bed carefully and opened the window to get rid of the smell. When the hospital meal was delivered, the female nurse's nose moved slightly, as if there was a fragrance floating in the air. She looked around in confusion, thinking that it should be brought by other patients. The nurse brought a bowl of porridge with a few pieces of mincemeat in it, which was considered rich in this era. Drink this bowl of lean meat porridge while it's hot. After thanking the nurse, Jiang Jun wolfed down the meat porridge. Seeing this, the nurse sighed in her heart. There was not even a family member. She had just given birth and had not eaten until now. If it weren't for Dr. Lee giving her some porridge, the woman might have been hungry all the time. After eating, have a good sleep. This will help the wound heal. The nurse gave some instructions and then turned and left. After the nurse left, Jiang Jun took out the healing potion, but did not dare to use too much, fearing that someone would notice the flaw. She took a sip and prepared to go to sleep. In the dead of night, only the sound of insects chirping outside resounded throughout the hospital. A faint sound came from the window of the ward. Jiang Jun opened her eyes instantly and looked over there alertly, holding the dagger tightly in her hand, ready to strike at any time. Jiang Jun's ward was on the 3rd floor. The glass of the window was pushed open, and a figure crawled in. Under the moonlight, the face and figure of the person gradually appeared. She looked closely and found that it was Shiyu, whom she had not seen for a long time. She breathed a sigh of relief, put the dagger into space, and asked, "How did you get here?" Shiyu said aggrievedly, "When I came to this world, I found that Yunin was not there, so I followed the smell to find her." Jiang Jun twitched his mouth. "You are quite amazing. You walked over 10 kilometers like this?" Shiyu raised his chin. "What's so difficult about this? I got here in no time. Not tired at all. Is Yunin injured? How come she is in the hospital?" Shiyu now knows what a hospital looks like, and he doesn't know why Jiang Jun is lying in the hospital. Jiang Jun did not answer, but asked, Does anyone in the village know that you ran here? Shiyu frowned and thought for a moment, and shook his head quickly. I came here quietly. Why should I tell others? After hearing what he said, Jiang-Jun knew that his running away from home would definitely be known to everyone. Although Shiyu's original body was stupid, he was very favored because he was the youngest son. Shi's mother wanted to follow Shiyu every day. When she was taking care of the child, her youngest son disappeared. She searched for him in the front and backyards, and in the front and back of the village. But she couldn't find him. This scared Shi's mother. Have you seen the third child? Mother, she grabbed the eldest child's wife and asked anxiously. Seeing the eldest child's wife shaking her head, Mother, she said angrily. Where is he? He was here just now. Where did he go? She pointed at the eldest child's wife and scolded. You can't even see such a big person. Are you looking up at the sky? Go find him quickly. Gao Feiming shrank and hid aside, did not dare to come forward to talk. Luckily, she was not asked just now, otherwise she would be scolded. Mother, she shouted anxiously, call the eldest and the second child back home. They are fooling around outside every day. What kind of person is he? Tell them that his brother is missing, and call people to find him quickly. All the people in Longha village went out, searched around the village again and again, but they couldn't find the third idiot of the Shi family. Seeing that it was getting dark, some people started to murmur. Was the idiot from the Shi family missing? It's late at night, and he hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid he had an accident. The third child of the Shi family is too miserable. Not only did his wife have a difficult delivery, but the man was also missing. It's really weird. The Shi family is really in trouble. The villagers who had long been dissatisfied with the Shi family said, You have done too many bad things, and you are getting retribution. The people next to him scolded. Stop talking. Now is not the time to gloat over others' misfortunes. Finding people is important. The villagers of Longha village searched for the idiot from the Shi family all night, but they couldn't find him. In this area of several miles, where could he run? Even if he walked faster, they would have caught up with him soon. But they couldn't find even a shadow of him. Holding the newborn baby, who was crying for food, Shi's mother cried at the top of her voice. Third child. My poor third child. The baby was just born. Where did you run to? Chapter 84. If you don't come back, Mom's heart will be cut by a knife. Shi Wei frowned, advised, Mom, don't cry, let's look for it again, maybe we can find it. Shi Bing said impatiently, Mom. Shi's father held the iron flashlight, turned around and continued to look. Gao Feiming looked left and right. She had a good impression of her brother-in-law who married in. Although he was stupid, he was well dressed, smiled at everyone he saw, and was very good to them. The sisters-in-law. To be honest, she didn't want to see him disappear like this. She walked straight to Shi Wei, leaned close to his ear and said, Why don't we call the police? If the police are looking for her, we can act faster and have a greater chance of finding her. In her opinion, if she encounters something, she should go to the police directly. This way, it will be faster. Besides, the plot has not started yet. It is unlikely that she was killed. She must have run away to other places and couldn't find her way home. Shi Wei shook her hand on her shoulder and said, Don't worry about these things. Take the child back first and find some goat milk to feed him. Speaking of the child, Gao Feiming frowned. The child has been brought back. Why hasn't Jiang-Jun come back with him? Shi Wei shook his head. Jiang-Jun had a difficult delivery yesterday. He listened to his wife and sent her to the county hospital overnight. The rest of the matter was handed over to his eldest brother. He didn't have time to ask what happened yet. Gao Feiming thought about the two dead bodies in the plot, and she couldn't help but worry. Wouldn't Jiang-Yun die like in the book? Gao Feiming was an ordinary female college student in her previous life. Unexpectedly, she suddenly traveled to a novel, and it was the 1980s. This made her, who lived a life of idleness in modern society and never did farm work, suffer a lot. The novel is a typical farming novel with a portable space. She doesn't have any ambitions, and she doesn't want to compete with the heroine for the golden finger, and then work hard in the space all day. Her wish is very small. She just wants to live honestly until the 21st century, and then play with her mobile phone, drink ice cola, and live a life with air conditioning. She married Shi Wei because she was 20 years old, and she became an older leftover woman here. She was also urged to get married by her mother in this world. At that time, Shi Wei was pursuing her in a fancy way, and she chose to marry him because he was handsome. After getting married, Gao Feiming met Shiyu. the third child of the Shi family, and then saw Jiang Yun. Only then did she know that her husband's family was a miserable family in the book. She was dressed as a miserable and vicious female supporting role, and she could still smile optimistically. But after marrying into the miserable Shi family, it was really a heavy hammer hitting her head, and she was about to vomit blood. The reason why I was deeply impressed by the Shi family was because the heroine Gao Qilan, her current cousin, always used the tragic experience of the Shi family to warn herself, to work hard, to become strong, and to break free from the shackles. In the plot of the book, Jiang Jun died of a dystocia. Her current sister-in-law Lu Shihong was killed when she went out, and her 2 daughters were also abused and killed. After Shi Bing got the news, he went crazy. He and Shi Wei found the murderers and fought with them. Shi Wei was stabbed to death in order to save Shi Bing. Shi Bing killed the other murderers one by one with red eyes, and was finally sentenced to death. After losing 2 sons at once, mother, she was devastated and died of illness at home. Father, she was also devastated and became a drunkard all day long. He ignored his youngest son, Shi Yu, and eventually starved him to death at home. After father Shi found out, he was so grief-stricken that he threw himself into the river. Gao Feining shuddered when she thought of the plot in the book. She had tried her best to change, and she should not have fallen into the tragic fate in the book. The next morning, the female nurse, who came to check on the ward, saw an extra person in the ward and asked in surprise, "Are you a relative of the pregnant woman?" Shi Yu sat by the bed and hummed, then lowered his head, and continued to play with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. The nurse looked at the toy in his hand curiously, and Jiang Jun told her about his intellectual problems. The nurse understood and stopped blaming him. It was just because she saw that the 2 of them were very pitiful. She gave Jiang Jun an extra egg when she delivered breakfast. Jiang Jun took the egg from the nurse with a smile on his face, and then peeled it and gave it to Shi Yu to eat. She had drunk red dates and lotus seed porridge from the store in the morning, so she was not hungry. In this way, the 2 stayed in the hospital for 3 days. After the wound on his abdomen was almost healed, Jiang Jun wrote an IOU in the hospital, reported his address, and said he would go back to get the hospitalization fee and surgery fee. After much persuasion, he let the 2 leave. Jiang Jun didn't have the money of this era, and it was inconvenient to take out gold and silver, so he could only owe it first, and then go back to the village to get the money. Jiang Jun and Shi walked along the dirt road towards the village. When they were about 1 kilometer away, someone in the village saw the 2 of them and screamed as if they had seen a ghost. "Ghost! Ghost! The idiot is back again. He brought his wife back with him." Other children also shouted, "The idiot ghost is back. Come and see! Idiot ghost! Idiot ghost!" An adult looked at Jiang Yun and Shi with fear and asked, "Are you alive or dead?" Jiang Yun raised his eyebrows and looked around. "Of course you are alive." The man looked at the 2 of them suspiciously, and then stared at Shi Yu and said, "Third child of the Shi family, you are not lost. Where did you run to? Your parents have been looking for you for a long time, and even called the police. Are you alive?" Shi Yu was shaking a dogtail grass in his hand, hearing what he said, staring at him and said, "Of course you are alive." The man looked at Shi Yu strangely. Why did he feel that this idiot had become smarter, not as stupid as before? When the people in Longhe village heard the news, they hurried to the entrance of the village. When the Shi family saw Shi Yu, they kept shouting, "Old third, where have you been these days?" Shi's mother looked Shi Yu up and down anxiously. When she wanted to pull his arm, Shi Yu took a step back and hid behind Jiang Yun. When Shi's mother saw Jiang Yun, the expression on her face immediately changed. "Why are you here?" She was wondering. Why was her youngest son with his wife? She also went to Liuhe village to look for him, but she didn't find her son, and she didn't see Jiang Yun. When she asked, she heard that she was married, and now she came back with her son. Thinking back to the day of the birth, Jiang Ma and her men blocked the door, extorting 500 yuan from her. If she didn't give them, they wouldn't let the child be born. They wanted to ruin the reputation of the Shi family. Shi Ma was so angry that she started cursing outside the hospital. Shi Bing gave them 100 yuan, and they sent Jiang Yun to the ward. As soon as the child was born, the Shi family asked for 1,000 yuan. Shi Ma was so angry that she jumped up and down. In the end, Shi Bing took the child away in the chaos and threw Jiang Yun to the Jiang family. After all, she was his own daughter, and he got 500 yuan from them. He would not ignore his own daughter. Mother, she felt heartbroken when she thought of this now. If she didn't want the third child to have an offspring, she would have fought with the Jiang family to vent her anger. When she saw Jiang Jun now, she said with a bad face, "Aren't you married? Your mother said that the child was given to us, but we gave her several hundred yuan. If you want to take the child back now, it's impossible." Mother Shi's face turned red as she spoke, and a surge of anger surged in her heart. When the others saw that Jiang Jun was confused, they stepped forward and explained the whole thing from beginning to end. The people in the village more or less witnessed the whole process of the Jiang family coming to ask for the child. The Jiang family was large and powerful, and they were relatives of the child's mother. They all knew clearly that the Shi family had swallowed their anger and gave the money. Jiang Jun shook her head to show that she didn't know. She told him about her hospitalization in the past few days, and mentioned that the hospital surgery fee had not been paid. Shi Wei and Shi Bing looked at each other. Shi Ma's eyes went dark when she heard about money. She now understood that she had been deceived by the Jiang family. No wonder she was always blocked by the Jiang family when she went to the county hospital. It turned out that they were plotting against her. Shi Bing was so angry that his teeth itched. He turned around and went to Liuhe village to talk to the villagers. He was furious and seemed to be ready to fight. Jiang Yun didn't care about this farce. After she arrived at the village, the system suddenly appeared. Emergency! Emergency! It was detected that an unknown person had snatched the heroine's golden finger. Please go and correct it. Reward points. 1,000 mission time. 30 minutes. There was only 30 minutes left. Jiang Yun didn't care about the Shi family being cheated. Instead, after putting the luggage back to the Shi family yard, she took advantage of Shiyu's cover and went in the direction indicated by the system. After leaving Longhe village, along the dirt road, we soon came to a tree that blocked out the sun and had lush branches and leaves. Following the traces of trampling on the grass, we soon saw a girl lying in the grass. She had a pretty face, delicate skin, and 2 pigtails. Blood oozed from the girl's forehead and flowed into the grass. She was unconscious. Jiang Jun felt her breath and the rise and fall of her chest. After roughly confirming that nothing was wrong, he followed the system's instructions to look for the person who stole the heroine's golden finger. Attention! 50 meters ahead, on the downhill slope not far from the tree, a voice came from below, mumbling like a madman. "Why not? Why can't I? Suck it! Suck my blood!" A vague female voice came from the bottom of the slope. Jiang Jun picked up a stone from the ground. She waited. While the people below the slope didn't notice it, a stone hit her neck directly, making her faint instantly. System, quick! Put the iron sheet in her hand into the hands of the heroine. Jiang Jun didn't stop. After going down the slope, went straight to the iron sheet in the woman's hand at the bottom of the slope. The woman at the bottom of the slope held it very tightly. She had to work hard to pull it out. The iron sheet was stuffed into the hands of the heroine lying under the tree. The rust on the iron sheet faded away, and it turned into a clear jade piece, shining with green light. It first nodded at Jiang Jun twice, as if to express gratitude, and then turned around and got into the palm of the heroine's hand. System, mission completed. Congratulations to the host for getting 1,000 points. Gao Qilan woke up with pain on her forehead. She opened her eyes with trembling eyelashes and touched her forehead. She saw blood on her fingers, and it seemed that she had suffered a big injury. She endured the pain and stood up by holding onto a tree. She didn't know who hit her head from behind. It was getting dark, and she quickly walked home while enduring the pain, as if she was afraid. After returning home, Gao's father and mother saw the blood on their little daughter's forehead and screamed, "What happened?" Gao's mother said angrily, "Tell me who hit you. I will never forgive her." Gao Qilan hissed in pain. Gao's father became more careful when wiping the wound. He said, "Yes. Lan Lan. Tell me who hit you." Gao Qilan shook her head. "I was sleeping under a big tree at the entrance of the village. I saw a small piece of iron and was about to pick it up. Suddenly someone hit my head from behind, and then I fainted. When I woke up, I was like this." Gao's mother said distressfully, "Don't let me find out who hit you. Otherwise I will come back." After Gao's father treated Gao Qilan's wound, he saw a person standing in front of the yard and was immediately startled. After a closer look, it turned out to be her eldest daughter. "Qi Lu, why are you here? Come in!" Father Gao shouted happily. Mother Gao turned around and saw her eldest daughter coming back. The angry face on her face turned into a smile and said, "Lulu is back. You are not afraid of danger at night." Come in. We are just about to cook. You can play with your sister here for a while. Since the eldest daughter got married, she came back less and less often. Although she came at night, they were happy in their hearts. When they saw that the back of her neck was a little red, Gao's mother walked up to her and said, "It's late at night. Have you been bitten by mosquitoes? Wait, I'll get you some toilet water." Gao Qiliu looked at her familiar home, feeling mixed emotions. She sat on a bench, looking at her younger sister's tender face, who was pulling her sleeves and coquettishly saying, "Sister, will you sleep with me tonight?" Gao Qiliu suppressed her hatred and said, "Yes, let's sleep together." In her previous life, Gao Qilan was rich enough to rival a country, and Gao Qiliu lived in her shadow all her life. Gao Qilan married a third-generation military man and enjoyed wealth and glory. But she met the wrong man. Her husband's alcoholism and domestic violence made her miserable. She watched her sister on TV happily nestling in her husband's arms, holding her child in her hand, and had a beautiful and happy life. And she, a yellow-faced woman, with a violent husband, an unfilial son, and working hard for the family all day long, only to be beaten to death by domestic violence. They are both daughters of the Gao family. But why did Gao Qilan marry better than her and live a happier life than her? What is wrong with her? After rebirth, Gao Qiliu realized that Gao Qilan had achieved her achievements in her previous life by relying on a space. Without a space, she would only live the same life as her. She had been looking forward to Gao Qilan having a space. Unexpectedly, when she woke up from the slope, the iron piece in her hand had disappeared. She didn't know who took it away. Looking at Gao Qilan's appearance, she seemed to be unaware of the situation. Gao Qiliu's drooping hair covered the obscure look in her eyes. Chapter 85. After Jiang Jun came back, she took the newborn baby from Gao Feimin's hands. This was the girl born to the original owner and her husband. She had not been named yet. Her cheeks had not opened yet. They were wrinkled and stuck together and looked very ugly. Gao Feimin always felt that when facing Jiang Jun, she felt like meeting a leader in her previous life, that kind of heroic feeling. She said a little embarrassedly, "Old third wife, the baby is hungry. Do you want to feed it?" Jiang Jun paused while holding the baby. "The baby seems to be hungry too. I will go into the house first." Everyone went into the house. Gao Feimin kept staring at old third's door. When Shi Wei came into the house and saw this scene, he said sourly, "Why didn't you have such a good relationship with the third brother's wife before?" Gao Feimin scratched his head. "That's different. Don't you feel that the third brother's wife has changed a lot? Is she the same as her? Is she a time traveler?" Shi Wei lifted up his vest, holding a palm leaf fan, and said, "What's different?" Gao Feimin's eyes sparkled and said, "Just that handsomeness." Shi Wei showed his 8-pack abs, straightened up and said, "Isn't I more handsome than her?" Gao Feimin pulled down his vest with disdain. "Stop showing off." She's mother, who was watching her son's whole process, couldn't help rolling her eyes. "I really can't bear to watch it. My second son is such a show-off." On the other side, Jiang Jun entered the room and took out the milk bottle, milk powder and hot water from the space, and handed them to Shiyu, saying, "Do you remember what I taught you before?" Shiyu nodded obediently, and began to scoop milk powder, pour hot water, measure the temperature, and shake the milk bottle skillfully. The child, who had been crying for milk for a long time, opened his mouth and began to suck immediately, and the humming sound stopped. After a while, he drank a bottle of milk. Jiang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Although the original owner had given birth to a child, now it was her turn. No matter what, she would not breastfeed before marriage and without children. Next, she had to store enough brewed milk bottles in the store so that she could feed directly in the future. Jiang Jun was worried about his child, and Xiaobai in Zhang's store was also worried about how to open a store. When Xiaobai opened a store, he would abide by certain rules in every world. Now this world was in the 1980s, when technology was backward, so he couldn't open a supermarket rashly, which would cause turmoil in this small world. After careful consideration, Xiaobai chose to open a store in Kyoto, which was at the forefront of technology. He chose an office building, because the house had an owner. He couldn't open it casually, so he teleported Jiang Jun to Kyoto and asked her to negotiate with people. After a lot of trouble, the office building was taken over. The building was fenced off in a fake manner, and it was pretended to be renovated. A week later, Zhang's store officially opened in Kyoto. The tiles of the store were replaced with wooden boards, And the cosmetics were also changed to old style. Although it was transformed into an old style store with all its strength, its fashion and luxury can still be seen from it. The next morning, the pedestrians in the bustling Kyoto were in a hurry. They rode their bicycles to work. When they passed Chongwang Avenue, they suddenly saw a bright light in front of them. A neon sign appeared at the corner of the street. In this era when clothes are all gray and black, a sign with red and blue lights is particularly eye-catching. Pedestrians on the street asked curiously, "When did the department store open?" "I don't know. It looks quite large." Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the long skirts hanging inside, and the dazzling shelves behind. The girl in a long skirt and permed hair looked at the gorgeous mall, and was inevitably moved. She pushed her colleague next to her and said, after get off work, "Let's go in and take a look." An elderly man wearing a gray cloth shirt and glasses looked at Zhang's department store with a serious expression. He adjusted his glasses and looked up and down at Zhang's department store. This department store exudes a capitalist style from top to bottom. How could it be approved by the leaders and open normally? It must be that some leader is using his position to favor his relatives. It's really nonsense. A young man next to him looked at the busy department store with envy, turned around and saw his boss standing next to him, and immediately shrank his head. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mr. Feng, good morning. I just happened to meet you. Let's go to the institute together." Lu Hua's face was stiff with a smile. Mr. Feng was still staring at Zhang's department store. He carefully tried, "Why don't we go in and take a look?" Mr. Feng glanced at him. "You young people like to go to this kind of big mall. Be careful not to be corrupted by capitalism." After that, he stepped on the footsteps of the department store. Lu Hua was scolded and touched his nose. A little embarrassed, Mr. Feng took 2 steps, frowned and turned back. "Why don't you catch up?" Lu Hua quickly responded, "I'm coming." Mr. Feng, "Wait for me." Nowadays, both the domestic economy and diplomacy are sanctioned by foreign countries. In order to get rid of the constraints, Mr. Feng is a big man specially hired from overseas by the Bureau. He has profound attainments in science and technology. Lu Hua dare not neglect him easily. After entering the magnificent department store, what comes into view is a dazzling array of goods. The handsome male salesperson and the beautiful female salesperson stand quietly and politely by the side waiting for customers to choose. Lu Hua couldn't help but look at the salesperson a few more times. In his impression, the salespersons in the supply and marketing cooperatives were all arrogant. It was rare to see such a polite salesperson who patiently answered questions, which was a bit novel. The further Mr. Feng walked in, the tighter his brows frowned. He was not a scientist who didn't care about worldly things. As a father of 2 daughters, he knew something about clothing, food, accommodation and transportation. The clothing was a type he had never seen before, and the design style was bolder than that in foreign countries. There were countless unknown products inside. There were so many fresh vegetables. Even vegetables that had been off the market for a long time could be found. And there were even more fruits. There were even more tropical fruits that he had never seen before. And fruits that he couldn't eat abroad could also be found here. The more Mr. Feng looked, the more puzzled he became. Is the boss of this department store so powerful? He could even import so many foreign items from other countries? Isn't the country under sanctions now? Bypassing these areas, Mr. Feng came to a more secluded corner where there were books and stationery, all styles he had never seen before, densely arranged on the shelves. What caught his eye was a book called 168 Hours of the Qilin Earthquake. Where is Qilin? Was there an earthquake? Why would there be such a book? As soon as he opened the book, he saw the year 2008. Mr. Feng frowned. Is this a fantasy novel? It is only 1987 now. And this is a novel that imagines 20 years later. Lu Hua walked around with great interest. When he saw that the time was almost up, he went to find Mr. Feng. If he didn't go to work, his salary would be deducted. This was not acceptable. When he found Mr. Feng, he saw that Mr. Feng was sitting on the floor with a book in his hand, reading fascinatedly. He scratched his head, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mr. Feng, do you think we should go back first? Come back after get off work in the afternoon?" Mr. Feng was attracted by 168 hours of the Qilin earthquake. He was worried about the dangerous situation of the people in the book due to the earthquake. The author seemed to have experienced it personally. Every word was shocking, as if he was there. He was fascinated as he read. It was just that he had never heard of some of the technologies communications, or rescue equipment described in the book, and he really doubted their authenticity. Lu Hua's voice pulled him out of the book. With Lu Hua's help, Mr. Feng stood up, came to the cashier, put down the book, and prepared to pay. Ling Yi held the book and refused. "I'm sorry. The books in our store can only be read in the store, not sold." "I'm really sorry." Lu Hua asked in confusion. "Isn't your store open to sell things? Why can't you sell books?" Ling Yi said calmly, "The books in our store are special items, and can only be read in the store." Since the salesperson said so, Mr. Feng was not an unkind customer. He put the book down, picked a piece of chocolate at random, paid the money, and left. In the bureau, what came to his mind were the earthquake collapse scenes recorded in the book. The soldiers quickly rushed to the disaster area, and the inconspicuous infrastructure inside, the self-rescue methods of the victims during the earthquake, the helicopters and cars that can be seen everywhere, the shops and vendors described, as if the real scene slowly spread in front of him. After get off work, Mr. Feng couldn't wait to rush to the department store, slowly found clues in the book, but was attracted by the rescue methods in the book. He muttered, "If the rescue is done in this way, the feasibility is very high." He quickly took out a notebook from his bag, lying on the floor, copied down the rescue methods in the book word by word, and wrote down the unfamiliar terms again, preparing to ask acquaintances when he returned. Telecom, the satellite phone, and the live broadcast connection inside seemed to transcend time and place, which made him feel a little shocked. Has the foreign countries developed to such a level? After he finished reading the book 168 Hours of the Chilean Earthquake, he looked up and saw many books about disasters, such as Disaster Rescue and Deadly Enemies. He opened Deadly Enemies, and his hands trembled with excitement after reading for a while. 168 Hours of the Chilean Earthquake tells the story of the disaster at the epicenter, and this book describes a large number of epidemics, and mentions a lot of medical theoretical knowledge, inadvertently wrote about malaria and HIV, and some biological bacteria that have never been seen before. Old Feng forced himself to calmly record the antibiotic resistance found above, and prepared to verify its authenticity. After he left the bookstore, he went straight to the home of his old friend, a biological cell research expert, Rondo, who was having dinner at home. When he saw his friend for the first time, he looked at him with some surprise. Rondo put down his bowl and chopsticks, and quickly stood up. "Old Feng, why are you here?" Old Feng handed the notes in his hand to his old friend, and Rondo took it with doubts. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. He read halfway, and found that the rest of the article was missing. He asked anxiously, "No. Where's the rest of the article? Where did you read it?" Mr. Feng did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Can you verify the authenticity of the data on the paper? Let's go to the lab." Rondo quickly put on his clothes, took his notebook, said goodbye to his family, and the two of them hurried to the lab. They stayed in the lab day and night to study cells and conduct experiments. Finally, one day, Rondo and his students discovered that antibiotics, when used, would really produce a kind of antibiotic-resistant bacteria in the human body. This discovery shocked everyone, because in their impression, antibiotics are life-saving drugs. During the war, people would fight for a penicillin. But now it is found that excessive use of antibiotics will produce a new type of bacteria. What kind of impact will this new type of bacteria have on humans is still unknown. This is undoubtedly a very important discovery. After the results were confirmed, Rondo found Mr. Feng, grabbed him, and asked, "Tell me quickly, how did you know about this discovery?" Mr. Feng is a materialist, but under the influence of the past few days, he doubted himself a little. He did not hesitate, and took him to Zhang's department store. When Rondo saw this large department store, he frowned. "Why did you bring me to this place? I am penniless and have no money to buy things." It is said that this department store does not accept food coupons and cloth coupons, and they have to charge money. He is short of money for the experiment. Mr. Feng took him to the library area without saying a word. Stopped, pointed to the bookshelf on the wall and said, "I found it here." Rondo was still looking at the colorful comic books on the bookshelf next to him, thinking of buying them home for his children, when he heard what Mr. Feng said. He had not reacted yet. "What did you find here?" Rondo looked at the direction pointed by Mr. Feng in confusion. After a while, he finally reacted. His face changed. Following Mr. Feng's finger, he took out the book Deadly Enemy. Instantly, his face changed drastically because of the content in the book. He quickly closed the book and said in a low voice, "Why would such a book appear here?" Mr. Feng gave him a few more books, let him take a few glances, and said with a heavy expression, "I suspect this store is not simple." In the past few days, he had roughly glanced at the books in this hidden corner. Although there were not many types of books, most of them were textbooks or novels and disaster records. However, the printing time and printing factory of each book were unknown, which undoubtedly aroused his suspicion. Rondo followed what he said, and looked at each book one by one. The more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. He and Mr. Feng looked at each other, and they had similar thoughts in their eyes. Mr. Feng said word by word, "We have to report this matter to the relevant departments." Chapter 86. It was a week later when Xiaobai noticed something was wrong with the department store. He looked at the crowded book section in the store, and couldn't help but wonder. He called Ling Yi. "Are there more and more people in the book section? Have you told them that the books in the store cannot be sold?" Ling Yi nodded. "It has been explained that the number of people in the book section has been on the rise in recent days." Xiaobai muttered, "What's so good about those books? So many people like them." These books are the books that Xiaobai and Jiang Jun collected in various worlds. Most of them are novels and reading materials as well as books for Jiang Jun to study. He put them in the store to increase the sales variety, but he didn't plan to sell them outside. Seeing so many people holding notebooks crowded in the library area as if copying the contents of the book, he could not help but feel suspicious, and then took a book. When he saw that the time in the book was the 21st century, Xiaobai's face suddenly darkened. He clearly remembered that he had modified the time in the book, specifically making the book show around 80 years. Why didn't all the books change at all? When Xiaobai changed it again, a force stopped him, and time returned to its original appearance. When he sensed this force, he looked up at the sky. He murmured, "If that's the case, it's not my fault." In the department store, the young man assigned to transcribe can't help but feel a little excited when he sees the contents in the book, thinking, "What is this mobile phone? Why does it seem like everyone needs it in the book? Can humans really step on the moon? Isn't the United States lying?" Other plainclothes soldiers who were transcribing had the same idea in their minds. Is what's written here true? Will technology really become so advanced? The policies and technologies accidentally revealed in these books made these transcribers tremble with fear. Director Chen took over the hot potato overnight and was assigned to supervise Zhang's department store. As he supervised day by day, he found that the department store had never gone out to purchase goods, and the goods in the store were still in a steady supply. After reporting this to the leader, he gradually realized that something was wrong. He secretly inquired about the department store, but after being warned, he finally became alert and secretly watched the department store, not missing any clues. Until a special secret meeting, he finally understood the mystery of Zhang's department store. In the conference room, a mahogany table and chairs were placed in the middle, and there was a white enamel cup at each position. Director Chen stood awkwardly aside. As leaders came in one after another, he hurried forward to greet them. After everyone arrived, an old man over 50 stood on the podium. Director Chen knew him. He was Mr. Feng, a research expert hired from abroad. After Mr. Feng had someone distribute the report, he said seriously, "Based on the research on Zhang's department store in the past few days, it can be confirmed that Zhang's department store has mysterious power. I suggest that we should not act rashly. From the information I gave you, it is obvious that Zhang's department store contains technology beyond this era." He took out a square black screen, and from the performance of his wrist, it seemed to be a watch. He long pressed the button on the edge, and the screen lit up after a while, with colorful small squares on it. Old Feng held a manual and said, "I found this in the corner of the department store. According to the manual, I know it is a smartwatch. It is said to be able to communicate and video. Other functions are being explored. We have disassembled a watch, and the chip inside has undoubtedly opened a new door for us." The leaders below looked at each other, while the generals with war experience keenly smelled the opportunity. An old general said, "Communication? Can it avoid enemy detection?" Old Feng nodded. "As long as we research the technology to manufacture this smartwatch and create our own military communicator, we can definitely surpass the United States and avoid detection." After listening to this, the old general immediately became interested. Mr. Feng added, "We have tried to contact the owner of the department store, but he seems unwilling to show up. Since he is open to business, we cannot maliciously obstruct him. If we hinder his business, no one knows what high-tech Zhang's department store will have. A leader frowned and said, "If people are allowed to enter and exit the building, there is no guarantee that this matter will not be leaked." Mr. Feng was prepared. He looked at Director Chen and said, "Next, I have to trouble Director Chen to write down the people entering and exiting the department store, and write down what items they bought. This is a lot of work. Thank you for your help." Director Chen hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Leave it to me. It's not a big deal." Zhang's department store survived without knowing it. If Xiaobai knew that they wanted to block the department store, he would have quickly closed the door and run away, and then reselected a location for investment. Now the business in the store is going on steadily. Occasionally, there will be a drop of goods beyond this era. Xiaobai will buy the goods with one eye closed. Anyway, he will increase the price and sell them. All the money earned is his. He doesn't have to take responsibility. Why not? On the other hand, in Longha village, Jiang Jun stayed in Shi's house for a month, rescued the heroine 2 or 3 times, and was relieved when he saw the heroine successfully activate the space and start planting vegetables and fruits. I don't know what happened, but the heroine in this small world seems to have bad luck. She gets injured more frequently. Because of saving the heroine, Jiang Jun knows the tasker of Lilha village where the heroine is. Most of the tasks issued by the system are to rescue the heroine, and the frequency is very high. They are all issued by the nearest tasker. Jiang Jun was fortunate to meet several taskers at the same time. They agreed not to interfere with each other. After rescuing the heroine, they returned to the village tacitly, and no longer contacted each other. Jiang Jun still doesn't know what kind of doomsday this world is. Just when she thought she would spend a year in peace, something happened in Longha village. Shi Bing's father. "Our pig is dead. Our pig is dead." The Shi family was awakened by Shi Ma's cry. They all got up from the bed and rushed to the yard. They saw Shi Ma sitting on the ground with a collapsed face. Shi Bing, disheveled, holding a stick, said, "Who's dead? Who's dead?" Before everyone could react, there were continuous cries from the village, all shouting that the pigs at home were dead. Everyone realized that something was wrong, and looked outside the yard. Shi Wei ran outside and came back, and Shi Ma also recovered after being comforted by Shi Bing. Shi Wei said anxiously, "All the pigs in our village are dead." Shi Ma stood up. "What? All the pigs are dead?" After some inquiries, they found out that all the pigs within 100 miles had died overnight, and all the villagers who were waiting to sell meat for money to eat during the new year were dumbfounded. It is not easy to raise pigs in the countryside. Piglets are bought with money. Villagers cut grass and remove manure to feed them carefully, just to sell them for money during the Chinese New Year to supplement the family income. The money from selling pigs is the main income of the family for a year. The death of this pig is like the sky falling. Not only Longha village, other villages around where pigs died were filled with a heavy atmosphere. Many villagers fainted on the spot when they saw their own pigs died. The owner of the pig farm invested all his assets in pig farming. This unknown swine fever directly led him to choose to jump into the river and commit suicide. In a heavy range, the system suddenly issued a task announcement. World abnormality detected. Please pay attention to all taskers. The time of the end of the world in this task is unknown. Please be prepared. The taskers who received the announcement were surprised. The Doomsday system had never had such an incident. What was so special about this small world that caused the world to be abnormal? This inexplicable swine fever did not affect other livestock, which was a blessing in disguise. Even so, the whole village began to cut back on food and clothing and tighten their belts to live. The Shi family was the same. The soup on the table was as thin as water, which made the laborers sigh. Shi Bing whispered, "Mom, didn't I just get back 400 or 500 yuan? Our family is not so poor." The son of the Jiang family found a city girl from nowhere. The betrothal gift required 4 major items: a TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and a tape recorder. The Jiang family could not afford it. The girl's family also asked for a betrothal gift of about 2,000 yuan. The Jiang family came up with a bad idea and threatened the Shi family's unborn child, and cheated them out of 500 or 600 yuan. When Shi Bing learned the whole story last time, he immediately went to Zhang's house and made a scene, and asked for the money back. The money was all given to Shi Ma. Shi Ma rolled her eyes and said, "Can that money be moved? Now that the pigs are dead, where is the spare money to buy food? With this little food, we can only survive until the autumn harvest. It's July now, and it's still a long way to the autumn harvest. How can we survive until then?" Shi Bing was choked by his mother. He wanted to refute, but was afraid of being scolded. He was kicked by his wife. And then he shut up and drank the rice soup silently. His mother is angry. Didn't she see that the second son didn't stand up? He is better at being practical. After finishing this meal, he has to worry about the next one. Shi Bing touched his belly full of water and felt worried. Shi Miao, the eldest granddaughter of the Shi family, pulled her sister Shi He to sit next to her father and whispered, "Dad, I'm hungry." Shi Bing touched her flat belly and said worriedly, "Your dad is hungry too. If this pig dies, we will be implicated. I will go to the forest to shoot a bird for you later." 6-year-old Shi Miao licked her lips, remembering the taste of roasted sparrows, and stared at Shi Bing eagerly. Shi Bing's scalp tingled when he was looked at, and finally dragged his second brother into it, and hurriedly ran outside to find food. The two walked on the road, and Shi Wei saw that it was not the road to the forest, and looked at his brother in confusion. "Where are we going? Do you have money with you?" "Yes. It's okay if you have it. I'll take you to a good place." On the way, he met an acquaintance, and greeted him, "Brother Bing." "Brother Wei. Where are you going? Are you going to make money? Is there such a good thing?" "Wait, brothers." The man immediately put the iron hoe back home excitedly, and called a lot of friends to come, and they all followed Shi Bing, ready to see if there was any way to make money. When they arrived at their destination, several people looked at each other, hesitant, and someone whispered, "This dead pig can't be eaten." Chapter 87. Shi Bing said calmly, "Is there any difference between the taste of dead pigs and live pigs? Why can't we eat them? You lower the price of dead pig meat, and you don't believe that no one will buy it." Shi Wei raised his eyebrows. "Brother, you asked me to bring money just to buy this? I didn't expect that these dead pigs were moved to the backyard of the pork shop." The butcher was wielding a knife to chop meat on the chopping board. Many customers gathered around and bargained with the butcher. Shi Bing raised his chin and said, "Let me show you how this business works. The purchase price of pigs has been reduced by more than half. We buy pigs and resell them. We will definitely make a fortune." Shi Wei thought for a moment and said, "Aren't you afraid that there will be problems with the pigs? If there are problems, you will be in trouble." "Shi Bing, I have been observing for a long time, and I haven't seen anyone get sick from eating them." After saying that, he pursed his lips. "Look over there. Gao Qiliu from Liuhe village has gone to buy dead pigs. She is selling steamed buns at a stall in the county town. How dare you say you haven't eaten them?" The people behind looked up and saw that, as expected, the eldest daughter of the Gao family, who had been selling steamed buns at a stall in the county town for nearly a month, was squeezed in the crowd buying meat. They remembered that the meat buns they ate every time they went to the county town might be made of dead pork, and they couldn't help but retching and shuddering. Chen Long was young, and he didn't do anything immoral. He muttered, "Brother Bing, my parents are very strict, and I don't have any spare money. I can't do this business. You should find someone else." Seeing this, the others also refused. Shi Bing said angrily, "You are useless. You don't know how to seize the great opportunity in front of you. Second brother, do you want to do it?" Shi Bing placed his last glimmer of hope on Shi Wei. When he saw Shi Wei shaking his head, his last hope was shattered, and he said disappointedly, "It seems that the people in our Liuhe village are not only poor, but also timid." He waved his hand and said weakly, "Disperse. Disperse. Go home and find your mothers. I have to catch sparrows for my daughter." After he finished speaking, the people following behind ran away, and Shi Bing was so angry that he picked up stones and threw them behind them. The plan to make money was shattered before it was even started. Shi Bing returned home with a dejected face, and did not forget to bring back 2 sparrows. When Shi Miao saw the bird in his father's hand, he immediately wanted to catch it, but he was a step too slow and his grandmother snatched it away. Shi Miao glared and said, "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat." Shi Miao shrank and hid behind Shi Bing. Shi Bing whispered, "Mom, I caught this for Miao Miao." Shi Miao glanced at Shi Bing with a pair of sharp eyes. Shi Bing stood still and dared not say a word. "Your sister-in-law has to feed the child. Cook a bowl of meat soup for your sister-in-law." Jiang Jun was thinking about the high-tech products that appeared in Zhang's department store for no reason. Unexpectedly, Shi Miao suddenly mentioned her, and her hand holding the child paused. Looking again, Shi's eldest daughter-in-law Lu Shihong looked at her with resentment on her face. Before Jiang Jun could speak, Shi frowned and said, "The sparrow is so small. Yunin won't eat it." "We don't want it," Jiang Jun said quickly. "Qiuqiu is still young. She will be full after drinking milk. I have no shortage of food. Give it to Meow Meow and the other 2 children. She's mother didn't expect her youngest son to refute her. And her men were not careful for a moment. And the sparrow was snatched away by Shi Bing. And he picked up Shi Meow and Shi He and ran out. This is what the 3rd son doesn't want. I'll roast it for my daughter. He ran away. And Lu Shihong quickly followed behind him. Shi Ma pointed at Shi Bing's running figure, her fingers trembling with anger. After she calmed down, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Jun and Shi Yu and snorted. Is that for you too? That's for my granddaughter. Speaking of children, Shi Ma became furious. She was proud of having 3 sons in her life. Although each one was less promising than the other, they were still sons. She didn't expect that after becoming a grandmother, no one could give her a grandson. The eldest, who was given high hopes, gave birth to 2 granddaughters. The 3rd was special because she had a child, so she did not ask for too much. The 2nd had been married for more than 2 years, and had not made any progress until now, which made her laughed at by the village. Shi Ma's eyes instantly swept to Gao Feiming. Gao Feiming, who was watching the excitement, suddenly stiffened, and keenly sensed the smoke of war. She smiled stiffly. Mom, Wei Ge hasn't come back yet. I'll go find him for you. Without waiting for Shi Ma to speak, she quickly evacuated the battlefield. Mother, she looked at her fleeing figure, snorted, you haven't eaten less, and your belly hasn't gotten bigger. She turned to look at the 3rd child. Don't you have ambition? Don't you want the sparrows your brother caught? If you have the ability, catch a big one for your wife. Shi Yu tilted his head and said, what's so difficult about this? Mother, she paused, and took a closer look at her youngest son. Since returning from the hospital, her youngest son has changed a lot. He used to like to stick to her, but now he likes to stick to his wife. There's nothing wrong with that. Although her youngest son still has some intellectual disabilities, he is much better than before. She did not discourage Shi Yu and said, if you can catch a sparrow, your wife will not have to work at home these days. She can go out whenever she wants. Jiang Jun smiled awkwardly. She had never worked at home. She stuffed all the sparrows into Shi Yu's pocket when Shi Ma was not around. Shi Yu and his partner were driven out of the house by Shi Ma. They walked to the small forest at the southwest end of the field, wanting to catch a bird and take it back. In an instant, the ground shook. Birds and beasts ran around, and the roars reached everyone's ears. The 2 of them stabilized their bodies and looked at the village behind them. The mud brick house was crumbling. With a bang, bricks hit the ground with a dull sound. Waves of screams and cries came into the ears of the 2. Jiang Jun's face suddenly changed. She didn't expect it to be so sudden. She quickly ran to Shi's house, followed by Shi Yu. The aftershock shook from time to time, causing the 2 to stagger. They hurried to Shi's house, and saw Shi's mother holding the child. Shi's father stood in front of the house, looking at the mess of bricks and tiles in the yard, staring at the scene in front of them with a dull look. Shi Bing and Shi Wei heard the noise, and ran over with pale faces. Dad? Mom? Are you okay? Shi Bing asked hurriedly. He didn't expect that the earthquake would come soon after he left home. Seeing that the 2 elders were safe, Shi Wei was relieved. Shi Wei hurriedly supported Shi Ma and walked to the square. Mom, it's dangerous here. You go to the village center square and wait for us. Dad, you go with us to see where the disaster is serious. We have to help support. Jiang Yin took the child from Shi Ma. Shi Ma, who was shocked by the sudden earthquake, finally reacted. Hurry! Hurry! The family's passbooks and money are all buried inside. Shi Ma looked anxiously at the place where the house collapsed. Shi Bing said anxiously, Mom, it's already this time, and you're still caring about these things. Hurry up and hide first, there will be aftershocks later. The 3rd son's wife, pull our mother over, the 3rd son. Come and help. Under her son's tough attitude, Shi Ma had no choice but to move to the village center square, and Jiang Yin followed behind with the child in her arms. The Shi family was not at home when the earthquake struck, so they were lucky enough to escape. However, other villagers were not so lucky. It was noon, and many people had just finished their meals and were taking a nap. The earthquake came without any warning, directly pressing the villagers in the house under the stone beams. Weak cries for help came from the collapsed position from time to time. Shi Bing and Shi Wei followed behind Shi's father, moving the steel bars and cement on the beams without stopping. They took advantage of the fact that the rescuers had not arrived yet, and they were sweating profusely to rescue the survivors buried in the mud. Is there anyone there? Is there anyone down there? Because they didn't have any professional instruments, they could only rely on their ears to listen. When they heard a faint cry for help, everyone quickly leaned over and lay on the ground to listen carefully, for fear of missing anyone. This earthquake was not limited to Lungha village, but also extended outwards. All the villages within a few hundred miles were affected by this earthquake. Wailing everywhere, corpses floating for hundreds of miles, are not enough to describe the current scene. This earthquake was more severe than expected. According to Jiang Yun's observation, she had seen cracks exposed on the ground, which were as long as a person's body, and the bottom was bottomless. When it was late at night in Lungha village, the survivors in the square returned to the collapsed house and searched for sticks and sheets, and casually built a tent. Jiang Jun was the first to act, and Gao Feiming quickly followed behind. The two searched for food and drinks, stuffed a few sets of clothes, and returned to the square with Lu Shihong to quickly build a simple tent. A simple frame was built with sticks, which could protect against wind and rain. Plastic bags, sheets and quilts were laid inside, which were all picked up from the ruins. Some dust was not a big deal. 6-year-old Shi Miao held her 4-year-old sister Shi, and hid in the tent obediently, eating the beans her mother stuffed into her mouth in small bites. Shi Qiu was sleeping in the tent, smacking her lips, and was not disturbed by the noise outside. Fortunately, Jiang Jun had just fed her milk in the chaos, so she was not awakened by hunger. The temperature began to drop at night, and Shi's mother came in with a bag of things. Lifting the tent curtain, Lu Shihong's hand gently patted Shiha, trying to coax her to sleep. Seeing this, she lowered her voice and said, "Mom, what did you take?" Shi's mother glared at her and scolded. "Keep your voice down. Are you afraid that others can't hear you?" Lu Shihong looked at her mother-in-law gravely. After Shi's mother calmed down, she slowly said, "There are steamed buns, biscuits and flour in here. Hide them all. If there is no rescue, the village will not be as peaceful as it is now." Gao Feiming was smart and quickly realized what Shi's mother said. She pursed her lips. She couldn't believe that an earthquake actually happened in the book. If she hadn't been outside at the time, she might have been buried under the beam. She bit her lip. She had never seen an earthquake around the heroine. If such a strong earthquake occurred, she would definitely remember it clearly. She now seriously doubted whether this was still in the book. Shi Ma divided the things in the bag into countless small portions and hid them in their pockets. Jiang Jun and Shi Yu also accepted this hiding method silently. 8 hours after the earthquake, there was a sudden roar in the air. It was the sound of a plane passing by. All the people who were taking a nap woke up and ran out of the tent, looking up at the sky. "The rescue army is coming! The rescue army is coming!" The people who saw this scene screamed. "Food is being dropped. Some food has fallen." As soon as this voice came out, Shi Ma sat up immediately. Her eyes opened immediately, and without saying much, she ran out quickly. Chapter 88. Gao Feiming also got up and ran out. Jiang Jun told Shi Yu to look after the children, and asked Lu Shihong to stay in the tent. She also quickly lifted the tent and walked out. Blankets with parachutes hanging on them fell from the sky, and countless packages slowly fell down, and the survivors below rushed to the direction of the fall. Jiang Jun grabbed the unwanted blankets and a food box, which contained instant food, water, steamed buns, pickles, and other food to solve the problem of hunger. What surprised her was that there were instant noodles and milk in it, which was rare in this era. After thinking carefully, she understood again. According to the observation of Zhang's department store, Kyoto's large-scale construction of factories must be partly related to this. When others were scrambling for food, Jiang Jun picked up all the bedding next to him and stuffed them into the tent. When Shi's mother saw it, she said angrily, "Why did you pick up these useless things? You should have picked up more food and drinks." Jiang Jun moved the food box out. "Yes, there are enough food in it for a few days." Shi's mother checked it carefully and looked at the instant noodles and milk curiously. "Is this milk? Why are there drinks in the city? This is a good thing. Save it for last." Gao Feiming muttered, "Mom, this milk has a shelf life. You have to drink it quickly. Otherwise you can't drink it." They were discussing the use of food in the tent, and Shi's father came back with Shi Bing and Shi Wei. Dad, Shi drank some water, wiped the mud off his forehead, and said slowly, "This earthquake is bigger than expected. The road from the county to this side is blocked. We have to clear it. Otherwise the rescue team can't get in." He recalled the scene he saw. All the buildings were in ruins. Dust was flying, and blood mixed with mud flowed on the ground through the cracks. It was shocking. Shi Bing sighed and said, "This earthquake must have killed many people." Shi Wei ate 2 or 3 steamed buns with pickles and drank a glass of milk. He then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Dad, big brother, you guys should eat quickly, because you will have to do a lot of hard work later." Shi's father was surprised and said, "You have stolen a lot of food." There were more than a dozen boxes of different sizes in the tent. The boxes were very small. There were about 7 or 8 steamed buns, 2 bottles of water, a bag of pickles, 2 packs of bread, and a glass of milk in one box. A box was filled with food for 2 people, which could last for 1 or 2 days if eaten sparingly. Shima said worriedly, "It looks like there are a lot of things in the boxes, but there is not much food inside. We have a large family, and they will be gone in a few days." Shi Wei comforted, "When we get through the intersection and the rescue team comes in, we won't have to worry about food." They simply closed their eyes and rested for a while, and were called out before dawn. There was a well in the square of Lungha village, and they got up and simply carried a bucket of water to wash and clean up. Shi Qiu cried in Shiyu's arms. Obviously she was starving. Jiang Jun secretly stuffed a bottle into her in the corner, and she stopped crying. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. The road to Liuhe village, not far from Jiang Jun, was opened. The villagers of Liuhe village were evacuated to Lungha village square and gathered together to facilitate subsequent rescue. Jiang Jun saw the figure of the harrowing Gao Qilan in the crowd. She was walking towards this side with her father, who had a broken leg. Behind her were Gao Ma and Gao Qiliu, who were carrying luggage. Gao Feiming also saw her family, and ran over immediately. Jiang Jun also saw the original body's parents. She glanced at them lightly, and then retracted her gaze. She leaned over to Ti Shi Qiu as if nothing had happened. Liuhe village quickly built a tent nearby. The simple stove and the pots and pans they found were used to cook a bowl of hot rice soup, which was distributed to everyone, which warmed their hearts to their stomachs. In the Kyoto Assembly Hall, the continuous reports of disasters kept coming, leaving all the leaders at a loss. Just as they were rescuing this side, a typhoon hit the coast, then they went to rescue that side, an earthquake struck somewhere else. It's not that we can't save them. It's that we are seriously short of manpower. Not only our country is experiencing disasters, but also the tornado in country M, the tsunami in country R. Natural disasters are happening all over the world. We have to rescue them as soon as possible. All helicopters in service are urgently dropping rescue packages. Troops near the disaster area are providing support nearby, and materials are first delivered to the disaster area. Doctors and nurses in the hospital are urgently forming a rescue team, rushing to the disaster area. The state machinery is doing its best to rescue the victims. The newly established industrial factories are also working hard to produce new weapons. And the border guards are watching their surroundings vigilantly to prevent any country from taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. The newly established National Disaster Reduction Committee initiated the National Second-Level Disaster Relief Emergency Response, recruited donations of disaster relief materials from the society, and the emergency relief materials issued were quickly transported to the disaster area. Various departments and agencies such as railway transportation took the lead in transporting disaster relief materials and rescue personnel. The people who heard about the serious disaster situation spontaneously volunteered to rush to the disaster area. The Blue Country was able to respond so quickly, which was largely due to Zhang's department store, because it had a large number of disaster relief records, which gave them guiding principles. Although there were no technical means in the book, they still mobilized all their forces to fight against natural disasters. Liuhe village, located in the epicenter of the earthquake, was a severely affected area. The surrounding troops quickly rushed to rescue. More than 10 hours after the earthquake, Jiang Yun and others were placed in a simple iron house, which was much better than the tents built outside. After the earthquake, the sudden drop in temperature made it impossible for everyone to adapt. The sky was always dark, and the coldness in the air made everyone shiver. The bedding collected by Jiang Yun was soon welcomed. She wrapped Shi Qiuli in 3 layers of clothes to prevent him from freezing. It was July now, and the temperature should have risen, but it was unexpectedly cooling down. Gao Feiming wrapped herself in a quilt. Because it was a hot summer, she only wore a short shirt. The exposed arms were frozen and had goosebumps. She quickly hid in the quilt. Others also suffered from the cold and began to look for clothes on the ground. Fortunately, The army urgently delivered a batch of long-sleeved cotton clothes, which solved the problem of everyone being frozen. Half of the villagers in Longha village died in the earthquake. A week later, there were no survivors. Post-disaster reconstruction began. The injured villagers were still being rescued. The villagers who escaped the disaster looked at the ruined houses and began to find ways to rebuild their houses. Shi followed behind the Shi family, sweeping away the broken bricks, picking out the intact ones that could still be used and putting them aside, so that they would not have to buy bricks again when they rebuilt, which saved a lot of money. An officer walking by saw their actions and stopped them, saying, "These bricks are unusable, and they are not earthquake-proof enough. You wait a while, and earthquake-proof bricks will be shipped over. There will be government subsidies, and you don't have to spend a penny." Shi's father said happily, "Is there such a good thing?" Shi Wei and Shi Bing asked around, and sure enough, the government specially made a batch of earthquake-proof bricks, which were subsidized to the victims to rebuild their houses. In this way, they saved a lot of money. Shi's father and mother were overjoyed, and hurriedly cleared the ruins of the house to make room for new bricks. It took more than a month to finally rebuild the house. After the house was built, the village first held a funeral, and the people who died in the earthquake were sent away in a grand manner. The funeral music of gongs and drums resounded in Longha village all day and night. Life had to go on, because the epicenter was near Liuha village, and they suffered heavy losses. Liuha village was no longer suitable for living, and was merged with Longha village. The heroine Gao Qilan and her family also moved to the vicinity of the Shi family. In recent days, her family has begun to contribute a lot of gossip in the village. First, Gao Qiliu divorced, then the Gao sisters turned against each other successfully. The elder sister accidentally scratched her younger sister's face, causing her younger sister Gao Qilan to be disfigured. This incident came suddenly. When the tasker reacted, it was already done. They could not intervene in the matter. The heroine Gao Qilan's personality changed at this moment. The originally cheerful and lively girl suddenly became gloomy, no longer talkative, always alone. Jiang Jun frowned as she watched the scene. She didn't know how Gao Qiliu destroyed half of Gao Qilan's face. Half of her face was pitted and bumpy, looking very creepy. Gao Qilan always covered half of her face with a scarf when she went out. She learned from the system that even if Gao Qilan applied the spring water in the space to her face, she would not be able to recover within 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, Gao Qiliu was assigned a room in Longha village after the earthquake. She didn't have to live with her family. She went out early, and came back late every day to set up a stall at the market. She lived a better life day by day. Seeing this, Shima couldn't help but be envious, and murmured, "Setting up a stall is so profitable. I would have set up a stall in the county town if I had known." Although she said so, Shima didn't dare to act casually, and Gao Feimin, who was standing by, heard what Shima said. She immediately said, "Mom, your cooking skills are much better than hers. You should also set up a stall in the market, and I will accompany you when the time comes." Now that the country has liberalized the economy, setting up a stall can definitely make a lot of money. In her previous life, some people bought cars and houses by setting up stalls. Shima glanced at her eager look and said, "Don't think about these things. Give birth to my grandson first." Gao Feimin lowered her head instantly, turned around and ran away in small steps. The Shi family thought she had stopped. But the next day, she went to the street with Shi Wei to buy flour, pork and vegetables, and started making dumplings. However, their cooking skills were not very good, and the taste was not good. Unexpectedly, Shi was pulled over by Shi Wei to look at the stove, and she mixed the ingredients. Shi Wei was amazed when he tasted it, and since then, he discovered she used talent as a chef. Several people hid in the kitchen every day to study food. Shi was pulled to be a chef, and Jiang Jun went to the market with Shi Qiu on his back to observe the female protagonist Gao Qilan's recent stall situation. Gao Qilan's face was disfigured, and the vegetables on her stall were affected. Almost no one patronized her. Even when she was setting up her stall, she was timid and avoided other people's sight. Jiang Jun didn't care about her lowered and concealed face. She touched the beans, looked at the wilt of the lettuce leaves, and asked about the price. Gao Qilan's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and it was almost inaudible. Jiang Jun said casually, "Listen to Gao Qiliu shouting, and then listen to your voice. You are selling things. If you don't open your mouth and shout, I'm afraid that customers will be scared away by your face. Gao Qiliu ruined your face. Don't you want revenge?" Don't you want to stand out? There are many people uglier than you. They don't care about the scars on their faces. You will only make it more obvious if you cover it up. Face is something that can be lost if it is lost. Jiang Jun took mushrooms, green vegetables and celery and put them in the basket. Threw down $1. Turned around and left. Gao Qilan stared at Jiang Jun's back blankly, muttering, "You gave too much money." She touched the depression on her cheek, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Chapter 89. Jiang Jun brought the dishes back home and gave them to Gao Feiming and Shi Wei, and asked them to put them in when making steamed dumplings. At dinner, Shi Wei and the other two made steamed dumplings for everyone to taste, and Gao Feiming looked at everyone expectantly. Shi Miao took a bite and hissed because of the heat, and said while eating, "Second aunt, the buns you made are really delicious." Shi also said, "Delicious." Shi's mother said with disgust, "It's okay, it's edible." Shi's father asked in confusion, "Are you really going to set up a stall? Will anyone buy this?" Gao Feiming said quickly, "Someone will buy it. The eldest daughter of the Gao family sells this bun. We don't just have this, we also have other food." She finally figured out the pan-fried buns with her brother-in-law these days, and with 8 treasure porridge and millet porridge, it shouldn't be a problem to set up a breakfast shop. Gao Feiming did what she said, and Shi Wei saw that his wife was very motivated. So he also stepped forward to help. The next day, the couple took Shi Yu to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning to knead the dough and seasoning packets, and went out to the county market at 4 o'clock. Unexpectedly, the business was good. Shi Bing was jealous and wanted to join in. Gao Feiming gave him another stall job, which was to make hand-pulled pancakes. Under Gao Feiming's leadership, the Shi family's business became more and more prosperous, while the Shi family's income improved. The temperature in Longhe village continued to drop after the earthquake. Now it was August, and they still had to wear thick cotton clothes when going out. This had never been seen before. According to experts, a cold wave is coming, and the temperature across the country will be affected. They have no way to stop it. They can only prepare cold-proof clothes every day to prevent the temperature from dropping suddenly. Because there are children in Jiang Jun's room, she has heated the Kong early. Now the temperature outside is low. She dare not take Shi Qiu out for a walk. She can sometimes see the current situation of Zhang's department store when she stays in the house. The department store has now become a scene in Kyoto. Customers come in droves to buy fashionable clothes and rare fruits. Many relevant departments also come to the department store to buy special paper and pens because they are durable and affordable. Kyoto Research Institute has developed a new communicator, which can make unlimited calls, and can hear the other party's voice even if they are hundreds of miles away. As soon as it was released, it attracted the attention of others, and even foreign forces were eyeing Blue Country. This communicator is called a mobile phone, which is said to be smaller than a person's palm, easy to carry, and has a strong signal. Speaking of signals, it reminds me of the base station installed in Kyoto recently, which is said to be able to transmit signals via satellite. The people of Blue Country don't know when their country has launched satellites into outer space. When this happened, not only foreign countries were shocked, but also domestic people were extremely shocked. The country had developed a lot of high-tech without their knowledge. The mobile phone was first tested in Kyoto, China. Zhang's department store made a deal with the Kyoto Research Institute and took over some of the new products. Therefore, customers who bought the new mobile phones kept coming. In order to verify the feasibility of the local area network, the Kyoto Research Institute reduced the price of the mobile phone to the lowest level, and almost everyone with a little wealth in the family could afford it. Not only that, Kyoto Railway is also being built on a large scale. It is said that there is a new type of train, which is fast and stable. It has attracted the attention of foreign forces before it is put into operation. Kyoto is developing rapidly at a speed beyond the times. Foreign forces are scratching their heads and can't figure out why the Blue Country is making rapid progress. However, when the Blue Country's momentum gradually surpassed that of foreign countries, an epidemic suddenly broke out in the country, spreading from the north to the south, and then quickly swept across the country. This epidemic is characterized by colds and fevers, followed by fatigue, coughing out blood, and acne. The situation is extremely serious. The leadership in Kyoto responded quickly when they received the report. All provinces, cities, and villages began to strictly control and block various areas. No one was allowed to go out. Gao Feiming and others fled back from the market in a panic. As soon as they entered the door, Shi Wei hurriedly said, "Close the door quickly." Shi Bing said with a sad face, Dad, there is chaos outside. They had just made freshly baked buns and went out to sell them, and saw the city management outside arresting people. After asking, they heard that someone had an infectious disease and was arresting people for examination. They said that the sick people were immediately taken to a special area for isolation. They immediately ran away before the city management found them. Before Shi's father could reply, the old loudspeaker of Longha village rang. The village chief's voice was serious. Attention. All villages. Attention. All villages. There is an epidemic outside now. The village is now implementing a blockade and prevention policy. If anyone has a cold and fever, and is accompanied by symptoms of coughing up blood and acne, they must report to the village committee in time. Once someone is found to have concealed the crime, the police will immediately take the person away for disturbing social order. Then they will have to go to jail. When Shibing heard this, he panicked and said, I coughed a few times the other day. I won't have an infectious disease. Shi's father scolded. Boss, calm down. You just have a minor cold. Didn't you hear the village chief say that there will be symptoms of coughing up blood and acne? Don't be so irritable all day long. Shi's mother kept pacing in the yard. We can't go out. How can we buy vegetables and food? What will we eat in the end? Shi Wei interrupted. Don't worry, we bought a lot of flour and vegetables last time, and there are still a lot of buns that haven't been sold, enough to sustain us for a while. I don't believe that after the blockade, the country will not care about us. When Shi Wei and others came back, Jiang Jun's Doomsday system suddenly sent a notice, which caught all the taskers off guard. She glanced at the notification on the system, then looked up at the clouds in the sky. She didn't expect it to come so fast. Please note, this epidemic contains a special virus. Once infected, the tasker will leave the small world immediately. Please take precautions, and do not be infected with this virus. The taskers who received this news were immediately shocked. Leaving the small world after being infected meant that their mission failed. They didn't expect that the infectious disease in this small world would be so powerful. Because of this infectious disease, all the taskers were on high alert, and dared not go out casually, for fear of being infected and being teleported directly. But this infectious disease was hard to prevent. There were many taskers in Longha village. Jiangyan had met them several times, but after the infectious disease appeared, in less than a week, all these taskers were teleported out one by one. Jiangyan frowned. She felt more and more that this epidemic disease was specifically targeting the taskers. The purpose was to eliminate the taskers around the heroine. Due to the interference of the epidemic, Jiang Jun had no way to go out, nor could he interfere with Gao Qilan's current situation. Half a month later, the village broadcast sounded again, and the tone was still full of seriousness, according to the documents issued by the superiors. This infectious disease is a strain caused by eating mutated dead pigs. If anyone has eaten the meat of dead pigs, report it immediately. If you conceal it, you will never let it go after you find it. Shi Bing murmured, Dead pig? Shi Wei turned his head and looked at him and said, Didn't you want me to be a dead pig dealer last time? Shi Ma immediately glared at Shi Bing. What? You actually dragged your brother to buy that dead pig? No one knows how the pig died until now. And you dare to sell it? Shi Bing reacted at this time. Before he could refute, Shi Ma's broom hit him, and he immediately ran around the yard. When Shi Miao saw her father being beaten, she clapped her hands and laughed. Dad? Run faster! Run faster! Lu Shihong said distressfully. Mom, stop beating me. Miao Miao's father didn't sell it. Compared to the excitement here, Gao Qiliu collapsed on the ground, looking around in panic. What happened? Didn't they say it was non-toxic? Can it be eaten? Why did this happen? After Gao Qiliu was reborn, she had a system, which told her that as long as she snatched the fragments from Gao Qilan, she would be able to successfully possess Gao Qilan's life. After the failure, Gao Qiliu was unwilling to give up. She looked at Gao Qilan's increasingly beautiful appearance, and she became jealous. In a fit of anger, she bought medicine from the system and destroyed Gao Qilan's face. After Gao's parents found out, they drove her out. She begged for a room in Longha village, divorced her husband, and left her son to her husband's family. She came out with ease. Continuing with her experience in her previous life, she realized that now is a good time for self-employed people to develop. In her previous life, Gao Qilan continued to sell vegetables and fruits, saved enough money for tuition and travel expenses, and made a lot of money. Gao Qiliu thought pork was too expensive, so she bought dead pigs. Because dead pigs die without any signs, Every piece of meat on their bodies is intact. She also asked the system about the quality of pork. After finding no difference between the two, she dared to use it in the stuffing of buns. Unexpectedly, this epidemic disease was actually related to dead pigs. And she actually used dead pig meat in the stuffing of buns. She also ate a lot of pork stuffing. So why didn't she have any changes? Could it be that this had nothing to do with her? Galchilio's smile just rose. And there was a knock on the door outside. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Someone reported that you used dead pork as stuffing to sell to customers. Open the door quickly. Galchilio said in panic. System. System. Save me quickly. You clearly told me that pork is not poisonous. Why do I get sick after eating it? No matter how Galchilio shouted, the system did not respond. When the people outside broke into the door, a white light flew out of Galchilio and flew to the sky. Galchilio's shouting stopped abruptly, and she fell to the ground with her eyes wide open. The people who came in saw that her face quickly turned red. Her breathing was rapid, and her skin was covered with small bumps. In less than a minute, Galchilio stopped breathing in front of everyone. The medical staff wearing protective clothing saw someone fall down in front of them, and warned everyone, "Don't move. A suspected infected person has been found." Someone with sharp eyes noticed that Galchilio's chest was no longer rising and falling and said, "She seems to have stopped breathing." The medical staff poked her from a distance with a stick, and then tentatively shouted, "Galchilio! Galchilio!" Chapter 90. Galchilio's entire skin was covered with dense chickenpox, which was shocking at first glance, and no wonder the medical staff were so vigilant. This was the first time that everyone had seen such a serious infection. Galchilio's home was immediately strictly controlled. People in Longha village were required to take tests 4 or 5 times a day, and countless infected people with hidden symptoms were found. For a time, everyone in Longha village was in danger, and the Shi family closed their doors and dared not go out again. All their food was distributed by medical staff, and they barely maintained their daily living needs, but there was no way to improve their food. They couldn't even go out, so how could they improve their food? Jiang Jun thought of this period of time. Because of the epidemic disease, she could not move forward, and if the virus was not eliminated, she could only be forced to sit and wait for death, which was definitely not what she wanted, and she had to launch a counterattack. Jiang Jun thought of the energy and healing agents in the store, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Kyoto Epidemic Prevention and Control Center. Every staff member was running around in various laboratories in protective clothing, with sweat dripping from their foreheads, and their chests and backs were soaked with sweat. Rondo blinked. A drop of sweat dripped, and the cells in the microscope failed again, and there was disappointment in his eyes. Try it again. Rondo was about to experiment again, and someone ran over from a distance and shouted, "Professor Lang, Mr. Feng is looking for you outside, and it is said that there is something important." Rondo put down the utensils, first washed off the sweat stains behind him, and changed into a new protective suit, and then dared to meet Mr. Feng. After seeing Mr. Feng, Rondo said, "Mr. Feng, why are you here? There are germs everywhere here. If you are not careful, you may be infected with epidemic diseases." Mr. Feng said anxiously, "Put down your work first. Zhang's department store said it wants to make a deal with us and urgently needs biological experts. Pull all the authoritative professors you know here. We will wait for them to leave together." Rondo saw that he looked anxious and did not ask any more questions. He quickly summoned the old professors in the laboratory. Everyone disinfected and changed clothes, and hurriedly followed Rondo. Outside the institute, several experts and scholars were waiting outside. Seeing this, they looked at each other in bewilderment. The top domestic biopharmaceutical, pharmacology, toxicology, and traditional Chinese medicine authorities were all gathered here. It seemed that the situation was not small. Facing so many big men, they, who were famous tutors in various universities, became extremely humble in an instant and hurried forward to greet them. The soldiers on the side put blindfolds on everyone. The authorities from all walks of life were surprised, but they did not resist. They put on the blindfold silently. In the dark environment, they opened their eyes again and had arrived in a laboratory. There are complete experimental equipment here. They entered here empty-handed. Just as they were looking at this laboratory, Mr. Feng came out from the other end with a serious face. The discussion of the people in the audience slowly decreased. And then, they kept silent and looked at Mr. Feng on the stage. Mr. Feng said, "Because of the rampant epidemic, the number of people infected in our country is expanding. The country has set up a special vaccine research group and invited all professionals to participate in this project. However, this project is a secret operation and cannot be leaked. The professors have to stay here until the vaccine research is successful. You don't have to worry about the situation at home. We will help you settle down. This operation is hurried. Please understand. If anyone does not want to participate in this operation, please let us know first. We will arrange a room for you. However, before the vaccine is successfully developed, you can only stay here and are not allowed to go out. After the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Some people were willing to participate. Some were unwilling to participate. And some felt that the military was forcing them. The situation is critical. Please understand. Professors who are unwilling to participate, please follow us. We will arrange accommodation for you. You only need to stay for a while. Those who were unwilling to participate shouted and wanted to leave. The soldiers who were standing by took them away without changing their expressions. The professors who were willing to participate in the action were left. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Even so, Mr. Feng did not relax his vigilance. The military brought people into the small room one by one, used polygraphs and other instruments, and selected a lot of people on this basis. In the end, only a dozen people were left. Such a strict screening made the people who stayed behind feel uneasy. No matter how broad-minded they were, they realized that this operation might be very serious. The remaining people were blindfolded again. After an unknown amount of time in the dark, they came to a laboratory again. The interior decoration was similar. If it weren't for the bumpy road, they would have thought they were back to the original place. Old Feng stood in front of the stage again and took out a blue tube-shaped glass bottle and a green tube-shaped glass bottle. The professors in the audience looked at Mr. Feng in confusion, wondering what he was going to do with them. An officer stepped forward and cut a scar on his arm. Mr. Feng took out the liquid from the blue bottle and smeared it on the scar. In the blink of an eye, the scar on the officer's arm healed. The professors in the audience exclaimed when they saw this scene. Someone said with a gleam in his eyes, "What kind of medicine is this?" The old professor could hardly hide his excitement. He wanted to step forward to watch, but was stopped by the officer next to him. He kept looking inside. Elder Feng looked at the excited faces of the crowd and sighed. This is a healing agent. Even if it can heal wounds instantly, it cannot save hundreds of infected people. So it depends on you to realize and research a vaccine for treatment. During this period, these drugs will be provided free of charge to professors for experiments. I hope you can seize the time to develop a vaccine for the treatment of epidemic diseases. The work of the vaccine research team is in full swing. And Jiang Jun is not idle either. She will practice her knife skills in the yard every morning with wood instead of a knife. Just in case. Now she has practiced the fourth form of the Star Moon Sword technique, which is quite powerful. But she is not satisfied with the current situation and needs to practice more. She yawned, and was no longer surprised by Jiang Jun's actions. She turned and went into the kitchen to cook. Now the family only had basic rice and flour dishes. And the dishes were pickles. She also cooked a bowl of dumpling soup, which filled her stomach half full after drinking it. Because their family had set up a stall to sell food a while ago, they had saved a lot of food. Other families were not as lucky as theirs. They could even break a steamed bun into 3 parts, which was not enough to share. Although staying at home doesn't cost money, and the government provides food and clothing, life is easy. But they have been stuck at home for more than 3 months. If they don't go out to relax, they will be bored. Gao Feiming stood at the door, stretched his waist, and breathed a sigh of relief. When will this day end? The Shi family was lucky. When the blockade was just started, they all hid at home, and no one was infected with infectious diseases. However, Longha village has become a severely affected area, and it is simply a pipe dream to go out again. Gao Feiming also understood. So he just sighed, and saw that the third daughter-in-law started to exercise again. And he couldn't help but look at her suspiciously. She had already tested the third daughter-in-law, and found no flaws. Nor was she a time traveler. However, she still had some doubts in her heart, and could not help but stare at the third daughter-in-law every day. Gao Feiming wiped the tears from the corners of her mouth, and said, "So handsome. When did the third daughter-in-law train her muscles? Hey, this is a good trick. I will let Lao Wei practice it secretly when I go back to the house." Just as Gao Feiming was thinking, and Shi's mother rolled her eyes after seeing it. An invisible white light hit Gao Feiming's back of the head. With a thump, The second daughter-in-law of the Shi family fell to the ground with a big face, and instantly scared the others around her. Shi Wei screamed, "Wife! Wife! What happened to you?" Shi's mother was also frightened and trembled all over. Lu Shihong hurried out to check the situation, and Shi Bing also came to watch the fun. Gao Feining touched the blood from her nose, heard Shi Wei's voice, said disdainfully, "Stop crying, come and help me, I can't get up." Shi Wei flew over, quickly helped his wife up, carried her to the bucket in front of the well, took a piece of cloth, wiped her nostrils, stopped the bleeding, let her raise her head, and gently patted her forehead. After this minor incident, Gao Feining was placed in the room to rest. Just as she squinted her eyes and tried to catch up on her sleep, a cold mechanical voice came from her brain. "Hello, host. I am the counter-trend system." Gao Feining's eyes lit up, and she quickly sat up and said, "Are you my golden finger? Why did you appear only now? What abilities do you have?" The mechanical voice in her brain was stuck, and then she said, "The system is loading slowly, so it is only now contacting the host. This system is a counterattack system, which can provide you with counterattack guidance." Gao Feining asked in confusion, "What counterattack?" The system said, "As a vicious female supporting role in the novel. Don't you want to surpass the heroine and become the world's richest man? Are you willing to have a good-looking but useless husband? Live at the bottom of society all your life? Be ordered around? And be looked down upon? You definitely don't want to. This system is a counterattack system, which is to help the female supporting role whose life has been robbed by the heroine. Change your life, and make your life more colorful. Step on the scumbag husband, pinch the vicious mother-in-law, take back the brilliant life that originally belonged to us, no longer restricted by the tragic experience of the plot." Gao Feining stretched out 5 fingers, signaling pause. "I don't need the counterattack system, my life is very good now. Although the mother-in-law is poisonous, she is a bit patriarchal and wants grandchildren. She doesn't lack food and clothes for me. She doesn't let me do farm work, so she treats me well. Not to mention my husband, although he is a little poor, he is obedient, he does whatever I ask him to do. If it weren't for the epidemic, my family is now rich, so I don't need a counterattack. Do you have any other functions?" Gao Feining looked forward to the counterattack system to have new functions, such as a portable space, or let her have a special ability. These golden fingers are good. She became more and more excited the more she thought about it. The system was stunned by Gao Feiming's question, unexpectedly. This person did not answer according to the set situation. The system paused for a moment and said, "Sorry, we don't have any other functions for the time being." Gao Feining curled his lips and said, "Then your system is too useless." Chapter 91. The system choked. "The heroine has a portable space. As long as you can counterattack and surpass her, you can get the heroine's golden finger. Don't you want it?" Gao Feining said tilted her head and asked in confusion, "What do I need the heroine's portable space for? You might as well give me a portable space directly, and let me snatch it from others. You are such a shameless system. I am a civilized and polite college student, a college student who will queue up honestly when eating and taking the bus. You actually want me to snatch the heroine's portable space? Too shameless." Gao Feining slowly laid down, closed her eyes, didn't want to care about this system anymore, thought there was a golden finger online, but it turned out to be an unscrupulous merchant who came to cheat her. A simple and kind college student. The system said anxiously, "As long as you can complete the task, you will be rewarded with beauty pills and skin that is as smooth as a baby's." Gao Feining said disdainfully, "No. Do you have any other golden fingers?" She said confidently, "My face is very beautiful. Do you think I need plastic surgery? You are insulting me. Do I need beauty pills? Change a golden finger." The system has never seen such a shameless person. But because of the lack of energy, it cannot choose anyone else. So it can only grit its teeth and say, "I can provide you with a portable space." Seeing Gao Feiming's eyes light up, the system added, "You need to complete the task, and the golden finger will be issued." Gao Feiming was curious. "What task?" "Task, at 12 o'clock tomorrow. There will be an infected person running out of the quarantine area, and the host will take the person to the designated location." Gao Feiming took a look and found that the designated location was near the home of the heroine Gao Qilan. Is this going to make the heroine also suffer from an infectious disease? She frowned and said, "You said she is infected. Not to mention that she is now quarantined at home and cannot go out. What if this infected person infects me?" The system explained, "Host, don't worry. I will open the immune protection shield for you, and you will not be infected." Gal Famine was very skeptical of the system's words, but she did not move and said, "In addition to this task, are there any other tasks?" A transparent medicine bottle appeared out of thin air on her quilt. She picked it up and shook it curiously, and the bottle instantly became colorful. The system explained, "This is a growth promoter. Just sprinkle it on the farmland to restore the growth of crops." Your task is to sprinkle the agent on the farmland. Gal Famine was puzzled. So simple? Gal Famine suppressed her doubts and put the agent in the cabinet. On the other side, Jiang Jun, who was obsessed with waving her arms, was disturbed by the system's ding sound, and her breath was disordered. She frowned to check the situation, and saw that the system panel had issued a new task again. Anomalies in the world have been detected. The heroine will be in danger. Please protect the heroine during this period. If the heroine is injured or dies, the world will be permanently banned. Task time, 48 hours. Task reward, 10,000. Task failure, minus 20,000. Jiang Jun paused when he saw the punishment. He didn't expect that he would lose 20,000 points for a failed mission. The reward was also 1/3 of the mission. Not only Jiang Jun was puzzled by the operation of the system, other taskers also couldn't help but wonder after seeing the mission. Why does the heroine always run into trouble? Is she being targeted? It's unlikely. As the heroine of the small world, she has the aura of the heroine. It seems that there is a problem with this small world. Otherwise, the system would not issue tasks frequently. The taskers who are close to the heroine quickly start to equip themselves. Although they are close and convenient to start, the Longha village where the heroine is located has been blocked. It is still unknown whether they can enter. The taskers who are far away, seeing the tasks issued by the system, said angrily, "I should have known not to run so far. It would be better to stay with the heroine. I don't know if the taskers around can protect the heroine. If they cause me to be deducted points, I will have to let them pay me back even if they chase me to the ends of the earth." He wanted to go to the heroine, but the trains were stopped in all directions. He didn't have a transfer talisman, so he could only watch from the side. Jiang Jun returned to the room and began to think about how to protect the heroine. She was close to the heroine, and the two families were not far apart. She could respond quickly if there was any danger. However, the epidemic outside was serious. If she was accidentally infected, the mission would fail directly. The most important thing was to prevent virus infection. Now Kyoto has begun to develop vaccines. Although it has not been successful, it has produced a drug that can isolate virus infection when sprayed on people. The Kyoto special team has not widely used the drug, but needs further research. She now has 2 bottles of isolation agents in her hand, which are the results of Mr. Feng's display to the department store. The barrier agent has a flaw, that is, it can only cover for 1 hour at a time, and needs to be resprayed in time, otherwise it is easy to be infected with the virus. Jiang Jun took out the barrier agent, stuffed it in his pocket, and put the dagger transformed by the universal prop on his waist, and prepared the healing agent and the snow crystal stone for use in times of crisis. She suddenly remembered the surveillance camera that Xiaobai had been using in the store, which could be used to monitor the heroine. Without further delay, Jiang Jun got a surveillance camera from the store, sprayed the barrier agent on it in the dead of night, and installed the surveillance cameras around her house. The monitor is an interstellar product. It does not require an internet connection, and can be viewed remotely when someone passes by. It also has a prompt function. The next day, the sound of a rooster crowing outside was heard. On the display screen, the heroine was feeding chickens in the yard. It seemed that the heroine was safe and sound, and the crisis had not yet arrived. Then, what kind of misfortune would the heroine who had been isolated at home encounter? With this question, time quickly came to more than 11 o'clock in the morning. Gal Famine sat on the steps inside. Although the system said it was nice and could isolate the virus outside, she was still afraid. She had not even left the house yet, and the system was already scolding her to death in her mind. She felt really wronged. She was just a little timid. "So what?" she kindly suggested. "If the task is urgent, why don't you change a host? I don't want your golden finger anymore. I've thought about it. The portable space is not very good. Although it can hold things, it still needs to be organized. It's too troublesome. You can find someone else." The system's scolding sounded again. Gal Famine shrank her head. The system said fiercely, "Host, please complete the task in time. If you fail, the host will be punished." Gal Famine was surprised. "Why is there a punishment? You said that before. Today is different from the past." The host should complete the task as soon as possible to avoid punishment. The system didn't believe that she was still disobedient. Gal Feining muttered, as expected, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." She spread her hands. "Punish me. I don't want to go out. What if I get infected with the virus? I don't want to have rashes all over my body. Nor do I want to have a high fever. Punish me. Punish me if you can." Hey. She didn't believe it. This broken system punished her. It was so stingy when it was given a golden finger. How could it punish her? She didn't believe it. The system was so angry that its voice trembled. "Don't go too far. Don't think I dare not punish you." An electric shock passed through Gal Feiming's body, and the pain came instantly. Her whole body was numb. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell down the stairs instantly. Gal Feiming's last thought was, "MD, this little broken system is really capable. It hurts her to death." Shi Wei saw his wife fell again, screamed, "Wife!" Almost instantly, Jiang Jun's system panel and Xiao Bai appeared in front of her at the same time. Abnormality found? Abnormality found? Within 50 meters, host. Please capture it quickly. Xiao Bai said excitedly, "Quick! There's something good. Hurry up." Without waiting for Jiang Jun to react, he had already rushed out quickly. Jiang Jun quickly followed him and came to the Shi family courtyard. The Shi family courtyard is now very lively. Gal Feining fainted again. Shi Wei screamed. Shi Bing watched the excitement. Shi Yu held the child and looked out. Shi's mother despised. Shi's father quickly made room. Lu Shihong and the child stood aside curiously. Shi Miao shouted, "Second," and fainted again. Jiang Jun saw that no one else could see Xiao Bai, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Bai rushed straight to Gal Feining, who fainted on the ground. I don't know what method he used, but he actually pulled a ball of black thread out of Gal Feining's head. The counterattack system panicked. "What are you doing? Let me go!" If it had known earlier, it would not have taught this stupid host a lesson. Now its energy has been exhausted, and it has no energy to resist the system that suddenly appeared. It was filled with regret, but it was too late. Xiao Bai took advantage of its weakness and quickly caught the fleeing counterattack system. Seeing that Xiao Bai was about to succeed, the Doomsday system hurriedly said, "Please quickly capture the invader." Unfortunately, after Xiao Bai caught the black ball of thread, he immediately stuffed it into his mouth, and the Doomsday system's action of issuing tasks also came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Bai burped at Jiang Jun and said, "Fortunately, it revealed its flaws. Otherwise, we would not be able to catch it." Jiang Jun wondered, "What is that ball of black thread?" Xiao Bai explained, "It is a thief who broke in from the outside world. He makes a living by harming the world's fortune. Under normal circumstances, he will not appear in the Doomsday world, because small worlds like the Doomsday world are already shaky. If there are thieves, it will inevitably cause the small world to collapse. But it can come in, which means there are more thieves. Now I understand why the Doomsday system protects the heroine so frequently. If there are thieves, then everything can be explained." The Doomsday system knew that it could not hide it, and before Xiao Bai revealed it, it explained in person. The small world of natural disasters and man-made disasters. The difficulty of the world has been upgraded. A large part of the reason is that someone has released the thief, which is specifically aimed at the protagonist of the small world. Once the protagonist of the small world encounters an accident, this world will collapse immediately. The world consciousness sent me a request. The protagonist must be protected, and the mission must be carried out. Therefore, I reached a consensus with the world consciousness to protect the heroine from harm during the mission. This Doomsday world is not under our control. We don't know what disaster will happen next. The tasker can choose to withdraw from this mission by himself, and there is no penalty for withdrawal. So that's it. Jiang Jun suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Doomsday system seemed to have changed since arriving in this world. It always revolves around the heroine. It turned out that it had made a deal with the world consciousness. Jiang Jun thought of the strange things in Zhang's shop, and suddenly said, "Since the world consciousness is making a deal with you, system, I also have bargaining chips, and want to make a deal with the world consciousness of this world." The Doomsday system said strangely, "What kind of deal do you want to make with her?" Jiang Jun's mouth curled up. "My shop is not used for nothing. Since it is used, I also want to collect some compensation. Besides, you also said that there are still many thieves in this world. You can't just issue tasks, and the taskers can't always revolve around the heroine. Why not solve the problem from the root? I can let the country take action to quickly screen the thieves. Wouldn't it be more convenient and labor-saving? As soon as she finished speaking, a flashing light suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, and a vague voice from the universe sounded. Heavy and steady. Chapter 92. The world consciousness said coldly, "What do you want from me?" Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and he winked at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun pondered and said, "I hope you can give me a special ability." "Oh, no specific requirements?" Jiang Jun shook her head. She didn't dare to ask for too much. As long as she could awaken her ability, it would be enough. "Then I will give you the ability after you succeed." Jiang Jun clenched the jade pendant in her hand and asked, "Do you have any suggestions for searching for thieves?" 5 or 6 jade pendants appeared out of thin air in front of her, all of which were engraved with phoenixes spreading their wings and flying lifelike. Within 100 kilometers, the jade pendant will sense the thief. When the distance is only 500 meters, it will actively capture the thief. You can use these jade pendants. The rest is all yours. I hope you can keep your promise. After that, the white light in front of Jiang Jun disappeared instantly, and only the voice of the world consciousness echoed in his ears. The Doomsday system interrupted and said, "The thief is not so easy to find. You are too hasty to trade with it." Xiao Bai said worriedly, "What will you do if you don't catch the thief?" Jiang Jun smiled and said, "Try it first. If it doesn't work, we still have the store's related matters to discuss. Anyway, it's not a loss." Zhang's department store helped the world consciousness transfer so much high technology, and it must get some compensation. Seeing that she had a plan, the Doomsday system stopped interfering and reminded her, "Don't forget that there are still tasks to be done. The heroine is not out of danger yet." Xiao Bai suddenly realized, "I remember that when it devoured the thief, I found from its memory that an infected person would run out at noon. Not only that, it also had a soil poison in its hand. This poison can corrode the crops in the fields, and the seedlings of the entire small world will wither." While absorbing energy, Xiao Bai continued to extract the thief's memory. Unfortunately, he could only dig out this information, and the rest was hidden by another force. Jiang Jun took advantage of the chaos in the Shi family, and under Xiao Bai's command, stole the poisonous soil agent and carefully stored it. The infected person who broke out from the other side followed the guidance of his system, bypassed many obstacles, and finally arrived at the location of Lungha village where the heroine was. The infected person frowned and said, "Are you sure there is medicine that can save me?" He had pimples on his body due to the high fever, which were so dense and scary. He had been desperate and waiting to die. But he didn't expect that a treatment system would suddenly bind him and tell him that he would be cured as long as he followed its arrangements. All the way out of the quarantine area, he did not attract the attention of medical staff. To a large extent, the system helped him hide his tracks, which made him believe the system's words. However, he now had a high fever and was a little exhausted. Someone was supposed to pick him up, but he didn't show up. This made him full of doubts. The cold voice of the treatment system sounded, "Please wait. The pickup person has a problem. Now the host needs to go alone. I will inject a strong needle into the host to reduce the host's infection symptoms." The infected person's arm was numb, and soon, the small bumps on his arm and cheek began to subside. His breathing became smooth, and his exhausted physical strength began to recover. He was overjoyed, and he believed more firmly in what the system said. As long as he holds on, he will definitely recover, because all places are blocked. There is no one on the road, which makes it easier for the infected to find a path. When he saw a village in front of him, he smiled, but when he saw several patrolmen guarding the gate of Lungha village, he restrained his expression. "System, they are all people. What should we do?" The infected person couldn't help but feel anxious. The system said coldly, "Please solve the obstacles by yourself." In the Shi family courtyard, Gao Feimin was sent to the room again. Shi Wei was wearing protective clothing to find a doctor. At this time, the jade pendant in Jiang Jun's hand began to flash a faint light. She quickly snatched Shi Wei's protective suit and said, "I'll go help you call someone, and I'll be back soon." Without anyone's reaction, Jiang Jun put on the protective suit and ran out immediately. Shi Wei only had time to say one sentence. Then, "Be careful." Shi Bing sighed. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. I didn't expect the third daughter-in-law to be so courageous and loyal. She's really a good sister-in-law. The others glanced at him, and then went about their business. Jiang Jun followed the induction of the Phoenix Jade Pendant, and quickly walked towards the village entrance. In an instant, when he was only 2 or 3 steps away from the village entrance, a white light was absorbed by the jade pendant, which made Xiao Bai, who was watching on the side, envious. On the other side, the infected person suddenly felt his strength disappear, panicked, and kept calling the system's name. The movement on his side instantly attracted the attention of the patrol at the village entrance. Someone stepped forward and asked tentatively, "Sir? Hello? What can I do for you? Why are you here? This is a severe isolation area, and you are not allowed to go forward." The infected person did not stop listening to what the person next to him said, but kept calling the system in his heart. There was no response, and the expression on his face collapsed instantly. Small pimples gradually appeared on his arms and cheeks. The high fever and fatigue came over him again. He could not hold on, and sat down on the ground. The people around him saw that his face was red, and pimples quickly appeared on his face. They quickly shouted, "Attention everyone! There is a severely infected person here." The infected person shouted hoarsely, "Save me! Save me! I don't want to die! I don't want to!" In a flash, the virus on the infected person began to attack back. The black hair turned white in an instant, and the pimples on his face burst and oozed pus under the high fever. The people on the side retreated one after another, with serious expressions, and quickly shouted, "Severely infected! Severely infected!" Jiang Yun looked out to check the situation, but was stopped. The staff said seriously, "No passing is allowed in front. Please observe the order." Jiang Yun told the news that someone fainted at home, and the staff's expression relaxed, and turned to look at the commotion in front of him. "I'll get a medicine box, and I'll go to your house to check on the patient." After the staff got the equipment, they followed Jiang Yun to the Shi family, and the sound of the system completing the task also sounded at this time. Other taskers who were guarding near the heroine's house suddenly received the news that the task was completed, and they were stunned. "Who is it? You acted so quickly. We haven't even started yet, and it's over. Are all these points gone?" A tasker began to pack up and go home quickly. He didn't tell his family about his coming out. If they found out, he might have to be quarantined for a long time. "Go back quickly. You are still watching the fun here. The task is over. Do you want to be infected with the virus and teleport out? Hey, wait for me. Kid, I'll go with you. Do you want the protective suit I just bought from the system mall? I'll sell it to you at a low price." Many taskers wanted to get a share of this task, but they didn't expect that the task would end just after it started. They still had a lot of protective suits from the system mall in their hands. This suit has a certain probability of blocking the infection of the virus, but it can't defend 100%. The protective suits were expensive and unreliable. If it weren't for this mission, they wouldn't have bought them. They didn't expect to lose money. The taskers who were guarding began to evacuate. Gao Qilan, who knew nothing about it, wrung out the clothes and hung them on a thin rope to dry. She also took out fresh vegetables and fruits from the space to change the taste for her parents. The bright sunshine shone on Gao Qilan's body. Even though her side face was bumpy, it couldn't stop the charm she exuded. Zhang's department store suddenly asked to meet with the superiors. Is this mysterious department store finally going to unveil its veil? The leaders of Kyoto dressed neatly and went to the appointment with curiosity about Zhang's department store. Zhang's department store. Many armed forces were stationed next to the building. Chungwang Avenue had been completely blocked. All the armed police special forces gathered here. They cast sharp eyes around to prevent people with bad intentions from approaching. The leaders stepped into Zhang's department store. Looking at this building that appeared frequently in the report, they could not hide their curiosity. They were brought to a meeting room by Ling Yi. There were wooden tables and chairs, and bottled water on them. They had never seen packaging before. In the conference room, several leaders waited for a long time, but no one showed up. They were a little puzzled. Was Zhang's department store playing tricks on them? Just at this moment, the door of the conference room opened and closed again, causing the leaders to turn their eyes involuntarily. A little man was hanging in the air, wearing a suit and formal attire, with a handsome face and a serious look. But it was always a little out of place, which made people laugh. However, the leaders who were studying drinking water in the conference room suddenly saw a little man appear, and they dropped the bottles in their hands. Some people even stood up in disbelief, and others wiped their eyes in a hurry. Only the person sitting in the first seat was still calm. After his pupils shook for a moment, he had no reaction. Xiao Bai looked at the reactions of the others, who had never seen the world with disdain. He was very satisfied with the person sitting in the first seat. He flew to the person and said, "Hello. I am the agent of Zhang's department store. Just call me Xiao Bai." The first person was Feng Mingqing, the head of the Blue Country. He said calmly, "Hello. I am Feng Mingqing, the head of the Blue Country government." Xiao Bai flew to the small chair in the center of the conference room. "I came here to discuss important matters with you. I believe you also know that the epidemic in your world is spreading rapidly." Feng Mingqing was originally wondering why there was a mini chair on the conference table. It turned out that it was prepared by Boss Bai. When other leaders saw it, their mouths twitched. After hearing what Xiao Bai said, Feng Mingqing quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Bai. Do you know the inside story?" Xiao Bai pointed with his fingers. "I only know a little. But I can tell you clearly that your world is invaded by external forces. You must expel them as soon as possible. Otherwise your world will collapse sooner or later." The leader next to him was surprised. "Collapse? Why should our world collapse? External forces? Are they aliens? How can we expel them? Our technology is so backward. Isn't this just letting others bully us?" Feng Mingqing signaled others to calm down. And he calmly asked, "In this case, what is your purpose in looking for us?" He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind to tell them such an important thing. Xiao Bai smiled and said, "I have tools here that can help you find the external forces hidden in the crowd, and can also provide you with high-tech support. But it's not free." Chapter 93. Feng Mingqing's eyes lit up, and he calmed down in an instant. "Whatever you want, just ask, we can do it, and we will do our best to meet your needs." Xiao Bai said calmly, "I don't have many requirements. While I stay in this world, you must promote my department store so that I can have more customers." Feng Mingqing nodded. "That's okay. The request is so simple?" As expected, Xiao Bai changed his tone and said, "During the cooperation period, the high-tech products you manufacture will be sold by me first. If you produce them in large quantities later, you will give me half of the products. And I will buy them according to the price of raw materials. This hasn't happened yet. Half of the products have been taken away by others." Feng Mingqing's face changed a little, but he also knew that if there was no Zhang's department store, they might not be able to produce them even if they were delayed for a century. In this case, there is nothing wrong with prepaying the product in advance. And it also pays the cost. Feng Mingqing thought about it and agreed. "Okay. We agree to this request." Xiao Bai stood up and flew in front of everyone. "In this case, I will also show you my sincerity." Xiao Bai waved his hand, and the solid and heavy wall suddenly turned into a transparent glass wall. The leaders who were watching on the side couldn't help but stand up, staring at everything happening in front of them, fearing to miss a second. Outside Zhang's department store, the armed police on guard noticed the changes in Zhang's department store. The flashing signboard on the building suddenly disappeared, the bricks and tiles, and the stones also changed, and the red iron door turned into wood in an instant. These changes shocked them. The lieutenant colonel beside him also noticed something was wrong. His face changed drastically, and he strode into Zhang's department store to check the situation, only to see that the building was empty. The lieutenant colonel suppressed the shock in his heart, and calmly directed the stunned armed police soldiers beside him to surround the place layer by layer. When Mr. Feng, who followed him, saw this scene, he had a look of understanding on his face, as if he had expected it. When the lieutenant colonel saw it, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help asking, "What is going on? What is going on with Zhang's department store? Does it have superpowers? It can actually disappear out of thin air. This is simply unbelievable." At the end, the lieutenant colonel's voice revealed a sense of collapse. Mr. Feng shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything, and only sighed. "I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a sci-fi scene when I am old. It's worth it." Seeing his calm expression, the lieutenant colonel couldn't help choking. Just when he wanted to ask more questions, the surroundings suddenly changed, and the commodity shelves that had disappeared suddenly appeared in front of them. The salesperson looked at them as if nothing had happened, and asked them to leave with a smile on his face. "This store is temporarily closed." The lieutenant colonel who was kicked out stood on the stairs of Zhang's department store, calming his heart, which was beating because of the scene he had just seen. The other armed police looked at each other, suspecting that there was something wrong with their eyes. Something so beyond their cognition actually happened in front of them. After the lieutenant colonel calmed down, he shouted at the armed police who were guarding, "Keep this matter in your heart, and don't tell anyone, and those who violate it will be dealt with according to military orders." "Yes," the other armed police responded. In the meeting room, the leaders saw the grassland glaciers and mountain streams outside through the glass. They thought it was fake, and went out to feel it. They were shivering with cold. Then, they believed everything in front of them. The move of Zhang's department store obviously shocked them. However, one person was the opposite of everyone's surprised expression. That was Feng Mingqing. His face was full of excitement, and his eyes were fixed on Xiaobai. It seems that cooperating with Zhang's department store is right. With such a strong help, Blue Country is bound to become the most powerful country on the planet, and will never be controlled by other countries again. Xiaobai's negotiations are going smoothly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the fish to bite. The epidemic in Lan Country lasted for more than a year. Longha village has been under blockade. Even the thieves can't get close. And Kyoto has screened out a lot of thieves by testing, making them quieter instantly, and the heroine is no longer in danger. After another half a year, Kyoto finally developed a vaccine and started nationwide injection. When all the viruses were eliminated, another half a year had passed. During this year, the global temperature has been low, and the hot summer is not coming for a long time. People have also gone from being anxious and confused at the beginning to being accustomed to it now. Jiang Jun put a sweater on Shichio, put on a small mask, put on small cloth shoes, and then tied a rope on his hand before he felt relieved. Be honest later. Don't run around in the county town. Understand? Shichio sat obediently on the bed, letting Jiang Jun fiddle with her. His little head shook up and down, and he said coquettishly from time to time, "Mom, I want to drink milk." Shichio is young, more than 2 years old, and has reached the age of weaning. He is fed with milk powder occasionally, and eats rice and flour for the rest of the time. After the epidemic was closed, the Shi family's savings were almost consumed. The food has not been good recently. Shichio is not used to the sudden change, and has been pestering Jiang Jun these days. Jiang Jun did not indulge her. "Your belly is already bulging. Why are you still drinking milk? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Your dad is waiting outside." There are 2 trucks parked at the entrance of Longha village, full of people, all of whom are going to the county town to get grain seeds. Now the government has distributed a new grain seed for free, saying that it can grow at low temperatures. So the villagers rented a truck and prepared to get some back to plant. On the truck, Gao Qilan squeezed on the side, surrounded by sacks of bedding and food. Schools that were suspended due to the epidemic have also resumed classes. She looks like she is preparing to go back to school. Gao Qilan smiled at Jiang Jun when she saw her, although there were some scars on her right cheek. They were obviously lighter than before. It seemed that the spiritual spring in her hand was not bad. Jiang Jun also nodded in response. Shi Miao saw Ensan in the car and quickly reached out to take Shichio. As Shichio giggled, his cheek pressed against her belly. He said excitedly, "Chio is here too. Sister, I want to hug her too." Chio always smelled of milk, and her skin was white and tender. It was so comfortable to hug her. Gao Feimin sighed, finally. "We can go out." Others also agreed secretly. After being trapped at home for a long time, it's necessary to go out and have a good look. Gao Feimin looked at Gao Qilan with envy, and couldn't help sighing. She didn't expect that the system she just got would be gone like this. On second thought, the system that was gone was obviously shoddy. Thinking of the natural disasters and man-made disasters in the past 2 years, it felt a little wrong. It didn't seem like a farming story, but more like a doomsday story. Gao Feimin looked strange, and then she realized that she wouldn't really have traveled to some doomsday fanfiction. If this was the end of the world, she would die miserably. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she might have really entered the doomsday text. She kept muttering, "It's over. It's over." Wei looked at his wife in confusion. "What's wrong? Is she having a fever again?" He touched her forehead and said, "It's normal." So he ignored her. As soon as they arrived at the county town, Wei knew that he had been too relieved. His wife started to make a big move again. Gao Feimin poked Wei. "Brother Wei, how much money do you have?" Wei replied, "More than 100. What's wrong? Do you want to buy something? Give me the money, I'll buy something." Gao Feimin took the money from Wei and immediately went to the nearest market. Wei followed them worriedly. Shi Bing and others saw the two running away and hurriedly followed them. Jiang Jun and others followed behind. They saw Gao Feimin first went into the cloth shop, bought a lot of cloth, made 2 quilts weighing 5 kilograms, and went to the grain store, bought a few bags of rice and flour, and picked a few seasonings. Shi Bing was stunned and said, "The second son's wife is going to lose everything." Shi Wei also stopped him and said, "Amin, why did you buy so many things? There is still a lot of food we just bought at home, and a lot of quilts." Jiang Jun looked up at Gao Feimin, who was walking around in the market, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Finally, she noticed it, and it was worth her warning during this period. Jiang Jun pretended to think, "Hey, let's buy some from the third brother, so we don't have to make more trips." Shi Yu pulled back Shi Qiu's head, and said excitedly, "Can I buy whatever I want?" Jiang Jun said proudly, "Of course." Shi Bing looked at his younger brother with envy. Since the past 2 years, his younger brother has been able to make a lot of money by hunting in the woods. He also has cooking skills, and got a lot of money from the second brother. It seems that his family has a lot of savings. He was stimulated by his 2 younger brothers. At the last moment, he bought 2 quilts and rice and flour in a rush. When they returned home, Shi Ma looked at the food, cloth and bedding, and her eyes went dark. These prodigals spent all the money in a trip to the county town. After Gao Feimin returned home, she was also upset, fearing that the end of the world would come in the next second. She was motivated to do things as soon as she said she would. Despite Shi Ma's opposition, she dug a basement, built 2 or 3 cellars, and reclaimed the abandoned land in the backyard and planted seasonal vegetables. Fearing that she would spend too much money without hiring workers, she bought bricks and lime, and built a warehouse and firewood room next to it. Jiang Jun not only watched the fun from the side, but also directed Shi Yu to help Gao Feimin build a house, dig a cellar, and build a reservoir, with the help of Jiang Jun and Shi Yu, and Shi Wei's hard work. Shi's mother saw that it was useless to object, and gave up resistance. Shi's father took the opportunity to help, and Shi Bing was called to watch the fun. The family repainted the house in a hurry. Now, in addition to the original room, the Shi family has a well, a basement, 3 cellars, a reservoir, and a livestock pen to protect from wind and rain. Fortunately, there was arable land behind the Shi family's house. As long as no one reported it, it would not have a big impact if the wall was demolished and the land was expanded. Therefore, there was an extra piece of arable land in the backyard of the Shi family. Gao Feimin immediately planted potatoes, radishes, leeks, chives, and other cold-resistant vegetables. Jiang Jun also reclaimed a corner and planted cold-resistant crops distributed by the government, called broken rice seeds. This seed was a grain seed she saved from another world. It was suitable for planting in cold weather. The colder the weather, the higher the yield. The Shi family already had chickens, and they bought ducks and geese, and put lambs and calves in the pen. Gao Feimin didn't know whether she could raise them, but just looking at the full house, her sense of security rose. Chapter 94. A few months passed quickly, and the small world seemed to have restored order, and everything seemed extremely harmonious. One day, the air in the early morning became particularly cold, and layers of mist rose in the air, hanging on the weeds, and the branches and leaves of crops, which made the early rising villagers look into the distance in confusion. The misty white fog soon submerged the entire village, and moved to the villages farther away. Jiang Jun was awakened by a chill, and her cheeks exposed outside the quilt were cold. She got up, and took out a quilt from the cabinet, and covered Shi Qiu with it. As soon as she opened the door, she saw thick white fog rushing into the room. She went out, and quickly closed the door. When she looked up again, the fog outside seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. She looked into the distance, and could only see objects within 50 meters. She could not see anything farther. When Shi Yu saw her coming out, he pulled her to the kitchen, and took out an egg from his arms, and stuffed it into her hand. "Warm your hands before eating." Jiang Jun took it casually, and put it on her cheek. The warmth made her breathe a sigh of relief. Her stiff thoughts finally started to turn. It seemed that another disaster was coming. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Others woke up one after another. After seeing the fog, they were amazed at first, and then they started to get busy. Gao Feimin was a primary school teacher in the village. She got up early every day to go to school. When she saw the thick fog, her heart was in a knot. In her previous life, she was a well-read college student who had read a lot of Doomsday literature. The scene outside always made her doubt. She saw that the white fog outside was getting thicker and thicker, and she was in a constant panic. She asked for leave from school. She turned around and saw the third brother's family going to the county town to sell bamboo baskets for eggs. She couldn't help but follow them. 2 days ago, Longha village just had a bus service. Because the bus was much more convenient to travel between Longha village and the county town. The bus was still in operation. Perhaps because they had not received the news of suspension. The bus arrived at the county town tremblingly. After getting off the bus, Jiang Jun asked in confusion, Fei Min, where are you going? Gao Feiming paused, turned back and smiled. I think the weather is not right. And I want to buy some more things for the house. After the people left, Jiang Jun and his partner sold the bamboo baskets for eggs, and went to the grain store, bought a small cart, loaded 4 or 5 bags of rice, flour and grains, and bought a lot of vegetable seeds and grain seeds. And did not forget the seasonings. Jiang Jun felt the temperature, which was much lower than the previous few days. She did not dare to let her guard down. Finished quilts were expensive, and the two of them did not have much savings. So they bought wholesale cotton and cloth. After returning home, they could ask Lu Shihong to help them make them. Her craftsmanship was pretty good. When they arrived at the bus station, Jiang Jun and Gao Feiming looked at each other with their bags. Seeing Gao Feiming looking at her suspiciously, Jiang Jun said calmly, You make sense. Xiao Yu and I thought about it again and again, and it would be better to buy more food. Gao Feiming didn't know whether she believed it or not. On the way home, the three of them didn't talk to each other all the way. After returning home, the three were lectured by Shima, who kept complaining about the two wasting money. The basement and cellar at home were full of grain. If they continued like this, the grain would get wormy and damp. If they couldn't finish it, it would be a waste of money. The lecture was only temporary. The second and third children had bought the food with their own savings. Shima could only talk, but couldn't stop them. The fog outside was getting thicker and thicker. By the next day, the bus to the county town was stopped, and Gao Feiming's school was also suspended. Shi Bing, Shi Wei, and Shi's father were construction workers in the village, helping the villagers build houses. In such weather, the foreman also asked them to stop working. Shi Bing kicked the bench. Work is suspended again. How can we make money if the work is suspended all the time? Dad, she was also worried. Because of the epidemic, the family's savings were almost gone. Originally, they wanted to work hard and make money during this period, but they didn't expect that there would be another fog and the workers, were also affected. Now the Shi family has not yet split up. The whole family lives together. The son and daughter-in-law pay half of the money for food, drink and accommodation. In the past 2 years, the second family made a lot of money from setting up stalls, and the family became much richer because of this. No one expected that they would be trapped for about 2 years due to the epidemic, and the whole family would live off their savings. The second and third sons built houses and stored food. Shi's father agreed. Today's life is not comfortable. Having some food in hand can make people feel more at ease. Therefore, he was not at all vague about his financial and labor contributions. However, he did not expect to be trapped at home again so soon. Shi's father could not help but sigh. Why are you talking so much? Let's go cut some bamboo later and make some bamboo baskets at home. When the fog clears, we can sell them. Jiang Yun taught Shiyu how to weave bamboo baskets. The two of them made a lot of money by weaving bamboo baskets. They could also pay their monthly food expenses on time. Now they are trapped at home. Weaving bamboo baskets is a good skill. Jiang Yun did not hesitate to teach them bit by bit. The foggy weather always shrouded the sky. The village radio issued warnings from time to time, warning villagers not to go out at will. Everyone hoped that the fog would dissipate as soon as possible. The white fog not only did not dissipate, but also became more serious. As long as you enter the fog for 2 or 3 minutes, your throat will feel uncomfortable, and you can't help coughing. I don't know what particles are contained in the fog, causing discomfort to many people. Shi Bing went outside to collect firewood. When he came back, his throat was itchy, and he kept coughing and retching. His face turned red from coughing, which scared Lu Shihong and others. Lu Shihong worriedly said, Meow Meow's father. Is he okay? Drink some water quickly to calm down. Shi Bing said after catching his breath. You can't stay in the fog outside for too long. Otherwise you won't be able to breathe well, and you won't be able to catch your breath. If they can't go into the fog, where will they get the firewood they need every day? Everyone couldn't help but worry. They also thought about covering their mouths and noses with cloth. Although it was somewhat effective, but it didn't last long, and they would have difficulty breathing again after a while. in order to prevent the poisonous fog outside from seeping into the house. Many ventilation openings were blocked. But even so, it couldn't stop the white fog from entering the house through the gaps. Shichio inhaled the mist, and couldn't help coughing a few times. Jiang-jun rubbed her back, and helped her breathe slowly. She couldn't help but worry. Zhang's department store had already handed over the gas masks to the Kyoto Research Institute. But the masks that could effectively block the white mist had not yet been made. If it was delayed any further, the people's lungs would have problems sooner or later. And the children and the elderly would definitely suffer in advance. The 3 children of the Shi family had already contracted the disease of coughing from time to time. And they couldn't delay any further. Kyoto. Feng Mingqing stared at the deal proposed by Zhang's department store without any hesitation. Order from them. And send them to various provinces quickly. It's better to hold on for a while. Zhang's department store provides filters, which can remove some harmful impurities in the fog. It's better to hold on for a while. The order issued by the Kyoto leadership quickly reached the grassroots level. When they received it, they saw a huge mechanical object in front of them. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Air filter? When did our country have such a high-tech product? Don't worry about it. This filter is not cheap. You install it in a spacious and closed gymnasium or library. The more people it can accommodate, the better. If you don't hurry up, more and more people will get sick. There are not only air filters, but also gas masks. There are quite a few gas masks. They are all distributed to everyone at the grassroots level. The villagers of Longha village also have one each. As soon as Jiang-jun got the gas mask, he put it on Shichio's face. He was relieved to see that she was breathing more smoothly. Everyone in the Shi family was busy wearing gas masks. The long-lost broadcast in the village sounded. Ahem. Fellow villagers, the county has built a shelter, which can purify the air. Gather at the square in 2 days, and go to the county to take refuge. When the villagers heard about the shelter, they all looked forward to it. Without the village chief urging them, everyone started packing their luggage to go to the county to take refuge. After hearing this, Shima said, "Hurry up. Pack your luggage. And we will go to the county too." Shi Bing hurriedly said, "If we go early, we may be able to get a good position." Gao Feiming worried. "What about the food in our house? They still have a lot of food at home. If they keep it at home, they are afraid that it will be stolen. They have a lot of food at home, and they will be heartbroken if it is stolen." Shi Bing suggested, "We hide the food in the fields, using crops as a cover. Or hide it in a secluded place on a small hill not far away. The sheep, chickens and ducks at home cannot be moved away just like that." Thinking of this, the Shi family began to worry, and their original joy when they heard about the shelter was instantly reduced by half. The villagers of Longha village also thought of this immediately. If they left, what would happen to the livestock and food at home? If they were asked to kill the livestock, they would not be willing to do so. Therefore, on the second day of departure, only half of the villagers of Longha village came. And even the Shi family decided to stay in the village after some discussion to see the situation. Jiang Yun did not interfere with their decision. He wanted the farmers to abandon their food and houses, unless they had no choice. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would stay in the village. The fog will not dissipate because of the villagers' departure. Looking at the increasingly thick fog, you have to be very careful when walking, making many people feel uneasy, suspecting that they have made the wrong decision. Gao Feiming gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the county. If we stay here like this, we won't be able to leave." Shi Bing, "What about the chickens, ducks and sheep we raise?" Jiang-jun said calmly, "Kill them and eat them." Gao Feiming choked, and then agreed, "Let's kill them, and then air dry or pickle them for storage, and take the food. We have a lot of people, and the order is not chaotic. It's not easy to steal our food." Shi Ma frowned. "We have so many chickens and ducks at home, kill them all? Leave 1 or 2, and go to the county to see if we can raise them, and then kill them if we can't raise them." Gao Feiming thought that wealth should not be exposed, and wanted to make all of them into jerky. Shi Ma disagreed, and the two had different opinions and disagreed. In the end, Gao Feiming gave in. Shi Bing and Shi Wei thought that the two masters could at least save a few chickens and ducks. So they agreed. In this way, the Shi family began to make dried meat and move food in a hurry. Chapter 95. The Shi family's slaughter of chickens and sheep did not hide from the people who stayed in Longha village. When they saw the Shi family's movements, they made up their minds and slaughtered their own livestock. For several days, Longha village was filled with the smell of meat, and everyone took the opportunity to eat and drink to their heart's content. They didn't know if they could eat meat again in the future. The village chief left a tractor when he left last time, which was considered to be a glimmer of hope for everyone. The poisonous fog became more and more serious, and the gas masks on their faces could not prevent its invasion. Other people in Longha village did not dare to stay any longer, and the tractor took everyone to the county town. When they arrived at the county town, there were soldiers guarding both sides of the road. They were allowed to pass only after they reported their address and ID number. And then, they were transferred to the location of Longha village. They were taken to a large factory, which could accommodate about 10,000 people. The factory was divided into several areas, including residential areas, Zichelena restaurant, etc. The area of Longha village was already full, and the Shi family was to be dispersed and assigned to different areas. Jiang Yun and Shi Yu were assigned to the large bunk bed in the easternmost corner, and the Shi Bing and Shi Wei families were arranged together in the bunk bed next to Longha village. Shi's father and mother used all their tricks to squeeze into Longha village. Seeing his youngest son assigned to another area, Shi's father was somewhat worried. Shi Wei also frowned and stood up, wanting to exchange seats with Jiang Jun and the others, but was rejected by Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, we are all in the factory, not far away. We will call you if there is anything. Under Jiang Jun's tough attitude, Shi's father had no choice but to compromise. When distributing food, he gave an extra portion. Shi Bing and Shi Wei did not say anything after seeing it. After sending away Shi Bing and Shi Wei who were delivering food, Jiang Jun and Shi Yu, who was holding Shi Qiu, looked around the big bunk bed. The room was not big. There was a cabinet next to the door, which was used to store personal belongings. There were 3 or 4 families living in it. All of them were separated by sheets, forming an independent space. The residents in the room looked at Jiang Yun and the other 2 warily, and glanced at the grain bags under their feet, and then turned their eyes away. Jiang Yun and the other person walked to the empty bed in the corner, took out the sheets from the bag, and followed the way of the people next to them, and surrounded them, blocking the eyes of others. Shi Qiu's tense little face relaxed instantly, and she whispered, "Mom, are we going to live here in the future?" Jiang Yun touched her little head and nodded softly. "Don't worry. Dad and Mom will protect you." The bed was a single bed, which was a little difficult for the 3 of them to sleep on. So Jiang Yun went outside to find a patrolman, who brought in a bunk bed. The single bed and the lower bunk were combined to form a double bed, and the upper bunk could also hold some extra bedding. After making the bed and putting away the belongings, she heard the ringing of the radio above her head and the sound of hurried footsteps in the room. She looked around and found that everyone in the room had run out, leaving only the old man in front of the door watching. After asking around, she found out that the factory had distributed meals. The factory provided a free lunch. If you wanted 3 meals a day, you had to join the work department and work outside. If you were lucky, you would work indoors. And if you were unlucky, you would work outdoors. Outdoors, you would be attacked by poisonous fog, but the pay was higher than indoors. She was guarding the room. Jiang Jun went to get food. After showing her ID card, she got a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. It is not allowed to collect food on behalf of others. You must come in person. Jiang Jun had no choice but to go back and let Shi Yu get another bowl. The hot water here is available at limited times in the morning and evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Jun lined up with a thermos to get water. When she returned to the room, she found that there were a few more people in the room. They should be people who went to work and came back. A woman next to Jiang Jun greeted him. "Good evening. You are new here, right? Just call me Aunt Shen. We will be in the same room from now on. Please let me know if you need anything." Jiang Jun smiled and replied, "Thank you very much, Aunt Shen. Our family has just arrived here, and we don't know anything. We will have to trouble you in the future." Through Aunt Shen, Jiang Jun learned about the other 4 families living in this room. Aunt Shen's family of 5. The couple, their son, daughter-in-law and grandson live here. The family in front of the door is Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. When they go out to work, they can share some food as a reward for their help in looking after the house. On the other side of Aunt Shen lived a young couple, who usually went out early and came back late, and they didn't have much contact. On the other side of Jiang Yun lived a pair of brothers. The older one was in his 20s, and the younger one was in his teens. Jiang Yun talked about the difficult situation of their family, which satisfied Aunt Shen's gossip. She pretended to sigh and said, I don't know if there is a job suitable for me here. Anshin said, as a person who had experienced it. What's so difficult about this? Find the administrator. Sneak some food. And you can always get a job. Life is not easy now. And having a job is better than anything else. The administrator is the manager of the entire area. And work allocation, personnel management, etc. are all under his control. Jiang Jun sent some food to Aunt Chin and asked her to help with the matter. The next day, it was done. She gave Aunt Chin a thank you gift. And Aunt Chin smiled and said, Sister Jiang, why are you so polite? Come to me if you have any problems in the future. The job Aunt Chin arranged for Jiang Jun was neither good nor bad. It was weeding in the outdoor greenhouse. And she was provided with 3 meals a day. She could also receive 30 kilograms of rice and flour every month. Except for the dangerous fog outside. The work was not too tiring. Jiang Jun began to slowly adapt to the environment of the big bunk bed. On the other hand, Kyoto also made progress in the search for the thief. They found the thief hidden in the human body with the help of the Phoenix Jade pendant, and also came into contact with the secrets of this world. Kyoto head office. Feng Mingqing looked at the report in his hand, carefully marking every word said by the thieves and what happened around them. The most frequent one was the protagonist, the words in the book. Connecting all the words, his hands trembled slightly, and then the final report summary in his hand. The researcher's speculation was clearly written on it. The handwriting was sloppy, and it could be seen that the person who wrote this sentence was in a state of ups and downs. I suspect the world is a book. Such an absurd conclusion actually appeared in a scientific report. How incredible. Feng Mingqing's eyes were a little dazed. And then he thought of Zhang's department store's ability to transcend the times. It seemed that everything was proving the correctness of his conclusion. He remembered that Zhang's department store said that their world was about to collapse. He couldn't help but clench his hand holding the report. It seemed that he still underestimated the word collapse. The world they lived in was actually a book. Was Zhang's department store also one of the insiders? Feng Mingqing's heart was fluctuating. He looked down at the report again. The name and condition of the protagonist were not revealed on it. It seemed impossible to find the protagonist of the world. Feng Mingqing called his subordinates over, arrange a vehicle, and go to Zhang's department store. Zhang's department store. Xiaobai sat on a small chair and accepted Feng Mingqing's questioning. He smiled calmly and said, Is your world a book or not? Is it important? Just because it is a book, you are going to give up on yourself? Or, after knowing that it is a book, you can save the world? Feng Mingqing opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. Xiaobai never thought that he could hide this from Feng Mingqing, and it was natural for him to find out. Now that his worldview has been broken, he could understand that he has come to question. I suggest you don't inquire about the protagonist's information at will. You want to protect this world. I know you want to protect the protagonist. But how can you guarantee that others have the same idea as you? You have to understand that if there is a problem with the protagonist in your world, everyone in your world will not be able to survive. Feng Mingqing murmured. Then can we just sit and wait for death? Xiaobai said disdainfully. Of course not. You have me to help you here. How can you just sit and wait for death? Besides, I have given you the Phoenix Jade pendant. You can solve the problem right from the beginning. Since you are my partner, I can give you a small suggestion. Build a base as soon as possible. He kindly reminded him that it was still unknown what disaster would happen next in this world if he didn't act quickly. Feng Mingqing suppressed his doubts and probed, where do you think it would be more appropriate to build a base? Xiaobai thought of the information about Feng Mingqing in his hand, looked at him straight for the first time, curled his lips and smiled, pressed his index finger on the map, and drew a circle. It was the location of Jiang Jun and others. A large number of people with Phoenix Jade pendants appeared beside the heroine. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to take the risk to approach the heroine. Xiaobai said, remember to build a building for me. Feng Mingqing took the map and turned away with satisfaction. The news of Kyoto's relocation of the capital to build a base spread among the top leaders. Even though the specific location has not been determined, some people have been looking for information everywhere, trying to spend a huge amount of money to enter the base. However, building a base is not something that can be built easily. The construction engineers held the requirements in their hands. Their faces were full of black lines. They had never seen such a demanding construction plan. It must not only be earthquake resistant, cold resistant, and high temperature resistant, but also create a base with internal and external circulation, and include various functions such as planting, breeding, water storage and filtration. This is simply too difficult for people. They originally thought that the upper-level leaders were joking, but they didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, overnight, senior construction engineers were directly requisitioned, and no one knew where they went. A factory in the county was requisitioned, and there were many soldiers inside and outside. People who went out on missions just looked at it curiously and looked away. Almost at the same time, large-scale bases were being built all over the country. People who had lost their jobs due to the thick fog were overjoyed and rushed to sign up. Hexian was no exception. Shi's father, Shi Bing, and Shi Wei had experience in building houses, so they were easily hired. There was a high chance of contracting respiratory infections when building houses outside, so the working hours were shortened, and people were replaced after only 4 hours of work a day. The salary was high, the treatment was good, and the work was easy. Everyone wanted to join in, and even the people in Jiang Yun's house rushed to compete for the quota, because there were so many people competing for the job. Some indoor jobs were left idle. Jiang Jun took the opportunity to move from the greenhouse to indoor filter maintenance. Although the salary was low, the work was easy and simple. She only needed to check if the filter was faulty, and then replace the activated carbon in it to maintain the normal operation of the filter. She also found a gatekeeper for Shiyu. He only needed to stand in the guard room and watch people swipe their ID cards. The salary was low, but she and Shiyu did not have high requirements. As long as they could get by on the surface, it was fine. After work at night, Jiang Jun and their room were silent. The two of them worked. Shi Qiu was usually taken care of by Grandma Lu. Sometimes, he would be sent to Shima. She took Shi Qiu from Grandma Lu and asked quietly. It turned out that there was a conflict between the two families. Chapter 96. Although the construction team was short of people, it was not easy to get in. Aunt Chen's son was lame, and he did not pass the review, so she bribed the staff in every possible way and arranged for her son to get in. However, when her son got in, the husband of the young couple was squeezed out. Su Ming had a strong physique, and he passed the review project easily, and he was determined to get the job. Those with worse physique than him passed, but there was no news about him. She felt something was wrong and asked someone to find out. When she found out, she found that he was replaced by someone else, and that person was from the same room. She was furious and beat Aunt Chen's son Chen Yo. Uncle Chun and Aunt Chen were furious, and the two sides started fighting. They were all taken away by the patrolman, which was why the atmosphere in the house was so quiet. After Jiang Jun learned what happened, she thought that she would not have a peaceful life in the future. She coaxed the sleepy Shi Qiu, wake up, eat, and then go to sleep. Shi Qiu rubbed her eyes. Mom and Dad, you are back. Before Jiang Jun took out the food, the two quiet brothers next to him walked towards Jiang Jun. The eldest Yan Tian had a tense face, and the younger Yan Qing smiled shyly at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun asked with a smile, do you have something to say? The two brothers are usually very taciturn, and they come to my house now, so there must be something. Yan Qing said embarrassedly, Sister Jiang, I want to ask if your maintenance department is still hiring? Jiang Jun raised her eyebrows. She thought the two brothers must join the construction team. Jiang Jun, we are still hiring, but the salary is low. I don't know if you will accept it. Yan Qing waved her hand quickly and said, It's okay if the salary is low. He was young and weak, the construction team would not accept him, and he lost his previous job, and now he can only choose a low-paying job. Yan Tian bowed and thanked him. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just ask me. I'll trouble Miss Jiang later. Jiang Jun, it's okay, Yan Qing. You can just come to our maintenance department tomorrow. We are just short of people there. The two left. Jiang Jun drew the bed curtain, took out a small table, took out the isolation cover, blocked the sound and smell, then took out the spicy hot pot and rice from the space Shi Qiu's was baby food, and placed it on the table. She handed the rice to Shiyu. Eat it, you've been talking about it all day. Since morning, Shiyu has been clamoring for spicy hot pot. After working all day, it's time to reward him. Shiyu said happily, Thank you. Yun Yun is so nice. Shi Qiu licked her lips. Mom, I want to eat it too. Jiang Jun refused. No. It's too spicy. Shi Qiu obediently retracted her gaze. She knew from a young age that her mother could make things happen. The milk powder, candies, and rubber bands she ate were all made by her mother. This was a secret between her and her mother. Shi Qiu had always kept her mouth shut, since she was a child. Jiang Jun had never worried that Shichio's age novel would be spread out. Even if she did, no one would believe it. After dinner, Jiang Yun took Shichio, who was blindfolded, to the bedroom in the shop to take a shower, changed clothes, and sprayed odor masking agent before leaving. He turned around and sent Shi Yuan to take a shower. After everything was packed up, the lights outside began to go out. Aunt Chen's family and Su Ming and his wife still hadn't returned. The next day, just before going to work, Jiang Yun learned that Aunt Chen's family had been punished and the job was returned to Su Ming. Since then, Aunt Chen's resentful eyes have been constantly directed at Su Ming, and the peace in the house has been broken. Jiang Yun and Shi usually go out early and come back late, turning a blind eye to the conflict between the two families and doing what they should do. It was just that I heard that the construction team had an extra protective suit when they went to work, which greatly reduced the chance of getting sick, and triggered a new round of construction fever. Everyone wanted to join the construction team. When Aunt Chen and her family heard about it, they really wanted to slap Su Ming and his wife. Once the newly developed protective suits and gas masks in Kyoto were released, they instantly caused controversy abroad. They didn't believe that Lan Country was the first to produce products before them. They opposed it verbally, but they were no less enthusiastic in action. They quickly bought up all the protective suits and gas masks developed by Lan Country on the market. Once they tried them on, they instantly felt as thin as wings, and their breathing became smoother. They were even more comfortable to wear. The protective clothing and gas masks that have caused controversy and a buying craze abroad are also on sale in Jiang Yun's factory. Except for employees in special jobs who can get free protective clothing, others have to buy it if they want to get it, but the price is not cheap. Jiang Yun's monthly salary is 2,000 blue coins. A protective clothing costs 999 blue coins, which is half of her monthly salary. The filter is replaceable and needs to be replaced once a month. One piece costs 500 blue coins. This almost costs her a month's salary. Moreover, the frequency of using blue coins is not high. Except for the blue coins issued by government agencies, they all trade in exchange for grain. In other words, Jiang Jun has no money. Protective clothing cannot be bought with grain, but with blue coins. Soon, the original practice of paying with grain gradually changed to star coins. The chaotic grain transactions in the market also began to be rectified, and the wages of the construction team were also changed to star coins. As soon as the currency was adjusted, the market began to change, and the social order gradually stabilized. Jiang Jun touched his chin. It seems that Feng Mingqing still has a hand. Shi's father, Shi Bing, and Shi Wei are now working in a construction team. Their living conditions have improved a lot, and they are eating a lot better. It seems that the food in the construction team is good. When Jiang Jun got off work, Shi Wei stopped her and said that he had something for her. It just so happened that she also wanted to see Gao Qilan's situation, so she didn't refuse. Since she came to the county factory, the system has not issued any tasks, and she has paid less attention to Gao Qilan. She doesn't know how she is doing now. Under the leadership of Shi Wei, Jiang Jun followed him to the 5th floor, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It seems that the Shi family has moved to a new house. If Lonla Village on the 2nd floor and her big bunk bed on the 1st floor are the lowest level, then the 5th floor can be said to be a well-off stage. There are small apartments converted from offices, rooms with kitchens and bathrooms, and the living environment is more than twice as good as theirs. Shi Wei took her to the first room at the corner of the 5th floor. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Shihong, Gao Feinin, and others came up with smiles. Xiaoyun is here. Come in quickly. Dating went to invite Lao San. Xiuqiu is here too. And Miao Miao and the other two are playing with her. Lu Shihong moved a stool for Jiang Yun and brewed a cup of tea. 2 minutes later, Shi Yu was brought in with a puzzled look on her face. After seeing Jiang Jun, her eyes lit up and she sat down beside her. Shi Qiu heard the noise and came out, running over, Mom and Dad. Seeing such a big scene, Jiang Jun took another look at the house and understood. This apartment has 3 bedrooms and a living room, which is just enough to accommodate Shi's father, mother, Shi Bing, and Shi Wei's family. The room is not big, only 80 square meters, and the living room is so small that even a person can't stand in it. Not to mention that the chickens and ducks raised by Shi's mother are also penned in the corner of the house. Dad, she smiled awkwardly. I feel bad that you two live in a big bunk bed. He took the package handed by Mom Shi put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Jiang Yun. I bought you protective clothing and gas masks. It's foggy outside, so you can have some protection when you go out. Dad, she hesitated and couldn't say anything. Mom, she gritted her teeth and held Jiang Yun's hand, wiping her tears and sobbing. Xiao Yun, since you married into our family, you have never enjoyed a day of happiness. Mom feels sorry for you. Your eldest brother and second brother spent all their savings to buy this room. We really don't have the money to change to a bigger one. You have to live in the big bunk bed for a while. Mom will find a way to change you to a room. When we have a big house in the future, I will definitely leave a big room for you so that you can come and enjoy it. Mom, she narrated the whole story with tears in her eyes, and finally wiped her eyes sadly. Shi Wei said ashamedly, "Third brother, sister-in-law, your second sister-in-law is pregnant. The family is short of money. There is really no extra money." Gao Feimin saw Jiang Jun looking at her. She covered her belly and hid, and looked back with a smirk. After marrying into the Shi family, she had not been pregnant for 4 or 5 years, and she was often complained by Shi's mother. She did not expect that in such a chaotic situation, she would suddenly get pregnant. This child came at an inopportune time, just like her, suddenly entering this book world without any signs. Jiang Yun pulled his hand out of Shima's hand, and said with a smile, "Then I will wait for my mother's big house. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. If the party is too late, it will be time to turn off the lights." Lu Shihong said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, please stay for dinner before leaving." Jiang Yun shook his head, "No. We have to go back." Shima looked at Jiang Yun, and she used resolute backs. The good fortune of her youngest son made her forget his specialness. How could the third daughter-in-law, with her stupid son and granddaughter, survive in this doomsday? She wanted to call them, but she couldn't open her mouth. Shi's father called her in from inside the house. She turned her head and looked at the whole family inside. Finally, she stepped in without saying a word. Jiang Jun understood their difficulties, but could not forgive their behavior. Fortunately, Jiang Jun and Shi Yu were not the original bodies, and they did not need to rely on the Shi family. Looking at Shi Yu, who was coaxing the child next to her, Jiang Jun smiled. "What are we having tonight?" "Braised pork ribs." "Mom, I want to eat too." Wu is Shi Chio's silver bell-like laughter. Jiang Jun and Shi Yu's life had to continue. In the next few days, the original body's parents came to the door and urged Jiang Yun to remarry. The Shi family moved to the 5th floor without saying anything, and cruelly threw their youngest son to the big bunk bed. "If you don't remarry now, do you want to suffer with that kid?" The original owner's parents had no good intentions. This time, they found a new owner for the original owner, and even took money. Jiang Jun immediately drove them out. They gave the betrothal gifts, but the woman was not married. The man was not willing to marry her, and he came to her house to force her to marry him. I was beaten up by Shi Yu. Later I heard that the original body's parents were taught a lesson. The betrothal gifts they had cheated him of were gone, and the whole family was driven out of Longha village on the 2nd floor. Jiang Jun didn't take these things to heart. When she got home and saw Gao Feimin coming again, she couldn't help but feel a little headache. Since the last incident, Jiang Jun had less contact with the Shi family. But Gao Feimin would bring things to Jiang Jun from time to time, and she would smile, which made it difficult for her to say harsh words. "You are pregnant now. Why are you here again?" Gao Feimin didn't care about Jiang Jun's bad tone, but hugged Shi Chio and coaxed her. "Are the cookies delicious?" Shi Chio smiled, "Delicious. Thank you, second aunt." Gao Feimin smiled and said, "Then second aunt, come again next time." She looked at Shi Chio, who was raised plump by Jiang Jun and his wife, and couldn't help but imagine what her child would look like. Shi Miao and Shi He have lost a lot of weight, but Shi Chio is still fair and tender. It seems that Jiang Jun and Shi Yu gave the food to the children. Gao Feimin stood up. "Sister-in-law, I'm leaving first. You can do your work." She left, leaving Jiang Jun standing there confused, not understanding what she came here for. On the other side, Aunt Chen's grandson looked at Shi Chio enviously. "Grandma, I want to eat biscuits too." Aunt Chen was about to smile and ask Jiang Jun for a piece, but the next second, Shi Chio stuffed it into her mouth in 2 bites and ate it all. Aunt Chen choked before she could finish her words, and couldn't help muttering, "Little girl, you are so cunning. What are you eating? Our family is so poor, and you are still eating biscuits." Not knowing who she was talking about, Aunt Chen took her grandson and left. Chapter 97. The Hexian base has not been built yet. A sudden torrential rain poured down. The thick fog was instantly broken into pieces, forming water drops falling on the ground, and the fog covering the sky began to dissipate. At the moment when the fog dissipated, people saw the long-lost sky, and joy burst out from the bottom of their hearts. However, this torrential rain brought not only rain, but also violent storms, and the howling wind swept across the entire land. An unprecedented tornado carried bricks, iron sheets, and other debris, and moved towards the surrounding areas. The leaders of He County saw this scene, and their faces suddenly changed. They shouted, "Quick! Call people to hide in the air raid shelter." When the base was established, the air raid shelter had been planned. The air raid shelter was built as soon as possible, and it was put to use now. The city alarm sounded. Jiang Jun quickly rolled up the bed and stuffed it into the bag. Shiyu carried the grain bag. And fortunately, the two of them did not have much on the surface. In an instant, all their belongings were taken away. Shiyu hugged Shichio tightly, and Jiang Jun followed behind. Under the guidance of the staff, the two of them quickly entered the air raid shelter. The air raid shelter was very large, with several stone pillars in the middle for support, and only cement on the sides, which looked clean and smooth, and people who entered found a space to sit down at random. Jiang Jun found a corner, the angle between two walls. She took out the bedding from the bag, spread it on the ground, and then used the angle to pull a sheet and hang it on it, creating a secret space. After laying out the bedding, she took out the quilt, wrapped Shichio tightly, and let her sleep for a while. The evacuation notice was at night, and Shichio was forced to wake up just halfway through her sleep, and now she fell asleep as soon as she lay down. The others came out in a hurry, and only brought food with them, unlike Jiang Yun and his partner, who brought everything with them. Therefore, when they looked at Jiang Yun in the corner, they had more envy and greed in their eyes. The Yin brothers also followed Jiang Yun into the same air raid shelter. Before leaving, Yin Qing also followed Jiang Yun and brought out bedding and quilts. Yin Tian sat on the right side of Jiang Yun's family amid the eager eyes of the crowd. Yin Tian was strong and his arm muscles were tight, which instantly calmed the restless hearts of the others. Jiang Yun noticed the change and smiled at Yin Tian to show his gratitude. Yin Qing felt the cold air in the air raid shelter and said with emotion, "Fortunately I brought a quilt. Otherwise I would have frozen to death." He spread the quilt in front of Jiang Yun, leaving an aisle on the left. Food and valuables were placed in the innermost part, close to Jiang Yun's family. Yin Tian spread the quilt on him. "You go to sleep first. I'll watch over you. There are all kinds of people in the air raid shelter, so you must be alert to the people around you to prevent accidents." Yin Qing wrapped himself in a blanket. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. I'll take your place after a while." The people hiding in the air raid shelter rubbed their arms. For some reason, the temperature in the air raid shelter began to drop, and many people were shivering with cold. Kyoto, John's department store. When the tornado came, Feng Mingqing reacted quickly and ordered the evacuation of the people in the shelter. All of them moved to the basement or air raid shelter. However, Feng Mingqing was too late to evacuate. Fortunately, he was close to Zhang's department store. He decided to hide in Zhang's department store without hesitation and avoided a disaster. Through the French windows in the store, the tornado was destroying the buildings wantonly. Frost was forming on the walls. The temperature was dropping, and hailstones as big as fists were hitting the ground. The iron military vehicles on the street were dented. The trees on the roadside were uprooted, and it was like hell outside. Xiaobai suddenly said, "How is the construction of your base going?" Feng Mingqing's eyes darkened. The bases in various areas are progressing slowly, and now they are only semi-finished products. You have to speed up. After saying that, Xiaobai disappeared. Feng Mingqing stood in front of the window, looking at the violent storm outside, and said calmly, "After this storm is over, hurry up and move." The subordinate hesitated, but moving the capital is not easy, and all preparations are still in progress. It's too late. We have to hurry up. Feng Mingqing didn't know how long this storm would last, but he knew that there was not much time left for this world. The storm lasted for a week before it gradually subsided. The people hiding in the air raid shelter had their faces frozen blue. They risked being swept away and snatched firewood from outside, and barely survived. When people came out of the air raid shelter, they saw the ground was in a mess, with broken stones, wood and glass. The iron door of the factory was rolled away. The glass was broken into pieces. The bed and bedding in the room were wet, and almost everything was destroyed. when they were rebuilding their homes. An astonishing news reached Hexian. Have you heard? Our place has become the new capital. And the high-rise wall next to it is the new base. Really? Don't fool me. The people next to him didn't believe it. No wonder I've seen so many cars driving in these days. In our small county, you can't see a car all year round. Another person seemed to be thinking. It seems to be true. Do you think we can get a house in the base? I don't know, but it is said that local residents have advantages over others. When this was said, the locals in E County were excited. After returning home, they hurriedly searched for their household registration books, for fear of missing out on the advantages of the new base allocation. After the storm, the long-lost sun shone on the ground, there was no more fog outside, and the air was particularly fresh. It was a cold day. The head of E County stood in front of the national highway and couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. Although E County became the new capital, he couldn't help but feel weak in his legs and feet when he thought that their small county would soon welcome the head of state and senior officials at all levels. Military vehicles drove into E County, followed by trucks carrying a large amount of supplies. At the back were private cars of Kyoto residents, with bags on the roof and back of the cars, moving forward in an orderly manner under the command of the soldiers. After Feng Mingqing arrived, he first cleaned up the mess in E County, and then accelerated the construction progress of the base. In just half a month, the base was completed. A huge wall stands outside E County. The entire E County is divided into 3 areas: residential area, planting area, and animal husbandry area. The cultivated land area of E County is used to the maximum extent to ensure food self-sufficiency. The middle area is the residential area. The entire area is covered with a transparent light cover, for pillars stand at the 4 corners of the residential area. Such a huge project is naturally not something that Lan Gua can complete independently. Xiao Bai's assistance is indispensable. The dome of the residential area makes many people yearn for it. They want to live in it even if they have to squeeze their heads into it. The planting area and animal husbandry area are all on the periphery of E County. Crop cultivation requires photosynthesis, and lacks the sun and rain for irrigation. The animals raised in the animal husbandry area need to be free-range, and the area occupied is also large, so they are all placed on the periphery. The residential area on the periphery does not have a luxurious dome like the inner area, but each house is an independent courtyard, and is equipped with an emergency air raid shelter, which is convenient for escape. People with E County household registration can choose the inner and outer residential areas. If you choose the outer residential area, you will own 1 acre of land. If you choose the inner area, the family can only squeeze into a small room. The outer area is said to have 1 acre of land, but the house is small and narrow, and it is exposed to wind, rain, and sun. It can't be blocked when there is fog. It will be a torture. The inner area is different. Although the house is narrower, it is fully furnished and protected by a dome, which is much safer. Most people chose the inner area, including Shi's father and others, while Jiang Yun and Shi Yu chose the outer residential area. Since then, Jiang Yun and Shi Yu's household registration has been moved out of the Shi family. They said goodbye to Shi's father and others, and left without looking back. Shi's father opened his mouth. Xiao Yu. Gao Feimin is now 6 months pregnant, and her belly is bulging. Shi's mother looked at her belly with satisfaction, hoping to give birth to a big fat boy soon. She saw the attitude of Jiang Yun and the others, and said nonchalantly, "If you want to go to the outer area, go to the outer area. You will know that you will come back after suffering. I specially reserved a room for them. I don't know what they are stubborn about." Jiang Yun returned to the factory room and took Shi Qiu from Yin Qing. "Where are you going?" The Yin brothers are also local residents. Yin Qing scratched his head and said, "We don't know how to farm, so it's safer to move into the inner housing." Before everyone moved in, the weather station predicted that the thick fog would appear again in 2 days, and everyone was forced to start migrating. Jiang Yun was assigned to number 45 in the planting area. The house was placed in the middle of the field. The high walls surrounded the house. There was a quarter of the cultivated land in front, behind, left and right. It looked very spacious. There was a path in front of the door leading to the middle road, and there was another house on the other side. After Jiang Yun moved the luggage, he looked into the distance and was surprised to see the harrowing Gao Qilan, whom he had not seen for a long time. After Gao Qilan noticed Jiang Yun's gaze, she nodded slightly and smiled shyly and greeted her. Gao's father and mother were struggling to move the luggage. Jiang Yun had just finished moving and stepped forward to help and said, "Hello, Uncle Gao. I will help you." Gao's father looked at Jiang Yun in surprise. "Jiang girl, why are you here? Let go. You can't lift it by yourself." Gao's father picked up a cabinet. Because it was made of wood, it was very heavy and difficult to move. Jiang Yun moved the wooden cabinet into the room under the shocked gaze of Gao's father and mother. She looked around the house. It was the same as hers. The house was 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. There was a bed and cabinet in the bedroom, a small table and 4 wooden chairs in the living room. There was no more. She had to buy the rest herself. Gao's father praised, "Jiang girl is quite strong." Gao's mother quickly opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Jiang Yun. This kind of individually packaged water has only appeared in stores recently. Although the price is not expensive, few people buy it. I didn't expect the Gao family to buy mineral water. After Jiang Jun drank a sip, she did not ask them why they moved to the outskirts, but said, "I live next door at number 45. Call me if you have anything." Gao's father laughed heartily. "That's great. We'll be neighbors from now on." After Jiang Jun exchanged pleasantries with the Gao family for a while, she did not interfere with their home arrangements. She called the system in her heart. "Why did the heroine become my neighbor? I don't believe such a coincidence. System, since you have accepted the mission, you should protect the heroine well. Haven't you noticed that you have been slacking off recently?" Jiang Jun was silent. She couldn't keep an eye on the heroine every day. She had never taken the matter of the thief lightly, but she was a little lax about the heroine. She didn't expect that the world consciousness would be so cautious and put someone next to her. Since they had made an agreement, it seemed that she had to keep a close eye on the heroine. The world consciousness put someone next to her, and she was afraid that danger was coming. Chapter 98. Each house has a basement. Because it is used for emergency shelter, the space is small, there is a vent on the left, and a filter is installed next to it, and there is nothing inside. Jiang Jun put down the bedding, 5 days of food and water, and other necessities, and then left with her head down. Because there were few things, they packed up quickly, and at 6 p.m. when it got dark, the family had time to have a barbecue. The fat sizzled on the grill, and the aroma burst out. Fortunately, she opened the protective cover, which covered the smell in the house. Shichio saw barbecue for the first time, and his mouth was almost drooling. The family had eaten and drunk their fill, and were about to go to bed, when they suddenly heard a crackling sound. It seemed to come from outside. Jiang Jun looked outside through the glass, and saw the white fog spreading around in the dark night. The white fog seemed to be mixed with different colors. The night was too dark to see clearly. The movers outside hurriedly put on protective clothing and masks. But they didn't expect that when the white fog covered their bodies, they felt a sharp pain. The protective clothing had a hole in it. When the skin touched the fog, it sizzled, and the flesh was torn apart, and blood exploded. Ah! A scream resounded through the sky. Jiang Jun and Shiyu happened to see what happened just now. Without saying anything, they quickly picked up Shichio and ran towards the basement 2 meters away. After entering, they closed the door tightly. Afraid that the fog would come in through the gap, she quickly blocked the vent with a quilt. Their family was lucky to hide in the basement, but others were not as lucky as them. The person who was not prepared was suddenly corroded by the white fog. The scream attracted attention. When others saw his miserable condition, their faces changed drastically. They quickly dropped their luggage and ran to the nearest room without stopping. "Help! Help me!" Another person was shrouded in fog. A sizzling sound was heard, and the air smelled of cooked meat. People looked like grasshoppers being fried in a frying pan. "Let me in! Let me in!" Someone found the nearest basement, banged on the door, begging the people inside to let him in. But there was no movement. Someone ran to the inner dome, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat down directly after his legs softened. The people under the dome saw the tragic situation outside, and their hearts tightened. They looked at the glass cover in the sky, and doubted whether it could prevent the invasion of poisonous fog. The poisonous fog soon came from far away. White fog mixed with green approached the inner circle, and was soon blocked by the dome. The green fog wandered outside the dome. People finally relaxed after seeing this scene. Fortunately, it was blocked. This dome is really useful. It's better to choose the inner circle, so you don't have to worry about it outside. Yes, I don't know what the situation is outside now. Why is the fog so strong this time? It feels like sulfuric acid. Someone next to him wanted to touch the glass cover more than 2 meters in front of him, but was warned by the guard, "Don't touch it." The man withdrew his hand in disappointment, and other curious people also withdrew their eyes. The screams outside continued to ring out. 4 or 5 survivors with scars all over their bodies rushed in from the inner circle. Their faces, arms, and calves were all covered in blood. The red flesh exploded, and the bones inside could be seen. The medical staff hurriedly carried the people away on a stretcher. The onlookers looked unbearable when they saw this scene. How painful it must be. Didn't they see that the person just now was already in so much pain that he couldn't scream? On the first day of the poisonous fog, the people on the outer circle came to the inner circle intermittently. Everyone's body was covered in blood and flesh. The medical staff never stopped rescuing and disinfecting the flesh-scraping surgery. The soldier in camouflage uniforms carried a medical refrigerator and found the medical director and asked, "Where is the patient?" The medical director looked at the medical refrigerator in his hand. There were nearly 100 ampoules in the box, and light blue liquid. She had seen this kind of medicine in the laboratory, but because of insufficient authority, she had no chance to touch it. The medical director followed behind him and saw him take out the medicine, crush it, suck it out, and then inject it into the patient. After the injection, the patient's condition improved, and the gushing blood stopped. The soldier methodically poured the medicine into the spray bottle in the box and sprayed it on the patient's torn flesh. Ah! The patient couldn't help screaming because of the burning sensation of the medicine. Then, the head of medical care keenly noticed that the rotten flesh was getting better, seemingly trying to heal, which was undoubtedly a visual shock to her. What kind of medicine is this? It actually has such a great effect. She could only hide her doubts in her heart and help the soldiers. On the second day after the poisonous fog came, the people hiding in the basement outside were doing well. The ventilation holes were blocked, so the poisonous fog couldn't get in. There was still some food stored underground, so they could barely last for 5 days. After the initial panic in the inner residential area, the senior management of Shindu acted quickly, treated the injured, stabilized the residents, and issued disaster safety management regulations. The disaster safety management regulations were distributed to everyone. The newly built granary in Shindu was not large, so it was not easy to supply food for 100,000 people in the base. The management regulations stated that the base only provided 1 meal a day to ensure basic living needs, and the punishment for wasting food and destroying facilities was marked. That is, locking up for 3 days without food or water. If theft or fighting occurred, they would be dealt with severely. The management regulations also marked a map of the entire base. When it was time for lunch, people followed the address on it and ran to the Zichelania restaurant distributed around. A palm-sized piece of bread, a bowl of clear soup, and some pickles. Seeing these meals, some people looked disgusted, but because there were guards next to them, they could only force themselves to eat it all. The guards stared at those who wasted food. Once they found waste, they immediately turned away. The canteen did not allow people to take food away, and they had to eat it in front of them. Shi's father also disliked the food in the cafeteria. He originally wanted to see what kind of food the cafeteria had, but he didn't expect it to be like this. However, he had to eat it. There were many people in the Shi family, and the food they stored was enough to last for half a month, because they moved in a hurry when they wanted to stock up. The military and civilian stores at the base were closed, and they had to go home in the end. Unexpectedly, when the poisonous fog came, the military and civilian stores were closed, and all of them were supplied to the base first. In this way, they didn't know if the food they had was enough. The Shi family had good food recently. When Shi Bing saw such a light meal at first, he had no appetite. Seeing Shi Wei eating happily, he stuffed all the food into his hands and let him eat it all up. Within a week after the arrival of the poisonous fog, researchers at the Shindu Research Institute worked day and night to develop acid-resistant protective clothing. They knew clearly that the longer the time dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for people on the periphery. No one had thought that the fog would contain concentrated acid corrosion. If they had known earlier, they would have placed everyone under the dome. Now it is too late to regret. Let's hurry up and save people. 12 days have passed since the poisonous fog. The green fog surrounding the dome has not dissipated. People in the inner circle with more food can save food and survive for another 10 days. People with less food have already gone to the cafeteria every day and no longer dislike the food. The same was true for Shi's parents. Gao Feiming was 7 months pregnant, and she ate dry biscuits every day. Her face had already turned yellow. She had never expected that this fictional world would be so difficult. She now regretted not accepting the counterattack system's request. She touched her bulging belly, and the baby in her belly kicked her lightly, as if responding. How could she raise this child in such a difficult life? 15 days had passed, and there had been no response to the rescue operation that was broadcast at the beginning of the inner residential area. Jiang Yun and her family of 3 hid in the basement, listening to the sound of corrosion of the building outside. Fortunately, the door of the basement was sturdy, built according to wartime standards, and could prevent the erosion of acid rain. The wires outside had long been corroded, and the lights in the basement went out. Jiang Yun took out a flashlight and tied it to the ceiling, and the room suddenly became bright. Away from the crowd these days, Jiang Yun's family ate very well. Braised chicken with rice, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and braised spare ribs. Just as she was about to take the finished rice directly from the store, there was a sound of footsteps outside. Someone came to the door of their basement. Shiyu stared at the door vigilantly, and Jiang Jun also frowned and looked over there. "Hello? Can you open the door?" A voice that was indistinguishable from male or female sounded, echoing in the basement. Jiang Jun covered Shichio's mouth, and neither of them said anything. The person outside knocked a few more times, and seeing no response, he paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly banged on the basement door frantically. Shichio was frightened and trembled, and covered his mouth with red eyes. Jiang Jun immediately took out the universal knife and transformed it into a tang sword. Another person came over. "Are you not done yet?" An indistinguishable male or female voice answered. "This door can't be opened. Come and see what's going on." "Why can't it be opened?" The man was puzzled. Footsteps came from far away. The moment the door opened, the green mist rushed in first, followed by 2 men in white robes. They were wrapped in thick fog, but were unharmed. Jiang Jun seized the opportunity and slashed at the neck of one of them. The man had no defense and was easily defeated by her. The man with the androgynous voice had a changed expression. He had not expected that someone could break through their defense and kill them directly. He reacted quickly and wanted to retreat and escape from the basement. But it was too late. Shiyu's electric shock directly penetrated his transparent protective shield and hit his crown. After a twitch, the man fell to the ground. Compared with Shiyu's clean crime scene, Jiang Jun's method was too bloody. The basement was sprayed with the blood of these people. Jiang Jun could not help but feel a little disgusted. Fortunately, Shichio was hypnotized and fell asleep, and was sent to the store. He did not see the scene. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great psychological trauma. Long before the 2 came in, the Doomsday system issued tasks one after another. "Warning! Warning! Unknown creatures have broken in. The heroine is about to be in danger. Please go to rescue her quickly. Task reward, 100,000 points." After reporting the task, the Doomsday system anxiously chatted with her privately. "You promised the world consciousness to protect her heroine. If you don't go now, it will be too late." Of course, she would not ignore it. She wiped the blood off the blade and touched her freshly cut short hair. "It seems that there will be a tough battle to fight." Chapter 99. Jiang Jun used the Thousand Faces mud and disguised herself as one of them. The Thousand Faces mud was given by the system, saying that it could change her appearance. The situation was urgent, so she was naturally happy to accept it. After changing her clothes, she searched through their belongings and found only a strange cloth bag and a jade pendant with a name printed on it. Wei Shi should be the name of this person. She stuffed the cloth bag and jade pendant into the store. While the 2 were sorting, the activated protective shield kept the poisonous fog out. She took out another protective shield and put it on Shiyu. After the 2 of them finished packing, they quietly rushed to Gao Qilan's residence. In the basement, Gao's father and mother were already unconscious. Gao Qilan was tied to a chair, tears streaming down her cheeks, with cloth stuffed in her mouth, sobbing, as if she wanted to wake up Gao's father and mother. After Jiang Jun and Shiyu came in, they saw 4 people inside. They were wearing white robes like the previous 2 people, with jade pendants and cloth bags on their waists. One of them was holding a long sword in his hand. He was the oldest among the 4 and seemed to be the leader. He turned around and asked, "Brother Wei, have you dealt with the mortals around?" Jiang Jun imitated the voice and said, "They have been dealt with." The middle-aged man did not find anything wrong, and nodded. "Fellow Taoist Liu, I'd like to trouble you to take out the erosion mist again and continue to release it. I don't believe that the dome can hold on." Someone next to him responded, "What's the trouble? The more humans in this small world die, The weaker the heavenly way of the small world, and the greater our chance of success. Fellow Taoist Lu took out a bottle of medicine out of thin air, and saw the bottle cap opened. A green gas floated out of the bottle, and instantly merged with the fog outside. In just a moment, the green fog outside had turned into a dark green fog. Jiang Jun silently observed their movements, not daring to alert the enemy. The middle-aged man suddenly looked up and said, "Hurry up and act. This small world won't last long. This Yuaning cave will be within our reach soon. This is their trial secret realm. They didn't expect to encounter the cave of Yuaning Zhenjuan. If they can get it, they will have Yuaning level cultivation materials, and it will be easy for them to break through. However, this small world is very cautious. They have not been able to find a breakthrough. They have been lurking for decades before they discovered the loopholes in this small world. They didn't expect that there are people with good luck in this world. But now their luck has been tortured by them, and there is little left." Fellow Taoist Lu said bitterly, "If it weren't for the heavenly Tao of this world interfering, we would have succeeded long ago and got out of here. How could we still be trapped in the secret realm?" The middle-aged man seemed to have sensed something, and did not answer him. He said quickly, "Hurry up and set up the formation." The poisonous fog outside seemed to be working. He felt that the heavenly Tao's restraint on them was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that there was an opportunity. Jiang Jun saw them take out the disc, and seemed to be calculating the angle, and slowly walked out of the basement. In the small basement, the formation could not be used. The middle-aged man frowned and fed Gao Qilan a black pill. As Gao Qilan retched, he calmly said, "Carry the person outside. Don't let anyone get hurt. Otherwise, when they separate, the cave will also be damaged." He directed Jiang Yun and the other two. "You two carry the person out." Jiang Yun stretched out his hand to control the struggling Gao Qilan, and the cloth stuffed in her mouth accidentally fell off. The moment Gao Qilan could breathe, she begged for mercy and fear. "Please let me go. My parents are innocent. Please let me go." Jiang Yun quickly stuffed the cloth back into her mouth, and the middle-aged man, who was looking at her, looked away. The middle-aged man was dissatisfied with the two's stupid behavior, and warned, "I let you join only for the sake of Yuanling pills. If you mess up, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yuanling pills are pills that can increase spiritual power. This small world lacks spiritual power and cannot practice. They usually swallow Yuanling pills. If they hadn't handed over their storage bags and all the Yuanling pills, he would never have accepted the waste of the second level of Qi training." Jiang Jun felt a sense of pressure, and beads of sweat flowed down her forehead. She pretended to be frightened and said, "Please forgive us, Senior. We will take the people out immediately, and will never make any mistakes again." Shiyu also felt the courage in the air, and the hair on his body stood up vigilantly. He lowered his head and said, "Please forgive us, Senior. We will never make any mistakes again." The middle-aged man withdrew his pressure and snorted coldly, "Hurry up. If you delay any longer, you will lose your lives." In the fields outside, there was a strange pattern with the word "seize" in the center. 3 people stood around the formation, each holding a square formation plate in his hand, with a solemn expression on his face. "Taoist Lu, the formation has been set up. Hurry up and put the people in the center." Jiang Jun and Shiyu carried Gao Qilan's chair and slowly moved towards the formation. When they were about to reach the edge, she stopped. Shiyu and Gao Qilan disappeared in front of them, before the middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he launched an attack. Jiang Jun had already taken a step forward and threw all the explosive talismans on his body towards the formation in the center, and the 4 people distributed around it. After a burst of smoke, the attacker disappeared, and took away the person they had caught with great difficulty. The middle-aged man was furious and said, Who? They snatched the person away right under my nose. There was no spiritual energy floating, no spiritual power. Who snatched the person away from him? Could it be that there were other cultivators in this small world besides them? Yuaning Zhenjuan's cave was robbed just like that. The middle-aged man and the other 3 people couldn't hide their embarrassment. Why didn't you see that there was something wrong with the 2 of them? Didn't you spend the longest time with them? One of them pointed at Lu Daoyu and asked without flinching, Are you still in the foundation building stage? Why didn't you use your spiritual sense to take a look? Another person also suspected Lu Daoyu. No one knows about this except us. Did you leak the news and try to take over Yuaning Cave alone? There must be other cultivators. Otherwise, how could our plans be ruined again and again? The 4 saw that the duck in their hands flew away, and they quarreled in an instant, and their eyes began to show suspicion and distrust. While the four people were fighting, Jiang Jun had already fled to the store. Yu stayed with the unconscious Gao Qilan without saying a word. After seeing Jiang Jun coming back, Yu hurriedly went around to check on her. Jiang Jun, it's okay. I ran fast, and I'm not injured. You get some medicine, and I'll treat Gao Qilan's injuries. Gao Qilan had many scars on her body because of the resistance, and she looked miserable. When Jiang Jun treated the wound, she began to recall the shocking scene just now. She didn't expect that the four people could be unscathed under the close-range explosion talisman. Fortunately, she was well prepared and didn't want to fight them head-on from the beginning. If they had met a middle-aged man at the beginning, it would have been difficult for the two of them to fight him, and the mission would have been difficult to complete. She remembered the oppressive pressure and the chilling feeling in the center of the formation. Jiang Jun had not been in contact with them for a long time, but she had already noticed something was wrong. The four people were not from this world, nor were they the taskers. They kidnapped Gao Qilan to take something. But Gao Qilan's biggest golden finger was that space. Could it be that their goal was that space? However, looking at the way they poisoned just now, they seemed very skilled. Could it be that the disasters in this mission world were caused by them? Jiang Jun guessed from their words that the heavenly Tao was the world consciousness last time. It seemed that the world consciousness was very weak now. The four people took Gao Qilan away during this period. No wonder the world consciousness did not appear from beginning to end. But she still didn't know where the four people came from. When she asked the Doomsday system, it also hesitated and avoided the main point. Our system has limitations, and we can't reveal too much. If you have any questions, go explore it yourself. It said this, and then disappeared, leaving Jiang Jun confused. Jiang Jun looked at the cloth bag and jade pendant in front of her, and couldn't open them. Just as she was about to ask the Doomsday system, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared. He said anxiously, "Just now Feng Mingqing asked me for help, saying that there was a tornado and hail outside, which was so powerful that it seemed to want to break the dome. Moreover, the green fog outside had turned dark, and the power was so great that the dome could no longer bear it. The tornado outside hit the dome violently, and the people below screamed and hid under the building in panic. The hailstones like boulders in the sky were also hitting the dome. Help! The dome is about to fall. Hurry up and hide in the air raid shelter. Make way for me. Get up. I'll go in first. Let us go in first." The staff member next to him anxiously commanded, "Don't push. Take your time." Under the noisy sound, no one could hear what the staff member was saying. They pushed in a hurry. No one gave way to anyone else. Looking at such a chaotic scene, Gao Feiming could not help but take a step back and touch the baby in her belly. Shi Wei, carrying his luggage, said anxiously, "You hide in my arms. Let's squeeze in slowly." Gao Feiming shook her head and said firmly, "No. If we squeeze in, our child might be in such a crowded crowd. If a stampede occurs, she is the most likely to be pushed because of her big belly and inconvenient movement." Someone bumped into Gao Feiming, and Gao Feiming lost her balance and almost fell. Fortunately, Shi Wei reacted quickly and caught her. At this moment, a building suddenly appeared under the dome, and a two-story red building stood in front of everyone. The red building that appeared out of nowhere had a signboard of Zhang's department store on it. The crowd stopped in their tracks when they saw the scene. They stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. The noise of the crowded quarrel seemed to have been paused. The whole place was silent. Gao Feiming's pupils shrank slightly. Then she saw the soldiers guarding nearby clearing the road. She ran quickly to the red building and walked into the house with familiarity. After a while, she took out a round glass with a button on it. The button was activated, and the dome that was about to collapse in the air was replaced by a new glass cover. No matter how the tornado and hail outside attacked, it was unscathed. This kind of advanced technology was displayed in front of Gao Feiming. She didn't know where a force surged in her heart. She broke through the crowd and squeezed away the soldiers who blocked her. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Here is a book." Feng Mingqing heard the voice and looked at her calmly. "Bring the person over." Chapter 100. The wind and rain-beaten protective shield stood tall above the base. The restless crowd was suppressed by the soldiers. Gao Feiming was taken away. When Shi Wei saw it, he struggled to follow, but was stopped by the well-trained soldiers. "Where are you taking my wife? Let me go!" Gao Feiming was taken away. No one knew how she would be questioned. On the other hand, Jiang Jun, who knew about Gao Feiming from Xiao Bai, did not care about such a small episode. Jiang Jun then cast his eyes on the cloth bag and jade pendant. There was no way to open the cloth bag even if it was flooded or burned. Just when she was puzzled, Doomsday suddenly appeared and actually had a way to help her open the cloth bag. With conditions? Jiang Jun doubted its kindness. How could it be? Free service. The Doomsday system smiled. Jiang Jun suddenly felt a breath flowing along her veins and body. She followed the instructions of the system and touched the bag along the breath. The next second, Jiang Jun saw a space as big as a house. Rice, flour, grain, oil and other supplies were piled up in a corner. Only the middle few layers of containers were neatly arranged. It can be seen that the owner attaches great importance to them. Each layer was filled with porcelain bottles of similar styles. She opened it and saw that there were pills inside. As soon as the bottle stopper was opened, a scent of medicine instantly floated out from the bottle mouth. She did not ask the system what it was, and looked at another cloth bag. Apart from the supplies and similar elixirs, she found a few books that looked like ancient books, which said basics of inducing qi into the body, essential techniques for cultivating magic, secret book of alchemy, etc. Among them was a book called Travels of Cultivation. Jiang Jun flipped through it and could not help but rub her frowning brows. She did not expect that they were actually immortal cultivators. Although this book was a travelogue, it recorded the journey of an immortal cultivator who had established his foundation to visit the mountains and rivers, and told his experience from inducing qi into the body to establishing his foundation. If you ignore the overwhelming immortal cultivation magic, it is still a fascinating travelogue. Jiang Jun thought of the strange formation of the group of people. Everything seemed to have an explanation. They were all cultivators. She was a little scared when she thought about it now. As an ordinary person, with only slightly better physical fitness, she would definitely not be able to defeat the 4 cultivators. Fortunately, she ran fast. Perhaps influenced by this travelogue, the owner of the storage bag also liked to record. Jiang Jun turned over the yellowed paper and did not miss any clues. The owner of the storage bag was named Wei Shi. He lived in Tianjiang continent and was a disciple of Xuandi sect at the 2nd level of qi training. A secret realm suddenly appeared in Tianjiang continent. Only cultivators below the foundation building stage could enter. Most of the secret realms had heavenly treasures. Low-level cultivators suddenly got the opportunity to enter, and they were all eager to try. Wei Shi was one of the people who entered the secret realm. The sect disciples who entered with him all disappeared for unknown reasons, leaving him alone. Not only that, the secret realm was full of mortals, and the spiritual energy in his body began to dissipate. He was shocked. There was a heavenly way in this secret realm, and it suppressed their cultivation. By chance, Wei Shi met Kai Qian and others, who was the middle-aged man that Jiang Jun met. Kai Qian was at the 9th level of qi training before entering, but he turned out to be a senior at the foundation building stage when they met. Wei Shi followed without saying a word, and handed over most of the Yuanling pills on his body. Kai Qian said that he was able to build a foundation because of the nascent soul cave in the secret realm, and generously revealed the location of the cave, which was Gaoqilan's. However, the nascent soul cave was not easy to obtain. It was only possible to weaken the power of the heavenly Tao in the small world. They imposed disasters, began to steal the luck, and put Gaoqilan in prison. When the time came, they would use the transfer formation to get the nascent soul cave on Gaoqilan. The previous earthquakes, plagues, and epidemics were all caused by them. The sudden appearance of the thieves was also caused by them opening a loophole and letting them in, causing this small world to be scarred and the heavenly Tao to be affected. And the restraint and suppression on them was weakened. If we say that they suppressed 90% of their cultivation before, now it has been reduced to 50%. As the small world gradually becomes devastated, the ecological environment is bad, and it is difficult for humans to survive. The impact on the way of heaven will only be greater, which is why they are so unscrupulous, attacking Gaoqilan and trying to deprive her of the nascent soul cave. Jiang Jun learned about the strength of these people from these notes, and carefully examined her current strength. She has a slightly better physique, has practiced the Star Moon Sword technique to the 4th level, and has the explosive spells stored in the space. However, the strength of the immortal cultivators could not be solved by throwing a few ammunition at her. She would not do anything like trying to stop a chariot with her bare hands. It seemed that the mission in this small world would end in failure. As if sensing Jiang Jun's intention to retreat, Tian Dao, who was silently observing in the dark, could no longer bear it and suddenly said, I can satisfy your previous request now. Not only that, I will give you another ability. Jiang Jun raised his eyebrows and wanted to refuse, but they are immortal cultivators. And I am. Before he finished speaking, a strange power surged into Jiang Jun's body, and a dazzling array of abilities were passed down into his mind. The clone technique could create an independent clone. The clone inherited the abilities and appearance of the original body, and was controlled by the main body. Wood-related abilities, plants have green life, can control plant growth in the early stage, and can produce healing effects in the later stage when it is strong. Tian Dao, thanks to you for the thief, I promised you these two abilities before. Jiang Jun felt the power in her body. So generous, she was very cautious. Even if I have the clone technique and wood-related abilities, I am still far behind those 4 cultivators. If you want me to go against them, I am afraid you will have to take back these abilities. No work, no reward. Tian Dao pondered for a moment. If it were the past, these low-level cultivators were nothing but ants to me. I could drive them away by myself. But the situation has changed. The leader has a weapon that can restrain me. I was not careful for a while, and let the son of luck suffer an unexpected accident. Now the situation is not controlled by me alone. I would like to ask you to lend me a hand, so that you will not fall into danger. This is Dead Tree Resurrection. Secret book. As long as you practice to the foundation building stage, you can suppress them, and then I will kill them. Tian Dao humbly asked Jiang Yun, and gave her a secret book of practice. It seems that he was forced into a desperate situation. The 4 characters Dead Tree revives in spring shone with golden light. At first glance, it was known that they were extremely valuable. Jiang Jun felt sympathy in her heart, and finally decided to take on this hot matter. Although there were many crises, she was not without a trump card. When she encountered danger, she could quickly escape. According to her observation, the 4 immortal cultivators seemed to be unaware of the Zhang's shop, which made it easier for her to act. However, it was not easy to cultivate immortals and build a foundation. After Jiang Jun drew qi into her body, she found that the road to cultivating immortals was not easy. The immortal cultivators in the travel notes took 150 years to successfully build a foundation, and she had just drawn qi into her body. It was unknown when she would be able to successfully build a foundation. Jiang Jun's clone technique is divided into 5 levels. Now she is at the first level of clone technique, and can only create 1 clone. At the beginning, she can only last for half an hour. In order to speed up the practice and deepen the proficiency of clone technique, she creates a clone every day, and the practice speed is greatly improved. After Gao Qilan woke up, Jiang Jun locked her in a closed room, brought her food every day, and waited until it was safe outside before sending her out. By then, the storm and poisonous fog outside had ended. Gao Qilan took off her blindfold. Looking at the messy yard, the broken railings, she ran towards the house with red eyes, only to see bloodstains all over the house. The bodies of Gao's father and mother were long gone. There were 2 boxes on the table, with Gao's father and mother's names written on them, and a note next to them. Your parents have been cremated and put into the boxes. Gao Qilan squeezed the note, hugging the urn, crying out in grief. It was all her fault. If it weren't for the space in her hands, how could her parents have met with an accident? When Gao Qilan was crying loudly, a group of troops suddenly appeared outside the yard. When they entered the house, they saw bloodstains on the walls and the ground, which showed that they had suffered a horrible massacre, and seeing Gao Qilan crying, she couldn't help but feel pity. The leading soldier hesitated for a second, and finally stood up. Ms. Gao, please come with us. Gao Qilan wiped her tears and looked at them. The mysterious man had told her about her current situation, and she was not surprised by the appearance of these soldiers. She suppressed her grief and hugged the urn in her hand. Let's go! This storm lasted for more than a month. When the crisis was resolved, Jiang Yun and his family came out of the store. The protective shield outside had also expanded to the periphery, covering the entire Hexian County. The protective shield could not have such great power. It must have been helped by the heavenly Tao. On the first day of reconstruction, Jiang Yun and other surviving residents received government subsidies and grain seeds. On the second day, Jiang Yun and Shiyu cleaned up the tiles, iron sheets, railings and other debris that had fallen in the yard and renovated it. The yard was restored to its original state. After Jiang Yun finished everything, she took the opportunity to practice at night. Her practice speed was not slow. The spiritual power in her body increased slowly. During this period, Yu also became interested in the Qi training guide in the storage bag. She successfully introduced Qi into her body and began to practice. This world lacks spiritual energy. And spiritual veins are even worse than nothing. Jade bracelets, jade pendants, jade rings, etc. contain a small amount of spiritual energy. Although not much, they are also very precious. Therefore, cultivation is to extract spiritual energy from jade and then transform it into spiritual power in the body. She can now absorb 10 jades a day, and Yu absorbs 5 jades a day. The consumed jade loses its luster and becomes an ordinary jade block. The expensive value also depreciates instantly. Fortunately, there are many jades in the warehouse, enough for 2 people to consume. However, there is a record of spiritual stones in the travel notes. Jiang Jun is interested in a kind of spiritual stone, which contains rich spiritual energy. She had suspected that the crystal core snow crystal in the store was a spiritual stone. But when she took it out, there was only a small amount of spiritual energy in it. Considering its precious value, Jiang Yun decided to focus on jade first. After the storm, the Shi family also came to check on the situation of Jiang Yun and Shi Yu. Shi Bing persuaded the two to go to the inner circle, although the dome has covered the outer circle. After the last disaster, everyone feels safer in the inner circle. Staying in the outer circle is always worried that danger will come in the next second. Jiang Yun rejected Shi Bing's proposal and asked about Gao Feimin's news. After knowing that she was invited away by the soldiers, she moved into a villa inside the military area and lived a good life. Shi Bing said enviously, "The second son's family is blessed. After the child is born, they will live in a villa and eat delicacies from land and sea." There was a hint of jealousy in his voice of envy. The 6 of them were squeezed into a small room, and they were busy making a living all day long. The second son and his wife had already moved into the villa. It had been a month, and they only came out once, and moved all the supplies in the house away. They lived in a big villa, but they still cared about the food in the house, and never thought about leaving it for the family. When he thought about this, Shi Bing couldn't help but complain in his words. After listening for a while, Jiang Jun sent Shi Bing away, because of the sudden appearance of Gao Feimin. Gao Qilan's identity had been exposed. After being taken away by the military, she was strictly protected. As the heroine, Gao Qilan was also the center of the world. She was definitely not someone the military could control. Both sides took a step back. Gao Qilan lived in Zhang's department store. The military conducted experimental research and testing under Xiaobai's monitoring, which absolutely could not affect Gao Qilan's life safety. Gao Qilan had about 10,000 acres of land in his hands, where food could be grown. This was a big surprise for the military. Gao Qilan was also willing to give up space to grow food. Under Xiaobai's supervision, Gao Qilan's space was fully utilized. Gao Qilan's space is rich in spiritual energy. Jiang Yun's clone hid in the Yuanying cave under the smuggling of the heavenly Tao. It was constantly in seclusion day and night to absorb spiritual energy, and the progress of cultivation was constantly updated. Jiang Yun's clone found that Gao Qilan was also practicing secretly. For her lost luck, her progress in cultivation was far less than Jiang Yun's. However, the hatred in her heart to avenge her parents supported her to successfully cause it to enter the body. In addition to the fields, there are also spiritual springs in Gao Qilan's space. However, the military cannot touch them. Even if they extract, they can only extract 1 drop a day. If they extract more, they will be kicked out by the heavenly Tao. Over time, military researchers also realized that this space has independent consciousness in addition to Gao Qilan, and they have been much more honest since then. While the clone was cultivating, Jiang Yun's original body was not idle either. She found a kind of elixir from the travel notes and Wei Shi's record book, which was the Yuanling Dan, an elixir for Qigong cultivators to replenish their spiritual energy. Coincidentally, Jiang Yun found an alchemy furnace in the storage bags of Wei Shi and Zhou Kun. And not only that, there was also a book on alchemy. In order to get twice the result with half the effort, Jiang Yun began to study alchemy, trying to make the Yuanling Dan, so that when encountering a crisis, she would have the Yuanling Dan to replenish her spiritual power, and she would have a great advantage. The spiritual plants needed for the Yuanling pill recipe were not in the small world. There were several bags of spiritual seeds in the storage bag. They should have been prepared by one of them to learn alchemy. Now they are cheap for Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun selected a lot of seeds from the storage bag through Wei Shi's record book and the 100 mirrors of spiritual plants. However, She looked at the similar seeds, and could not determine which one was the spiritual plant needed for the Yuanling pill. She consumed her spiritual power to give birth to the spiritual plants. After the 2 spiritual plants matured, she touched the sweat on her forehead and compared the branches, leaves and roots in the 100 mirrors of spiritual plants. Only then did she determine one of them. The other was stored in the store. The time was paused to ensure that the spiritual energy in the spiritual plant would not dissipate, and it could be used at any time. While Jiangyun was researching the elixir, the researchers and professors in Gaoqilan space looked at the fresh and lush green leaves in the space, and could not help but study back and forth happily. Before the military came, Gaoqilan space had already planted common vegetables such as cabbage and tomatoes, and raised a few livestock such as chickens and ducks. But the number was small. After the military intervened, Gaoqilan space was divided into zones to achieve large-scale planting. First, food crops were the focus. Wheat and rice were planted in large quantities, occupying half of the space. Vegetables, soybeans and other crops occupied 1/6 of the area, and livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, sheep and cattle also occupied 1/6 of the area. The remaining 1/6 was divided into 2 parts, namely the fruit area and the experimental area. The vegetables are ripe again. The growth rate is twice as fast as outside. Old Feng's face was wrinkled with smile. Yes, it seems that the soil here is fertile and suitable for plant growth. Rondo grabbed a handful of soil, looked and smelled, but he didn't find anything special. Old Feng turned his head to look at the thriving wheat and rice ears in the distance, and said with relief, "It will be harvested in another month. This will solve most of the food problem." The growth rate of plants in Gaoqilan space increased, but it still took 2 months for food crops to mature. During this period, food had to rely on potatoes and sweet potatoes. Plump potatoes and sweet potatoes were dug out, and leeks and cabbages emerged one after another. The food in Xinyu base has reached a stage of abundance. When the wheat and rice ears were harvested, the poisonous fog outside came again, and the color became darker again, as if it was using all its strength to corrode the dome that blocked it. The protective shield stood firmly in the air while shaking, and fought against it. After a panic at Xinyu base, it was relieved to see that the protective shield blocked the fog. In 2 months, Jiang Jun has refined Yuanling pills, from 2 low-grade Yuanling pills at the beginning, to 6 medium-grade Yuanling pills now. She practiced all night without sleep to finally achieve it, while Jiang Yun's original body was refining medicine like crazy, and her clone was taking drugs like crazy. She never stopped practicing, and successfully entered the first level of Qi training within 2 months. After ensuring the Yuanling pills needed for the clone's practice, she began to study the Qi replenishing pills. The Qi replenishing pills were more effective than the Yuanling pills, with fewer impurities and more concentrated spiritual power. She was trying to refine the Qi replenishing pills, and Xiaowai came hurriedly, interrupting her concentration and calming down. And the pills were refined into slag. The poisonous fog outside is fierce. If this continues, our protective shield will not last long. Jiang Yun checked and found that the protective shield showed the protective shield has been damaged by 5%. It seems that the 4 cultivators will not give up until they catch Gaoqilan. When the protective shield was damaged by 90% and was about to collapse, Zhang's department store quickly took out another protective shield to replace it amid the chaos of the base people. The dome crisis was solved instantly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, everyone's feet went weak and fell to the ground. Some people remembered the terrifying scene just now, as if they would fall into the mouth of poisonous fog in the next second, and they couldn't help sobbing softly. When will this day end? Damn God, will you let me live? For a moment, the atmosphere was depressed, and countless crying sounds were heard all around. For a moment, many people wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. If life is not easy, will they not live? They still have to live. Now that the protective shield is up, they still have to live. Fortunately, the food in the base has never been cut off, so they can have enough food and are not tortured by hunger. This poisonous fog lasted for a month, and the store replaced the protective shield 3 times. This protective shield is a homemade product of Jiang Yun, not the protective shield that comes with the store. After the damage, she can speed up the time to make another protective shield. But she has been short of time recently, and has no time to invest in this, so she outsourced this project to the Fengmingking military. When they received the instructions and materials for the protective shield, the whole team could not hide their excitement. Protective shield. Just handed it over to us like that? One of the old professors looked at the manual in his hand in shock. Such an important thing is given to us just like that? Others couldn't believe it either. Although they knew that the other party had advanced technology, the technology they revealed to them was only slightly higher. They were shocked that they were given such a high-tech product so easily. And they were also generously given the materials. Feng Mingqing learned from Mr. Bai that the protective shield was related to the safety of the entire base. He explained to everyone in a heavy tone. In silence, he bowed and said, "Now it is a crisis for humanity. Now 3 protective shields are damaged in a month. Who knows if 10 will be damaged in a month in the future? We must hurry up to make the protective shield first. Otherwise humanity will be doomed." Zhang's department store exposed such important technology to us. Which means that they believe in us. I believe that you will not let Zhang's department store down. I hope that all professors and scholars will put humanity first. Feng Mingqing, as the leader of the government, bowed his head, indicating that the situation was more serious than imagined. They looked at each other with red eyes, holding the protective shields in their hands, and swore firmly, "Don't worry. We will definitely make a protective shield and resolutely protect the safety of mankind. We will not let the leader down and complete the task to the death."